In the Beast Master world, Hidong discovers that he has obtained a Bodhi Branch. As long as he performs good deeds daily, he can accumulate merit, and by consuming this merit, he can harness the transformative power of the Bodhi Branch. Under the guidance of the Bodhi Branch, all things in the world can transform into new beings, possessing infinite futures and possibilities. With the enlightenment of the Bodhi Branch, even the dullest of pet beasts can learn new skills through sudden insights, progressing rapidly with each realization. Under the influence of the Bodhi Branch, the effects of the Beast Mastery talent can continuously strengthen, enabling pet beasts to unleash even greater power under the enhancement of their talents. Thus, Hidong embarked on a path where he acted like a saint in his daily life, accumulating virtue, and in battle, he pushed through everything like a deity descended from the heavens. Years later, when the blue star is completely devoured and merged into the spirit world, the mythic-level spirit beast seated among the heavens cast a glance at the remnants of human civilization, shedding the twilight of the apocalypse. Little did they know, this act would bring about the true twilight of the gods for the ancient beings. The Orchid Heartsword Princess sets up a divine refining array to instantly refine the cloud heaven divine realm, while the battle god stirs up the infinite celestial realm, turning the heavenly palace upside down. The sword of the deceased points toward the underworld, ringing the evening bell. Hidong stands with his hands behind his back under the Bodhi Tree, looking down at the spirit kings who dominate the spirit world. From now on, I will stand above the heavens of the spirit world. Who supports me? Who opposes me? Chapter 1. Bodhi Seeds. What does it feel like for someone with acrophobia to lean over the balcony of the 18th floor and look down? At this moment, Hidong feels a tightness in his throat, as if his heart has jumped to his throat. Despite being well prepared with safety measures, he still cannot suppress the instinctive trembling of his body. Outside the balcony, a white-furred, blue-eyed spirit cat lazily lounges on the narrow edge of the building. Occasionally, it tilts its head back to yawn or elegantly strolls a few steps, completely ignoring the capture cage in front of it. As soon as the big white cat moves, Hidong instinctively holds his breath, fearing that this little ancestor might lose its footing and fall from the high building. The spirit cat is just a low-level ordinary species of spirit beast. In terms of intelligence, such spirit beasts are indeed smarter than ordinary animals, but in terms of strength, they pose no threat to humans, and their skills are mostly non-attack types. Otherwise, they wouldn't be allowed to be kept as pets, enabling ordinary people to buy and raise them. This big white cat, judging by its eye color, is of the water attribute, likely possessing skills like blowing bubbles. At 18 floors high, even a wind attribute spirit cat would meet a grim fate. If it fell, it would simply become a puddle. Moreover, there are often people passing by below the residential building, and if the cat were to fall and hit someone, the consequences would be unimaginable. Is it unresponsive to the specially made cat food? Hidong observes the spirit cat closely. It probably ate too much in the morning. It seems impossible to lure it into the cage with food now. I can't just wait here indefinitely until it gets hungry. On one hand, the longer he waits, the more likely an accident could happen. On the other hand, the young lady behind him seems to be getting a bit impatient. Hey, is your spirit pet rescue center even capable? When can you rescue my Sha-Sha? Li Shu furrows her brow, her eyes filled with anxiety and worry, her hair still messy from the morning. She never expected that just stepping outside to hang clothes would lead to Sha-Sha sneaking out. By the time she realized it, Sha-Sha was already trapped on the ledge, and she immediately called the fire department. However, she was told that the nearby fire brigade was already on a call and that rescuing cats was not their responsibility. Following the operator's suggestion, Li Shu called the rescue center and finally got the help she wanted. But what surprised her was that the rescuer sent was not only alone, but also looked excessively young, like someone who hadn't even graduated from high school. Seeing that Hidong was handsome, Li Shu decided to trust him, but it turned out she was wrong. Despite his good looks, this kid was overly cautious when it came to doing his job. Though he was equipped with safety measures, he hesitated to simply climb out onto the balcony to rescue the trapped Sha-Sha, instead fiddling with the capture cage, resulting in no effect and wasting time. He was nothing but a pretty face, utterly useless. This made Li Shu's gaze on Hidong's back increasingly impatient. Are you even capable? If not, just get someone else. Otherwise, don't blame me for complaining. Miss Li, are you misunderstanding something? Hidong straightened up, pointing to the words on his uniform, and corrected her. We're the Spirit Pet Rescue Center for the injured and disabled. Our main business is to rescue and shelter spirit pets that have had their contracts terminated due to injuries or disabilities. Rescuing cats and dogs is not our responsibility, nor do we have that obligation. Li Shu's heart sank upon hearing this, as if she had received a wake-up call. and she snapped out of her impatience. Hidong had encountered nagging people during cat rescues before he understood their worries and urgency, but that didn't mean he would tolerate their bad tempers like a punching bag. If doing good deeds came with scolding, then he might as well not do them. There are many people in need of help in this world. One unreasonable person doesn't matter. Li Shu lowered her head, and the strong demeanor she had just displayed faded instantly, like a student caught by the homeroom teacher after making a mistake. She stood silently, knowing she was wrong, but unable to speak up. Seeing this, Hidong was not in a hurry. He slowly pulled up the cage. How about this, Miss Li? Why not go to the Beast Master Association's bounty hall and post a task? Spend a few thousand to hire a Beast Master with a flying spirit pet to come over. They will definitely rescue your cat in no time. People who can afford to buy spirit cats as pets surely can pay for a bounty, right? Right? Li Shu suddenly felt even more embarrassed, wishing she could bury her face in her chest. She had saved for years to fulfill her wish of buying a spirit cat. The special cat food for spirit cats is not cheap either, and every month it costs a significant amount. This led to her savings still not exceeding 10,000 despite working for several years. Seeing Hidong packing up and preparing to leave, Li Shu disregarded her pride and modesty. Wait, she grabbed Hidong's arm. I'm sorry, I was just overly anxious and said the wrong things. Right now, only you can help me rescue Sha Sha. I'm really afraid it will fall if it stays out there too long. Although Li Shu had already admitted her mistake and her eyes were red, Hidong showed no pity. To be honest, people like you are quite careless when raising pets. Whether it's walking dogs without leashes or keeping cats without sealing the windows, when something happens, you come crying for help. Where were you before? I wanted to. Li Shu murmured defensively, but the landlord wouldn't allow it. Hidong didn't say much more after hearing this, only Li Shu knew the specifics. Anyway, he still felt that Li Shu was harboring a sense of luck, thinking that since nothing had happened, there were no hidden dangers. This kind of probability is not something to gamble on after all. The King of Hell can lose countless times, but you can only afford to lose once. Since the cage isn't useful, we'll have to try using a rope loop to catch the cat. What is your cat's usual temperament? Sha Sha is quite friendly. It's never been shy and has never shown signs of stress, as long as it doesn't get hurt. Hidong nodded, tying a sturdy nylon rope into a noose that could tighten inward. After checking that the safety measures were secure, he cautiously leaned his head out over the balcony. The overwhelming sense of fear hitting him once again. In Hidong's view, acrophobia is simply the fear of falling and getting injured or killed. All fears stem from a reverence for death, an instinctive reaction ingrained in human genes. This feeling is really uncomfortable. I shouldn't take on high-altitude rescue work in the future. It's too torturous. Hidong took a deep breath, his heartbeat pounding rapidly in his chest, and every muscle in his body was tense. Although this wasn't his first time rescuing a cat from a height, it was his first time encountering such a height on the 18th floor. He could only try to focus his gaze on the spirit cat and ignore the discomfort the environment brought him. As it turned out, avoidance, though shameful, was indeed effective. Soon, Hidong steadily placed a rope loop in front of the spirit cat. Meow, the spirit cat, upon seeing the rope loop, actually began to paw at it. For a moment, the rope loop wobbled in midair, and the cat's head swayed back and forth. This terrified Hidong. The spirit cat clearly treated the rope as a toy, and it had just made an obvious adjustment in posture, with its front paws digging into the ground and its body slightly hunched, as if it might pounce on the rope at any moment. Mimi, good girl. Don't move around. How about we play a game of jumping through hoops? Let's start with your head. Under Hidong's soothing words, the spirit cat wagged its long tail, seemingly accepting the proposal. It stood up, walked to the rope loop, and tentatively poked its head through the opening. Good. Mimi, next, lift your paws and take a small step forward, okay? Meanwhile, Li Shu, who was peeking over, bit her lip tightly, afraid to disturb the interaction. Encouraged by Hidong, the spirit cat finally lifted its paw and took a step, allowing the rope loop to slip from its neck to its front legs, which was already enough to ensure it could be safely pulled up. Just as he was about to act, Hidong suddenly pulled the rope taut, causing the loop to tighten quickly, and before the spirit cat could struggle, he exerted all his strength to pull it up from the edge. Ha! The big white cat is hooked. Come on up, you little rascal. Li Shu covered her mouth tightly, her eyes fixed on Sha Sha, fearing that it would break free from the loop and fall straight down from the building. Fortunately, the spirit cat remained calm and did not display the charming personality of a water attribute spirit beast. At the moment Hidong safely set the spirit cat down, he vaguely heard a crisp sound of a wooden fish. A golden light of merit, invisible to the naked eye, flashed past the spirit cat, and in an instant, drilled into his forehead. Dong was already accustomed to this, and temporarily sank his consciousness into his sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, a Bodhi seed, entirely emerald green and resembling jade, quietly floated. It was almost full of merit, emitting a soft golden light that dispelled the surrounding darkness and haze, illuminating the initial light. Looking at this sacred scene, Dong had long lost the astonishment he felt when he first saw it. Instead, there was a hint of indescribable fatigue and numbness in his calmness, like realizing that everything was just a scam after frantically pulling someone and taking a swing. Sigh. It's been 3 months, why can't I feel this last bit? Dong was a time traveler who had come to this world 3 years ago. 3 years ago, he heroically rescued 2 drowning children from a giant wave at the beach during summer, receiving media coverage and commendation from the local government. The children's families even came with drums and gifts to express their gratitude at the hospital where he worked. The children's grandmother, upon seeing him, immediately wanted to bow in thanks, but Dong was quick enough to support her. The elderly woman was religious and had been vegetarian and chanting for most of her life. Before she left, she gave Dong a Bodhi seed. She claimed it was obtained from a temple long ago, and that as long as he carried it with him and did good deeds, he could accumulate merit and receive blessings. Dong initially didn't believe it. After all, he was a new era youth born under the red flag and raised in the spring breeze, educated in materialism from a young age. He adhered to the basic concept of religious freedom, understood and respected religious believers, but refused to believe in any form of religious superstition. Who would have thought that after taking a nap on his desk, Dong suddenly woke up to find he had traveled to another world. He arrived in a beast taming world called Blue Star and became a junior high school student with the same name. Along with him to this place was the Bodhi seed he had casually put in his pocket after accepting it. This solved the mystery. Dong suspected that the reason for his sudden travel was 99 due to this Bodhi seed. Oh, it seems that being from a good family and being too handsome indeed makes one a high-risk group for time travel, even if not hit by a big truck. There are various other ways to be selected. So this thing is my golden finger? After research and experimentation, Dong discovered that the Bodhi seed indeed had the ability to accumulate merit as long as good deeds were done. But the frustrating part was that to activate the Bodhi seed, it had to take root and sprout into a Bodhi branch first. The method to cultivate the Bodhi seed was also a simple one, just needed to continuously accumulate merit until the seed was full. Only those with great willpower, wisdom, opportunity, and courage could pass the test. Thus, Dong transformed into a living lay foam, tirelessly working for 3 years to push the progress to 99.99. Then he discovered that this broken thing seemed to be stuck at that last 0.01, not moving an inch. For 3 months, Dong would come and take a swing every few days, but it was utterly useless. This time was no different. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he still couldn't help but feel disappointed. What exactly is missing? Or is it that only a tremendous act of merit will suffice? Dong left the sea of consciousness with confusion, while the Bodhi seed still floated quietly in the center of the sea of consciousness. As soon as his consciousness returned, he saw Li Shu tightly holding the spirit cat, checking it all over. After confirming that the spirit cat was fine, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the tears that had been welling up in her eyes could no longer be held back as she cried and poked the big white cat's head with her hand. You mustn't run to such dangerous places next time. Do you hear? You naughty cat that doesn't let people rest easy. Meanwhile, Dong was tidying up his things and reminded her, Miss Li, let's settle the rescue and high-altitude work fees. Li Shu replied, oh, okay. After she completed the payment via QR code, she deeply bowed to Dong, her face full of gratitude. Thank you so much this time, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. It's nothing, just a small effort. Dong smiled lightly. In the future, be more careful when raising cats. Don't wait until something bad happens before regretting it. Cats don't understand, but can't we humans understand? Li Shu nodded repeatedly, promising to find a new place to live as soon as possible. Just then, Dong suddenly heard anxious shouts coming from across the building. Immediately after, he heard a scream overhead and a heart-wrenching cry. Looking up, he saw a little girl from the upper floor who had fallen out while playing and was hanging dangerously. The little girl looked about 3 or 4 years old, wearing a floral dress. At that moment, most of her body was hanging in midair, with only her head caught by the security window. She was crying and struggling in panic and fear, but the adults in her home had yet to appear. Watching this urgent scene, Li Shu turned pale with fear and nearly collapsed to the ground. Dong had no time to think. He leaped to grab the outer edge of the building, closely watching the little girl's situation. He quickly climbed towards the 20th floor while shouting, "Don't just stand there, call the police quickly." At that moment, the long silent Bodhi seed in his sea of consciousness suddenly began to flicker erratically. Chapter 2. Sorry, I'm afraid of heights. Woo woo woo, Mom. The heart-wrenching cries of the little girl echoed in the sky. It must be admitted that the cries of human infants are indeed high in decibels, loud, and have strong endurance, effectively attracting the attention of nearby adults. Soon, those at home nearby opened their windows to see what was happening. Whose naughty child got punished, crying so badly in broad daylight? Oh no, call the police. A child is climbing out of a window. What the hell are the adults in the house doing? Where are they? In an instant, countless people hurriedly picked up their phones to call the police. Some more proactive individuals even planned to try to rescue the child themselves. But before they could act, they heard a series of gasps around them. Look, there's a person hanging on the outer wall of that building, and someone has already climbed up. Oh my, that's the 20th floor. Anyone who sees it would shudder, right? Countless eyes focused on that figure, holding their breath, fearing an accident. Some quick-witted people even raised their phones to record video or even start a live stream. At this moment, Hidong was gripping the window ledge of the 19th floor, his feet on the narrow outer ledge. Looking up, he saw he was one floor away from the little girl. Climbing up was no small challenge. Moreover, there was nothing to grip below where the little girl was stuck, only the 2 to 3 finger-width window ledge to leverage. However, that was enough. If I grab the security window and stand on my tiptoes on that ledge, I should be able to lift her up and send her back to safety. Hidong quickly formulated a rescue plan, took a deep breath, and cautiously began to move his body. Little sister, don't be afraid. Brother is coming to save you right now. Don't move around, I'll be there soon. Thanks to his consistent physical training, his muscles held up when it mattered. Although the process was somewhat difficult, he ultimately succeeded in climbing to the right position. However, the ledge was even narrower than he had imagined. Even standing on tiptoes was difficult. He could only rely on his hands gripping the security window to avoid falling. Hidong glanced down at his feet, trying to keep the abyss-like view out of sight, but the feeling of hanging in midair without support triggered his survival instincts, and fear surged. But this time, his determined will to save the child overcame his physiological fear. Hidong took a deep breath and slowly tried to release his left hand to support the little girl's feet. He hoped that this would lift her and bring her back inside the security window. Little sister, don't be afraid. Step on my hand. Let's try to get back inside. Hidong's idea was sound, but the problem was he was dealing with a 3 or 4-year-old child. A child who had just been frightened and was currently in danger, with her feet dangling and no sense of security. So, when he reached out, the still crying and struggling little girl kicked her leg right onto his hand. With that force, Hidong immediately lost his balance, and his foot slipped, almost causing him to fall. Oh no, he's going to fall. The people around watching Hidong's every move were terrified, their hearts stopping. The cries of men and the screams of women mixed together, filled with urgency and fear. Some even instinctively closed their eyes, afraid to see him fall from such a height. Fortunately, Hidong's right hand was still gripping the security window tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. He swung like a rag in the wind, wobbling several times before finding a chance to step on a narrow ledge, and his left hand also re-grabbed the security window. For the moment, he had narrowly escaped death and managed to stabilize himself. Even so, Hidong was still quite frightened, breathing heavily. He felt a bit dazed, as if his brain had automatically blocked out the sensations and memories of that moment. In the midst of his panic, fear surged like a tide, nearly overwhelming his spirit and destroying his will. The terror of life and death is indeed immense, a sensation that ordinary people would never want to experience a second time after feeling it once. Hidong swallowed hard, his tense body relaxing a bit as he snapped back to reality from his brief daze. He looked up at the little girl, who was also looking down at him with tear-filled eyes. Compared to before, her cries had quieted down significantly, seemingly more stable after kicking him. I was being presumptuous, thinking I could get a child who doesn't understand to cooperate with me. In such a situation, even adults might not be able to stay calm. My recklessness almost got me killed. Hidong sighed, but he still needed to continue the rescue. It's just that this community is filled with ordinary people otherwise. If it were a place with beast tamers living here, I bet before the police arrived, someone would have released a flying spirit beast to make the rescue without any danger. Calculating the time, the police were probably on their way. He just needed to hold on until then. So, Hidong changed his strategy, gripping tightly with both hands while trying to use his head to support the little girl's feet, giving her a stable place to stand. alleviating her fear and unease without putting too much pressure on her neck. With her feet no longer dangling, the little girl gradually calmed down. Although she didn't struggle wildly anymore, she kept mumbling about wanting to find her mom. Hidong could only comfort her, try to divert her attention to stabilize her emotions. Perhaps because of his short hair tickling her feet, the little girl kept moving her feet around, giving him a massage on the top of his head. To this, Hidong could only respond with encouragement and compliments, successfully making the innocent little girl laugh. Tweet! A loud eagle cry came from the sky, and a small black shot toward them at high speed. Before it got close, Hidong could tell by the sound that it was a specific type of spirit beast coming. Is that its Sangyu eagle? A wind-type, high-level leader species, considered one of the most common transportation spirit beasts. However, being able to fly with wings, while common, didn't mean that Sangyu eagles were cheap. Unless one had money, ordinary beast tamers shouldn't even think about it. It was better to work diligently to save up. In an instant, the Sangyu eagle flew close, carrying a heroic-looking police officer on its back. She was dressed in a neatly pressed police uniform, with bright eyes and white skin, looking like the police flower promoting anti-fraud in short videos. When she reached out to safely lift the little girl back inside, Hidong faintly heard a solemn bell tolling in his ears. A surge of merit and virtue flowed into Hidong, the flickering golden light of the Bodhi seed shining brightly, finally being completely filled. However, Hidong was still unaware of the changes in the Bodhi seed, as he was still hanging in midair. After rescuing the little girl, the eagle-riding police officer raised her hand in salute to Hidong, her eyes filled with admiration. Hello, I am Liao, an intern police officer from the Beishai district of Binhai City. Thank you for your assistance this time. To be honest, when Liao first arrived, she was indeed shocked. She never expected someone could climb up to the 20th floor without any protective measures to save someone. Such a person was undoubtedly a true hero. However, when Liao invited this brave person to jump onto the back of the Sangyu eagle, she saw him still holding tightly onto the railing. Officer Li. Hidong smiled awkwardly. I'm a bit afraid of heights. Could you come over and help me? Chapter 3 So-Called Heroes Afraid of Heights? Liao was momentarily stunned and looked down at the distant ground. Even though she had undergone special training, she still felt a pang of anxiety when leaning out. After all, she was just a professional beast master, still bound by her mortal flesh. And a fall from a height could still be fatal. So how did you climb up here? Or did you actually come down from the rooftop? That wouldn't have been easy either. As she asked, Liao stood up and single-handedly grabbed Hidong's clothing, smoothly lifting him onto the broad back of the Sangyu eagle. Thanks to the nurturing benefits from her spirit pet, Liao's physical abilities had long surpassed those of ordinary people, although her arms showed no signs of training. Lifting dozens or even hundreds of kilograms felt as easy as eating or drinking. Sitting in the saddle on the Sangyu eagle's back, Hidong felt half of his worries dissipate. Despite the fact that this adult Sangyu eagle was 3 meters long with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters and could carry up to 3 adults at once thanks to its wind-based skills, there were no barriers on it to provide the safety he desired. I climbed up from the 18th floor, Hidong explained casually while fastening his safety belt. At that time, I wasn't thinking too much. Saving someone was the priority. By the time I realized what was happening, I was already in midair. So I just had to grit my teeth and continue. Liao sensed that Hidong's emotions were quite steady. He didn't seem to have that sense of relief one might expect after escaping danger. It was remarkable that he could rush in to save someone even with his fear of heights. This made her look at Hidong a few more times, curiously asking, "Aren't you afraid? If what's in front of me is worth risking my life for, then fear can be overcome," Hidong replied with a light smile. "Just like if you encountered a ruthless criminal, you'd surely do everything you could to bring them to justice." Hearing this, Liao felt pleased, and her respect for Hidong grew even more. She sighed, to muster the courage at a crucial moment. Putting life and death aside, that is what it means to be a hero. As she was lost in thought, cheers erupted from all directions. People on the surrounding floors who had seen Hidong's actions all poked their heads out. They were shocked by his bravery and awed by his thrilling actions, cheering for him from the bottom of their hearts. Many people asked themselves if they would have had the ability and courage to step up if they had been the closest at that moment. Most answers were negative. They might feel anxious about it, but the most they could do was call the police and wait for professional rescue teams to arrive. This was certainly understandable and could even be considered the most correct course of action. However, it was precisely because of this that those who stepped out from the crowd appeared immensely great. Over the past 3 years, Hidong had encountered all kinds of people while doing good deeds. Although this country, Dongxian, had many superficial differences from the nations of his past life, one thing had never changed. This land was never lacking in individuals who bravely stepped forward in critical moments, and they were usually just ordinary people. Liao was taken aback by his words, then broke into a smile. That's right. That's why we are the Republic of all beings. Unlike those countries like Russia and the European Union, which either still practice imperial rule or aristocratic city-states, they don't even regard ordinary people as human. Hidong didn't respond. He knew little about foreign affairs, only that there were currently 8 human nations on Blue Star. They were Dongxian, Russia, Crescent, and the European Union located on the Eurasian continent, as well as Li Xuan, which spanned across Asia, Europe, and Africa, the Chieftain Alliance located south of the Sahara Desert, and the Star Alliance and Maya located in North and South America, which were always at odds. Other nations had long been completely destroyed in the Cataclysm and Spirit Beast invasions 500 years ago. Their citizens either perished or had fled to other countries and integrated into local communities. The territories of various nations had changed beyond recognition. Hidong felt completely unfamiliar with them. For instance, the northeast county where he lived was no longer 3 provinces, but 5. To this day, the slaughter and conflict between humans and spirit beasts continued. However, within the territories effectively controlled by various nations, it was relatively safe. It must be acknowledged that beast masters had indeed contributed greatly to this. Hold on tight, Liao called out, and the Sanyu eagle soared high into the sky at her signal. The eagle's piercing cry resonated through the clouds, clearly indicating its happiness after hovering for so long. However, Hidong was not as happy. He had never ridden a flying spirit pet before and now found himself feeling queasy, as if he were experiencing motion sickness. Liao sat in front of Hidong, so she didn't notice his discomfort and kindly asked, "Should I take you straight home? Or to the Disabled Spirit Pet Rescue Center? Just take me to Shanghai Beast Master High School. I live on campus," Hidong replied. "All right," Liao responded cheerfully, then gave an unexpected command. "Eagle, accelerate." Hidong instinctively covered his mouth, summoning an astonishing willpower to suppress his body's instincts. After all, if he vomited now, it could end up on Liao. A few minutes later, Hidong returned to his dormitory pale, his steps unsteady, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Thankfully, he had held on and didn't cause trouble for Officer Li. He resolved never to ride the Sanyu eagle again. Even a contracted transportation spirit pet had to be chosen carefully. After taking off his work uniform, Hidong lay down on his bed. As the second-best student in his grade, he currently lived in a single dormitory. Not only did it have a private bathroom, but it also included essential household appliances like air conditioning and a refrigerator. Compared to the terrible environment of his previous life in college, where an 8-person dormitory couldn't even accommodate a set of upper and lower bunk desks for each person, this was simply heaven and hell. Moreover, he had heard that the accommodation conditions at Beastmaster University were even better. It was now June, and summer vacation would soon begin, when school started in September. He would be entering his senior year. However, before that, there was one very important event coming up, the Awakening Ceremony. To put it simply, the school would organize them to open their Beastmaster space before summer vacation and awaken their Beastmaster talents. Only those who succeeded would receive national certification and become apprentice Beastmasters, officially embarking on the path of Beast Mastery. 3 years, huh? Hidong gazed at the ceiling. I'm finally about to become a Beastmaster. If it were another transmigrator, 3 years would probably be enough to become an immortal or a legendary figure. But he was just getting started, which felt somewhat unworthy of the illustrious title of a transmigrator in the Heavenly Dynasty. After all, a skilled cook can't make a meal without rice. Who could blame him for the unreliable seed of enlightenment in his mind? Then, as soon as he entered his consciousness, to check the situation, Hidong was nearly blinded by the overwhelming golden light. What the hell? What's going on? This broken thing is finally full. Is it going to turn into a Bodhi Branch? Chapter 4: Contracting the Bodhi Branch in the Consciousness Sea. The golden light surged, reaching heaven and earth. Layers of golden ripples spread outward from the Bodhi seed at the center. Ethereal shadows of various postures gradually emerged within the golden light, covering all directions like a mural. What is this? It can't be some kind of divine skill, can it? Hidong instantly became alert, staring at the myriad ethereal images, trying to memorize as many as he could. However, the more he looked, the more he felt something was off, ultimately realizing that those ethereal images seemed to be reflections of himself, each one a representation of every good deed he had done over the past 3 years. Moreover, the size of the ethereal images varied according to the amount of merit he had gained. The smaller images depicted simple acts of kindness that any normal person would do if they encountered someone in need. The larger ones required a spirit of self-sacrifice, like donating money or goods to those in need, or volunteering without expecting anything in return. These were the things Hidong had done the most over the past 3 years. The greatest act, of course, is to stand up for what is right, to punish evil and promote good, even at the cost of one's own life. At a glance, the layers of phantoms are densely packed, making it impossible to count how many there are. Have I really done so much and helped so many people? Hidong sighed, feeling a sense of pride welling up in his heart. He looked at the largest phantom, where a tall figure was gripping a rod with both hands, suspended high in the air, unflinchingly supporting the body of a little girl who might fall at any moment. This was a recent event. Only those with great perseverance, great wisdom, great opportunities, and great courage can pass the test. Seeing this, Hidong experienced a moment of clarity and understood the doubts he had been harboring. Previously, I had small acts of kindness and selflessness, sacrificing small benefits for greater righteousness, but I had not shown the courage to sacrifice my life for justice when necessary. So my progress had stalled at the last hurdle, hadn't it? Hidong turned to look at the Bodhi seed and burst into hearty laughter. Ha! If that's the case, then I truly misunderstood you. Clearly, the requirements for clearing the level were laid out, yet I thought I only needed to work hard. No wonder I got stuck. Perhaps because Hidong had successfully met the requirements, the Bodhi seed was no longer silent like before. It floated in the air, swaying left and right around Hidong, as if expressing its protest and dissatisfaction, needing to be coaxed to calm down. All right, it was indeed my fault. Hidong clasped his hands in a bow and said with a wry smile, I reflect, I apologize. Great Bodhi seed, please forgive me this time, considering the merits I have accumulated through years of hard work. Upon hearing this, the Bodhi seed abruptly stopped in midair, seemingly forgiving him. Hidong breathed a sigh of relief. He was truly afraid the Bodhi seed would throw a tantrum and make him go through a tough time. Now it seemed that the Bodhi seed had a childlike temperament and was relatively easy to appease. Seizing the moment, Hidong asked, now that the merits are complete, shouldn't you take root and sprout to become a Bodhi branch? The Bodhi seed, which had just quieted down, suddenly trembled as if it remembered this matter. It quickly spun back to the center of Hidong's sea of consciousness. Crack! Under the crowd of phantoms surrounding and protecting it, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the Bodhi seed, radiating blinding brilliance, like the sun rising. Hidong squinted, watching the glowing Bodhi seed, his heart growing hotter with anticipation. The 3 years of hard work and effort were finally about to bear fruit, which was truly exciting. If it weren't for the slightly lewd rubbing of hands by a fly, he would have acted like that right now. He didn't think this display was materialistic. After all, in life and work, it's all about the results, not the intentions. After all, I am not a saint in the world. Although doing good deeds can indeed bring genuine joy, I cannot help but be troubled by mundane matters like food and expenses. Where is there truly selfless giving? It's just a matter of give and take, choosing the greatest rewards. Hidong mused to himself, watching a tender green sprout emerge from the great sun. Soon after, the myriad phantoms suddenly dissipated, transforming into countless specks of light that surged towards that sprout. Under the nurturing of merits, the green sprout rapidly grew taller, causing the entire sea of consciousness to shake violently. Hidong felt that something was off and realized that his sea of consciousness seemed to be struggling to contain the Bodhi branch. After all, the Bodhi branch is a treasure of merits, and having just been born, it couldn't control the overflowing power it was generating, about to cause a disaster. No. Hidong's expression turned serious, and the joy on his face vanished. If this continued, the sea of consciousness would collapse, and I would die as a result. This moment was akin to the final trial of the 81 tribulations. If I could get through it, there would be vast skies ahead, but if I couldn't, it would be a complete failure. Since the sea of consciousness couldn't bear it, I should create a place that can hold it. Hidong decisively decided to open up his beast taming space in the sea of consciousness. Although this action carried the risk of breaking the law, given the urgent situation, he could only proceed. Fortunately, the school had already taught them how to open the beast taming space in advance. Otherwise, I would likely be in trouble today. Hidong steadied his mind and quickly entered a meditative state, mobilizing the spiritual energy within him. Under the operation of the meditation method, the spiritual energy surged through his meridians like a torrent, gathering towards his brain. The last remaining acupoint was completely opened up under the wash of spiritual energy, forming a complete circulation throughout his body. In the sea of consciousness, Hidong suddenly opened his eyes, reached out to grasp the void, and posed as if swinging a heavy axe. The already trembling sea of consciousness could barely withstand the load, but Hidong still swung down without hesitation, shouting, "Open for me." In an instant, the chaotic sea of consciousness seemed to be split in two, like the world being created anew. This was the exclusive method for beast tamers to enter the path, the Pangu opens the sky method. Following this, a special space capable of contracting and housing spiritual beasts would be born in the sea of consciousness. However, before Hidong could assess the outcome of this action, an unexpected event occurred once again. In the sea of consciousness, two embryonic forms of beast taming spaces appeared simultaneously. The two were born in opposition, rotating like Tai Chi fish, seemingly about to collide. ready to explode into a grand display in Hidong's mind. Damn it. Is it because I'm a transmigrator that there are 2 beast taming spaces? Hidong couldn't help but curse, feeling a sense of fate and destiny. If this had happened at another time, he would have been genuinely happy. But now it was just too much trouble. Wasn't it said that good people would be rewarded? Or is it that my fortune is too shallow to bear such great rewards? Just as Hidong resigned himself to his fate, a ray of golden light suddenly surged into the 2 beast taming spaces, stopping their collision. The Bodhi Branch. Hidong looked at the scene in surprise, not expecting it to intervene at such a critical moment. Under the Bodhi Branch's mediation, the 2 beast taming spaces gradually merged into a larger, more solid space. Hidong quickly seized the opportunity, directing his thoughts towards the Bodhi Branch, which was about to complete its transformation. His eyes widened. He raised his tightly clenched fist and shouted with fervor, "With my soul as a guide, I invite you to join me in a bond that transcends life and death." Contract. Chapter 5. Enlightening the Orchid of Gentlemen. Soul contract is the highest form of contract between a beast tamer and a spiritual beast. Generally speaking, it is rare for a beast tamer to choose to use a soul contract when signing with a spiritual beast for the first time. This is because if they later find that their personalities are incompatible or even have significant conflicts, it becomes much harder to dissolve the contract. After all, this is a contract on the level of the soul. Even if both parties are willing to part ways amicably, the backlash they must endure is very severe. Therefore, the vast majority of beast tamers will choose a secondary blood contract or spirit contract when signing with a spiritual beast for the first time. In this case, even if they have to dissolve the contract, the backlash will be less severe, resulting in only some loss of vitality. Moreover, a spirit contract signed using spiritual energy incurs no burden when being dissolved, hence it is referred to as a temporary contract. To put it simply, it is similar to the difference between a lifelong employee and a temporary worker. However, most beast tamers eventually choose to upgrade their contracts to the soul contract level. This is because only the soul contract allows the beast tamer and their spiritual companion to communicate and work together harmoniously. The blood contract can only allow a vague sense of each other's location within a certain range, while the lowest level spirit contract has no additional enhancements whatsoever. Overall, they each have their advantages and disadvantages. Faced with Hidong's invitation, the Bodhi Branch did not hesitate to agree. After all, they had been together for 3 years, and there was no need to be coy at the end. The pentagram, symbolizing the 5 elements, formed in the air and landed on the Bodhi Branch. The sea of consciousness suddenly darkened, and the Bodhi Branch was immediately collected into the Beast Master space after the contract was successfully established. The trembling sea of consciousness gradually calmed down, no longer feeling like it might collapse at any moment. Hidong gasped for breath, his tense mind relaxed, and he murmured to himself, "It seems to have succeeded." He really didn't expect that so many complications would arise during this process, and he almost died here. But with decisiveness and wits, he managed to pull through and successfully contracted the Bodhi Branch. Surviving a great disaster must bring future blessings. This is not self-comfort, after all. His fortune has already been collected. If this were the Pokemon world, shouldn't I shout, "I finally captured the Bodhi Branch." Of course, when he was younger, this thing was still called a Pokemon, pocket monster, or pet elf. He had once fantasized about having his own yellow mouse, traveling across mountains and rivers with it, experiencing various battles and adventures, making all kinds of friends, and ultimately becoming the champion of the league. And now, although the form is slightly different, the dreams of his youth actually have a chance to come true. With a thought, Hidong arrived in the Beast Master space, looking at this vast little world. The teacher of cultivation studies had once said that the Beast Master space not only serves the purpose of contracting and housing spiritual pets, but also accelerates their stamina and energy recovery, significantly increasing their growth rate. This is also an important reason why some spiritual beasts are willing to sign contracts with beast masters. Besides, the mutual benefit is the real guarantee for both parties to reach long-term cooperation. Therefore, the talent of a beast master is determined by this. The larger the beast master space, the more spiritual pets one can contract and accommodate compared to others, the stronger the function. The faster the spiritual pets can grow and become stronger. A trainee beast master space can usually only contract 1 extraordinary level spiritual pet, and even those with exceptional talent cannot exceed 3, but I seem to have 10 contract slots. Hidong felt the feedback from the beast master space. His eyes filled with shock. This means that he can contract 10 extraordinary level spiritual pets at the trainee stage. Or, he could exchange these 10 extraordinary level spiritual pets for 2 commander level ones, or even 1 lord level one. However, a spiritual beast born with lord level strength would probably have to be a cub of a dominant level species. Such beings cannot be bought even with money. Let alone Hidong might not even have enough to buy extraordinary level ones. Forget it. Just the Bodhi Branch has already taken up more than half of my contract slots. So it's no wonder the sea of consciousness couldn't bear it. Hidong didn't feel regret about this. After all, awakening a dual beast master space was an unexpected joy. Moreover, he hadn't done much charity in the past 3 years, and his account really didn't have much money left. Since that's the case, why not take a look at the Bodhi Branch first and see what surprises it can bring me? Hidong raised his hand, and a long, emerald green branch appeared in his hand in an instant. The surface of the entire Bodhi Branch flowed with a faint golden light of virtue. And as soon as Hidong held it, he quickly understood its abilities. By consuming virtue, he could mobilize the power of creation. In other words, I still have to continue doing good deeds in the future? Hidong smiled faintly. He hadn't planned to stop doing good anyway, so this was quite coincidental. The power of creation can not only enlighten all things in the world into living beings, but can also lead living beings into a state of enlightenment. Enlightening living beings. He could understand, but what could this so-called enlightenment reveal? Adhering to the principle that practice leads to true knowledge, Hidong decided to consume a bit of virtue for experimental exploration. Alas, most of the virtue accumulated over 3 years was consumed during the growth of the Bodhi seed into the Bodhi branch, leaving only some scraps, which could be said to be a return to square one, unable to enlighten anything too complicated. Opening his eyes, Hidong's consciousness returned to reality, and he casually glanced around the dormitory. Finally, his gaze landed on a green plant on the windowsill, feeling that it seemed the most suitable. It was a very common clivia, with deep green, thick leaves arranged neatly in 2 rows from the stem, broad and strap-like, with a cluster of orange flowers extending from the center. Named for its dignified and elegant appearance, it is also loved by many for its charming and varied looks. The flower language, noble, gentle and courteous, talented yet humble, successful yet not arrogant, residing in the valley yet not feeling inferior. Miss June. Hidong performed a ceremonial fist salute. In the spirit of fate, I will grant you a creation. As he spoke, he summoned the Bodhi branch and waved the flowing golden branch towards the clivia, and the power of creation fell smoothly upon it. There was no wind in the room, but the clivia's leaves suddenly trembled, and the central umbel swayed left and right towards Hidong, as if responding to him. Joy, excitement, affection. Hidong felt several simple emotions conveyed by the clivia, and at the same time, he noticed that his spiritual power was continuously depleting, but still within an acceptable range. It turns out that using the Bodhi branch also requires consuming spiritual power? That makes sense. Additionally, based on the amount of spiritual power and virtue provided, it seems I can determine whether this enlightenment is temporary or permanent, which is quite convenient. Given that the clivia doesn't consume much red and blue, Hidong decided to go all the way and transform it into a spiritual beast. Of course, doing so was also to observe the strength of the clivia after it transformed into a spiritual beast to have a clearer understanding. Under the cold moonlight, the clivia radiated a luminous white glow, welcoming the leap in its life level. Chapter 6. Clivia Spirit. After the light of evolution dissipated, the clivia revealed its form under Hidong's eager and curious gaze. It stood about half a meter tall, with a petite and slender body, its skin a light green, and its hair composed of slender clivia leaves, with a small flower bud on top. With root-like feet, it clearly possessed the ability to leave the soil and move freely. Just this glance, Hidong recognized this spiritual beast evolved from the clivia. This is a wood-type spiritual beast, the advanced extraordinary race of clivia spirit. Hidong hurriedly picked up the Beast Master Pokédex on his desk and quickly flipped through it. Soon, he found the corresponding existence in the wood-type section, which looked exactly like the illustration. I was right. Moreover, I remember that the clivia spirit seems to have only one evolution path. Skimming through the information on the clivia spirit and its subsequent evolution, Hidong read rapidly. Once the clivia spirit's strength reaches the extraordinary limit, it may evolve into the advanced commander race of clivia dancer. The clivia dancer has a silhouette similar to that of a young girl, with skin of a blue-green hue, and its hair still made of slender clivia leaves, but the color transitions from emerald green to orange-red, with the budding clivia flower bud emitting a faint floral fragrance. As for the third evolution, it will allow the clivia dancer to evolve into the celestial clivia queen, entering the ranks of the lords. Although it is still a low-level lord, it is already a miraculous transformation compared to the starting point of the clivia. Is this the extraordinary path that all things possess? Hidong looked at the exquisite illustration of the celestial clivia queen, whose figure was taller than that of the clivia dancer, with hair transformed into interconnected petals, the color shifting from orange-red to a noble gold. Additionally, the celestial clivia queen wore a crown woven from clivia flowers on her head and donned a long robe made of clivia leaves, looking majestic and noble. Although still a single attribute, The Celestial Clivia Queen not only possesses powerful healing abilities, but also continuously provides an inspiring effect for companions when present. Clearly, the positioning of the Celestial Clivia Queen is that of a healer and support. In the individual, duo, team, and legion competitions, he performed quite well. However, what disappointed Hidong was that the illustrated guide only provided these descriptions and did not reveal the specific evolution methods for each stage. Either the Beast Mastery Illustrated Guide did not cover this part, or the relevant knowledge required payment to access. Hidong leaned towards the latter possibility. After all, this was something that others had worked hard to research and explore. Theoretically, spirit beasts have the potential to evolve into something stronger at any stage. But no one knows the correct way to do it, or how to make their spirit pets evolve. Furthermore, reality is not a game. Failed evolution also has its costs. The consequences can range from serious injuries and a decline in strength to severe soul distortion, a complete dead end, or even death. Therefore, the vast majority of beast masters do not blindly seek evolution after cultivating their spirit pets to their limits. This is a point repeatedly emphasized in the fundamentals of beast mastery to prevent novice beast masters from recklessly experimenting. As Hidong mentally reviewed the knowledge he had just absorbed, he read the introduction under the evolution path of the orchid spirit. Professor Chen Zuxiang, a botanist, an academician at the Spirit Beast Research Institute, a master-level beast master, currently teaching at Jiangxing Agricultural University. To sum it up, the big shot is impressive. The evolution path of the orchid spirit was his undergraduate thesis completed solely by himself during university. At the end of the introduction, there was also a photo of a young Chen Zuxiang holding the world's first orchid bud spirit, his kind and radiant smile resembling a proud father holding his daughter. Lan Lan. Hidong looked down and found that the orchid bud spirit had unknowingly run to his feet, extending its little hands to gently embrace his leg. The lively and adorable little creature looked up at him, its sparkling eyes filled with admiration, as if it were coquettishly asking for a hug. In that instant, Hidong somewhat understood Professor Chen Zuxiang's feelings back then and picked up the orchid bud spirit. The little creature immediately showed an extremely happy smile, opening its arms to wrap around Hidong's neck. Just then, Hidong suddenly felt a warmth in his fingers, and a wealth of information flooded his mind. Orchid bud spirit, type, plant spirit, attribute, wood trait, none status, healthy, growth level, juvenile phase, low level extraordinary, race level, high level extraordinary skills, rooting, photosynthesis. Leaf blade description, a wood type spirit beast evolved from the orchid, dislikes strong light, enjoys coolness. Its leaves can purify the air, absorb dust, and have considerable medicinal value. It loves to drink alcohol, and fulfilling its small wish can increase its favorability. What is going on? Hidong was a bit dazed, and after some thought, he had a delayed realization. Right. Could this be my beast mastery talent? After opening the beast master space, a beast mastery talent would accompany it. So, Hidong immediately set aside the Beast Master Illustrated Guide and picked up the complete guide to Beast Master talents for research. As a result, after checking the entire table of contents, he surprisingly found no talent that matched its effect. There can only be one possibility. I have awakened a new talent that has not yet been officially recorded. This is not particularly rare. Every year, many new talents are reported to the relevant departments during awakenings. The effects of beast mastery talents vary widely and can generally be divided into three main types: combat type, support type, and special type. Generally speaking, combat type talents enable beast masters to fight alongside their spirit pets. And some particularly strong beast masters can even have their spirit pets act as their support. Support type talents, as the name suggests, assist spirit pets in combat, providing various enhancements and support, making it the most common type among the three. As for special type talents, they encompass a variety of beast mastery talents that cannot be classified as combat or support, with significant differences in the effects exhibited by different talents. In that case, should mine be classified as a special type talent? Hidong attempted to categorize his beast mastery talent and conducted a test. The result was that by touching, he could collect information about spirit beasts, and it only worked on spirit beasts. Hidong sat on a chair, playfully teasing the orchid bud spirit in his arms, while quietly pondering. It was a straightforward and practical ability, but it had certain limitations. Collecting information on wild spirit beasts would be quite troublesome. Since it wasn't in the official catalog, I might as well give it a name for now. Let's call it the Hand of Appraisal. However, Hidong then thought of a new question. Since he had two Beast Master spaces, what about the Beast Mastery talents? Or is it that because the Beast Master spaces merged, there is only one talent now? Chapter 7. Beast Master Talent in the Early Morning. As the sun began to rise, Hidong was leisurely jogging around the playground after completing a 30-kilometer morning run. Although summer was approaching, the mornings and evenings in Bincheng were still cool, and the gentle breeze was quite refreshing. The entire campus was quiet. Apart from a few early risers with a habit of getting up early, most boarding students were still fast asleep in their dormitories. Is it only 6:30? Hee-dong checked the time. It was almost half the usual duration. Although the physical fitness of ordinary people in this world is generally stronger than in his past life due to the enrichment of spiritual energy, even someone who exercises daily would typically take over 20 minutes to run 10 kilometers. But now, Hee-dong had completed 30 kilometers in an even shorter time. Hee-dong looked up at the sun, feeling the incredible recovery speed of his physical strength. In less than a few minutes, after exhausting his stamina, he felt his body filled with energy again. All of this was thanks to his second Beast Mastery talent, sharing. This talent had already been officially recorded and could be found in the complete guide to Beast Master talents. Its effect allowed the Beast Master to unconditionally choose one skill from all contracted spirit pets for use. To verify its effect, Hee-dong signed a spirit contract with the Orchid Bud Spirit, and he chose to share the skill of photosynthesis. Photosynthesis is a racial skill commonly possessed by wood-type spirit beasts. Its effect is to help the user recover stamina, with the recovery speed depending on the current weather. It can be considered a very powerful endurance skill, which is why it has been rated as a mid-level skill. Hee-dong had tried using photosynthesis while running, and as a result, he found that he was not tired at all while running at his usual pace. To find the limits of photosynthesis recovery effect, Hee-dong continuously increased his speed while running, eventually pushing himself to the limit by sprinting 10 kilometers before successfully exhausting his stamina. This was still in the morning. What if it were during the scorching midday sun? If Kwafu had this ability, he could probably keep up with the sun until the end of time. Hee-dong couldn't help but chuckle, then remembered that Kwafu, strictly speaking, didn't die from exhaustion but from thirst. However, the reason photosynthesis was so effective was that it was a passive skill that did not require the consumption of spiritual power. If it were an active skill, due to the human body's spiritual power reserves not matching those of spirit beasts, the power and number of times the skill could be used would be reduced. But what does that have to do with me? I have opened 2 Beast Master spaces. Both my spiritual power reserves and recovery speed are more than double that of others, although there are certain limitations and drawbacks to using it. Sharing is still considered a rare good talent. Although some have said that there are no useless Beast Mastery talents, only Beast Masters who can't use them. The facts prove that this saying is just useless toxic soup. Beast Mastery talents do indeed have differences in strength and weakness. Looking at the cards in his hand, Hee-dong felt that his future was incredibly bright, and becoming a master-level Beast Master was just a small goal that was within reach. Since that was the case, he could only set his sights higher. For example, becoming the youngest national or even world-class Beast Master in history. After finishing his morning exercise, Hee-dong returned to the dormitory with breakfast. As soon as he closed the door, he summoned Lan Yiling from the beast space. The little guy immediately wanted a hug as soon as it landed, and Hee-dong naturally did not refuse its act of cuteness. He picked it up and asked, "Did you wake up? Was it comfortable in the beast space?" Lan Yiling nodded happily, clearly satisfied with its time in the beast space. For most spiritual beasts, the aura-rich environment in the beast space made them feel incredibly comfortable. That's good. Hee-dong patted Lan Yiling's little head and stuffed a red bean bun into its hands. "Try this. This is human food." Lan Yiling tilted its head adorably, holding the soft, white red bean bun and looking around. Finally, it took a big bite and let out a joyful exclamation. Lan Yiling waved the red bean bun excitedly, its eyes sparkling, and turned to try to offer a bite to Hee-dong, wanting him to share. "Haha, I'm glad you like it." Hee-dong laughed heartily. "Normally, I should prepare some special food that helps wood-type spiritual beasts grow. But those can only be bought in specialized places. Regular human food isn't that spiritual beasts can't eat. It's just that it doesn't effectively replenish their energy. However, wood-type spiritual beasts are notoriously easy to take care of. Just bask in the sun and water them, and their daily needs are met. Of course, if you only do that, it will only ensure the wood-type spiritual beast stays alive without dying. Growing and becoming stronger is out of the question. If you like it, eat more. I have plenty here. By the way, do you want to try some sweet soybean milk?" Hee-dong pulled out the red bean bun to show Lan Yiling and took a big bite himself. The red bean buns from the school cafeteria are thin-skinned and filled generously, making them the best breakfast item. Seeing this, Lan Yiling happily took back the red bean bun and continued to munch on it. After finishing breakfast, Hee-dong put Lan Yiling back into the beast space. He still had to go to school today and was uneasy about leaving the little guy alone in the room. After all, this was a child that had just been born less than a day ago and didn't understand many things. After washing up and getting ready, Hee-dong put on the school uniform of Songhai Beast Master High School, which resembled a suit. To be honest, this was something he wouldn't have even dared to imagine in his past life, and he had only seen it in so-called foreign anime. Speaking of which, The Awakening Ceremony's opening ceremony was this morning, and then the school would arrange for us to open the beast space in batches. Thinking of this, Hidong couldn't help but stop adjusting his clothes. It should be fine, right? Although opening the beast space without permission is illegal. Who would come to check at the Awakening Ceremony? In Dongxian, only those who are over 18 and have passed professional assessments can open the beast space under the supervision of the state and the Beastmaster Association. Violators will face a prison sentence of 3 to 5 years, and the punishment is quite severe. Hidong thought about the situation he had seen in previous years. It seemed that there really weren't any related inspection measures, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Once the Awakening Ceremony is over, in 2 weeks, summer vacation will start. I should also think about the matter of contracting a battle pet. Although he had contracted Lan Yuling, Hidong did not intend to treat it as his main training target. One reason was that its starting point was too low, and it would be troublesome to cultivate it in a short time. The second reason was that its potential wasn't high. The Tianlan Queen could only evolve into a lord level. Not to mention, just in the Northeast County, the 5 major beast families each have the potential and means to evolve into overlords. The 5 families are great, but they seem unaffordable. If I want to have an initial battle pet with excellent potential, I can only rely on the transformative power of the Bodhi Branch. Chapter 8. A good student in his adolescence won't dream of a supergirl at 7 a.m., Songhai Beastmaster High School. A large group of students was gathered on the road leading to the teaching building, watching the excitement. A handsome boy, who looked like he had dressed up deliberately, was holding flowers and charging forward for love. Blocking his path was the widely recognized genius school flower of Songhai Beastmaster High School, Yixinga. Despite being excited and blushing, the handsome boy mustered all his strength to shout out his confession. Yixinga, I like you, please be my girlfriend. Please. As the protagonist of the confession event, Yixinga slightly frowned, and a hint of impatience flashed in her violet eyes, as if her good mood for the day had been ruined. Then, she revealed a gentle smile and confirmed, this unknown classmate, who seems to be overflowing with hormones this early morning. Are you sure you are confessing to me? If someone familiar with Yixinga were present, they would know she was already angry at this moment. But the handsome boy didn't know. He was just a new transfer student to Songhai Beastmaster High School. Ever since he met Yixinga at school, he had fallen deeply for her. After tossing and turning for several days, he decided to confess directly to her, not even considering the possibility of rejection, as he felt certain he would win her heart. That's right. I am confessing to you. It doesn't matter if you don't know me now. You'll get to know me later. Seeing the handsome boy so brave, the surrounding students couldn't help but take a few steps back, fearing they might get splashed with blood. Murmurs arose from the crowd. Where did this fool come from? How dare he do something so reckless? Seems like he just transferred here. He probably doesn't know that Yi is a spiritual energy user. Hiss. Didn't this kid do any research before confessing? Now he's done for. Yeah, it's been nearly 2 years since such a scene has happened, right? Back then, those who harassed Yi were. As they spoke, the surrounding people fell silent, fearing they would attract Yixinga's attention. In fact, Yixinga hadn't done anything too outrageous back then. She merely used a little trick to make those ignorant guys publicly humiliate themselves. And then those who lost face would automatically transfer and disappear. To Yixinga, this method was already quite gentle. What should I do this time? Should I make him run naked around the school? No, that's a bit too much. How about I make him reveal all his dark history here? Thinking this, a glint of blue light flashed in Yixinga's violet eyes. Let's do that. I'm afraid I'll get infected if I stay with such a fool for too long. Just as Yixinga was about to use her superpower to invade and manipulate the handsome boy, a loud shout suddenly came from the back of the crowd. What are you all doing here? First years, don't you have morning reading? Second years, have you prepared for the awakening ceremony? Hurry up and disperse. Hearing the principal's roar, the students immediately scattered like mice seeing a cat, quickly turning to walk towards the teaching building, fearing they would be caught if they moved too slowly. The handsome boy, of course, was directly taken down on the spot. Which class are you from? What's your name? Call your parents here right now. Faced with the fierce principal, the handsome boy's flushed face turned pale with fright. Meanwhile, Yixinga turned around just in time to see Hidong waving at her from a distance. So, she stepped over with her long black stockings. Principal, did you call for me? Yes, you should thank me for helping you get out of trouble. Yixinga pouted slightly and said unhappily, I could have handled it myself. Handled it? You would have just beaten him to death, okay? From a social perspective, Hidong shook his head, knowing how dark-hearted and ruthless Yixinga could be. But it can't all be blamed on her. After all, if she hadn't been ruthless enough, she probably wouldn't have made it this far. Don't worry, that guy won't bother you again because he's about to be expelled from school, Hidong said casually. Yixinga didn't say much more because she didn't care anyway. 10 a.m. After several rounds of speeches from leaders and various representatives, the opening ceremony of the awakening ceremony finally concluded. Hidong couldn't say much about it since he was one of the representatives giving a speech. Next, the students would be arranged to enter the Beast Master space in batches. Since the order was determined by their professional assessment scores, both Hidong and Yixinga were in the first batch. As soon as they arrived outside the designated meditation classroom, they saw a few police officers standing at the door alongside the teacher. What surprised Hidong was that he recognized one of them, Officer Liao. "What are you doing here?" Hearing the greeting, Liao, who was busy setting up equipment, turned around and saw Hidong. "It's you." Liao smiled and walked over. "Are you here for the awakening?" "Yeah." Hidong nodded and asked, "Officer Li, what's going on here? I don't remember this kind of setup in previous years." "I'm not sure either." Liao scratched her head and replied, "Anyway, the higher-ups issued a command, and we just have to execute it. Who knows why they suddenly want to check this?" Although Hidong's expression remained unchanged, his heart was already in turmoil. He felt quite unlucky. Something that had never happened in previous years was happening to him this year. However, this was not the time to complain. He needed to think of a way to get through the inspection quickly. "By the way, I suddenly remembered a little rumor." Liao lowered her voice and said, "I forgot who mentioned it, but it seems someone discovered that many cases in recent years have been related to illegal transcendent beings, which is why they suddenly launched a large-scale inspection." As soon as Liao finished speaking, she heard a colleague calling her to hurry back to work. So she said goodbye to Hidong. At this moment, Hidong didn't notice anything else. He was racking his brain trying to figure out how to break the deadlock. It seemed that the inspection was unavoidable, and without accepting the inspection, they couldn't enter the meditation room, and a series of processes after awakening couldn't be completed. There was no way to bypass the inspection and register as Beast Masters. Now to find a reason to leave? No, that would be suspicious. Meanwhile, Yixinga noticed Hidong's unusual behavior. Although she didn't know why Hidong suddenly changed, she didn't ask. After all, Hidong only changed his expression after seeing those police officers, so the problem was likely with them. Since that was the case, it would be easy to resolve. Then, a hint of deep blue light flashed in Yixinga's eyes. Chapter 9. Accomplices in an instant. The movements of everyone around them momentarily paused. Then, everything returned to normal. Those who needed to speak did so, and those who needed to work continued their tasks. Before Yixinga could do anything, Hidong had already noticed her small action and grabbed her arm. "Wait, are you crazy? Using psychic abilities to control the thoughts of government officials? What do you want to do?" Yixinga blinked and replied lightly, "It's nothing. I just saw you looking troubled and wanted to help you solve a little trouble. No need to thank me." "No." Hidong immediately refused. "If you get caught for this kind of misconduct, it won't just be under 3 years. I don't want to spend my youth in prison. What are you afraid of?" "It's not the first time I've done this." Yixinga chuckled. "Like a seductive witch. Or are you saying you don't trust my family's top-notch lawyer team?" "It's precisely because I trust your lawyer team too much," Hidong said irritably. "At that point, I might inexplicably become the main culprit, while you reach a plea deal and avoid prosecution." Seeing Hidong sighing, Yixinga smiled with delight. "Don't worry, I once let them do that. So what exactly are you worried about?" "I encountered a bit of danger earlier and had to open the Beast Master space ahead of time in a hurry." Hidong didn't hesitate much and revealed the truth to Yixinga. After all, there was no need for secrets between them. "So, quickly lift your ability. You really can't help with this. Your ability only works on living beings, and that detection device is an inanimate object. Moreover, it's connected to the internet. So the test results will likely be uploaded to the police database in real time." Yixinga frowned upon hearing this. Hidong was right. Most of her current abilities only worked on living beings, and when it came to inanimate objects, they could only be destroyed. "So what do you plan to do? Just surrender?" "Don't rush. I'm still thinking about it." "Wait, living beings and inanimate objects?" Hidong's eyes lit up as he caught a fleeting inspiration and came up with a solution. "I have an idea now. The only problem is that there are surveillance cameras in the hallway, making it inconvenient to execute." Just as he finished speaking, Yixinga snapped her fingers and said, "The cameras have already been destroyed by my telekinesis." Hidong looked up at the surveillance camera on the ceiling and found that its exterior seemed fine. It seemed that Yixinga had just destroyed the internal structure. Although the method was a bit crude, it was simple and practical. It can only be said that she truly deserved to be jokingly referred to as the Phoenix Overlord and the Superpower Queen. Generally speaking, psychics only awaken one type of ability, which is similar to the skills of spirit beasts. However, Yixinga was not scientific at all. She would awaken a new ability every few years. Once she opened the Beast Master space and her spiritual energy storage increased significantly, she might even be stronger than spirit beasts. "So what is your plan? Is there anything I need to cooperate with?" "I definitely need you. Focus your psychic ability and get ready to help me control the detection device." Yixinga was a bit doubtful, but still obediently did as told, preparing to see what kind of trick Hidong could come up with. Hidong naturally noticed the look of doubt on Yixinga's face and chuckled lightly. Since psychic intrusion can't control inanimate objects, Why not turn it into a living being? What? Yixinga's eyes widened in shock, as if she had heard something unbelievable. But the next moment, she saw Hidong directly reach out and touch the detection device, his fingertips suddenly glowing with a golden light. With the shared effect, even without summoning the Bodhi Branch's main body, Hidong could still enlighten living beings. I didn't have much merit left after enlightening the orchid. It wasn't enough for the orchid spirit to gain enlightenment once to see the effect, but now I've spent quite a bit again. It seems I need to find time to do good deeds and accumulate merit quickly. Fortunately, this time only temporary enlightenment is needed. So the required merit and spiritual energy aren't much. A brief flash of evolutionary light passed, and the detection device, which looked like a subway security check, awakened from its ignorance. The red and blue lights on top transformed into its eyes, and before it could fully open them, they closed again. Beside them, Yixinga looked at the detection device, then turned to Hidong. Is this your Beastmaster talent? Or have you awakened your spiritual energy? In her perception, the detection device had indeed transformed into a living entity. She immediately used her ability to control it, and the process went unusually smoothly. Sort of. Hidong replied ambiguously while activating his identification hand. Police multifunctional detection device. Type: mechanical, attribute. Metal, characteristic. None, status. Temporary living entity, growth level. Low ordinary, race level. Low commander skill. See-through introduction. Under its spiritual eye, all contraband will be exposed. After comparing with the orchid spirit, Hidong came to a conclusion. Indeed, the quality of the things themselves determines the upper limit of their enlightenment. While the amount invested during the enlightenment process affects the initial strength and potential of the awakened spiritual beast, Yixinga was somewhat dissatisfied with Hidong's previous answer. What is what it is, and it is not what it does not mean. Don't you often say that secrets make women more attractive? Hidong smiled and teased. What's wrong? Can't men have secrets? You're starting to get curious, aren't you? That's right. Yixinga not only did not back down, but instead seized the opportunity. I'm very curious. I wonder if the handsome and charming Mr. Hidong can satisfy a girl's curiosity? It's not the right time yet. Let's talk about it when you fall for it. Hidong deflected the question with a few words. He wasn't ready for the Bodhi Branch to be revealed publicly. All right, let's act quickly. It's about time. I'll walk past the detector now, and you use your ability to intercept and alter the detection results. I don't need to explain the specifics, right? Don't worry. Altering memories is my specialty. Yixinga slightly lifted her chin, crossing her arms in a very confident manner. Hidong stepped forward, handing his student ID and ID card to the teacher and the nearby police officer. Then, he walked into the scanning range of the detector, standing still for nearly a minute before successfully passing. After exiting, Hidong turned to look at Yixinga, and as their eyes met, they both simultaneously released their abilities. Everything returned to normal in silence, as if nothing had happened, and everyone continued with their work as usual. Hidong, you can now enter the meditation room. I don't need to remind you of the precautions, right? Yixinga, please step forward and stand in that circle for a minute. I'll go in first. Hidong waved to Yixinga, wishing you all the best. Wait. Yixinga suddenly called out to Hidong, enthusiastically suggesting, how about a bet? Let us wager on who can create a larger beast space with more contract positions. The loser treats the winner to a meal. Hidong sighed, already knowing that Yixinga's gambling addiction had kicked in. Sure, but I can only afford street food. Chapter 10. Enlightenment entering the meditation room. Hidong casually found a single room, sat on a cushion, and began to pretend to meditate. To ensure the safety of students' cultivation, the meditation room was monitored, so he had to maintain the appearance. Creating a beast space was indeed quite dangerous. Every year, students fail to open their brain acupoints or fail to grasp the Pangu opening heaven method, resulting in severe backlash. Some may need to rest in bed for over half a month, while others may even lose their lives. However, it was precisely because of this danger that teachers repeatedly emphasized the importance of the awakening ceremony. Those who could enter this meditation room for awakening were all top students, so there shouldn't be any major issues. With this in mind, Hidong's consciousness entered the beast space, ready to entertain the Lanya Ling to pass the time. As soon as Hidong entered, he saw Lanya Ling bouncing around the Bodhi Branch, making sounds of lon. The Bodhi Branch, which had been rooted on the ground, floated in the air, high enough that Lanya Ling could not reach it. This scene looked like a little sister wanting to play with her aloof older sister, who ignored her. Upon seeing Hidong's consciousness, Lanya Ling immediately abandoned the Bodhi Branch and ran towards him. After the annoying Lanya Ling left, the Bodhi Branch slowly descended, its entire branch becoming much straighter. Hidong opened his arms to catch the flying Lanya Ling and gave it its favorite head pat, making the little creature giggle. You must be a bit bored here, right? After all, there's nothing here yet, and aside from sleeping comfortably, there's not much else to do. Especially since that self-absorbed guy refuses to play with you. Hearing Hidong say this, Lan Yiling began to gesture, explaining that the Bodhi Branch sister was playing a game of jumping to reach higher, but unfortunately, it had never succeeded. Is that so? Since you say so, I'll take your word for it. I have to say, Lan Yiling is really understanding. No wonder it evolved from a gentleman orchid. Walking closer to the Bodhi Branch, Hidong reached out to touch it, but the Bodhi Branch slightly turned its tip to evade him. However, the more the Bodhi Branch did this, the more Hidong wanted to pet it, and they ended up in a playful standoff for quite a while. Ultimately, the Bodhi Branch chose to compromise, allowing Hidong to give it a solid pet, stopping its childish behavior. Hee, what is the use of hiding? The beast's space is this big, where can you hide? Upon hearing this, the Bodhi Branch drooped its leaves slightly, realizing that Hidong had a point. After petting the Bodhi Branch, Hidong noticed that he had received a merit reward not long ago. Where did this come from? If I calculate the time, it seems to be when I saw Yixinga being confessed to and went to find the head teacher, right? Could it be because I inadvertently saved that guy, sparing him from social death? Hidong thought about it and felt it made sense since social death has a significant impact on people. Little did he know how many people's last wishes before dying were to destroy their computer hard drives, wanting to leave a clean slate in the world. Unfortunately, such good deeds are not easy to encounter. It's not a long-term solution, just a pleasant surprise. To be honest, Hidong had just had the idea of setting up a trap to lure someone to confess to Yixinga, but upon reflection, it felt too unethical. Of course, the most important thing was that if Yixinga found out, he might be crushed by her telekinesis. Even if he earned merit, it should be done honorably. He must earn it standing up and not go astray. Hidong firmly reaffirmed his moral compass, then began to think about how to use the remaining merit he had. Should he continue saving it? Or should he try to see if he could enlighten Lan Yiling once? After pondering for more than half a minute, Hidong ultimately chose the latter. Firstly, he wanted to see what effect enlightenment would have. Secondly, he wanted to establish a basic division using Lan Yiling as a benchmark. If the merit consumed to enlighten the gentleman orchid was considered 100 points, then the merit consumed to temporarily enlighten the police detection device was about 50. How many units of merit would it take to enlighten Lan Yiling once? Before Hidong could call out, the Bodhi Branch flew into his hand, sensing his intent. You get so proactive as soon as it's about doing something serious. Sometimes being too serious isn't good. Hidong mused as he waved the Bodhi Branch and tapped it on Lan Yiling's head. The merit golden light suddenly drained away, transforming into transformative power that surged into Lan Yiling's body. Lan Yiling initially thought Hidong was playing with the Bodhi Branch sister, but before it could react, the little creature suddenly fell into a mysterious feeling. Watching Lan Yiling fall into silence, Hidong felt that its current state resembled how he looked when meditating, indicating that it had successfully entered the state of enlightenment. He was curious to see what it would comprehend. The waiting time wasn't too long, and Hidong didn't keep track of exactly how long it took. When Lan Yiling awakened, it immediately excitedly unleashed a skill. The little creature waved its small hands, trying its best to conjure a milky white light. Then, it raised it high above its head, tiptoeing as if presenting a treasure to Hidong, showcasing its newly learned skill. Lan. This is Lan Leaf Healing? Hidong recognized it at a glance, but just to be safe, he still used the identification hand. Lan Yiling, type, plant spirit grass, attribute. Wood characteristic, none status, healthy, growth level, juvenile stage, low level extraordinary, race level, high level extraordinary skills, rooting, photosynthesis, leaf blade. Orchid leaf healing, gained through enlightenment. Introduction, a wood-type spirit beast evolved from the clivia. It dislikes bright light and prefers a cool environment. Its leaves can purify the air and absorb dust, and it has considerable medicinal value. It loves to drink alcohol, and fulfilling its small wish can increase its affection. Indeed, it is the orchid leaf healing. Hidong showed a look of surprise. If I remember correctly, this is a racial skill that awakens only after Lan Yiling evolves into Lan Wuzhe, and it is the most valuable existence in this evolutionary path. Among all skills, healing skills are definitely considered rare. Moreover, orchid leaf healing is regarded as a high-level skill with good effects among healing skills. It seems I have never heard of such a precedent where orchid leaf healing awakens at the stage of Lan Yiling. To be safe, Hidong decided to wait until he returned to carefully check the materials, but he could still feel the power of the enlightenment effect. It is known that teaching spirit pets to learn new skills is the most time-consuming, costly, and resource-intensive task, but now it only requires merit. If I weren't afraid of being disliked by the Bodhi Branch, Hidong would want to hug it and give it a big kiss. It truly is his caring little cotton-padded jacket. However, this also means there are more things to verify. Can enlightenment be used multiple times on the same skill? Also, enlightenment shouldn't only help spirit pets learn skills, right? What about comprehending combat techniques? Just as Hidong was brainstorming, he suddenly faintly heard screams and cries nearby. Is something happening outside? Could it be that someone failed to open the Spirit Beast space? Chapter 11 Yi Shenggu. You lost O after exiting the Spirit Beast space. Hidong immediately rushed to the scene of the incident. After pushing through a few onlookers, he saw the situation of the person screaming. It was a chubby little boy who looked round and plump. At this moment, his face was as red as a boiled shrimp, and his body, which should have been sitting upright on a cushion, had tilted to the side. Sweat was pouring down his forehead, and one could even vaguely see white vapor rising. Seeing this, Hidong quickly made a judgment. Did he go into a frenzy after failing to open the acupoints? He must quickly help him regulate the raging spiritual energy within him, or else he would either suffer broken meridians and become disabled or die suddenly. Quickly go call the teacher. Hidong turned back and shouted to the onlookers, then called out, "Two people come help me restore his posture to the usual meditation position and support him steadily. The rest is up to me to solve." As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately acted according to his instructions. Hidong quickly loosened the tight school uniform of the chubby boy. After he was restored to a seated position with his legs crossed and palms facing upwards, Hidong placed both palms on the boy's back. At this moment, the uncontrollable spiritual energy within him was like a chaotic storm. It was extremely difficult to reorder it with his own energy, and a slight misstep could lead to backlash, causing him to go into a frenzy as well. However, fortunately, Hidong had already opened the Spirit Beast space, and the amount of spiritual energy within him was extraordinarily abundant. Perhaps, what others considered reordering should be carefully guiding the chaotic energy back to circulate through the meridians. But in reality, Hidong's method was straightforward and forceful, flooding the boy's body with his own spiritual energy according to the meridian circulation, sweeping and crushing everything. What Hidong didn't expect was that this guy's meridians were narrow and thin, as if he hadn't practiced properly. And there were even several acupoints within him that were not connected. No wonder he went into a frenzy. This was a sign of poor skill. Thanks to Hidong's emergency actions, the chubby boy's life was saved, but all his meridians were ruptured, and he might need several months to recover to normal. However, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. After this ordeal, his meridians could be significantly widened. It could be said that one must break before one can stand. When the teacher responsible for supervising the students arrived, everything had already concluded. The deep voice of the bell rang as Hidong also gained the merit of saving a life. Hidong briefly explained the situation to the Spirit Beast teacher, who personally checked the chubby boy's condition and confirmed that he was indeed out of danger before letting out a sigh of relief and calling for the school doctor to come. "Hidong, this time we really owe it to you." The Spirit Beast teacher, around 40 years old, patted his chest with lingering fear. "I just happened to go to the restroom, and I didn't expect something to happen. On the way back, I was already thinking about how to write my resignation letter." "It's okay, Teacher Gao," Hidong replied with a smile. "I recently worked at the Disabled Spirit Pet Rescue Center and happened to receive professional first aid training there. So I was able to respond correctly in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to take action." "The Disabled Spirit Pet Rescue Center?" Teacher Gao was a bit surprised. "The recruitment requirements there aren't low, right? I heard that formal employees must hold corresponding certificates or qualifications, and even temporary workers must pass an examination." Hidong nodded. "That's true. I was lucky that time and managed to slip through the cracks." Sigh. "If every student were as excellent as you." Teacher Gao sighed. The one who just had the incident was Zhang Wenyu from class 10, who had always been at the bottom of the grade. "I don't know how he suddenly did so well this time. Perhaps he has turned over a new leaf? It's never too late to want to learn." "I hope so." Teacher Gao nodded and casually said, "Besides him, Wang Sungsung from the same class was also at the bottom of the grade before, but this time he also placed in the top 30 in the professional assessment." Wang Sungsung. Hidong had an impression of this person, but it wasn't a good one. Since he entered high school, this guy had frequently violated school rules, trying to dominate the school, carrying an iron rod to challenge the second-year students, and had even harassed Yi Shenggu, only to be slapped against the wall by her with telekinesis. Although he didn't know what Wang Sungsung's family did, they should have some influence. Otherwise, he would have been expelled from school long ago. Teacher Gao, although I think this way is a bit inappropriate. Before Hidong could finish his sentence, Teacher Gao understood his meaning and shook his head. "You just participated in the professional assessment, and you saw how strict the invigilation measures were. It's not that easy to cheat. The Spirit Beast Master Professional Assessment is a national-level unified examination with extremely comprehensive anti-cheating measures. Not only are there invigilators and real-time monitoring, but there are also different versions of the exam papers, entrance checks, and signal jamming. There are even spirit pets with specific abilities present to ensure that cheaters have no way out. In previous years, there have been students who took risks, but they basically ended up being caught on the spot and expelled from school." Hidong didn't say anything further, as this matter had nothing to do with him, and reporting someone for cheating wouldn't earn him any merit. After bidding farewell to Teacher Gao, Hidong walked out of the meditation classroom. preparing to go to the registration office to certify his identity as a spirit beast master. Just as he stepped out of the classroom, Hidong heard a burst of exclamations, seemingly due to the emergence of an extraordinary spirit beast genius. Coincidentally, that genius who awakened 3 contract slots was Wang Tsung, whom he had just talked about with Teacher Gao. 3 contract slots. This should be the largest among the new batch of intern spirit beast masters this year, right? In previous years, 3 was indeed the limit, but I heard that the country of Luosha has a genius that has broken the limit this year. Are you talking about that little princess of the Luosha Emperor? I remember the news said she has 6 contract slots. Wang Tsung, who originally had a casual and arrogant demeanor, suddenly turned gloomy upon hearing the staff's discussion, seemingly very dissatisfied with the originally satisfactory result. Even so, he still turned back to provoke Yi Shengge, who was standing behind him. Yi Shengge treated him like air, showing no reaction to his provocation. This unexpectedly broke Wang's defenses. Just as he was about to instinctively regain his composure, he suddenly froze, seemingly recalling the scene from years ago when he was pinned against the wall by Yi Shengge, and he had to suppress his anger. Yi Shengge took a step forward and placed her hand on the detector, and the displayed number caused a hush to fall over the scene. 7 contract slots? What the hell? Did I see that wrong? How is that possible? Could it be a machine error? Amidst the noise, Yi Shengge turned to Hidong, a pleasant smile curving her lips. She casually tossed her long black hair back with one hand, her eyes sparkling with the delight of winning the bet. That smug little look made Hidong feel like she needed to be put in her place. However, Yi Shengge indeed had the right to be proud and show off. She not only pushed the number of initial contract slots to an unprecedented 7, but also managed to overshadow the genius little princess from the neighboring Azura country. Hidong was already used to it. After all, she was Feng Outyin. If it weren't for the awakening of his dual beast space, he really wouldn't be able to compete with her. Hidong sighed inwardly. However, compared to winning or losing the bet, I still prefer a more stable approach. Hiding in the shadows. With this in mind, Hidong placed his hand on the detector. Chapter 12. Teacher used commission after a beep. The detector lit up with a number. 4. The staff member responsible for recording looked somewhat disappointed, but still congratulated him. Congratulations, you have surpassed the previous year's limits. Please proceed to the side to fill out forms and register. Your Apprentice Beast Master Qualification Certificate will be issued within 5 working days. Hidong nodded inwardly. As expected, the 6 contract slots occupied by the Bodhi Branch were not detected, and this number is just right, saving a lot of unnecessary trouble. Not to mention, Hidong believed that the official reporters were definitely on their way. If he were to make a big splash now, he believed he wouldn't have any peace for at least a month. Since that was the case, it was better for Yi Shengge to attract the fire while he secretly developed under her skirt. It's just a meal, I'll treat. Hidong patted his wallet in his pocket. Making merit is still important. At this moment, Yi Shengge gracefully walked up to Hidong and announced with a light laugh. This time, you lost. Oh dear, it can't be helped. Hidong laughed heartily. After all, I'm just an ordinary person. How could I possibly compare to Miss Yi in talent? I accept my defeat. Tonight I'll treat you to street food. Then I'll look forward to it. Yi Shengge tilted her head cutely. I've never been to such a place. You'll be satisfied. Hidong patted his chest, assuring her, as long as you can eat, don't overstuff yourself. I can treat you from one end of the street to the other, ensuring there are more varieties than the dishes at your family's banquet for guests. Yi Shengge smiled, but didn't speak. What she cared about wasn't what Hidong would treat her to. After completing the related procedures, they could freely move around the campus today. After all, the teachers were currently watching over the students' awakening. Meanwhile, the students mostly gathered together, imagining what initial spirit pets they would contract. Just as Hidong was about to return to the dorm to pack things to take home for the summer, he encountered a classmate saying that the homeroom teacher was looking for him. Unable to refuse, he had to obey the summons and go. Teacher, you were looking for me. When Hidong arrived at the office, there was only Yu Jingyi present. She looked particularly young, around 24 or 25 years old, an age that should be pursuing fashion, yet she wore a particularly untrendy pair of black-framed glasses and showed no interest in makeup, appearing barefaced every day. Today, she still wore a formal women's suit, draped with a long white lab coat, and her flaxen hair was casually tied into a high ponytail, exuding an air of casual competence and independence. More importantly, Yu Jingyi was the only elite beast master in the teaching staff at Shanghai Beast Master High School. Generally, high school beast teachers are professional-level beast masters. After all, they are merely guides for apprentice-level beast masters, and their strength doesn't need to be particularly strong. Of course, the more realistic reason is that elite beast masters have better opportunities and look down on being teachers. Yu Jingyi only arrived at Shanghai Beast Master High School a year ago and took over the class where Hidong was. You're here. Yu Jingyi put down her pen at the sound and gestured. Sit down. We'll talk slowly. Once Hidong sat down, Yu Jingyi asked, "Do you know Lu Zihao from class 10? Hidong was somewhat surprised by this question, thought for a moment, and shook his head. Lu Zihao? I don't know him. He lives in the same neighborhood as you, so I thought you might know each other." Hidong didn't respond, knowing that Yu Jingyi probably had more to say. "Hidong, I want to ask you for a favor, to go to Lu Zihao's house for me." As Yu Jingyi spoke, she casually tore a piece of paper from her notebook and wrote down the address in detail. Lu Zihao was supposed to transfer from class 10 to our class, but he didn't come to the awakening ceremony today. And I can't reach him no matter what. I can't leave school right now, so I can only leave it to you. Hidong took the address and glanced at it, realizing it was indeed not far from his own building. "All right, I'll go as soon as possible. What about your leave request, teacher Yu?" "Ah, I forgot. Just wait a moment. It'll be ready soon." Watching Yu Jingyi suddenly become flustered, Hidong almost couldn't hold back a laugh. This must be what they call a contrast cuteness, right? A professional woman who should have everything in order, occasionally dropping minor mistakes. After receiving the leave request, Hidong left the teacher's office and ran into Yixinga at the entrance of the teaching building. "Where are you going?" Yixinga curiously looked at the leave request in Hidong's hand. Hidong briefly explained, but to his surprise, Yixinga became interested and wanted to go along. "It's pretty boring staying at school anyway. I might as well see what's going on with you." More than half an hour later, at Xinghe Community, Hidong stood at Lu Zihao's door, starting to knock. However, after knocking intermittently for 5 or 6 minutes, no one came to open the door. "Not home." Hidong wondered and pointed to the door. "Can you check inside?" Yixinga had no objections, and her gem-like purple eyes suddenly turned a chilling white as she looked into the house. A few seconds later, Hidong heard Yixinga say an unexpected conclusion. "Dead." "What? Dead?" "Yes, the body is on the bed." Hidong suddenly looked at the door, a sense of absurdity rising in his heart. Although it looked like a suicide, something felt off. Yixinga remained calm and asked, "Do you want to go in and take a look? If we call the police, we won't be able to get any clues inside." Hidong nodded, and Yixinga directly used telekinesis to open the door, and the two entered one after the other. As soon as they stepped inside, Hidong smelled a strong stench and saw a mountain of takeout boxes piled up in the living room. Besides the usual tables and chairs, the floor was littered with numerous beverage bottles and liquor bottles, making it feel like there was no place to step. The dark floor was even a bit sticky, and the whole house was simply messy beyond belief. What surprised Hidong even more was that there was no light source in the entire house except for the open security door. All the windows were boarded up, seemingly done to provide the homeowner with a bit of security. The bedroom was on the right, and he had been home alone for a long time. Under Yixinga's guidance, Hidong arrived at the bedroom door and found it still locked from the inside. Soon, a clicking sound of the lock being opened echoed in the darkness, and the door swung open automatically. Yixinga turned on the light, and Hidong saw the twisted corpse on the bed. It seemed he had died in extreme pain, his body curled tightly into a ball, hands pressed firmly against his ears, and a look of terror frozen on his bluish-purple face, indicating that his mind had already collapsed before death. On the bedside table, there was a cup of water and a large number of scattered sleeping pills. On the floor, many medical reports and examination forms were strewn about. Now, Hidong understood why Yixinga said something felt off. Did he take sleeping pills to commit suicide? No, something about this scene seemed all wrong. Suddenly, Yixinga spoke up. "Hidong, it seems his soul has signs of being drained." Chapter 13 Crime Scene. The soul was drained? Hidong's eyes narrowed, and he looked around warily. "Are you suggesting he might have been killed by a necromantic spirit beast? It could also be a mental type. And there's even a possibility of evil or dream type," Yixinga added. "Don't worry, I haven't sensed any other mental fluctuations in this room. The culprit should have left." Hidong picked up a medical report from the floor and glanced at it. "You're right. The diagnosis here states he suffered from severe anxiety and mental weakness, along with symptoms of memory loss, so it might not necessarily be the work of a necromantic spirit. It seems more like the work of an evil type," Yixinga analyzed. "Although necromantic spirits like to feed on souls and life energy, they usually eat normally and even avoid draining their targets completely. Evil types, on the other hand, prefer to consume resentment and negative emotions. The dream type is also possible, as some dream-type spirit beasts like to draw energy from nightmares." While talking, Hidong took out his phone to report the situation to Yu Jingyi. "Call the police. What is happening here is beyond our capabilities." The reason he had initially agreed to Yixinga's suggestion was that he wanted to see if there were any merits to gain. For example, finding crucial clues and following them to directly catch the murderer and turn them over to the police. If it worked out, it would definitely earn him a decent amount of merit, depending on how vicious the captured culprit was. Unfortunately, the case might involve necromantic or evil types. If it were spirit beasts of other attributes, Hidong might have a way to deal with it, but not these types. He didn't want to end up without any merit and instead become a delivery snack, risking his life in the process. If the murderer were brought to justice because of my report, I could at least earn a little merit. After all, even small merits add up. Just then, as Hidong was about to dial the police, Yishinga suddenly called out to him. Looking at this, Lu Zihao must have suffered from long-term mental torment. During this time, he couldn't have not reported it, and the spirit beasts of those attributes have always been key targets for the police. Yet he still ended up dead. Hidong frowned at this, thought for a moment, and shook his head. Let us not jump to conclusions. Everything depends on the final investigation results. After reporting the case, Hidong and Yishinga stepped outside, and the oppressive feeling in their hearts lightened considerably with the change in environment. A few minutes later, a loud eagle cry came from the sky, and several dark-feathered eagles swiftly carried the police over. A police officer in his 40s jumped down first and quickly led his team up to the 6th floor. Upon seeing Hidong and Yishinga, the old police officer's first question was, "Who reported the case?" "It was me." Hidong stepped forward. "May I ask how to address you, officer?" "Hello, I'm Zhang Long, captain of the extraordinary group from the Beisha district branch." "Hello, Officer Zhang." Hidong shook hands with Zhang Long and introduced himself. "I'm Hidong, a student in class 1 of the 2nd year at Shanghai Beast Tamer High School. And this is my classmate Yishinga." Yishinga nodded calmly, while Zhang Long, who appeared stern and authoritative, smiled. "Miss Yi, I didn't expect to see you here. The Yi group has developed rapidly under your management in recent years. It's just luck." Yishinga replied with a polite smile. "I just happened to ride the wave of the times." Zhang Long didn't say much more and turned to understand the case from Hidong, leading his team into Lu Zihao's home. The police from the extraordinary group were very professional, quickly setting up a cordon and beginning to investigate the scene with clear division of labor. The accompanying forensic expert quickly provided a preliminary judgment. "Captain Zhang, the deceased likely died between 1 and 3 o'clock last night. The exact time will have to wait for the autopsy to confirm. As for the cause of death, I suspect it was asphyxiation." "Asphyxiation?" Zhang Long was somewhat surprised and asked, "Were there any signs of spirit beasts found?" The forensic expert shook his head and replied, "It doesn't seem so at the moment. But we can't rule out new findings after the autopsy." At this point, a police officer who was searching outside also came to report, "Captain, I had my wooden window frame sense inside the room and caught a faint lingering aura. There indeed was a necromantic spirit beast that appeared here." Hidong looked over and saw a spirit beast that resembled a window floating behind that police officer. Its wooden frame was covered with a layer of white paper, and several black, ghostly figures occasionally flashed across it. The wooden window frame was a necromantic spirit beast transformed from the window frame of an ancient building, and it also possessed what attributes. Zhang Long nodded at this and ordered, "Then let us start tracking it as soon as possible. Necromantic spirit beasts pose a great threat to ordinary people. Every minute we delay finding it could mean more harm to someone. The situation is urgent." "Yes." The officers responded and immediately began the capture operation. Seeing that the case was making progress, Hidong decided not to linger. Zhang Long didn't stop him, only asking him to find time in the next few days to go to the police station to give a statement. On the way back to school, Yishinga still felt a bit unsatisfied. "Is this how it ends? What else could it be?" Hidong retorted, "The murderer has been identified on the spot. All we need to do next is catch it. But I still feel there is something odd about Lu Zihao's death." Yishinga insisted on her view, but couldn't articulate a specific reason. Just consider it a sixth sense of a spiritual practitioner. Hidong shrugged, non-committal. As they approached the school, the two noticed a large crowd gathered at the school gate. When they got closer, they saw a plump woman in her 40s causing a scene at the entrance. "Oh my goodness, is there no justice left? Is there no law? Wasn't it agreed that the school would be responsible for student safety during Awakening? As a result, my poor son got into trouble. And your school won't even give a bit of compensation?" Despite the woman's shouting, Teacher Gao was trying hard to explain. "Mrs. Zhang, our school also feels very regretful about this incident, but everyone signed a risk consent form before Awakening. The school will only bear a small part of humanitarian compensation." However, no matter what Teacher Gao said, the plump woman continued to make a fuss. She wasn't there to reason. "Did you see that? Did everyone see that? You extraordinary beings just bully us ordinary people. My son is lying in a hospital bed right now, and the doctor said he needs at least 3 months of recovery. If you don't pay for the medical expenses, who will? And I heard there was a student present at the time. Hurry up and bring him out. If he hadn't interfered recklessly, my son probably wouldn't have been so severely injured. If your school doesn't want to compensate, then let him pay first." Upon hearing this, Teacher Gao finally understood who the plump woman was targeting. This seemingly unreasonable person was actually shrewd and cunning. She knew that as an ordinary family, it would be difficult to gain any benefits from the school, so her initial target was another family. "Hurry up. If your school doesn't want to pay, do you want to cover for the suspect who harmed my son?" Outside the crowd, Hidong didn't expect that this matter would eventually come back to him. and he ended up saving the wrong person. However, he had gotten used to it. During his 3 years of doing good deeds, he had seen quite a bit of biodiversity. He not only didn't find it annoying, but he also quite enjoyed encountering such situations. Because those who dared to turn black and white upside down to sue for compensation must have done it more than once. And punishing evil and promoting good has always been a deed that can earn great merit. This was simply a big gift delivered to his doorstep. Hidong squeezed through the crowd and called out, "Teacher Gao, I heard someone wants to thank me for my bravery. Is it this lady here?" Chapter 14. Good will be rewarded. Evil will be punished. Hidong, what are you doing here? Teacher Gao was startled to see Hidong and quickly gestured for him to return to school. The fat woman also picked up on Teacher Gao's expression and tightly grabbed Hidong's arm. Her squinty eyes widened in greed. And without caring whether she had grabbed the right person, she shouted, "It's you who harmed my son, right? If you hadn't interrupted my son's awakening, he wouldn't be like this now. You must be jealous of him." "That's right, it's like that. Auntie, can we just talk nicely without getting physical?" "No way. What if you run away? You young people have no credit." On the side, Teacher Gao couldn't hold back his anger any longer and retorted, "Hidong is jealous of your son? Does a top student in the top 3 of the grade need to be jealous of a student ranked 3rd from the bottom? Or do you think he needs to be jealous of your son's fat body? Hey, how can you talk like that? Huh? How can you talk like that? People like you are still teachers at school?" Before the fat woman could finish her tirade, Teacher Gao suddenly waved his hand, and the space around them rippled with invisible waves. Accompanied by a loud bang, a 10-meter-tall stone giant made of black and purple rock landed on the ground. In an instant, the crowd watching stepped back instinctively, fearing they might be accidentally hurt by this giant. The fat woman let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. "Help! A superhuman is killing people in the street." "Teacher Gao, that's not necessary." Hidong tried to dissuade him. "We really don't need to release the spirit pet." "Huh?" Teacher Gao glared fiercely at the fat woman and complained, "It's just that in this country, ordinary people are protected too well. In those aristocratic countries, even if someone were killed in the street, no one would be held accountable." Hidong was at a loss for words. After all, this topic was a bit sensitive. Although Dongxuan's national power was strong and society stable, behind the peace lay many hidden contradictions. Among them, the most controversial and widely discussed, yet hardest to solve, was the conflict between superhumans and ordinary people. Superhumans felt that they had made so many contributions to resist spirit beasts and protect the country, so what was wrong with enjoying some privileges? But ordinary people believed that superhumans occupied too many middle and upper positions, and no matter how hard they worked, they could never rise to that level. To this, Hidong expressed that he didn't understand anything and just wanted to earn merit steadily, raise spirit pets, and avoid getting involved in muddy waters. "Teacher Gao, you know that S abroad." Hidong patted him on the back, comforting, "You also said in class that ordinary people and superhumans complement each other. The former is the foundation of civilization, and the latter is the shield that defends civilization." Seeing that Teacher Gao was being held back, the fat woman, feeling secure, began to show off again. Who are you trying to scare? Do you think I grew up scared? Don't blame me for calling the police right now." This time, Teacher Gao didn't bother to argue with her and quietly asked, "Hidong, how do you plan to resolve this matter? I see this woman is quite stubborn. If we don't meet her demands, she'll probably come to make trouble every day. It's fine. Just leave it to me." Hidong patted his chest. "Let us talk first." Perhaps thinking Hidong looked easy to bully. As soon as he said he wanted to talk, the fat woman jumped in. "There's nothing to talk about. Just pay up. Hospital fees, medical expenses, nutrition fees, mental distress fees. I won't ask for much. Just a flat price of 2 million. Auntie, you don't need to make a fuss." Hidong sighed. "There are surveillance cameras in the meditation room, and the hospital hasn't issued a report on the injuries, right?" The fat woman, being a professional at extorting money, knew that stating facts and presenting evidence would definitely disadvantage her, so she immediately raised her voice to drown out Hidong's. "Just say, did you touch my son at that time? If you didn't harm him, why did you save him? Since you saved him, you have to take responsibility all the way. If you can't handle it, what do you think you are, a good person?" However, just as the fat woman's words were halfway out, they were suddenly drowned out by the sound of drums and gongs. As everyone turned to look at the source of the thunderous noise, seeing a long procession approaching. At the forefront were 2 people holding a banner high, followed by a group of people carrying various gifts, with the sound of gongs and drums resonating, and a suona, a traditional Chinese horn, standing out. While reporters from the television station were shooting from both sides. Just as everyone was curious about where this procession was headed, they suddenly noticed it was coming towards the school. Upon seeing Hidong, the leading man and woman walked straight over, handed the banner to him, and then knelt with their daughter without hesitation. "Wait, that's not necessary." Hidong was about to reach out to help, but was a step too late. "Thank you. Thank you for saving our daughter yesterday, without regard for your own safety." "Oh, it was nothing, just doing what I should." Dong quickly pulled them up from the ground. Judging by their posture, the couple seemed intent on giving him 3 bows and 9 prostrations. This was a grand gesture reserved for meeting an emperor or worshipping ancestors, which he truly couldn't accept. A sincere thank you was enough for him. At the same time, the reporters from the television station crowded in, and in the blink of an eye, the bewildered fat woman had been pushed out of sight. Seeing the microphone stretched out towards him, Dong looked at Teacher Gao for help, and the latter immediately understood. Everyone, if you want to interview Dong, let us go to the designated conference room at the school. Dong was taken aback. That wasn't what he meant. Teacher Gao, you schemer. Moreover, his merit package hadn't exploded with gold coins yet. He didn't wanted to run away before that happened. Realizing Teacher Gao was unreliable, Dong had no choice but to turn his gaze back to the crowd outside. Soon, he spotted Yixinga, who was leaning against a tree with her arms crossed. The two exchanged a glance, and Yixinga immediately understood his intention. Then, this woman who was accustomed to taking advantage of others' misfortunes slowly raised 3 slender fingers. This was not a request for Dong to treat her to 3 meals, but rather a signal for him to agree to 3 conditions. The specifics were still undecided. Faced with this unequal treaty that felt like a loss of rights and dignity, Dong naturally didn't want to sign. But Yixinga wasn't in the mood to negotiate with him. Left with no choice, he decided to take the small loss for the bigger gain. Securing the merit first and waiting for the opportunity to make Yixinga kneel and sing conquer later. However, he originally just wanted to teach the fat woman a bloody lesson. Having Yixinga handle it would complicate matters. Meanwhile, Yixinga had dialed a number and instructed, "Uncle Fu, have the legal department come over." Chapter 15. Liuguang Steel at Songhai Beastmaster High School, in the 3rd floor conference room. With the school's arrangement, Dong accepted interviews from reporters. However, unable to withstand the reporters' relentless questioning, Dong accidentally revealed that Yixinga had just awakened 7 contract slots. After all, with Yixinga's abilities, she probably had already arranged everything by now. It was time to kill the donkey after grinding the mill. The reporters' eyes instantly lit up. Compared to such a nationwide sensational news story that could shock the world, Dong's act of bravery seemed less significant. So, they immediately proposed to the school administration that they wanted to interview student Yixinga right away, although the school wasn't ready yet. Since the news had already reached the reporters, even if they were denied an interview, these guys, eager for big news, would definitely not let this opportunity slip away and would report on it even if they had to fabricate details. After careful consideration, the school agreed to the reporters' request and sent a teacher to find Yixinga. After the reporters happily left, Dong turned to the couple who had come to present a banner. "Mr. Zhao, right? May I ask how you found me so quickly?" "It was Ms. Li Shu downstairs who informed us, but she only mentioned that you are from the Disabled Spirit Pet Rescue Center. My wife and I visited there last night and learned that you are a student here," Zhao Cheng said slowly, his face showing genuine admiration and gratitude. "I never expected you to be so young, still in high school. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. If you hadn't been there, Nuan might have fallen from the 20th floor, and the consequences would have been unimaginable." Unconsciously, Zhao Cheng's eyes reddened as he felt a deep sense of fear. He had been on his way home from work, even stopping to buy the fruit cake his daughter had been wanting. And he could hardly imagine the blow he would have faced upon hearing the terrible news of his daughter's death. "I have indeed received your thanks," Dong said, patting the father's shoulder in reassurance. "But more importantly, we need to figure out how to prevent such dangers from happening again, not just treat it as something that has passed." "You can rest assured, I plan to change the windows," Zhao Cheng replied, glancing at his wife beside him. Moreover, children at this age don't understand what danger is, and they really can't be without adults around. The reason there were no adults at home when this incident happened was that the child's mother had gone out to buy groceries. Zhao Cheng didn't blame his wife for not being attentive, as they were both first-time parents and making mistakes or overlooking things was normal. However, some mistakes are better not to have the chance to make, or else it would be too late for regrets. Seeing his wife continuously blaming herself and looking down, Zhao Cheng gently pulled her into his embrace, knowing that her fear was no less than his own. After 2 or 3 minutes, Zhao Cheng signaled for his wife to take their daughter away first, and then he straightened his appearance and looked back at Dong. "I'm sorry for making you laugh." "It's fine, Mr. Zhao," Dong shook his head and joked. "If anything, seeing how loving and harmonious you two are, it makes me believe in love again. You're still young. You will definitely meet your destined partner in the future." Zhao Cheng smiled and asked, "By the way, is the public training just for the 3rd year of high school? Did you just open the beast space recently?" Dong nodded, then saw a flicker of hesitation on Zhao Cheng's face, but his actions did not pause as he solemnly took out a small square box from his inner pocket. "My grandfather was also a beast master, and this is something he passed down. My father and I are both ordinary people without any extraordinary talent, so this has been sitting idle at home until now." As Zhao Cheng spoke, he opened the small box, and a stream of light immediately spilled out from the gap. It was a piece of silver-white metal, only the size of a palm, but it looked as transparent and fragile as natural glass. Lu Guang steel? Hidong recognized it at a glance. And it's high-purity Lu Guang steel, which is more than enough for forging swords, refining magical instruments, or as materials for gold-type spirit pets to evolve or learn skills. Zhao Cheng nodded and presented the box to Hidong. This is my true token of gratitude. No, it's too precious. Hidong immediately pushed it back. Since it's your grandfather's heirloom, it counts as a family treasure, right? Also, Mr. Zhao, do you know how much the Lu Guang steel in your hand is worth? Zhao Cheng straightforwardly replied, I just checked last night. It could be worth 3 to 5 million. Exactly, so you should keep it for yourself, for your daughter's future use. However, Zhao Cheng firmly shook his head. Benefactor, since I have taken this out, it means I have made my decision. I believe it can play a greater role in your hands. Then, he stuffed the box containing the Lu Guang steel into Hidong's hands. Hidong looked at the box in his hands, and then at the resolute Zhao Cheng, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. After doing good deeds for so many years, he had received thanks before, but this level of sincerity was truly a first. If it were 3 to 500, or even 3 to 5,000 as a token of gratitude, Hidong would have politely declined and eventually accepted it half-heartedly. But this was something worth 3 to 5 million. It was money that an ordinary person might not earn in a lifetime. Therefore, it felt too hot to handle. And Hidong even had the feeling that he owed Zhao Cheng a favor in return. Mr. Zhao, how about this? You give me a discount, and I'll buy this from you. Zhao Cheng initially wanted to refuse, but Hidong insisted that this was the only plan he could accept. Otherwise, please take the item back. In the end, after more than half an hour of back-and-forth negotiation between them, they settled at a 50% discount. Mr. Zhao, please leave me a contact number and bank account. I'll transfer the money to you later. No rush, even if it's in installments. Because being a beast master is quite an expensive profession. Hidong took the business card Zhao Cheng handed over and discovered that he actually worked as a financial accountant at a breeding house. For ordinary people, finding a job related to the extraordinary was quite difficult, let alone at a breeding house, which was both safe and respectable with high salary benefits. Shanghai Breeding House. I haven't heard of it. It seems not to be one of those large breeding houses. After inquiring with Zhao Cheng, Hidong learned that Shanghai Breeding House was opened by his grandfather's good brother. In addition to common spirit beasts, Shanghai Breeding House also operated a special gambling stone business. A type of stone from the spirit domain that can hatch various rock-type spirit beasts. Hidong immediately became interested and arranged to visit Zhao Cheng's place when he had time. If his wallet allowed, he might even buy one. Chapter 16, Punishing Evil in the Beisha District, at a farmer's market. Peng Ruhua sat at her vegetable stall, waiting for customers to come and buy vegetables. However, she was in an unusually bad mood today, looking at everyone as if they owed her 2 million. In Peng Ruhua's view, she had indeed lost 2 million today. The money she had been so close to was disrupted by someone else. Until now, she still couldn't understand how someone could really go to such lengths to publicly thank someone with drums and banners. Not only that, but they even knelt and bowed publicly. The spectacle made it seem like a show. That's right, it was a show. Peng Ruhua finally found a reasonable explanation and was convinced that the truth of the matter was just as she thought. If it weren't for the sake of showing off, who would be foolish enough to spend money to create such a big scene? Just saying thank you would have been enough. And isn't helping others a good person's voluntary obligation? Since it's an obligation, why should I thank him? Of course, if she had helped someone. Peng Ruhua also had a set of adaptable reasoning. For example, the last time she found a phone, she confidently demanded the owner pay her the original price as gratitude. Her reasoning was that she helped the owner avoid a loss by finding the phone, so she deserved that money. This statement almost made the owner faint with anger, and he nearly reported her to the police for theft. In the end, they reached an agreement under mediation, and Peng Ruhua successfully received half of the money. Yet she was still unsatisfied and later gave a poor review to the police officer who handled the case. 2 million. 2 million. If I have this money, I should be able to buy you a better initial spirit pet, right? Later on, cultivating it seems to require a lot of money. Should I take the opportunity to ask for more? Peng Ruhua was calculating in her heart, her squinting eyes flashing with greed. After her husband ran away, it was this shrewdness that allowed her to raise her son alone. Just as Peng Ruhua was pondering, a customer at the vegetable stall suddenly called her over to weigh and check out some fruits they had picked. Peng Ruhua took the bag and placed it on the scale, her hand instinctively rummaging through it, mixing in some rotten ones. For pounds more, $26.70. And there's a QR code next to it. To her surprise, when Peng Ruhua handed the bag back, the other party pulled out an electronic hanging scale. Boss, let me see if your scale is accurate. Peng Ruhua's head snapped up, jumping from her chair, reaching across the stall to knock the electronic scale out of the other person's hand. What are you doing? What are you doing? Is there no law anymore? Why are you so agitated? Do you have a guilty conscience? What's the big deal if you're missing 2 fruits? Why are you making a fuss? If you want me to pay, can I make a fuss? The customer directly turned the bag inside out, dumping the fruits onto the stall. Hey, why are there so many rotten ones? At this time, people around had already been attracted by the quarrel. Good. You fat woman not only play tricks with the scale, but also secretly mix in inferior goods. Everyone saw and heard it. This kind of unscrupulous merchant has been harming consumers all along, and I recorded it on my phone. Seeing everyone looking over, Peng Ruhua knew that today, as incident couldn't end well. She immediately overturned the stall to destroy the evidence, shouting, "It's a robbery. Look, he is robbing me." After causing chaos, Peng Ruhua purposefully charged at the customer, attempting to snatch his phone. But for some reason, the police and market management personnel arrived unusually quickly and immediately took control of the scene. After an investigation, regardless of Peng Ruhua's tantrum and cries of injustice, she was forcibly taken away like a pig. It was only then that Peng Ruhua felt something was wrong. Her usual tricks that always worked suddenly failed. Could it be the school's doing? These bastards are using such means to oppress me to avoid compensation? No, this matter cannot just end like this. When I get out, I will go find reporters to make a fuss. Let everyone see how these despicable and shameless extraordinary beings bully ordinary people. But what Peng Ruhua didn't know was that the unethical things she had done over the years had already been dug up and were about to be turned into a solid case under the operation of a large team of lawyers, aiming to send her to the spirit domain for forced labor. The spirit domain is a mysterious space that suddenly appeared all over Blue Star after the great disaster of the spatial earthquake. Each spirit domain has a different ecological environment, with numerous spirit beast populations. For ordinary people, it is an absolute forbidden zone and a cage from which prisoners cannot escape. At Shanghai Beast Taming High School, at the school gate, as soon as school was over, Hidong was blocked by the low-pressure Yixinga. "Hey, it was you who sold me out, right? I got tangled up with those annoying reporters all afternoon. How can this be my fault? Isn't it because you're too outstanding?" Once the news spreads, it was bound to happen eventually. Hidong naturally refused to take responsibility, casually throwing out a series of seemingly reasonable arguments. In that case, isn't it better to get it over with sooner? Besides, now you have a reason to decline other interviews, since all the questions have already been asked. Unless those reporters today are not professional enough. Yixinga raised an eyebrow with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "So, I should thank you?" "No need to thank me. This is what I should do as a friend," Hidong replied, holding his head high. Then, he experienced what it felt like to be stepped on with psychokinesis wrapped around it, perhaps due to the presence of the Bodhi Branch. Yixinga's mental abilities had never worked on him. This had been the case since many years ago when they first met. Only back then the Bodhi Branch was still a Bodhi seed. Therefore, when Yixinga wanted to impose sanctions on Hidong, she could only choose to physically strike him. Stop. It's going to break. If I become lame, do you believe I'll sue you for life? What? Do you think I can't afford to raise you? If money could kill you, I'd slap you with cash every day. Wait, speaking of money, can you lend me 250,000 now? I'll pay you back in installments later." While stepping on someone's foot, Yixinga transferred the money over with her phone, not taking the opportunity to negotiate terms. She knew that Hidong generally wouldn't ask her for money, even though she truly had more than enough to spend. "Let us go. Didn't we agree to eat at the roadside stall tonight? I've been looking forward to it all afternoon." "Not so fast. I want to check out a place first. Do you know the Mountain Sea Cultivation House?" "I haven't heard of it." Yixinga looked up at Hidong. "Are you going to buy an initial spirit pet? Why not go to the cultivation houses under my family? I guarantee both quality and quantity will be much better than private ones." "No. I just heard there's a very special stone embryo for gambling there." Hidong smiled. "If I find something I like, I want to see what it can produce. Whether it's an initial spirit pet is another question." Chapter 17. The 5 Great Beast Tamers of Northeast. Bingxing, Shanghai Bay Spirit Beast Park. This place is located in the southern part of the Beisha district and is the largest spirit beast cultivation base in Bingxing. From the eastern hilly terrain inhabited by various terrestrial and aerial species to the western beaches and oceans home to various scaled and marine species, all fall within the scope of Shanghai Bay Spirit Beast Park. If you also count the undead species wandering around the ancient castle atop the mountain and the hidden plant species, insect species, and arachnid species in the forest, it can be said that it basically gathers all the most common types of spirit beasts. Plus, the only 2 water and ice beast taming halls in Bingxing are also within the area of Shanghai Bay. Therefore, many industries related to spirit beasts have chosen to open their shops near Shanghai Bay Spirit Beast Park. In other words, anything related to the extraordinary can be found here. As human extraordinary civilization developed based on spiritual energy and spirit beasts. Walking down the street, Hidong had just declined a recruitment flyer handed out by a martial arts academy student, and before he could take a few steps, he was stopped by vendors selling various spirit materials, asking if he needed anything. Of course, there were also people trying to talk to Yixinga, but they were all ignored. Following the address on Zhao Cheng's business card, Hidong quickly found the Mountain Sea cultivation house with Yixinga. Although it couldn't compare to the cultivation houses under large groups, the Mountain Sea cultivation house also had a considerable storefront. The entire shop maintained a traditional decoration style, looking like an old, ancient building, with 2 stone lions lying on either side of the door pillars. Upon closer inspection, one would find that these 2 stone lions were alive, a type of rock attribute spirit beast that resembled lions. And rock-type spirit beasts are indeed known for being quiet and stable, even lying in one place for 100 years without moving. Using 2 medium lord-level stone lions as guardians, it seems this cultivation house is quite powerful. Hidong sighed, while curiously reaching out to touch the stone lion's head. Activating his identification ability. Stone lion type, mineral species, attribute, rock, trait, steadfast as a mountain status, healthy, growth level, medium lord, species level, medium lord skills, charge, bite, lion dance, rock collapse, falling stones, guard, flying stone rain, lion roar, mount type pressing down description, majestic and noble, the stone lion brings auspiciousness and drives away evil. The stone lion showed no reaction to Hidong's touch, seeming to have long been accustomed to such behavior. The 2 did not linger at the door for long. After passing the stone lion, they climbed the steps and pushed the door into the cultivation house. As soon as they entered, they saw the northeast 5 spirit beasts displayed prominently by the shopkeeper: the fur-fire fox, the burrowing weasel, the water thorn group, the guardian snake, and the gold-eating mouse. Although these 5 types of spirit beasts are only high-level leader species, the beast masters of northeast China have mastered the evolutionary methods to cultivate them to the overlord level, making their strength and potential quite impressive. Among them, the guardian snake from the Baishan area, known for its natural grass and poison dual attributes, not only has both offensive and defensive capabilities, but also possesses healing abilities, making it the leader among the 5. When Hidong first learned about this, he was quite surprised. He never expected that the 5 great guardian spirits of northeast China in his previous life would become the northeast 5 spirit beasts in this world, and their attributes corresponded precisely to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, although Binhai City is a northeastern city, the 5 spirit beasts are not very common here. After all, Binhai City is a coastal city and is recognized as the capital of water systems in northeast China, possessing its unique initial pet beasts. The most representative are the coastal deer residing in the Qinghai Bay Spirit Beast Park and the running shell found near the surrounding islands. Back in the day, when Hidong first browsed the Spirit Beast pictorial, he felt that it was quite absurd. What the hell, coastal deer? And this running shell? Its main habitat wouldn't be near Zhangzi Island, right? Upon checking the introduction, Hidong discovered he was indeed correct, and fortunately, Binhai City is not the only place with such circumstances. Dongxian is vast and rich, indeed allowing various provinces and cities to have initial pet beasts that represent their regions. However, the number is not fixed. Some places have only 2 or 3 types, while others have 5 or 6. The iron-eating beast from Sichuan and Chongqing province, the flying cockroach from Guangdong province, and the carbon snake from Shaanxi province are all well-known entities. When they saw someone coming, the lively and cute fur-fire fox immediately approached the cage, staring with curious, watery eyes at Hidong and Yixinga, its fiery red tail swaying like flames behind it. The timid water thorn group curled up into a ball, while the burrowing weasel and gold-eating mouse remained still in place. Only the guardian snake raised its slender body, showing enough vigilance towards the strangers. Meanwhile, the shop assistant approached with a smile, asking, "Are you 2 looking to purchase a spirit pet?" Hidong took out Zhao Cheng's business card and said, "I have an appointment with Mr. Zhao. Please wait a moment." After the shop assistant confirmed, she helped make a phone call. Soon, Zhao Cheng arrived at the shop entrance in a suit, walking briskly. "Mr. Zhao, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Just call me Hidong, as I said. It's not appropriate to address you by your name directly. It's better to call you Mr." Under Zhao Cheng's guidance, Hidong and Yixinga went directly to the 2nd floor of the cultivation house. The 1st floor is where the shop sells spirit pets and related supplies, while the 2nd floor mainly deals with stone gambling. As soon as Hidong arrived on the 2nd floor, he was greeted by a variety of strange stones, resembling a stone forest. This was somewhat different from what he had imagined. He initially thought that stone embryos would be oval-shaped like eggs, but unexpectedly, they turned out to be peculiar stones. Zhao Cheng explained, "Each stone here is nurturing a rock-type spirit beast, with varying times. Some have already been confirmed to have been in their stone embryos for over 100 years. Does the longer nurturing time mean that the strength and potential of the spirit beast born will be stronger?" Yixinga asked. Exactly, Zhaoqing nodded. If you find a stone embryo you like, you need to pay a deposit to the shop, and then infuse it with spiritual power to allow it to hatch. Hidong felt a bit strange upon hearing this and asked, so why is it called stone gambling? Because hatching is not guaranteed to succeed, Zhaoqing explained. Infusing spiritual power is actually a process of seeking the recognition of the spirit beast inside the stone embryo. If it doesn't gain recognition, it will naturally fail. And the shop will not refund the money for a failed hatch. So that's how the gamble works, Hidong nodded. Gambling whether it will fail to hatch. And also gambling on the form of the spirit beast. Hidong, do you want to give it a try? Yixinga's eyes sparkled, clearly excited by the gambling aspect. Let us compete to see who can hatch a spirit beast with a longer nurturing time. Hidong initially didn't want to agree. But after glancing at the large sum of merit he had just received, he smiled. I'm happy to join. Chapter 18. King of Stone Embryos Amidst the Jagged Stones. Hidong was searching for a stone that looked satisfactory. The stone embryos varied in size, with some towering several meters high and others smaller than the palm of a hand. Moreover, the materials also seemed different, with some looking smooth and delicate like jade, while others appeared weathered and rugged. Some stone embryos seemed to be accompanied by various metals, hinting at something beneath the surface. This meant that the spirit beasts nurtured within the stone embryos might not necessarily be rock type. They could also be metal type, but predominantly rock type. Hidong found Zhaoqing with this hypothesis, and the latter nodded in agreement. That's indeed the case. However, stone embryos that can actually hatch metal-type spirit beasts are extremely rare. Many stone embryos may look promising, but in reality, they are just illusions. Hidong also noticed that although those stone embryos that seemed likely to yield metal-type spirit beasts were priced higher, they were still cheaper than purchasing a metal-type spirit beast on the market. Winning the gamble would indeed be a great profit. But the problem is the probability is very low. Brother Zhao, can I touch the stone embryos displayed here? Hidong asked. Zhaoqing nodded, of course, as long as you don't damage the stone embryos. Hidong reached out to touch the stone embryo in front of him and quietly activated his identification ability. Stone Tiger, type, or type, attribute, rock type, characteristic, none status, nurturing, stone embryo, growth level, none race level, low-level lord in an instant. Hidong saw through the true nature of the spirit beast being nurtured inside. So it can be done, Hidong thought, with a slight smirk. Isn't this a steal? However, using the identification ability also consumes spiritual power, so he needed to manage how many times he used it. It would be better to keep looking. If he couldn't find anything satisfactory, there was no need to force a choice. While Hidong was making progress, Yixinga on the other side was troubled. Due to the spiritual power circulating within the stone embryos forming a barrier, her surprisingly did not work. Her mental ability was still effective, but it could only sense that there was life within the stone embryos, without being able to discern much else. What if I just buy the most expensive one as a test? After all, I'm not really interested in rock-type spirit beasts. In Yixinga's view, the spirit beasts most suitable for her should be of the mental or necromancy types, which could benefit from her abilities or complement her powers. Rock-type spirit beasts simply didn't match her at all. This is why she hadn't found a single stone she liked after browsing for so long. After coming to this realization, Yixinga called out to the shop assistant, "Take me to see the most expensive stone embryo." The most expensive? The shop assistant confirmed. Are you looking to challenge our shop's treasure? Shop treasure? Yixinga asked, intrigued. What is that? The shop assistant explained. That is the stone embryo that has been nurturing for the longest time in our shop, confirmed to have been nurturing for at least 500 years. Many people have tried to hatch it, but no one has succeeded so far. The longest nurturing time? If I can hatch it successfully, I definitely win against Hidong. Yixinga immediately made up her mind. I want to challenge the shop treasure. Can you take me there now? Please hold on. I need to contact our boss. Just as the shop assistant picked up the phone, a sudden commotion was heard coming from the stairs. A young woman in a cheapao led people upstairs, while a crowd surrounded a plump old man. Old Joe, I didn't expect you to come back so quickly. It hasn't even been a month since your last failed challenge, right? Zhou Yin replied, I think it's been long enough. I don't believe there is a stone in this world that I, Zhou Yin, cannot conquer. Yuan Qingqing shook her head helplessly. She had heard this countless times before. However, this old Zhou was a professor at the Beastmaster University in Binhai City and also a senior Beastmaster specializing in mineral species, with unique insights into the cultivation and training of rock, earth, and metal spirit beasts. Most importantly, old Zhou had been a loyal customer of the Shanghai Cultivation House for decades. When it came to stone gambling, old Zhou was definitely an expert. He had never failed in judging stone embryos or hatching them, until a few years ago, when the shop spent a large sum to acquire the king of stone embryos from the spirit realm. That was not only Zhou Yan's first defeat in his stone gambling career, but also became an obsession in his heart. 500 years. A stone embryo that has been nurtured for at least 500 years. He really wanted to see what kind of spirit beast would hatch from it. However, with each failed hatching attempt, Zhou Yin gradually let go of some of his useless attachments, such as no longer forcing himself to succeed. Instead, he now brought his students with him each time. In Zhou Yin's view, if a student could succeed in the challenge, it would be a consolation for him as a teacher. Old Zhou, please wait here for a moment while I have the staff bring the stone out of the warehouse. While instructing the staff, Yuan Qingqing also learned that Yi Xingge wanted to challenge the shop's treasure. Seeing the school uniform the other person wore, Yuan Qingqing felt a sense of familiarity. Junior sister, please wait a moment. There are many people wanting to challenge. He Dong was naturally drawn over by the commotion and asked Zhao Cheng about the situation. The shop's treasure? I didn't expect there would be such a thing. It wouldn't be a monkey inside, would it? Soon, the shop's treasure, covered with a big red cloth, was pushed out of the warehouse by several employees. When the red cloth was unveiled, everyone saw a massive stone about 11 or 12 meters high and 4 or 5 meters wide, resembling a small mountain. Fortunately, all the staff working here were extraordinary beings. Otherwise, moving this giant stone would be impossible by human strength alone. Besides its enormous size, the giant stone also seemed to faintly emanate a moonlight-like white glow, looking quite mystical. Its surface was crisscrossed with ravines, and the bumps seemed to resonate with the heavenly principles, but upon closer inspection, one couldn't quite grasp that feeling. As usual, I'll give it a try first. Zhou Yin stepped forward slowly and placed his hand on the giant stone. If I fail, you can try in order. Like countless times before, Zhou Yin channeled all his spiritual energy to attack the giant stone, but the surging energy poured into it like a cow into the sea. Though unwilling to accept it, old Zhou still stepped back, watching his students approach one by one, only to fail as well. Even his most promising disciple, who had an affinity for rocks, gained nothing. Yi Xingge observed coldly, and after everyone failed, she walked straight up to the towering giant stone. Unlike other stone embryos, the spirit beast within this giant stone was quite active in thought, and particularly unruly. Did it look down on everyone who had tried to hatch it, believing they were unworthy of its emergence? In an instant, Yi Xingge's purple eyes turned a deep blue, and as she infused her spiritual power, she fully activated her spiritual energy. Then I will completely crush your arrogance and let you know what it means to submit. Chapter 19. Enlightening the stone embryo. An invisible mental shock suddenly erupted, leaving everyone present momentarily stunned. Soon, the strongest among them, Zhou Yin and Yuan Qingqing, regained their senses first and exclaimed in surprise. A spiritual energy user? And a rare and powerful mental-type spiritual energy user. Little girl, what are you doing? How can you hatch a stone embryo like this? This is a process of mutual selection. The correct approach is to seek the spirit beast's recognition within the stone embryo. Stop now. Absurd. Since when do humans need to be so humble to tame spirit beasts? Yi Xingge scoffed at Zhou Yan's words, even sneering. A fine steed is meant to be ridden by a lord. If tamed, it can be used. If not, what use is it? The room was still, but Yi Xingge's long hair floated like a fan, her domineering aura captivating. Under the command of the superpower queen, her vast mental power forcefully invaded the giant stone, launching an assault on the rebellious entity. The immovable giant stone suddenly trembled, reacting for the first time during the hatching process, causing the entire room to subtly shake. Oh no, this girl learned from whom? That she would go and imitate Wu Zetian. Such a good thing, just because it can't be used by you. It has to be destroyed? Zhou Yin shouted, his face flushed with agitation. Upon seeing the stone tremble, he clutched his chest in pain. Qingqing, dear niece, don't just stand there. Hurry and think of a way to stop her. Yuan Qingqing also looked troubled. Old Zhou, I specialize in martial arts. I'm not good at dealing with mental types. For a moment, the two strongest individuals on site were at a loss. They weren't truly helpless, but their methods were designed to deal with mental-type spirit beasts. They had never tried them on humans and were unsure of the effect. Moreover, attributes like earth or martial arts, which focused on physical attacks, were particularly disadvantaged against mental types. A slight misstep could lead to manipulation. Not being controlled would be considered a victory. Damn attribute restraint. Hearing Zhou Yan's anxious calls, his students began to take action, accompanied by waves of spatial fluctuations. Various spirit pets were summoned from their beastmaster spaces, following their respective masters' orders to attempt to interfere with and interrupt Yi Xingge. Fiery Fox, use charge. Be careful with your strength. Just knock her away from the giant stone. Guardian Snake, use hypnotic toxic mist. Watch the dosage. I don't want to end up in the station writing a statement. Ow! The fiery red fox let out an excited howl and charged straight at Yi Xingge like an arrow. Then, with a loud bang, it crashed into the indestructible psychic barrier, stars dancing in its eyes. On the other side, the guardian snake's hypnotic toxic mist was also blocked and rebounded, catching its beast master off guard, who inhaled it and fell asleep on the spot. The surrounding people quickly dispersed, fearing they would also fall victim to the toxic mist. Although the dosage wasn't large, without healing skills, one would sleep for several hours at the very least. Chen Duo, where's your orchid dancer? Hurry and release it to help everyone detoxify. I just sent the orchid dancer to the training hall today. Lan Yiling, use orchid leaf healing on the ceiling. At a critical moment, Hidong decisively summoned Lan Yiling. As soon as Lan Yiling landed, it immediately followed Hidong's command. A gentle healing light gathered between its small hands, shooting towards the ceiling and exploding into a sky full of stars. Although this would greatly weaken the effect of orchid leaf healing, it could temporarily unleash a group healing skill. Lan Yiling looked up at the scattered meteors, happily bouncing around in place. With the effect of orchid leaf healing, the hypnotic toxic mist was completely purified, and the sleeping beast master awoke. Hidong smiled and patted Lan Yiling's head, praising. Lan Yiling, well done. Lan Yiling proudly puffed up its chest, and then opened its arms, wanting a hug. Hidong naturally obliged, picking it up while surveying the situation around them. The stubborn fire fox has already stood up by itself, while the guardian snake remains faithfully by its beast master's side. The fire fox is the first evolutionary form of the velvet fox, not only significantly larger than the velvet fox, but also with flames that burn more fiercely. As for the guardian snake, although it is indeed highly venomous, it is strong and handsome, possesses a stable temperament, and is loyal to its master, making it a true guardian angel in times of danger. While Hidong was observing other spirit pets, others were also staring at the orchid spirit in his arms. Duo, did I just see that right? When did the orchid spirit learn to use the healing leaf ability? Has your third grandpa's research made a new breakthrough? I don't know either. Chen Duo shook her head. My orchid spirit was given to me by my third grandpa, but it only awakened the healing leaf ability after evolving into the orchid dancer. However, that skill just now was definitely the healing leaf ability. Although Chen Duo didn't have much research on plant-type spirit beasts, her third grandpa, Chen Zuxiang, is a well-known botanist in the country and also the inventor of the evolution method for the orchid spirit, making him the person who understands the orchid spirit the most in the world. I'll ask my third grandpa when I get back. I heard he has been looking for other evolutionary forms of the orchid spirit recently. Just as the surrounding chaos calmed down a bit, a dazzling white light suddenly burst forth. Facing Yixinga's domineering mental intrusion, the spirit beast within the giant rock fiercely fought back. Yixinga frowned, a hint of surprise appearing in her eyes. She didn't expect the spirit beast in the giant rock to have such a resilient spirit. It withstood her abilities solely with its willpower, and the more she tried to make it submit, the more fiercely it resisted, showing a stubbornness akin to if we die, we die together. But the more it resisted, the more it ignited Yixinga's desire to conquer. Don't want to kneel? Then let's see who can outlast whom. Compared to Yixinga, the unborn spirit beast was indeed at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Soon, countless mental blades broke through the spiritual barrier of the giant rock, aiming directly at its core. At that moment, Zhou Yan, who had been watching the situation of the giant rock, exclaimed, "Not good." Cracks have appeared on the stone. Yixinga also sensed something was wrong. The creature inside the stone really intended to self-destruct. With the dense spiritual power accumulated within the giant rock, she would undoubtedly die at this distance. Amid the vast white light, Hidong had stepped forward at some point. "Did you mess up? I told you not to be so domineering with everything." Saying this, he raised his hand and gently tapped the giant rock. The golden light of merit flowed and transformed into the power of creation. Chapter 20. The stone monkey emerges. The blinding white light suddenly paused and slowly retracted into the giant rock. When everyone regained their vision, they saw Hidong gently stroking the giant rock with one hand, while Yixinga had retreated to the side. Zhou Yan hurriedly ran to the giant rock, looking at the crisscrossing cracks above, sighing in pain. Such a good stone fetus has been ruined like this. It's bound to be damaged at its roots. Yuan Qingqing also came forward, carefully examining the scarred giant rock. After all, this was the treasure of her shop, so she had to ask Yixinga for an explanation. But before she could speak, she suddenly noticed that the cracks on the giant rock were healing at a visible speed. This phenomenon was a first for her, and Yuan Qingqing instinctively looked at Zhou Yan, only to find him also in a daze. "Old Zhou, what is going on? Could it be that this stone fetus has self-repairing abilities? I really haven't studied this. After all, we never thought about brute forcing it before." But before the two could delve deeper, they saw that the giant rock cracked open again from the very top. This is... Zhou Yan's eyes widened. Is it about to hatch? At this moment, he suddenly felt a bit confused, even having a particularly unreal feeling. Could it be that Yixinga's method is correct, that some stone fetuses just shouldn't be too pampered? It was Yuan Qingqing who first noticed Hidong and realized that it must be this person who had awakened the spirit beast within the stone fetus. Under the influence of the power of creation, the stone fetus, which had been gestating for over 500 years, finally showed signs of breaking its shell. However, after cracking just a little, the giant rock fell silent again. Everyone stared eagerly at the giant rock, especially Zhou Yin, who was anxiously pulling at his hair. Hidong was initially a bit puzzled, but soon understood what was happening and decisively withdrew his hand. Hey, I didn't expect this little guy to be quite greedy. Anyway, there's only so much, it can come out or not. Don't. Zhou Yin called out, advising. It's just spiritual power, if it wants it. Just give it a bit more. Sorry, there's really none left. Hidong politely declined. I just opened the beast raising space not long ago. And I don't have much spiritual power accumulated. Zhou Yin was a bit disappointed, looking at the giant rock, but still unable to let go of his obsession. Especially in this situation where success seemed imminent. This classmate, can we discuss something? Zhou Yin asked softly. Since you're low on spiritual power, can we try again? Of course, I don't want to take advantage of you. If the stone fetus hatches, the spirit beast inside will still belong to you. I just want to see it once. This is really important to me, please. Zhou Yin said while cupping his fists in a bow, showing his sincerity. No problem. Hidong nodded immediately, knowing that doing so wouldn't yield results anyway. Thank you. Thank you so much. Zhou Yin was instantly overjoyed. My name is Zhou Yin. I'm a professor of the earth element at Binhai Beast Raising University. If you have any related questions in the future, feel free to come to the school to find me. After speaking, Zhou Yin eagerly approached the giant rock, thinking that this time he would finally fulfill his obsession. Just as he confidently raised his hand to place it on the giant rock, a burst of white light suddenly bounced his hand away. Ouch! Zhou Yin stepped back, holding his hand, and his students immediately surrounded him. Before anyone could express their concern, Zhou Yin waved his hand to indicate he was fine, gazing wistfully at the giant rock. So that's it, you've already recognized him as your master? So, you no longer accept other spiritual power. Hidong curled his lips at this. He wasn't sure if the spirit beast in the stone fetus had such high principles. Instead, he felt it was more likely that after consuming the power of creation, it looked down on ordinary spiritual power. Zhou Yin turned to Hidong. Little brother, I still need to ask you for a favor. Professor Zhou, I'm afraid it won't work today. I need to recover my spiritual power. Hidong said while signaling to Yixinga, preparing to leave. How about I come back another day? However, I'm not very good at remembering things. And I just became an apprentice beastmaster recently, so I have a lot to do and might not remember. Then leave me your number, and I'll contact you later. Zhou Yin hadn't finished speaking when he was pulled back by Yuan Qingqing. Old Zhou was flustered. But Yuan Qingqing seemed to understand Hidong's intention. Isn't this just playing a game of wanting to catch but letting go? It's a performance for the spirit beast inside the stone fetus. However, doing so is also correct. You can't pamper spirit beasts too much, or it'll be hard to discipline them during cultivation later. This classmate, being able to incubate a spirit beast that has been in the stone fetus for over 500 years, whether in strength or potential, must be extraordinary. Using it as your initial pet beast would be just right. Today, Professor Zhou has reserved the venue for everyone to have a chance to try hatching. Next time you come, you'll have to pay yourself, so think carefully about it, or just get it done directly. Hidong looked at the giant rock, faintly feeling that it was also looking at him eagerly, and the cracks on it widened slightly, seeming to indicate that with just a bit more power of creation, it could break its shell immediately. I don't think the rock element is necessarily suitable for me. Maybe it's best to just let it go. The rock-type spirit beasts are known for being slow and clumsy, and they don't learn many skills. For beginners, their biggest advantage is their calm and steady personality, which makes them willing to follow commands, and they are easy to feed, as they can survive on stones. Hidong shook his head, seemingly having made a decision, and pulled Yixinga towards the stairs without looking back. However, before he could take 3 steps, he suddenly heard the sound of rocks collapsing behind him. Immediately after, a round white stone ball rolled quickly in front of Hidong. How could there be another stone fetus inside the stone fetus? Zhou Yin exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that it needs to hatch twice? This is unheard of. Or is it that all stone fetuses are like this after a certain age? Hidong bent down to touch the stone ball and said, If you want to come out and follow me, be quick about it. Otherwise, I'm leaving. This time, the stone ball didn't continue to play tricks. Fearing that Hidong might really leave it behind, a burst of crystal white light appeared, and the stone ball gradually transformed into a nimble stone monkey. It obediently sat on the ground, hugging its knees, with its head resting in Hidong's palm. Looking at the monkey that had jumped out from the stone, Hidong twitched his mouth. It really is a monkey? And it was born from the Bodhi Branch. While he was pondering, the little stone monkey also opened its eyes and clasped its hands together to bow to Hidong. Then, it sprang up and started running around, eventually performing a set of monkey punches for Hidong. After a flurry of punches and kicks, the little stone monkey returned to Hidong and presented a gem as if showing off. Suddenly, A voice exclaimed from the surroundings. Hey, isn't that my fire-type enhancement stone? How did it end up in its hands? You are very agile and clever, indeed quite different from most rock-type spirit beasts. Hidong patted the little stone monkey, knowing that it was eager to prove its abilities to him. However, it is wrong to take other people's things without permission. Shouldn't you hurry and return it? Chapter 21. Golden Spear Stone Monkey. Upon hearing this, the little stone monkey's expression changed, and it lowered its head in grievance. It had just come into the world and lacked social knowledge, having no concept of its actions. To the little stone monkey, it simply picked up something good it sensed while running around, intending to give it as a gift to Hidong. As a result, it not only failed to please Hidong, but also did something wrong. In its frustration, it began to dislike the treasure it was holding and threw it back at the owner's feet. Hidong said nothing upon seeing this, simply walking over to pick up the enhancement stone and returning it to the owner. I'm sorry. This mischievous monkey has just come into the world and doesn't understand anything yet. I apologize on its behalf. Oh, it's fine. The Beast Master waved his hand. Newborn spirit beasts are just like children. We can't expect them to understand human social rules right after they are born, can we? Every one of us started with early education. That's right. Zhou Yin nodded in agreement. Some beast masters are always eager for quick success, rushing to enhance their spirit beast strength without teaching them how to adapt and integrate into human society, which ultimately leads to trouble. Just recently, there was one, wasn't there? Yuan Qingqing interjected. A trainee beast master's spirit beast reacted unexpectedly on the street and injured quite a few passers-by, and in the end, both the person and the beast were captured. Injured people? That must cost quite a bit, right? They might even face criminal charges. A bright future ruined. But since they are a beast master, they will probably be sent to some spirit domain's pioneering team, and if they get the chance to make up for their mistakes, they might even reduce their sentence. In simple terms, a beast master is essentially the guardian of their spirit beasts. If a spirit beast causes trouble outside, the beast master is the first person responsible and cannot escape. Therefore, to become a successful beast master, the first step is to learn how to avoid getting their spirit beasts into trouble. Don't worry, I will properly teach it when we go back. Hidong patted the little stone monkey's head while signing a spirit contract and activating the identification hand. Golden Spear Stone Monkey. Type: Mineral Attribute. Gold. Rock. Characteristic: Impervious body. Attract wealth. Status: Healthy. Growth level: High. Supernatural. Racial level: High. Monarch. Skills: Flying stones, rock collapse, iron wall, steel fist. Body slam. Introduction: A stone monkey that has been nurtured for over 500 years in a stone fetus. Although it possesses high spirituality and strong comprehension, its nature is unruly and stubborn, and how to guide it onto the right path will be an urgent problem to solve. Golden rock. It actually has dual attributes? Hidong was somewhat surprised. Although he had anticipated it, he didn't expect the little stone monkey's talent to be so strong. The Golden Spear Stone Monkey has a racial level of High Monarch, not only possessing 5 racial skills, but also 2 exceptional characteristics. Among them, Flying Stones and Steel Fist are low-level skills, Rock Collapse and Iron Wall are mid-level skills, while Body Slam is a high-level skill that can trade 1-for-1 with an enemy. It has both offensive and defensive capabilities, as well as close-range and long-range options, making for a very reasonable configuration. It can be said that with just a bit of training, the Golden Spear Stone Monkey can quickly possess combat power that matches its level. Attracting wealth is easy to understand, but what is this impervious body? Hidong thought for a moment and realized that he had never seen this characteristic in related books. Could it be a new characteristic? I'll have to look it up when I get back. My understanding of spirit beast characteristics is still too limited. While Hidong was pondering, Zhou Yin had unknowingly approached and began examining the little stone monkey closely. In terms of appearance, the little stone monkey was overall brownish-yellow, looking quite similar to a golden monkey. It had a typical furry face and a thunderous mouth, and there was an unyielding rebelliousness in its lively big eyes. Good. The more Zhou Yin looked, the more satisfied he became, even reaching out to tap the little stone monkey's arm, only to be met with a toothy grin and a defensive gesture, almost getting scratched by the monkey. Even so, Zhou Yin was not angry. Instead, he smiled. Little brother, you really hit the jackpot this time. This little monkey is a dual attribute spirit beast. Really? Yuan Qingqing exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth. This is the first time in recent years that a gold-type spirit beast has hatched. Zhou Yan's students all curiously gathered around, wanting to take a closer look at the spirit beast that had been on their teacher's mind. However, the little stone monkey was quite uncomfortable with the attention, but it did not hide behind Hidong. Instead, it raised its fist and made a threatening sound. Unfortunately, the golden spear stone monkey looked small and cute, just like a golden monkey, and even though it tried hard to look fierce, it failed to scare anyone. It was still Hidong who gently held it back and said to the people around, "Sorry, This child has just come into the world and isn't used to being surrounded by so many people. Zhou Yin also signaled his students to be mindful. That's right. Newborn spirit beasts are very sensitive to their surroundings. You all crowding around like this makes it feel very insecure. The group of college students quieted down significantly and stepped back several meters. Zhou Yin crouched down, trying several times to pet the monkey's head, but was blocked each time. So, he took out a small golden fruit from his pocket and placed it in the little stone monkey's hand. The little stone monkey curiously sniffed it, and joy appeared on its face as it quickly tossed it into its mouth. What is this? Hidong asked curiously. Zhou Yin explained. It's nothing. Just a small snack that gold-type spirit beasts like, mainly made from various ordinary metal powders mixed in proportion. Can gold-type spirit beasts eat extraordinary metals? Hidong pressed further. Of course, Zhou Yin nodded, emphasizing. However, they can't eat just anything randomly. After all, some extraordinary metals have conflicting attributes, and some, when placed together, can react violently, which can lead to trouble. Hidong suddenly understood and asked, is there anything else to pay attention to? If it's something too advanced. Be careful to feed a little less to avoid indigestion. Zhou Yin didn't shy away and simply opened a public lesson on the spot. Also, if you want a gold-type spirit beast to learn skills of other attributes or possess a special constitution, you'll need to purposefully feed it corresponding metals, which is quite time-consuming and resource-intensive. The same goes for rock-type spirit beasts. The methods for both are quite similar. Overall, gold-type and rock-type spirit beasts are quite sturdy and resilient. Even if they get injured, they can repair their bodies by consuming large amounts of metal or rock. Most importantly, they are less troublesome compared to other attributes. In the field of beast taming, it has long been confirmed that attributes can influence the personality of spirit beasts. Fire-type spirit beasts are mostly irritable, water-type spirit beasts are often unpredictable, ice-type spirit beasts tend to be aloof and solitary, and earth-type spirit beasts are generally steady and honest. As spirit beasts continue to grow and become stronger, this influence will gradually diminish. After reaching maturity, high-level spirit beasts will possess intelligence and reasoning abilities comparable to adult humans, no longer affected by their attributes. For beast tamers from ordinary families, how to choose an initial spirit pet that they can control with their own ability is a very important question. Hidong remembered Zhou Yan's words. These are breeding methods that would not be mentioned in high school textbooks. Moreover, he happened to have a piece of Liuguang steel in his hands and wondered if he could feed it to the little stone monkey. The main issue was that one piece might not be enough. He wasn't sure if it could be combined with enlightenment. Meanwhile, Zhou Yin was also trying to touch the monkey, but the little stone monkey didn't give him any chance at all. It showed no signs of being intimidated, completely unafraid of the sugary coating. Later, Zhou Yin changed from touching to teasing, and instead had a great time playing with the little stone monkey. Onlookers felt as if a grandfather was playing with his beloved grandson. Professor Zhou, have you observed enough? It's getting late now. After Hidong's reminder, Zhou Yin came back to his senses and scratched his head in embarrassment. That's true, but there's one more thing. I want to see what skills this stone monkey has. Isn't that simple? I'll have it show off what it can do. I want to know too. That's too monotonous, and it won't show much. Why not have a simple beast battle? A beast battle? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Hidong was surprised and refused. I just contracted with the little stone monkey. We've never trained together, and it has only just been born for less than an hour, so it has no combat experience. No, that's not a problem. Zhou Yin shook his head. Do you think those wild spirit beasts survive after they are born? A spirit beast's personality and combat talent depend on how it performs before training. Besides, Zhou Yin lowered his head and smiled at the little stone monkey. It seems to have a strong fighting spirit. Hearing this, Hidong also looked down and saw the golden war stone monkey standing proudly in front of him. Its fierce eyes filled with a fighting spirit, as if it were ready to charge at any opponent and throw a punch. So, do you want to trust your spirit pet? Do you want to satisfy its desire for battle? In response to Zhou Yan's question, Hidong's gaze became firm, and he nodded seriously. Ha, good. Zhou Yin patted Hidong's shoulder, praising him. That's the spirit. As beast tamers, we should teach our pets. But we must also remember to respond to their expectations. The relationship between a beast tamer and their spirit pet is that of partners, not master and servant. I have learned. Hidong solemnly bowed to Zhou Yin as a disciple. No need for that. I just spoke from the heart. Zhou Yin waved his hand and called back. Zheng Feng, didn't you just get a guardian snake as your second pet recently? Come let it battle the little stone monkey. Before Zheng Feng could step forward, Yuan Qingqing stood up. Old Zhou, if you're going to fight, you need to do it in a proper arena. This second floor is filled with stone fetuses. There's no place for you to mess around. Come on, follow me to the underground battle arena. A few minutes later, the group moved to the underground battle arena. Hidong and Zheng Feng stood facing each other, with the referee being the shop owner Yuan Qingqing. Junior, thanks for helping me detoxify earlier. Zhang Feng clasped his fists and smiled kindly. I'm about to enter my second year, so I'll be careful during the battle. Please rest assured. Thank you, senior. He Dong clasped his fists in response. But please don't hold back too much. This is my first beast battle. If I'm overly favored, it won't be interesting, and the Golden War won't enjoy it either. Chirp chirp. The Golden War stone monkey pounded its chest a few times, as if beating a war drum before the battle. All right. Zhang Feng nodded and summoned his guardian snake. Then I will take this seriously. With Yuan Qingqing's command, the Golden War stone monkey charged towards the guardian snake, raising its fist to attack. Facing the rapidly approaching Golden War stone monkey, the guardian snake remained still until it received the command to move. Guardian snake, dodge it. Then use vine whip to trip it. As the Golden War stone monkey swung its fist down, the guardian snake nimbly darted to the left, and then swung out 2 vine whips to entangle the opponent's lower body, causing the Golden War stone monkey to crash to the ground. Before it could get back up, Zhang Feng's command came again. Guardian snake, now, use wrap to bind its hands and feet. The slender guardian snake immediately transformed into a rope, attempting to completely tie up the Golden War stone monkey. Faced with the guardian snake's entanglement, the Golden War stone monkey became increasingly furious, struggling wildly to break free. But the more it struggled, the tighter it became entangled. With no combat experience, it didn't know how to deal with the well-trained and powerful guardian snake. Just then, Hidong's voice suddenly came through. Golden War stone monkey, don't panic. Use rock collapse on yourself. The Golden War stone monkey immediately complied, and a massive rock appeared above its body, crashing down towards the ground. Guardian snake, quickly dodge. Zhang Feng issued the command in time, but Hidong's command followed closely. Golden War stone monkey, grab the guardian snake, don't let it escape. Then use iron wall. In an instant, the Golden War stone monkey turned the tables, hardening its body while desperately holding on to the escaping guardian snake. The giant rock crashed down, causing a massive cloud of dust to rise and obscuring the view of the battlefield. Amidst the haze, 2 differently shaped figures quickly separated, allowing those around to see their conditions clearly. The Golden War stone monkey was full of fighting spirit and unharmed, while the guardian snake had sustained some minor injuries but was still capable of fighting. Zhang Feng looked at Hidong in disbelief, not expecting that this newcomer could make such decisive commands. Generally, new tamers would panic upon seeing their spirit pet at a disadvantage, but he remained calm. This made Zhang Feng reconsider his previous dismissiveness. As a professional beast tamer, he couldn't afford to be defeated by a junior. Although the guardian snake was only his newly captured second pet and not his main initial force, it would be too embarrassing to lose. Guardian snake, use hypnotic poison fog. Then, use poison snake bite to end this battle. The guardian snake obeyed the command, spraying a large amount of light purple poison fog into the arena. Before darting towards the Golden War stone monkey, its poisonous fangs glinting with a deep purple sheen, clearly capable of taking down its opponent with a single bite. Golden War stone monkey, use flying stones to clear a path, then use body slam. Chapter 22, First Battle Victory. Owl. The Golden War stone monkey let out a furious roar, slamming its palms together. The spiritual energy between its palms transformed into several rough rocks, which it hurled at the guardian snake with great force. The wind generated by the flying stones disrupted the spread of the hypnotic poison fog, while the Golden War stone monkey charged forward, sprinting with all its might towards the guardian snake. As the golden stone monkey raced at high speed, a bright golden light shimmered on its body, resembling a meteor with a fiery tail. What? A self-destructive charge? Zhang Feng's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed. Is this a skill that a newly born spirit beast should possess? What kind of battle maniac is this, to take such a self-damaging move as their racial skill? At this moment, he was too late to command the guardian snake to dodge, and could only watch as the 2 spirit pets collided. Facing the powerful impact of the golden stone monkey, the guardian snake was inevitably sent flying, but fortunately did not fly out of the competition area. As the referee, Yuan Qingqing immediately looked at the guardian snake, ready to assess its condition and announce the outcome of the match. However, to her surprise, the guardian snake, despite being severely injured, did not faint but was struggling to rise. Just hold on a little longer, it thought. It had just managed to injure the opponent with its venomous fangs during the collision, and there was still the presence of the hypnosis mist in the arena. Even if the monkey was less injured, it probably wouldn't last much longer, and victory was still within reach. Everyone present also realized this. Their gazes focused on the figure within the mist. Hidong unconsciously clenched his fists. His previous command was aimed at a quick victory, hoping the golden stone monkey could take down the enemy with a self-destructive charge before being affected by the hypnosis mist, securing a decisive win. Unexpectedly, the guardian snake proved to be so resilient, refusing to fall even when barely hanging on. Truly, it was a grass-type spirit beast with endurance second only to rock-type, embodying tenacity. As everyone knows, the aftermath of a failed quick victory often leads to a swift defeat next. Sigh, my strength and experience are still lacking. And the guardian snake is quite strong. Senior Zheng Feng's command is solid. If it weren't for the advantage of attribute restraint, we might not have gotten this far. He Dong exhaled, accepting the outcome of his first battle. However, until the mist faded away, the golden stone monkey still did not fall. Everyone saw the state of the golden stone monkey. It was swaying, clearly struggling under the backlash of the self-destructive charge, but its mind was very clear, completely unaffected by the mist. Once the mist became ineffective, the golden stone monkey began to pant heavily, grinning menacingly at the guardian snake. The spectators were in an uproar, as no one expected the guardian snake's invincible hypnosis mist to have no effect. What was going on? Although metal and rock-type spirit beasts have strong poison resistance, it shouldn't completely ignore the hypnosis mist, especially since Zheng Feng had given the guardian snake specialized training to enhance the mist's effectiveness and concentration. Could it be that it held its breath? I just saw that stone monkey gasping heavily. It must have been holding its breath earlier. Nonsense. Were you asleep in class? The hypnosis mist doesn't only take effect through inhalation. A group of university students debated among themselves, while Zhou Yin remained silent, but had already formed a guess in his mind. Is it a skill? Or a trait? Incredible. This stone monkey's potential is truly remarkable. Compared to others, He Dong quickly guessed the truth. Could it be the leakless body? After all, he knew what skills the monkey possessed, and none of them could help it resist the hypnosis mist. Although he didn't know the specific effects of the leakless body, being immune to the mist should be one of them. So does that mean I've won? He Dong was taken aback, and a bright, uplifting smile appeared on his face as he shouted, Golden Stone Monkey, well done. The Golden Stone Monkey raised its fist high. Even its body stopped swaying. The guardian snake glared at the Golden Stone Monkey's display of strength, its vertical pupils filled with unwillingness, then turned to its beast master. Seeing this, Zheng Feng gritted his teeth, finally making up his mind, and activated his beastmaster talent to share damage. In an instant, Zheng Feng felt an intense pain surge through his body, yet he still shouted proudly, Guardian Snake, stand up. An invisible link formed between the spirit pet and its beast master, as the heavily injured guardian snake visibly began to recover. Zheng Feng's outburst drew everyone's attention back, and his classmates couldn't help but start teasing him. Wow, you even used your beastmaster talent. Old Zheng, even if you win in the end, it won't be very glorious. Isn't that better than losing? A professional beast master losing to a newcomer. I could make fun of him for a year. At this moment, Zheng Feng could no longer care about his classmates' comments. All he could see was victory. Go, Guardian Snake, go and claim the victory you desire. Hiss. The guardian snake raised its head and hissed, its venomous fangs glowing a deep purple once again, even deeper than before. The golden stone monkey immediately sensed danger, not quite understanding how the opponent that had been knocked down had suddenly returned to full strength. Although the slippery snake's fangs couldn't penetrate its body, the corrosive venom could still inflict some damage. Even now, the area where it had been scratched by the opponent's fangs still throbbed with pain, though it bore with it. More importantly, its stamina was running low. Even if it wanted to engage in a protracted battle, the chances of winning were slim. Nevertheless, the golden stone monkey still took a step forward, seemingly determined to attack even if it meant losing. But in the next moment, a cool and gentle healing light enveloped it, allowing it to quickly recover. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Zheng. He Dong smiled as he activated his beastmaster talent, raising his hand to release the healing leaf. The healing light fell on Zheng Feng, greatly alleviating his pain from sharing damage. Meanwhile, the orchid spirit jumped onto the field, delivering a healing leaf to both the golden stone monkey and the guardian snake. The crisp sound of a wooden fish suddenly rang out, causing He Dong to pause and instinctively check the Bodhi Branch in his beastmaster space. Huh, the source of merit is detoxification and healing? So spirit pets can also help me gain merit through good deeds? He Dong was somewhat surprised, not expecting that his spirit pets could contribute to earning merit. This was a great way to train spirit pets. To become stronger, they should work hard to earn merit, and once they accumulate enough, they can redeem the Bodhi Branch for enlightenment. If they make mistakes, their merit can be deducted. He Dong thought for a moment, feeling that his idea needed further refinement. And it didn't need to be overly complicated. Teaching them to be self-sufficient and that hard work leads to rewards would suffice. Under the treatment of Lan Yaling, the Shotsan snake quickly woke up. Hiss. It straightened up, nodded to Lan Yaling in gratitude, and crawled back to Zheng Feng's side. Zheng Feng squatted down and gently stroked the scales of the Shotsan snake, saying, You've worked hard. It's my fault for not commanding well. It really is your fault. Zhou Yin walked over slowly and analyzed. Your training of the Shotsan snake is quite good, but there has been too little actual combat, which has led to the Shotsan snake relying too much on your commands and lacking the ability to adapt. Zheng Feng scratched his head and replied, "That's true. I haven't had time to take it for combat training." "That's not right." Zhou Yin shook his head and explained, "Once a spirit pet becomes completely accustomed to following orders, it will give up thinking and judgment, and it won't be so easy to regain initiative in battle. Combat is a matter of cooperation between beast tamers and spirit pets." Yuan Qingqing also said, "Your commanding style is a typical academic style of fighting, lacking cooperation with your spirit pet, making it difficult to ensure your combat power in the wild." Zheng Feng smiled wryly and explained, "Mainly because the toxicity of the Shotzan snake is too strong. So I thought it would be better to train its obedience first to avoid it causing trouble outside. After all, the risks are too great." "Is that how you think?" Zhou Yin pondered for a moment and nodded. "That's not entirely wrong, but too much of a good thing is bad. If a spirit pet's nature is suppressed, its future achievements will be extremely limited, and it won't be able to become a dominant force." Zheng Feng immediately promised, "Teacher, I will adjust my training approach as soon as possible." "Senior Zheng, what kind of contract did you sign with the Shotzan snake?" Hidong suddenly asked. "It's a soul contract," Zheng Feng answered. "I got along well with the Shotzan snake, and I signed the spirit contract when I first brought it back. But a few days later I upgraded the contract. No matter what happens in the future, it will be my most important partner." Hidong was somewhat speechless upon hearing this and asked, "Since it's a soul contract, why do you still call out commands?" If he hadn't noticed the momentary exchange of glances between Zheng Feng and the Shotzan snake, Hidong wouldn't have suspected anything. "Aha." Zheng Feng scratched his head awkwardly. "I was just thinking of taking care of the newcomer, but it seems I was being overly sentimental. However, I really miss those days. Back then, who didn't come up through shouting and yelling? Don't you think that's cool?" Hidong asked with a smile, shouting out the names of skills and all. "Of course." Zheng Feng gave a thumbs up, especially when finishing off the opponent. After chatting for a while, Hidong was called over by Zhou Yin to discuss the Jin Gu stone monkey. "The little stone monkey just used 5 skills, right? Is that all?" "That's right. Rock collapse, iron wall, steel fist, flying stone, and body slam. That's 3 more than the normal extraordinary races. The little stone monkey is a royal race, right?" "Yes. And it also has 2 traits, which are wealth and treasure and impervious body." "Impervious body?" Zhou Yin frowned slightly. "I don't remember anything about that. It shouldn't be a new trait, right?" Thinking of this, Zhou Yin immediately became serious. A new trait means a new research topic. Not to mention, a dozen substantial papers could be produced, and it could even be attempted for submission to core journals. The problem is, in order to study the new trait, frequent contact with the little stone monkey is necessary, and it would be best to have it stay in the laboratory for a while. Zhou Yin pondered his words and tentatively asked, "This new trait has a lot of research value. Hidong, are you interested in researching it with us? At that time, your name will be on the paper, and you can also get a share of the research funding." "Of course, no problem. But I might have to wait until summer vacation," Hidong said somewhat awkwardly, but still agreed. "I'll try to teach it well during this time so that it won't throw tantrums later and be unwilling to cooperate." Zhou Yin thought for a moment, feeling that what Hidong said made sense, and summer vacation wasn't too far off. Then it settled. "At that time, come find me in the Earth Department of the Beast Taming University in Binhai." Before leaving, Yuan Qingqing also took a lot of gold-type spirit beast food from the store and gave it to Hidong. "Junior, remember to come to your sister's store if you need anything." In the Beisha district, there was a street full of night market snacks. Amidst the smoke and mist, various vendors shouted to attract customers, creating a noisy atmosphere. The diverse aromas floated through the air, enticing passers-by like ghostly hands. Yixinga curiously looked around. It was her first time in such a marketplace. At this moment, Hidong was greeting the vendor. "Aunt Yang, 2 jinbingguozi, no green onions or cilantro." "Oh, isn't this little Dong?" Aunt Yang's smile widened when she saw Hidong, and then she looked at Yixinga following him, teasing, "Has he got a girlfriend? You little rascal, you don't even take her to eat something good. What are you doing here?" "Aunt Yang, don't talk nonsense," Hidong denied. "This is my classmate. I just promised to treat her to dinner tonight." Aunt Yang rolled her eyes at Hidong in disbelief, then turned to Yixinga. "Miss, do you prefer sweet or spicy? Look at what I have here and feel free to add whatever you like. Let me tell you, this kid little Dong may be a bit dull, but he's a good person. If it weren't for his support, I wouldn't be able to keep this stall." Yixinga listened silently, noticing the amputated leg hidden under the stall. Indeed, the seemingly cheerful northeastern Anne in front of her was actually a disabled person who lost her right leg due to an accident. There were many such disabled vendors on this snack street, all of whom Hidong had helped before. Rather than providing temporary assistance, it was better to help them find a way out so that they could truly thrive. Chapter 24, Self-Inflicted Wounds. "Aunt Yang, is this still Jianbing? Why not rename it to Giant Big Mac instead?" Looking at the luxurious Jianbing in Yixinga's hands, which couldn't even be held with both hands, Hidong's eyes twitched. Just now, he saw Aunt Yang add 4 eggs, 2 ham sausages, then shredded potatoes, meat floss, crispy bone sausage, chicken fillet, salad dressing, and pickled vegetables among various other fillings, practically treating the jianbing like a northeastern rice wrap. By the time it got to him, it only had the most basic configuration of jianbing guozi, and the finished product was at least 10 times thinner than the former. How is this not jianbing guozi? Isn't our northeastern jianbing guozi like this? Aunt Yang said defiantly, hands on her hips. If you want to eat the authentic version, go to Tianjin, where they don't put crispy on the inside, but fried dough sticks. Hidong bit into the jianbing guozi angrily. He was a staunch conservative, always believing that the basic version was the best. Adding too many fancy things not only affected the taste, but also made it hard to bite and easy to fall apart in hand. Then, he saw Yishinga holding out the giant Big Mac to him. Switch, this is too big. I can't eat it. Hidong looked at the jianbing in his hand, somewhat embarrassed. I've already bitten this one. I don't mind, Yishinga replied immediately. It's better than wasting food, right? Hidong thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, how about you eat first, and if you can't finish it, you can give the rest to me. That's fine. Yishinga nodded happily and took a big bite of the giant Big Mac. How is it? It shouldn't taste bad, right? Hidong asked. I just bit through the skin, and I haven't reached the filling yet, Yishinga replied. But this layer of egg pancake brushed with sauce is quite good. Watching the two young people having a perfectly normal conversation, Aunt Yang couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Back in the day, she often went with a boy she had feelings for to buy food at roadside stalls after school. Although they didn't have much money, they would share bites after buying something, which was particularly happy. Later, that boy became her husband, until that damn accident. Aunt Yang, I've sent the money over. Although Aunt Yang said she would treat Yishinga to the giant Big Mac, Hidong still calculated the price and transferred the money over. After all, it's not easy for them to work hard at their stalls to make money, and he has no interest in repaying favors. Watching the two of them walk further away, Aunt Yang pulled out her phone and entered the mutual aid group for disabled stall owners in the snack street. Aunt Yang's jianbing. Everyone, Xiaodong brought his girlfriend today, but it seems the two young ones haven't broken the ice yet, so everyone be mindful of the situation. Aunt Yang's jianbing. By the way, I made a luxurious giant jianbing for the girl, but she said she couldn't finish it and didn't want to waste food, so she wanted to swap with Xiaodong. How about that, guys? As soon as these two messages were sent, the group exploded with activity, and the stall owners began to chime in. After understanding the situation, many people declared that such a good deed shouldn't just be taken by Aunt Yang. So, as Hidong walked through the night market, every 10 meters or so, he could hear familiar stall owners greeting him enthusiastically. Hey, Xiaodong, did you bring your classmates to play today? Take 2 servings of ice jelly. It's perfect for summer. Xiaodong, come here. Uncle just grilled 2 big skewers of squid, the biggest ones today. Dongzi, come over here. The lamb skewers are best eaten hot. By the way, can the girl handle spicy food? Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Hidong couldn't refuse, and before long, he had more and more items in his hands. Then, when it came to paying, the two sides could negotiate for a long time, with some even putting away the price tags. In the end, Hidong really couldn't resist and decided to make up for this payment secretly next time he came. Yishinga watched with great interest from the side and joked, I didn't expect you to be so popular. If I didn't know your situation, I would have thought this street was owned by you. Hey, I usually help these stall owners with some small troubles. Hidong sighed, feeling that he couldn't continue walking further. He wouldn't be able to finish all the food he had, with the things he was holding. He estimated that he would need help from Lan Yiling and Jin Gushir Ho to deal with it all. Just as Hidong was about to suggest leaving, an intense argument suddenly broke out not far away, and it seemed like someone was smashing a stall. Is someone causing trouble? Hidong tiptoed to look, muttering quietly, good deeds that come to you, don't let them go to waste. At that moment, the seafood stall was in disarray, with overturned tables and chairs scattered with various foods and trash, broken pieces of utensils everywhere, and the surrounding diners quickly distancing themselves from the center of the incident. Damn it, is this all you're giving me? Serving spoiled food. Who do you think you're fooling? A young man with dyed red hair shouted loudly, pointing at the middle-aged couple running the stall with one hand and holding a beer bottle in the other. Sir, this is all fresh, just caught from the sea today. How could it be spoiled? The male stall owner said with a pitiful expression, trying to defend himself. Look over there at the water tank, whether it's fish, shrimp, crabs, or clams and scallops, they're all lively. Huh, you think I care what you say? I've lived in Binhai City for over 10 years. I know what is fresh and what isn't. If I say it's not fresh, it's not. Stop wasting my time. You want to fight? Well, how about this? The male stall owner hesitated for a moment before making up his mind to negotiate. I'll make you a fresh batch. You can pick the seafood yourself. And this meal will be on the house as an apology. Right now, all he wanted was to calm things down and quickly appease this group of troublemakers. Because of this incident, quite a few customers had already been scared away, and some even skipped out on their bills. If they continued to make a scene and even started smashing stalls, he really didn't know how much he would lose. As for calling the police, he had never thought about it. After all, such a small matter wouldn't last long, and it might even lead to retaliation. The red-haired thug did not respond directly, but turned back to his companions and asked, "Bro, should we let these two scammers off?" At the only table still standing in the seafood stall, a few second-rate thugs were squatting on small stools. Their hair colors could form a rainbow. A group of them were shirtless, showing off large tattoos, and were smoking without a care for others' feelings. However, among this group, there were two guys who neither had tattoos nor dyed hair, and even looked younger, making them stand out awkwardly. Wang Song was in a very bad mood today. To say the least, he was exceptionally irritable. First, his most trusted little brother Zhang Wenyu ended up in the hospital due to a failed attempt to open a Beast Master space. Second, he was dissatisfied with his own talent. Why could that stinky woman Yi Xinga awaken 7 contract slots while he only had 3? More importantly, this year, there were countless people awakening 3 contract slots. Those who were once regarded as geniuses were now everywhere, becoming mere background characters. What did those experts on TV say? They said this phenomenon proved that the infiltration of spiritual energy into Blue Star had deepened to a certain extent and reminded everyone to be cautious of spatial tremors, as many new spiritual domains might descend soon. Wang Song actually didn't understand much of what the experts were saying. He just felt annoyed that this matter had affected him, making him lose what he thought he could obtain, especially since it was a young Lord-level spirit beast. Even now, Wang Song's mind echoed with his father's cold words. To be honest, I've been very disappointed in you these past 2 years. Besides causing trouble, you've never done anything worthwhile. If it weren't for my help, you wouldn't even pass the professional assessment to become a beast master. Recently, I've found several illegitimate children. You are no longer the only one. From now on, I won't give you too many resources. If you want to inherit my position, work hard to become a master-level beast master. With just those 2 sentences, Wang Song broke down and angrily threw his phone. He then realized that the first thing he needed to do was find a way to make money. So, after hearing the red-haired thug's inquiry, Wang Song glanced at Li Bingwen beside him. Li Bingwen was trembling like a leaf. He naturally knew what Brother Tsong meant, but he was still a bit scared. In the past, such matters were handled by Zhang Wenyu, but since he wasn't around, it fell to him to take the blame. Facing Wang Song's increasingly unfriendly gaze, Li Bingwen trembled and said, "The boss says 50,000. No, I mean 500,000. This seafood made us uncomfortable. We need to go to the hospital for a checkup, and you also have to compensate us for our mental distress. Did you hear that? 500,000. The red-haired thug smashed the beer bottle and pointed at the male stall owner. Not a cent less. Before the male stall owner could respond, the female owner spoke up first. 500,000. Why don't you go rob someone? Oh, you're not happy? Looks like teaching these scammers a lesson requires some bloodshed. The other thugs nodded in agreement, picking up stools or beer bottles, preparing to start smashing things. What are you doing? The male stall owner picked up a kitchen knife from the stall, gathering his courage to shout, "If you continue like this, I'll call the police. You social scum, don't think you can do whatever you want. I tell you, tell us what? We're only 17. We're still minors." The red-haired thug laughed arrogantly. Ever since they accidentally hurt a classmate during some fun and faced no consequences, they had realized their advantage in identity. As long as they behaved after turning 18, nothing would happen to them. As soon as those words were spoken, the male stall owner panicked and even regretted making threats. "Brothers, can I kneel down for you? 500,000 is too much. No money? Then how about using the hand you cook with as compensation?" The male stall owner's eyes filled with terror, but he still couldn't believe these people would be so brutal in public, only to see the red-haired thug smirk and call out, "Brothers, come help me hold this guy down." The thugs quickly stepped forward, ready to use real extortion tactics. Before they could get closer, they were all struck by the flying stones and fell to the ground, wailing in pain. The crowd of onlookers spontaneously cleared a path, and Hidong walked into the food stall with his head held high, accompanied by the golden stone monkey. Beastmaster, the red-haired thug, clutching his stomach hit by the flying stones, bent over like a shrimp, losing his earlier arrogance. As Hidong approached, he recognized the person at the stall with some surprise. "Wang Song, what are you doing here?" Seeing that Hidong had his back turned and was completely unguarded, a vicious look flashed in the red-haired thug's eyes as he suddenly pulled out a knife and lunged at him. Dressed in a school uniform and likely a student who had just awakened today, even if he had contracted a spirit pet, his strength wouldn't be much. I might just be able to take him out with a sneak attack. I could actually kill a transcendent. The red-haired thug became increasingly excited, his blood boiling. Then, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the night sky. My hand. No, don't do this. Everyone instinctively looked over, only to see the red-haired thug's knife-wielding right hand fixed in the air by some invisible force. And then his entire hand, and even his arm's bones were being twisted and crushed inch by inch. Yishinga walked slowly out of the crowd, holding a large pancake, her eyes glowing with blue light. Wang Tsungsung initially wanted to tell Hidong to get lost and stop meddling, but upon witnessing this scene, fear took hold of him. And he cursed in his heart, "How is that crazy woman Yishinga here too?" As Yishinga approached, Wang Tsungsung stood up and was about to run in the opposite direction, but Hidong stopped him. "Want to leave? You have to pay for the damages you caused first, and I've already called the police. You won't be able to escape. You bastard, don't go too far." Wang Tsungsung glared at Hidong, his face flushed. "Don't think I'm really afraid of you." Space rippled beside him, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Tsungsung summoned his newly contracted spirit pet. A large black cat with eyes like glass and 3 hideous scars on its face appeared in front of him. "Go, rascally cat. Take this guy and his stinky monkey down for me." Meow. The rascally cat opened its mouth and roared, charging towards Hidong to unleash a flurry of scratches. Before Hidong could respond, the golden stone monkey stepped forward, taking the claw strike like a solid wall. Then, twisting its waist and raising its hand, the condensed fist burst with spiritual power, delivering an indestructible steel punch that sent the rascally cat flying back. With just that one hit, the rascally cat instantly lost its combat ability, clearly no match for the golden stone monkey. With the sound of police sirens approaching, Wang Tsungsung realized he had lost his chance to escape. In a fit of impotent rage, he actually kicked his own spirit pet and cursed, "Useless. You worthless thing. You can't even beat a monkey. What use are you to me? Didn't you say you were the strongest among this batch?" Seeing this, Hidong frowned, surprised that there were actually trash beast masters who blamed their spirit pets for being weak when they couldn't win, and even resorted to physical violence against their own pets. Looking just like a clown. Before Hidong could stop it, the rascally cat suddenly erupted in a cloud of blood mist. And then Wang Tsungsung screamed in agony as the rascally cat, unable to bear the humiliation, actively severed their blood contract, causing backlash for both parties. Meow. The stray cat leaped up, scratching Wang Tsungsung's face before disappearing into the darkness without looking back, quickly vanishing from sight. All that was left was Wang Tsungsung, clutching his face and rolling on the ground in agony. Sigh. Hidong sighed. "You brought this on yourself." It wasn't until the police arrived and handcuffed everyone that Hidong heard a series of crisp wooden fish sounds in his ears. "Huh. I didn't expect this wave of income to be quite substantial. I wonder if it's enough for my spirit pet to gain enlightenment once." Chapter 25. The Suspicious Case, North Sha District Public Security Bureau. In just over an hour, Hidong completed 2 rounds of statements. One was about the discovery of Lu Ziheo's corpse in the afternoon, and the other was about the incident at the night market food stall. Since both cases involved extraordinary powers, they were handed over to the Extraordinary Unit for follow-up investigation and handling. Therefore, Hidong unexpectedly encountered a familiar face while giving statements. Both rounds were assisted by Liao. "So, that Wang Tsungsung is your classmate? Does he usually act like this at school?" "Not really. He was quite arrogant during his first year, but got into trouble with Yishinga and was dealt with. He lay in the hospital for over 2 months. And after returning, he became much more honest, even avoiding Yishinga." "Yishinga? The girl who came with you? She's indeed tough. That red-haired thug's arm was injured by her, right? The hospital said it couldn't be repaired, and he had to have it amputated." Just thinking about the red-haired thug's limp arm, which seemed to lack bones and was just skin and flesh, sent chills down Li Yao's spine. It was hard to believe such an injury was caused by a female high school student. Sigh, she was a bit too impulsive. Li Yao sighed. Causing someone to be disabled has far exceeded the bounds of self-defense. She might be sentenced for intentional injury. Hidong glanced at Li Yao in surprise and said, "Officer Li, if you don't believe it, you can go out and take a look. Yishinga must have left long ago, and there won't be any follow-up." "Why do you say that?" Li Yao looked at Hidong curiously. "Does she have some special identity? First, the red-haired thug was the one who pulled out a knife to sneak attack me. Second, Yishinga is a spiritual energy user and has submitted a report to the authorities about her unstable abilities. So it's reasonable for her abilities to go out of control in a moment of urgency while saving someone, right? Lastly, Yishinga is the president of the Yi Group and has a whole legal department of lawyers serving her. Of course, even if all of the above isn't enough. It doesn't matter. Officer Li, you've been too busy at work today and probably didn't have time to check the news, right? Yishinga might be the only beast master in the country this year to awaken 7 contract slots. Regarding Yishinga's domineering and aggressive style, Hidong didn't really agree with it, but he had to admit that it was indeed much more efficient, so he wouldn't voice opposition unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, Yishinga was also a smart person who could handle her own affairs well. 7 contract slots? So it's her. Li Yao suddenly realized. "I heard about this at your school today, saying a peerless genius had emerged, but I didn't find the opportunity to go watch. And now I've seen it." Hidong smiled. Although Dongxian has very strict controls over transcendence and will impose heavy penalties on law-breaking transcendence, in this case, no matter how we argue, we are in the right. That is true. Liao nodded. Moreover, in the past 2 years, the criteria for justifiable self-defense have also been relaxed. By the way, how's the other case going? Hidong asked curiously. Did you catch the beast that killed Lu Zihao? We caught it this afternoon. Liao replied. It was an injured purple ghost butterfly, and the case is already closed. Oh, so fast. Hidong was somewhat surprised. He had just asked casually, not expecting the case to be resolved already. Liao hesitated for a moment upon hearing this and lowered her voice. Actually, I feel like this case is a bit strange. Hidong remained silent, listening as Li Yao continued. Do you know how the victim died? The coroner's report concluded it was due to an overdose of sleeping pills, and there were many signs of struggle in his room, indicating he was forced. Upon hearing this, Hidong also felt something was off. Could it be that the purple ghost butterfly controlled him? But that doesn't make sense. The purple ghost butterfly is a necromantic spirit beast. If it wanted to consume a soul, it could just eat it directly. So why go through the trouble of killing him first? This is also something I can't understand. Li Yao frowned in distress. But we did extract a small amount of soul fragments from the purple ghost butterfly's mouthparts, and comparisons confirm they belong to the victim. Lu Zihao. Since there are still doubts in the case, why was it closed so quickly? Hidong pressed. I don't know. Liao shook her head. Maybe I'm overthinking it. After all, I haven't been following this case closely. I only helped write some of the documents. It's a pity the victim's soul is gone. Otherwise, we could find more clues. Hidong thought for a moment and briefly entered the Beast Master space to check the Bodhi Branch, but found no corresponding merit. The Zio butterfly was captured, but the merit didn't come through? Does that mean it isn't the real murderer? Regardless, merit doesn't lie, even if there were ways to deceive. It wouldn't appear here. Hidong didn't say anything more. He had no evidence at the moment and preferred to wait until he could investigate further. The bigger the case, the more merit there is. It's time to find a way to bring justice for the victim. Shanghai Beastmaster High School, student dormitory. As soon as Hidong entered the room, he released Lan Yiling and Jean Gustone Monkey. Lan. As soon as Lan Yiling landed, she turned and rushed toward Hidong, eagerly opening her arms for a hug. Jean Gustone Monkey, on the other hand, was much quieter, standing with arms crossed, surveying the room before finally looking at Hidong. Hidong picked up Lan Yiling and interacted with the little one, then bent down to pat Jean Gustone Monkey's head. As for picking up Jean Gustone Monkey, sorry, but with his current physical condition, he couldn't do it. Don't be fooled by the small size of this stone monkey. Its body is solidly made of metal and rock. Although Beast Masters gain various benefits after contracting their spirit pets, it's a gradual process, and he had only contracted his spirit pet for a couple of days. This is where we'll be staying for a while. It's not big, so you'll have to return to the Beast Master space at night when you sleep. But it'll be fine once summer vacation comes. Hidong sat on the bed and called Jean Gustone Monkey over. You performed well today. Whether in battle against the guardian snake or later when confronting the rogue cat, you were particularly brave and unafraid of pain, which is truly rare. Jean Gustone Monkey proudly raised its head, its eyes filled with disdain as if looking down on the world. So, I plan to give you some rewards. Hidong said, raising his hand to summon the Bodhi Branch. You know I possess a very special power, and you decided to follow me to obtain this power, right? The merit glowed on the Bodhi Branch, and the power of creation shimmered between its leaves, radiating colorful light. Jean Gustone Monkey was immediately captivated by the power of creation, but Hidong's next words plunged it into despair. Even if you suppress your temperament and hide your inherent unruliness, you still have to behave obediently in front of me? Jean Gustone Monkey suddenly looked up at Hidong, its eyes filled with confusion and panic. It thought it had been performing well since coming into the world. Yet somehow, it had been seen through by the other party. Hidong naturally wouldn't explain. He simply waved the Bodhi Branch like a duster and pointed it at Jean Gustone Monkey's forehead. It's okay, I don't mind. And you won't lose anything that is rightfully yours. After all, this merit is something you earned, and I won't cut corners. But how things go from now on depends on your own choices. Jean Gustone Monkey looked up at Hidong, clasped its hands together, knelt down, and fell into enlightenment. Chapter 26. The goal is to become a Beast Master. I wonder what insights this wild monkey can achieve. Regardless, Hidong invested all the merit Jean Gustone Monkey had just earned that night. As long as Jean Gustone Monkey experiences the benefits brought by the power of creation, it will have to work hard to earn merit if it wants to be enlightened by the Bodhi Branch in the future. In this way, no matter how unruly its nature is, its bad behavior will gradually be corrected during the process of doing good deeds, turning it into a good monkey that enjoys doing good. But then, Hidong remembered what Professor Zhou Yin had said not long ago. If a spirit pet's nature is completely erased, its future achievements will be extremely limited. Since that's the case, Retaining its unruliness is acceptable. He actually doesn't mind Jean Gustone Monkey's audacious spirit of daring to fight against heaven and earth and looking down on everything. As for its bad behavior, there's nothing good to say. It has no positive effect, and correcting it will avoid some trouble. Hidong decided on the direction of training Jean Gustone Monkey, planning to complement training with worldly experiences. This monkey is a combat fanatic, and suitable good deeds for it include punishing the strong and eliminating evil or capturing fugitives. However, it is currently too weak, so it's better to temper its temperament by having it work in the night market every evening. Although it can't do delicate work, Jean Gustone Monkey has great strength and is a good heavy laborer. After arranging for the wild monkey, Hidong turned his attention to Lan Yiling and waved the Bodhi Branch to point at her as well. Lan Yiling naturally did not resist, knowing that this would make her stronger, and happily entered a state of enlightenment. Can it really be done? Hidong looked at Lan Yiling, who was seated with her eyes closed, and murmured, "Can enlightenment not only allow spirit pets to comprehend new skills, but also be reused on a single skill? What is the effect? Does it increase proficiency?" In today's Beast Master academic world, the skills mastered by spirit beasts are divided into different levels based on their power and effects. From low to high, they are unranked: low-level skills, mid-level skills, high-level skills, super-level skills, and forbidden skills. Additionally, there is a classification for the proficiency of spirit beasts using skills, namely entry-level, proficient, expert, perfect, pinnacle, and out of the ordinary. The same skill used by spirit beasts of the same level, but with different mastery levels, often varies greatly in power and effect. Moreover, if a low-level skill can be trained to the out-of-the-ordinary level, its power may not be inferior to that of an entry-level super-level skill. However, training a skill's proficiency to the out-of-the-ordinary level is exceedingly difficult, even to the point of being considered impossible. Even master-level beast masters can usually only train their spirit pets' key skills to a perfect level. Only some exceptionally talented spirit pets, with the help of beast masters, may touch the threshold of the pinnacle. If enlightenment can indeed increase the skill proficiency of spirit pets, doesn't that mean that as long as there is enough merit, I could even raise all my pet skills to the out-of-the-ordinary level? At that point, it would truly be like a god blocking and killing gods, and a Buddha blocking and killing Buddhas. Hidong took a deep breath, but he couldn't calm the rapid beating of his heart. Let's wait for the results. What I just made Lan Yiling comprehend is the healing of the orchid leaf. Although he didn't plan for Lan Yiling to become a battle pet, cultivating her into a small healer for the team would be quite good, as she could not only save lives in critical moments, but also save a lot of money on potions and medical expenses. Moreover, since ancient times, saving lives has always been the most meritorious deed. Hidong planned to send Lan Yiling to public venues used for extraordinary street battles nearby, allowing her to help injured people or spirit pets for free. The merit would definitely come rolling in every day. Studying medicine is indeed a good career path. If Hidong hadn't studied medicine in his past life, he would definitely think so. However, in this life, it seems that being a veterinarian has more prospects. Not to mention that spirit beasts also understand human nature. When working at the Spirit Beast Rescue Center, Hidong had seen doctors treat spirit pets. Although spirit beasts cannot speak or write, at the very least, they can provide accurate feedback when the doctor asks questions and can communicate their discomfort in various ways. Of course, if the doctor's beast master talent is telepathy, or if they are a psychic, communication would be even more convenient and quick. By the way, my identification hand can reflect the health status of spirit beasts by collecting their information. If a spirit beast gets sick, can it provide an accurate diagnosis? Hidong planned to try it out the next time he worked at the Spirit Beast Rescue Center. If it works, then he would have the motivation to study hard and take the medical qualification exam. Mainly, this source of merit is really stable enough. Just when Hidong was lost in thought, Lan Yiling was the first to awaken from its enlightenment. It yawned and stretched its arms high, as if it had a comfortable and good sleep. Lan Yiling, what did you gain this time? Show me. Upon hearing this, Lan Yiling immediately jumped up from the ground, and a healing light orb formed between its hands. Not only was the speed of using the skill faster than before, but it was also less strenuous, and even the brightness of the healing light had increased. Hidong's eyes lit up at this sight, and he used the identification hand on Lan Yiling, but only read the information of the skill Lan Yijiyu. Skill, Lan Yijiyu, attribute, wood level, advanced skill, proficiency, beginner proficiency, enlightenment, skill introduction, a healing skill exclusive to the Dendrobium family. It not only heals injuries, but also has a slight purifying effect. When the skill proficiency is perfected, it will additionally have a fragrant healing effect, slowly healing entities within the range of floral fragrance. Wow, it actually jumped straight from beginner level to proficient level? This level of improvement truly stunned Hidong. After all, this is an advanced skill. Normally, the higher the skill level, the harder it is to master and train. It's not something that can be improved just by grinding away. Conservatively estimating, if a spirit beast wants to train an advanced skill from beginner to proficient level, it would require at least hundreds of effective uses. Moreover, it must be a racial skill that it knows from birth. Otherwise, it would need to spend time learning first. Haha, this is the reward for doing good deeds. It's a great reward in this world. Hidong laughed heartily, feeling a surge of ambition, and looked at the calligraphy on the wall. That was his goal written down when he entered high school, to become a beast master. The so-called beast master refers to a beast tamer who has achieved a grand slam in national or even world-class master competitions. In the eyes of ordinary people, a beast master is the master among beast tamers, the ruler among beast tamers, the dominator among beast tamers, the master of beast tamers, the terminator of beast tamers, and the eternal pinnacle in the history of human beast tamers. In short, everyone who embarks on the path of a beast tamer will definitely have a dream of becoming a beast master. Before that, everyone has a long way to go, starting from becoming an intern beast tamer, followed by professional, elite, senior, and then master level, which is considered getting a ticket to become a beast master. Of course, there is actually a hall level above master level, but that is the highest in the current world. I need to step up my efforts. I just happen to be in an era where geniuses are everywhere and prodigies abound. But it is precisely this that makes it more interesting. Fighting strong opponents is much more exhilarating than crushing the weak. Just as Hidong was filled with fighting spirit, the Jin Gu stone monkey awakened from its enlightenment. Facing Hidong's imposing gaze, the little monkey subtly shrank back, clearly still haunted by Hidong's seeing through it, and it didn't dare to meet those sharp eyes. Awake? Speak up. What did you, this naughty monkey, comprehend? Chapter 27. Advanced Skill Clone Technique. The Jin Gu stone monkey was silent for a few seconds and then displayed the new skill it had just comprehended. Suddenly, its figure blurred for a moment, and then it split into two, creating two identical Jin Gu stone monkeys. The forms of both stone monkeys were solid, and from the outside, it was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake, making it particularly deceptive. Hidong frowned slightly, uncertain, shadow clone or clone technique. As soon as he finished speaking, the two stone monkeys made different movements and expressions. One obediently knelt in place without daring to move, while the other stood up, slightly raised its head, looking particularly arrogant. The little stone monkey pointed at Hidong with one hand, and then gave a thumbs up to itself. Chirp, chirp. Hidong naturally couldn't understand what the little stone monkey was saying, but from its posture, it resembled a big brother on the street gathering his younger brothers, as if to say that as long as they listened to it, it would protect them in the future. Before Hidong could delve deeper, the kneeling Jin Gu stone monkey suddenly swung its large palm and slapped the little monkey on the back of the head with a loud smack, forcing its head down to the ground. Suddenly attacked, the little monkey was filled with rage, struggling fiercely. However, the Jin Gu stone monkey's strength completely overwhelmed it, suppressing it like the five-finger mountain, rendering it unable to move. Oh! Hidong watched the scene with interest. This clone not only can withstand blows, but also has a certain degree of self-awareness. It seems to indeed be the clone technique, rather than the shadow clone from the intermediate skills. Although both are clone-type skills, the clones created by shadow clone appear solid, but once attacked, they immediately disappear, and their actions must be controlled by the main body. Otherwise, they can only remain stationary. The clone technique, as a superior skill to shadow clone, not only fills in the gaps, but also, since the clones have a certain level of self-awareness, when the skill is, the memory and experience of the clones will return to the main body. It can be said to be a cheat tool that enhances spirit beast training effects, highly sought after by beast tamers. Unfortunately, the difficulty of learning the clone technique is extremely high, and it is basically impossible to learn it right away. Most beast tamers first let their spirit pets learn low-level skills like residual image, then guide them to comprehend shadow clone, and finally, through months of practice, the spirit pets might be able to learn the clone technique. There are also people who have said that a perfect shadow clone is equivalent to a beginner-level clone technique. Seeing that the little monkey was unwilling to yield, the Jin Gu stone monkey simply released the skill to avoid it causing trouble. After experiencing the miraculous power of creation, the Jin Gu stone monkey had already made up its mind to follow Hidong no matter what. For this, it was willing to suppress its brutal and warlike nature, even lower its proud head, no matter the cost. Hidong naturally understood its attitude and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. It seems you have made a choice and awakened. Quite smart. The Jin Gu stone monkey nodded and was about to bow down, but was stopped by Hidong. No need for that. As long as you are willing to listen to me, that is enough, and I won't force you to suppress your nature. However, if you still want to be enlightened by the Bodhi Branch, you will need to put in enough effort and patience. Hidong wasted no time and directly told the Jin Gu stone monkey about the need to accumulate merit through good deeds. The Jin Gu stone monkey was indeed smart. directly understanding it as meaning that as long as it did good deeds, it could continuously grow stronger. Or rather, it only needed to think about how to do more good, and the matter of getting stronger was left to Hidong. The Jean Gustone monkey was a bit eager to try, wishing it could go out right now to find trouble with some thugs. But Hidong shook his head. This is a society governed by law. Situations like tonight are not common, so you should start with small things. This is also a training for your character, which will benefit your future. The Jean Gustone monkey scratched its head, deciding to follow Hidong's arrangement and volunteer at the night market starting tomorrow. After arranging for the spirit pet, Hidong checked his account and found that all the merit had been spent. However, it wasn't a loss. Having 2 consecutive insights yield advanced skills would have been impossible for him to bear if he had spent time and resources learning them. And he might not even have learned them. Hidong was all smiles, feeling that no matter how he looked at it, he had made a big profit. He happily touched the Bodhi Branch, which did not dodge this time as it usually did. After all, even if it resisted, it couldn't escape this guy's poisonous hands. So it was better to let him touch it early and get it over with. As the Bodhi Branch shook off the end of its twig, Hidong was carefully examining it and noticed some subtle differences. Why did it feel like there were more tender buds on the Bodhi Branch than before? Could it still continue to grow? But it hadn't mentioned anything to me. Hidong glanced at the Bodhi Branch, thinking it had become a bit hypocritical, and secretly activated his identification ability. Bodhi Branch. Type: plant species. Attribute: characteristic: accumulating virtue to achieve sanctity, creating all things. Repelling evil. Status: growing race level. Growth path: nourished by virtue. It will transform from a Bodhi branch into a Bodhi tree after reaching a certain growth stage. Description: it is very principled and only intercepts a small portion of virtue for itself during enlightenment, never indulging itself, even when tempted. Upon seeing this, Hidong almost laughed out loud and poked the Bodhi branch with his finger. Come on, honestly, did you sneak some food during enlightenment? I didn't expect you to be such a Bodhi branch. As soon as he said this, the originally quiet Bodhi branch became agitated and protested to Hidong through their soul contract. What? This is not stealing. It's the reward you deserve. Besides, you only intercept 1/10 each time? Hearing this, Hidong felt a bit emotional. Clearly, it wouldn't be a problem if it took 9/10. After all, the Bodhi branch was the core of everything, whether it was accumulating virtue or enlightenment. It couldn't be separated from it. Really, if you had said earlier that you needed to absorb virtue to grow, I would have thought this was your final form. Moreover, if you only take this little each time, when will you ever become a Bodhi tree? Or do you want to starve me to death? What? You think you shouldn't take too much now because you've been eating for free for 3 years? Hidong was somewhat speechless, but found this Bodhi branch quite adorable and reliable. How about this? I allow you to take 50% from each enlightenment in the future. Okay. The Bodhi branch paused, shaking its twig in refusal, but Hidong was very determined. Even if the effect of enlightenment was slightly lower, or if it increased the consumption of virtue. If it really didn't work, from now on, any virtue I earn will be used for your growth. And let the spirit pets work hard for the enlightenment. Chapter 28. The 7th Hospital of Binhai City. Hidong was not foolish. The higher the growth of the Bodhi branch, the stronger its abilities would be, compared to this core interest. Having the spirit pet learn a few more advanced skills seemed less important. After hesitating for a long time, the Bodhi branch finally agreed to the 50-50 split. Seeing that the Bodhi branch was willing to listen, Hidong breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that the other party would be stubborn and inflexible. After all, absorbing virtue was the Bodhi branch's own matter. If it was unwilling, he wouldn't have any way to persuade it. By the way, can the gains and use of virtue be digitized in the future? This way, it would be clearer. Let's consider the virtue consumed when enlightening the orchid as 100. Upon hearing Hidong's request, the Bodhi branch said it could give it a try. However, the specific effect would only be evident the next time there was a virtue entry. Understood. You are clearly urging me to hurry up and earn money to support the family, as there is no surplus at home. The Bodhi branch shook its twig, and the tender green leaves brushed against Hidong's cheek, seemingly reminding him not to work too hard. It's fine. Hidong shook his head. I just happened to encounter a case. Perhaps there will be a lot of virtue to gain. Just thinking of Lu Ziheo's tragically gruesome death, Hidong couldn't help but clench his fists. The next day, at noon, taking advantage of the lunch break, Hidong went to the teacher's office. After explaining his purpose to the homeroom teacher, Yu Jingyi, she gestured for them to step outside to talk. Thus, under Yu Jingyi's guidance, they went to an empty classroom that was unoccupied and locked the door. You want to know why Lu Ziheo suddenly changed classes? Yu Jingyi looked at Hidong and replied frankly, there's nothing to hide. The reason is that Lu Ziheo has long-standing conflicts with some students in his class. Although her words were somewhat vague, Hidong understood. Teacher, hasn't the homeroom teacher of class 10 intervened? Yu Jingyi shook her head. They couldn't manage. Hearing this, Hidong frowned, feeling that Yu Jingyi was trying to help the other party evade responsibility. After all, this was Yusho High School, where all teachers were beast masters. How could they not manage a few students? Sigh. Yu Jingyi sighed. Although I don't agree with the way Class 10's teacher handles things. Wang Tsungsong's family does have some influence. Wang Tsungsong. Hidong was somewhat surprised. How was this kid involved again? Yu Jingyi nodded. The ones who have conflicts with Lu Zihao are a small group of 3 led by Wang Tsungsong. At this point, Hidong felt he could rule out this line of investigation. Although campus conflicts could lead to some tragedies, most were caused by impulsiveness and accidents. And it didn't reach the level of setting up a scheme to use spirit beasts to kill. Most importantly, Hidong felt that Wang Tsungsong didn't have the capability or the brains for that. Even if his family had power, they wouldn't bother to kill an insignificant high school student. Thank you, teacher. Hidong slightly bowed and said, by the way, the police have closed the case, stating that the murderer is a purple ghost butterfly. Ah, what a pity. Yu Jingyi showed regret on her face and casually said, actually, Lu Zihao wouldn't have stayed in our class for long. He failed his professional assessment and needs to repeat a year. Hidong hadn't thought much of it at first, but Yu Jingyi's next sentence stunned him. Lu Zihao usually performs well academically and can generally rank in the top 20 of his grade, but unexpectedly, this time, Wang Tsungsong scored about the same. Suddenly, Hidong remembered his earlier conversation with teacher Gao. Wang Tsungsong and Zhang Wenyu, the 2 bottom students in the grade, had miraculously ranked in the top 30 this time. Although he didn't know what the connection was, Hidong instinctively felt something was off, especially when he thought of those diagnostic reports about Lu Zihao. Mental weakness? Memory loss? To what extent had Lu Zihao's memory diminished? Or was it that he had actually had his memory extracted by someone using some means? After school, Hidong rushed straight to the 7th hospital of Binhai City. This was Binhai's mental hospital and also the hospital where Lu Zihao was treated. Hidong didn't go directly to find Lu Zihao's attending physician, but instead registered for an appointment with him. However, just as he sat down in the lobby, he suddenly heard panic-stricken screams and shouts coming from the distant corridor. Ah, help! A mental patient has run out from upstairs. At the staircase, a woman in blue and white hospital attire was wandering barefoot. Her hair was disheveled, her face was pale, and her eyes were hollow and vacant. Stopping and walking as if searching for something. Yiyo, where are you? My Yiyo? Come out. The game of hide-and-seek is over. Come out. Soon. Doctors and nurses rushed to the scene with restraint straps and quickly approached the woman. As soon as she saw the doctors and nurses coming closer, the previously calm woman suddenly broke down. Ah, please, don't take my Yiyo away. No. The woman screamed and cried, frantically looking around. Seeing she couldn't escape, she simply curled up in a corner, hugging her head and trembling, looking particularly pitiful and helpless. But the trained nurses still stepped forward to capture her, ignoring her cries and struggles as they restrained her with the straps, lifting her together to take her back to the ward. Hidong watched this scene from a distance. He had originally intended to help, but unfortunately, the doctors and nurses moved too quickly, clearly experienced in such situations. Before long, Hidong heard the broadcast calling for his appointment. When he arrived at the consultation room, he met a middle-aged doctor in a white coat. He was a rather refined-looking man wearing black-framed glasses, giving off a neighborly uncle vibe. Hello, may I ask where you feel unwell? Is it just you? Is no one from your family accompanying you? Dr. Lee, hello. Hidong sat down and said, I've been feeling a bit dizzy and struggling with insomnia lately, and I occasionally experience tinnitus. Additionally, it seems my memory has been declining. Is that so? Dr. Lee's expression became quite serious. Your symptoms sound somewhat severe. Yes. That's why I really need your help. Hidong nodded eagerly. I was referred here by a classmate who had seen you before and said the results were particularly good. Oh, what is your classmate's name? Dr. Lee asked casually. Let me see if I remember. His name is Lu Zihao. Hidong stared intently at Dr. Lee's face and slowly replied, You should remember him. After all, he came for a follow-up appointment just last week. Dr. Lee paused momentarily while operating the computer, then returned to normal. You mean Lu Zihao? He is indeed my patient. How has he been lately? Has there been any improvement? Dr. Lee, don't you know? He has already passed away. Chapter 29. The more you say, the more you lose. Passed away? Li Sanjin looked up in surprise, his eyes filled with suspicion. When did that happen? How did he die? It wouldn't be a suicide, would it? Just a couple of days ago, the police said he died from an overdose of sleeping pills. The case has already been closed. It really is like that. Li Sanjin leaned back in his chair, a look of regret on his face. Sigh. When he came for his follow-up appointment last time, he said his insomnia had been getting worse and asked me to prescribe more sleeping pills. How did I not notice his abnormal state at that time? Hidong didn't see any signs of a flaw on Dr. Lee's face. That heartbroken look did indeed seem like deep self-reproach. Doctor, you can't blame yourself for this. No one expected he would do that. Not even the teachers noticed. That can't be said. After all, I am his attending physician, and besides, how many people are there in a class? The homeroom teacher couldn't possibly notice Lu Ziheo's special situation in time, but when he came to see me, it was all one-on-one. But cases of mental illness patients suddenly collapsing and committing suicide should be quite common, right? Common is one thing. Being accustomed to it is another. Li Sanjin sighed. After all, he was my patient, a young and vibrant life. I hoped to cure him and help him return to a normal life. Li Sanjin gazed up at the ceiling, seemingly lost in some memory, speaking to himself. Lu Ziheo was a very strong child. His parents were elite beast tamers who, a few years ago, were caught in a spatial quake while trying to save people from the spirit realm and never returned. They were recognized as martyrs by the Beast Tamer Association. Lu Ziheo felt proud of this. During his first therapy session, he told me that his dream was to become a hero like his parents, so he didn't regret standing up for injustice at school. What a pity. Good people don't always get good outcomes, and in the end, he still couldn't hold on. Hidong quietly watched Li Sanjin. Although he hadn't worked in a hospital for long in his previous life, he had come into contact with many doctors due to working in the operating room and often chatted with them during preparations. Generally speaking, when faced with a patient's death, they would feel particularly regretful, especially in cases where there was a possibility of saving the patient, but this emotion would not be overly expressed. Even when facing the patient's family, on one hand, it was to avoid trouble and unnecessary questioning. On the other hand, there were other patients waiting for surgery, and there wasn't much time to indulge in sadness. Therefore, Hidong felt that Dr. Li seemed to have said a bit too much, especially in front of a stranger. Although he was Lu Ziheo's classmate, their relationship was actually quite ordinary, and Dr. Li had no need to share so much with him. Of course, it could also be that he was expressing his feelings, but was it really appropriate to casually reveal a patient's personal privacy to someone else? Psychiatrists inevitably ask about patients' past experiences during consultations to explore the roots of their mental issues. So they naturally know a lot of personal privacy about patients and must keep it confidential. Hidong didn't believe that a middle-aged psychiatrist would make such a mistake in this regard. Doctor, what originally caused Lu Ziheo's mental issues? Long-term auditory hallucinations. Li Sanjin stopped abruptly as if realizing something and shifted the topic. Let's not talk about him for now. Your issues are also significant. So let's focus on the important matters. Hidong didn't pursue the question further and quickly cooperated to complete the consultation. But most of the information was made up on the spot, after all. He hadn't completely forgotten his medical knowledge from his previous life and could still put on a show. The situation is a bit better than I thought. So, I'll order a few tests for you. Doctor, what about your spirit beast? I heard that spirit beasts are now used to assist in examinations. I'm sorry. Li Sanjin smiled apologetically. I'm just an ordinary person, not a beast tamer. Hidong suddenly understood. No wonder the registration fee was so cheap. And the consultation room was so remote that there wasn't even a nurse on duty. After Hidong left with the list, Li Sanjin's smile slowly faded as he began to scrutinize the medical records on the table. This is interesting. Does this kid actually have an illness? The symptoms suggest he does, but his demeanor doesn't seem like it. Unlike other types of diseases, some mental illnesses are very subjective, meaning they can be faked. However, such tactics are useless against mental extraordinary beings, which prevents certain individuals from pretending to be mad. Li Sanjin tapped the table and pondered for a while before taking out a backup phone and dialing a number. Hello, President Wang. Wasn't it said that you would handle the follow-up on that matter? What's the status now? It's already resolved. The matter has been settled, and no one will care. Is that so? A person just came to me, seemingly here for this matter. Who? A student. The information entered during registration is Hidong. Not sure if it's true. Hidong? I know. He reported the police after discovering this incident. President Wang paused and casually said, You don't need to worry about it. He's just a student. Even if he senses something, what can he do? After hearing President Wang's words, Li Sanjin felt a bit relieved. Then I won't disturb you. I'll contact you if there are any patients. Just as Li Sanjin was about to hang up, President Wang's voice suddenly came through. By the way, how is that woman doing? Rest assured, she has been confirmed to be mentally unstable, Li Sanjin replied. That purple ghost butterfly belongs to her. And the damage caused by the soul contract rupture has completely eliminated her chances of recovery. Make time to deal with her as soon as possible, President Wang instructed, to avoid any long-term issues. On the other side, after leaving the 7th hospital, Hidong was heading to another hospital. That was the hospital where Zhang Wenyu was located. And he might be one of the people involved in Lu Ziheo's death. However, upon arriving at the hospital, Hidong couldn't find him. After inquiring, he learned that Zhang Wenyu had actually gone home due to a lack of money for hospitalization. I almost forgot. Zhang Wenyu's mother has already been arrested. Now Hidong was in a bit of a dilemma. He didn't know Zhang Wenyu's specific home address and had no choice but to temporarily give up. Let's call it a day. That Dr. Li is indeed suspicious, but he is just an ordinary person, even if he was involved. It shouldn't be him who killed Lu Zihao, or rather, who forcibly controlled Lu Zihao, causing him to take the pills and commit suicide? Clearly, the police investigation did not find any traces of spirit beasts other than the purple ghost butterfly. With this in mind, Hidong decided to return to Lu Zihao's home to take a look. To his surprise, upon arriving, he heard voices coming from inside, as if someone was there. Chapter 30. Claiming a life, Hidong carefully observed and found that the door was slightly ajar. The lock was broken, showing signs of being forcibly opened. To be safe, Hidong summoned the golden spear stone monkey and signaled it to help keep watch before he opened the door. Just a tiny crack in the door allowed the sounds from inside to become quite clear, and it sounded like there were two people. One of the voices seemed a bit familiar. Is that Wang Tsong? The other one couldn't possibly be. Hidong recalled the layout of Lu Zihao's house and confirmed that he couldn't see the entrance while sitting in the living room before tiptoeing in. At this moment, the living room was brightly lit. Wang Tsong, Zhang Wenyu, and Li Bingwen were gathered around the coffee table, which was filled with beer and various snacks. Clearly having been eating and drinking for quite a while, their voices rising with the alcohol. Damn, it really pissed me off. It's the first time I've ever been taken to the police station. Wang Tsong cursed angrily, slamming a beer bottle down on the table. His face as red as a monkey's butt. If it weren't for that pretty boy meddling in my business, I would have left before the cops arrived. And I wouldn't have been detained for a whole night. To be honest, Wang Tsong was a bit panicked when he was taken to the police station. But thankfully his cheap old dad came to bail him out in the end. However, Wang Tsong was scolded for it. Moreover, his dad really laid down the law. If he caused trouble again, he would be left to fend for himself. Boss, don't be angry. We'll find a chance to get back at him later, Zhang Wenyu, half reclining on the sofa, said. That guy was just relying on Yixinga being there. If he was alone, he definitely wouldn't be our match. Li Bingwen remained silent, only using his chopsticks to help Zhang Wenyu, who couldn't move yet, pick up food. Looking just like a servant. Hearing this, Wang Tsong recalled how the rogue cat was defeated in one blow by Hidong's monkey spirit beast. You have to know, this rogue cat was obtained from his cheap dad. Although it was only an extraordinary species of spirit beast, it was guaranteed to evolve into a king-level beast, and its strength was enough to be the absolute main force for a senior beast master. Moreover, this rogue cat was said to be the fiercest and most capable among this batch. Yet, it was taken down by a stinky monkey that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Thinking back, the words his dad said when sending the spirit beast were all nonsense. He was just given a piece of junk to fool him. You're right. Wang Tsong took a swig of beer and confidently said, if it weren't for that waste dragging me down, how could I possibly lose? Speaking of which, after swallowing the food Li Bingwen had fed him, Zhang Wenyu continued, if it weren't for you, boss, I wouldn't have passed this professional assessment. Hey, we're buddies. Wang Tsong waved his hand and said grandly, since you recognize me as your boss, I can't let you suffer. Otherwise, that would be disloyal. Boss, how did you do it? Zhang Wenyu asked curiously. Didn't you say you'd tell me after the exam? What is that thing that makes knowledge appear in your head after eating it? Li Bingwen also raised his head curiously, wanting to know how these two underachievers managed to score better than him. After all, he was hoping to not be bullied once he became a beast master. Wang Tsong smiled mysteriously and suddenly raised his beer bottle as if to toast someone. I have to thank that idiot Lu Zihao for studying so hard. What does Lu Zihao have to do with this? Zhang Wenyu asked, confused. Because that's Lu Zihao's memory, Wang Tsong boasted. I don't know how it works. I just reported his name. Li Bingwen felt a chill at these words, while Zhang Wenyu boldly pressed on. Is Lu Zihao's death related to this? Will the police find out anything? What is there to be afraid of? Wang Tsong sneered. That guy committed suicide, right? It has nothing to do with us. Even if it really does get tied to us, so what? Zhang Wenyu immediately understood. Right, we're only 17. In the corner of the living room, Hidong was listening to their conversation clearly. It must be said that Wang Tsong really had no brains to dare speak such things out loud. However, he also had to thank him. Otherwise, it would take a lot of effort to clarify the situation. So, Lu Zihao died because someone wanted to help Wang Tsong pass the exam? For this, Lu Zihao not only lost his memories of studying hard, but ultimately, even his life. Hidong felt it was somewhat absurd. It was outright cannibalism, and they had indeed consumed someone. Was there no record of such sorcery by the authorities? Or were they suppressed before anything could be uncovered? Hidong thought about the abnormal speed of the case's closure and felt that the latter possibility was greater, making him a bit troubled. If that were the case, it would be very difficult to bring these people to justice through reopening the case. Moreover, Wang Tsong was right. No matter what, this matter couldn't be tied to them, even though they were the true beneficiaries and the main bullies. Hidong couldn't help but recall a shocking question he had seen in the comments section of related news. Why can they take my life and continue to live freely? while I can only rot in the mud. Should he kill them? With the ability of the golden stone monkey, it shouldn't be difficult to take them out in an instant. Dong frowned and pondered for a few seconds, but ultimately suppressed the killing intent in his heart for now. Firstly, because while it might feel good in the short term, it would lead to endless troubles later. Secondly, letting the golden stone monkey kill would have a negative impact on it. Before establishing the correct worldview in the golden stone monkey, he absolutely couldn't let it kill indiscriminately. Dong took a deep look at the noisy living room, quietly left, as if he had never been there. Walking on the street, Dong remained lost in thought. Although the investigation results were promising, he was also stuck in a deadlock. The identity of the murderer was still unknown, the methods used were unclear, and the person capable of such deeds would definitely be very powerful, likely someone he couldn't provoke at the moment. It seemed the best approach was to first help Lu Zihao take revenge on the biggest enemy and, by the way, stir up some trouble. With this in mind, Dong already had a brilliant idea, but he had just used up his merit and couldn't execute it immediately. He looked up at the bright moon, as if asking himself and the world, since this is a world where everything has spirituality, if the victim's soul or corpse unexpectedly turned into a zombie after death, it would definitely seek revenge on the murderer, right? Chapter 31, Shared Clone Technique. The next day, around 7 in the morning. Binhai Beastmaster High School, Class 2-1. As soon as Dong entered the classroom, he saw a flying winged creature rushing straight at him, just as they were about to collide. The agile little bird suddenly soared up, flying close to his forehead and heading upward. Dong was startled and then heard a female classmate's loud cry, "Little thief gull, don't fly around in the classroom. Come back." However, the little thief gull just chirped a few times, ignoring the command. Dong tidied his messy hair while looking up at the little thief gull flying around the classroom ceiling. The little thief gull was not very big, evidently a recently hatched chick, curious about the world and eager to play around. It had a round and flat little head, snow-white feathers on its neck, grayish-black wings, and white-brown spots on its wings, with a hint of red at the tip of its yellow beak. This bird is a characteristic spirit beast of coastal areas. Due to its cleverness and love for mischief, it leaves people with a sense of slyness, which is why it was ultimately named the little thief gull. As a high-level extraordinary species, it can be considered quite good as an initial spirit pet. Dong looked around the classroom and noticed that many classmates were holding a spirit pet in their arms. However, the vast majority of the spirit beasts were of low grade, and there were only a few from the Northeast Beastmaster families. Although everyone is an apprentice Beastmaster, the initial gap has already been widened by the economic strength of their families. Dong also saw some classmates choosing to contract sand crabs or water-jumping fish, likely because they went to the beach after school yesterday. If the insect-catching boy is the most common trainer in the Pokemon world, then the beachcombing boy is the most common Beastmaster in Binhai City. Sand crabs and water-jumping fish are roughly equivalent to Magikarp, both having strong evolutionary forms, with the only issue being that the evolution conditions are quite harsh. Among the many beachcombing boys each year, only 3 or 5 lucky ones can emerge, while most use this as a stepping stone to train other spirit pets once they have money. Of course, where there are poor beginnings, there are also those with immense wealth. At this moment, many classmates were surrounding a scaled lizard-type spirit beast. The large, yellowish-brown giant lizard was robust, standing over half a person tall just lying there, its massive mouth filled with sharp fangs, and its cold vertical pupils scanned the surroundings, causing no spirit beasts to dare meet its gaze, exuding the unique aura of a top predator. Wow, is this the Earth Dragon Lizard? This is the first time I've seen a real one up close. I have to say, the gene family is really strong. I remember the Earth Dragon Lizard is a medium royal species spirit beast. Although it looks like a lizard, it contains a trace of dragon blood. Getting one would cost at least a few million. That's right, about 6 million. My uncle helped me get it back from abroad. Jin Kai put one hand on his hip, while the other stroked the Earth Dragon Lizard, boasting, "And this Earth Dragon Lizard will soon break through to the commander level." As soon as he said this, it immediately drew gasps of astonishment from his classmates, who envied Jin Kai for having such a good uncle. Just as the atmosphere was heating up, the Earth Dragon Lizard suddenly opened its mouth and shot out its tongue. Before anyone could react, the long tongue accurately wrapped around the small thief seagull that was flapping around in the air, and then, like a spring pulled to its limit, it quickly retracted, pulling the captured small thief seagull into its mouth. Gurgle. With its sharp teeth clashing, the small thief seagull let out a sharp cry of despair. Following that, its owner screamed, "Ah, my small thief seagull." Beside him, Jin Kai's expression changed drastically, and he sternly shouted, "Earth Dragon Lizard, you can't eat that. Spit it out. Spit it out now." However, the Earth Dragon Lizard merely glanced at him indifferently. Not only did it not spit out the small thief seagull, but it also showed no intention of stopping its chewing in front of everyone. With the biting force and sharpness of the Earth Dragon Lizard's teeth, Just one more bite would be enough to completely kill the severely injured small thief seagull. Seeing the earth dragon lizard disobeying orders, Jin Kai's face turned pale. He was about to step forward to forcibly take the small thief seagull back when he was met with a nonchalant glance from his own earth dragon lizard. Though it was just an ordinary look, it froze Jin Kai in place, and the anger rising in his heart was doused by a cold wave of fear. This is also a misconception that many apprentice beast masters have. Although a contract has been signed, it does not mean that the spirit beast will unconditionally obey the beast master's orders from now on. For a moment, the entire classroom fell silent, as if everyone was stunned. Just when the earth dragon lizard was about to swallow the small thief seagull completely, Hidong's calm and steady voice suddenly came from the side. King Gustone Monkey, make that lizard spit out what it has in its mouth. Lan Yiling, prepare Lan Leaf Healing. Squeak. Lan Lan. As soon as the King Gustone Monkey landed, it flashed in front of the earth dragon lizard and delivered a fierce uppercut. The earth dragon lizard was immediately dazed, and as it raised its head, it unconsciously opened its mouth, flinging the small thief seagull out. The bloodied victim bird had just fallen to the ground when Lan Yiling's Lan Leaf Healing followed closely behind. Although it couldn't heal the near-death injuries all at once, at least it could temporarily save the small thief seagull's life. On the other side, once the earth dragon lizard came to its senses, it immediately furiously retaliated against the King Gustone Monkey. At this point, the earth dragon lizard had lost its previous indifference and fully displayed the might of its dragon lineage. Roar! It threw its head back and roared, exuding an invisible deterrent that made everyone shudder. King Gustone Monkey, Hidong, completely unaffected by the intimidation, decisively commanded, "Throw it out the window." There are too many people in the classroom right now, and with so many desks and chairs, engaging the earth dragon lizard here could cause unpredictable damage. Roar! The King Gustone Monkey charged forward, its roar louder and more piercing than that of the earth dragon lizard, completely overpowering the opponent's voice. Seeing the King Gustone Monkey rushing in, the earth dragon lizard suddenly emitted a black-red glow from its mouth and opened wide to bite the King Gustone Monkey, seemingly trying to snap it in half. Without needing Hidong to give an order, the King Gustone Monkey directly used Iron Wall, not only withstanding the earth dragon lizard's biting attack with its tough body, but also causing pain to the earth dragon lizard's teeth in return. Taking advantage of the earth dragon lizard's wailing, the King Gustone Monkey lifted it up and jumped out of the window. The height of the fourth floor was nothing for a sturdy spirit beast like the earth dragon lizard, but it was enough to render it completely unable to fight. Moreover, the King Gustone Monkey continued to rain down steel fists on it, each punch powerful and heavy, making its gaze clear. With its head pressed to the ground in submission, upstairs, Hidong picked up the small thief seagull and used identification hand. Small thief seagull, type, flying wing species, attribute, wind, characteristic, none status, near-death severe injury, bitten by earth dragon lizard, multiple fractures, bleeding. Urgently needs follow-up treatment, growth level, medium extraordinary race level, high extraordinary skills, peck, wind blade, wing attack, introduction. If it stayed obediently in the beast master's arms, it might have avoided this disaster. The identification hand could indeed assess the injured state. Hidong thought to himself as he handed the small thief seagull back to the female classmate, urging, "Hurry to the school clinic." Oh. The female classmate quickly bowed after receiving the small thief seagull and hurriedly ran out of the classroom. It was only at this moment that the classmates who had been frozen in place came back to their senses, patting their chests in lingering fear, breathing heavily, and discussing the dangerous scene they had just witnessed. Jin Kai approached Hidong and clasped his hands in thanks. "Donggu, thank you for stepping in to stop the earth dragon lizard in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how it would have ended." "It's nothing." Hidong patted his shoulder and advised, "It's best not to release spirit pets in public places before they have completed training, as they can be too unpredictable." Jin Kai's face turned red. His uncle had indeed reminded him of this, but seeing others showing off their spirit pets, he couldn't help but think that letting the earth dragon lizard out for a bit to show off wouldn't cause any problems. The truth proved that some things are better left to chance, especially when one does not have the ability to control the situation. After the chaos settled, Hidong heard two crisp sounds of a wooden fish, indicating that he had earned 2 merit points early in the morning. At the same time, a number appeared in his mind, as the Bodhi Branch conveyed information to him through the soul contract. A total of 300 merit points were earned, 200 for treating the small thief seagull, and 100 for subduing the earth dragon lizard, which was reasonable. As the class bell rang, the classmates returned to their seats, and Eugenie entered right on time. She was still dressed as usual, wearing a black women's suit inside and a white lab coat outside. "Everyone is here." Eugenie glanced around the classroom and continued, "How many people in the class have already contracted spirit pets? Raise your hand so I can count." As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of arms shot up. About a third. Eugenie nodded, signaling everyone to lower their hands. Those who haven't contracted spirit pets need to hurry up. It's best to complete the selection and contract of the initial spirit pets before the summer vacation. Subsequently, Eugenie emphasized some issues that trainee beast masters need to pay attention to, as well as the arrangements for the senior year. Hidong took notes roughly and was quite interested in the 100-day newcomer competition and the school team selection competition. However, the registration threshold for both was professional level, and the advancement of beast masters mainly depended on their beast space. For beast masters, continuously expanding and strengthening their beast space through meditation is their own cultivation. If any of you advance during the summer vacation, you can apply for a professional level assessment at the Beast Master Association, which generally includes 2 parts, combat assessment and task assessment. So it's best not to go right after advancing. You need to be fully prepared. Eugenie talked for more than half an hour, covering everything that needed to be addressed, and class was about to end. Finally, she mentioned that if everyone is free on Saturday, they could attend classmate Lu Ziheo's farewell ceremony. Although he did not come to our class, he had decided to transfer. So he is still considered part of our group. A farewell ceremony? Does that mean he will be cremated afterward? Hidong paused at the mention. Today is already Wednesday, which means I have to gather enough merit points before Friday night to implement the plan. Although he didn't know how much merit was needed to temporarily enlighten Lu Ziheo's remains, a human body is certainly much more advanced and complex than a clivia. Quantifying it, the merit consumed to enlighten the clivia was about 100 points, so for temporarily enlightening Lu Ziheo's remains, I would need to prepare at least 1,000 points of merit to be safe. That means I need to earn at least 700 points of merit in the next 2 nights? For a moment, Hidong felt a bit of a headache. Good opportunities like this in the morning were not so easy to come by. If I count during the day, it's still about right. But I can't just skip class, right? Or should I make up some excuse to see if I can take a leave? Hidong thought for a moment, but ultimately gave up on that idea. As the class teacher, Eugenie was very serious and responsible, and she wasn't as easy to fool as he imagined. Is there any way to let me leave school and act freely? Moreover, this plan has certain risks and will inevitably attract the investigation of Wang Tsungsung's forces behind the scenes. It would be best to have an alibi and make it seamless. Hidong thought left and right, and suddenly his eyes lit up, finding the breakthrough. Wait, the clone technique. That's right. As long as I share the clone technique of the Golden Stone Monkey using my Beast Master talent, I can also create a clone, right? Then I can let it stay in school instead of me. Hidong's heart suddenly burned with excitement, feeling like a genius. However, there was still a question. How long can a clone last? I haven't tested it before. What if I suddenly disappear while in class or talking to someone? Taking advantage of the break, Hidong went to the restroom and locked the door. Clone technique. In the next moment, a clone that was almost indistinguishable from him appeared in front of him. Hi, hello? Hidong greeted with a smile. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. Hidong carefully checked and found that this clone was just like him except for not having the Bodhi Branch and Beast Space. Did it share my spiritual power? Due to the double Beast Space, my spiritual power was already quite deep, which could support the clone's activities for about 12 hours. Everything was ready. But there was one last question to confirm. You are me, so you should have all my memories, right? You know how to handle things when they arise, right? Of course. Hidong nodded and replied. I will say that I need to go back and think it over, and you can make your own decision when you return. Good. Hidong patted his shoulder in satisfaction and said, then I'll leave this to you. So, during the lunch break, Hidong took advantage of the brief opening of the school gate to leave school. Now, where should I go to earn the remaining 700 merit points? Chapter 32. Reservoir drowning incident time was tight, and the task was heavy. Hidong contemplated for a long time and went directly to the task hall of the Beastmaster Association. The Benching Beastmaster Association is located near the Shanghai Bay Spirit Beast Park and has a tall and grand office building. The task hall is located on the first floor of the Beastmaster Association but is divided into several separate areas based on the strength level of the Beastmasters. Except for confidential tasks, all public task details can be queried on self-service machines in the hall. Although it was lunchtime, many people were still coming and going in the task hall, carefully selecting tasks suitable for themselves. Hidong first glanced at the task screen for trainee Beastmasters, and as before, it was filled with small tasks like finding lost cats and dogs, catching mice, and exterminating pests. Although the rewards were considerable, the merit points were pitifully low. It would probably take 3 or 4 tasks to gather 100 merit points. If it were a normal day with nothing to do, Hidong would have taken on the tasks with the mindset of accumulating small gains, but now he had to earn at least 700 merit points in 2 days. Sigh, I might as well take a look at the self-service machine. Hidong went to the machine, placed his ID card in the corresponding area. After facial recognition, his identity as a trainee Beastmaster was confirmed, and the corresponding task database was officially opened to him. The screen quickly listed various tasks, densely packed with dozens of pages. Compared to the big screen, the tasks here were indeed somewhat better, but still limited. After all, trainee beast masters were just newcomers and lacked the strength and ability to take on difficult tasks. Hidong flipped through several pages before finally finding a task that seemed to have merit points. Investigate the Shishan Reservoir. In recent months, there have been continuous drowning incidents in the Shishan Reservoir area near Bincheng, with most victims being fishermen and ordinary residents nearby, and drowning often occurring in the morning and evening. The police's preliminary investigation ruled out the possibility of wild spirit beasts being the cause and found no human factors. Some claimed these people might have been harmed by water ghosts, but the police sent water-type spirit pets for a thorough search in the reservoir and found nothing, thus classifying all cases as accidental deaths. To ensure public safety, swimming and fishing in the Shishan Reservoir are now prohibited, but even today, there are still occasional drownings. According to the traces at the scene, all victims actively entered the water after placing down their personal belongings. Forensic examination found that all victims had not been under any mental control or influence while alive. This investigation task can be accepted by trainee-level and professional-level beastmasters, but please remember that your task is limited to investigation. If you have any important clues, please return to the Beastmaster Association to report immediately and pay attention to safety. Shishan Reservoir? Hidong recalled slightly. It seems that I have indeed seen related news reports before, but they were all isolated drowning incidents, indicating that some information has been controlled. Hidong clicked on the details and carefully flipped through them, discovering that there had been 6 drownings in the Shishan Reservoir in the past 3 months. With no pattern in the times of death, and the victims' ages and identities varied widely, they did not know each other. The only common point was that they were all young and strong males, and all could swim. So all the drowned were actually good swimmers? Hidong couldn't help but scoff, analyzing. It does seem problematic. Among the victims, there were fishermen, swimming instructors, and retired firefighters, whose swimming skills are not something ordinary people can compare to. Hidong flipped through the task database again, but didn't he find any other more suitable tasks? So he clicked to accept this investigation task. The system showed that he was the 30th person to take on the task, and all the previous investigators had found nothing. Compared to other types of tasks, investigation tasks were indeed quite troublesome, as they could consume a lot of time and energy, and in the end, there might not be any gains. If important clues are found, they must be verified by the Beastmaster Association before corresponding rewards can be obtained. However, it is precisely because the conditions are stringent that the rewards for investigation tasks are indeed quite substantial. The reward for the current task is the bounty collected from the families of the deceased. They do not believe that their son, husband, or father died from accidental drowning or suicide, so they came here to post the task, hoping someone can help uncover the truth. 6 deceased individuals means 6 families, especially since the deceased were all the pillars of their households. If these drowning incidents are indeed the result of foul play, then if I can solve this case and help the deceased obtain justice, it would certainly be a significant merit, likely earning me several thousand points. However, Hidong did not think he could clarify a mysterious case that had left the police and dozens of beast masters defeated within just 2 days. That would be too far-fetched. After all, he is not a famous high school detective who can find various key clues just by wandering around the scene and deducing the culprit and the method of the crime on the spot. Although the time of death has no pattern, there is always someone drowning every month, and this month is about to end in 2 days without any incidents. So it might be worth a gamble. Rather than investigating the case, Hidong was more interested in seeing if he could encounter a drowning victim and then heroically rescue them from the reservoir. It is often said that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. For Hidong, saving a life could indeed earn him several hundred merits. If it were like the last high-altitude rescue, he might even earn several thousand merits in one go. When Hidong arrived at the Shishan Reservoir, it was already past 2 in the afternoon, the hottest part of the day. However, the wooden walkway next to the reservoir was shaded by green trees, making it relatively cool and a nice place to escape the heat. Because it was in the suburbs and today was not a weekend, there weren't many people around the Shishan Reservoir. Even the fishermen had disappeared due to the ban. On the wooden walkway, Hidong could see a large warning sign every dozen steps, which not only clearly stated in red letters that swimming was strictly prohibited, but also indicated the number of recent drowning incidents. Could it be that this month had no incidents because everyone was scared away? That would indeed be a solution. Since the reasons could not be clarified for the time being, keeping people away would prevent incidents from happening. For a moment, Hidong hesitated. If that were the case, then his original plan of waiting for a rabbit to come would not necessarily succeed. Just as Hidong was contemplating, a police car with flashing lights and sirens suddenly zoomed past on the road, speeding as if rushing to save someone. With the mindset of being here already, Hidong quickly ran to catch up. Since he couldn't deactivate the clone technique, He couldn't share Lan Yiling's photosynthesis either. Fortunately, the police car didn't go far. He Dong ran just over 2 kilometers before he saw the police car parked by the reservoir. In the water, a police officer in uniform was struggling to swim towards the drowning person, who was lying face up on the water, awaiting rescue. He Dong breathed a sigh of relief at this sight, but soon the situation started to feel off. The police officer was struggling to bring the drowning person back, as if carrying an incredibly heavy burden. With more than half the distance still to the shore, he seemed to be losing strength, as if he was going to sink along with the drowning person. The situation was urgent. He Dong had no time to think, tossing his phone and other valuables onto the police car's hood before diving into the water. Chapter 33, Water Ghost? At this moment, Liu felt as if his whole body was filled with lead. A few improper breaths had caused water to rush into his mouth and nose, triggering a gag reflex. Despite feeling exhausted and in extreme pain, Liu still swam with all his might, trying to get the drowning woman as close to the shore as possible. Regardless of time or place, rescuing the public was his duty as a police officer. So when he received the dispatch call about someone committing suicide by jumping into the water, he rushed over immediately. Although he could swim, his swimming skills were not particularly good. However, upon realizing he was the first to arrive at the scene, he jumped into the water without hesitation. Despite the bright red warnings written on the sign by the shore, the urgency to save someone left Liu no time to think about his own safety. Faster, even faster, Liu paddled furiously, using his not-so-standard, awkward swimming style to reach the woman waiting for rescue. The woman lay motionless on the water's surface. Like a piece of driftwood, her black hair splayed out like water plants. When Liu got closer, the woman did not struggle chaotically but obediently draped her arm over Liu's shoulder, allowing him to swim her towards the shore. At first, Liu felt fortunate to encounter a drowning person who knew how to save herself and cooperate. He thought it wouldn't take much effort to get her to safety. However, not long after they started swimming back, Liu felt the woman on his shoulder grow heavier and heavier, making it feel as if he were not dragging a person through the water, but rather a massive, immovable stone. This was Liu's first time saving someone in the water, and he didn't know if this feeling was normal. He even thought it might be due to his own lack of fitness, secretly blaming himself for not exercising enough, which had caused him to falter at a critical moment. After struggling for a while, Liu realized he might not have the strength to swim to shore. Just as he was considering whether to push the woman towards the shore with all his might, the previously quiet woman suddenly came to life like a zombie. Pressing his head down into the water, resorting to desperate measures to survive like an ordinary drowning person, Liu choked on several mouthfuls of water. But he suppressed his instinct to fight back, blindly groping and pushing against the woman's back. What he touched was cold and hard, not at all like human skin. Liu sensed something was wrong, but due to the water in his lungs, he was becoming disoriented and slowly sinking to the bottom. In his final moments, Liu looked up at the water's surface and vaguely saw the woman glance back at him, her wet hair and dark eyes overlapping, creating an eerie and terrifying image. Only at the last moment did the true hunter reveal its true face. Liu realized he was not saving a person, but rather a water ghost that wanted to kill him. The true intention of that emergency call was not to seek help, but to ensure someone would come to drown here. Originally prepared to wait for death, Liu suddenly struggled with all his might, using his hands and feet to desperately thrash about, trying to float to the surface. He had to report the truth behind the Shishan Reservoir drowning incidents to the Bureau. Otherwise, this monster would surely use the same trick again and kill more people. The woman with disheveled hair looked down at Liu's final struggles, her fishy eyes filled with mockery, grinning as if to taunt him, her teeth gleaming a ghastly white. But at that moment, she sensed the vibrations in the water and turned to see He Dong approaching rapidly, instantly reverting to a weak and pitiful state. She raised her arms and flailed about, her body bobbing up and down, as if she could sink into the water at any moment, skillfully playing the part of a drowning person. However, what she did not expect was that He Dong did not come to save her first, but instead dove into the water to rescue the already unconscious Liu, bringing him to the surface before swimming towards her. The woman stared intently at He Dong, her teeth gritting ominously. She glanced at Liu beside him, having already shown this guy her true face. Although she was uncertain whether he would remember after being rescued, it was better to let him drown just to be safe. There are only 2 days left in this month, and I must quickly offer the sacrifice. If it weren't for the fact that no one came to the reservoir, she wouldn't have resorted to such a desperate measure, luring in a fish by calling the police. As He Dong approached, the woman immediately wrapped around him like an octopus, trying to strangle his limbs. He Dong didn't expect that this person, after floundering in the water for so long, still had such strength and directly got entangled. Before the woman could push his head underwater, He Dong preemptively pressed her down into the water without any hesitation. Instead of letting her struggle wildly and drag everyone down with her, it was better to knock her unconscious and then perform first aid after dragging her ashore. But what Dong didn't expect was that the woman's struggling force not only didn't weaken due to choking on water, but actually grew stronger. And he was almost unable to hold her down. Is her strength even greater than mine? A transcendent? Dong immediately reacted and cursed. Damn. Am I really facing the main culprit behind drowning incidents? Although Dong was an excellent swimmer, the water was not his domain. And he hadn't contracted any water-type spirit pets at the moment, so he had no means to subdue the female water ghost cleanly. For a moment, Dong felt somewhat dazed, almost at a loss for words. Who would have thought that diving in to save someone would lead to encountering such a terrifying creature? In desperation, Dong had to use all his strength to try to pull the female water ghost off him. But once she sensed his intention, she stopped pretending. Her pale hands sprouted sharp nails and clawed at Dong. Facing the life-threatening danger, Dong couldn't care less about what would happen at school. Just as he was about to cancel his clone technique and share his defenses to take the female water ghost's claws head-on, the Bodhi Branch suddenly appeared from the beast control space. The green and gold branch floated in the air like a staff bent with force and struck solidly on the female water ghost's head, knocking her off balance and making her release her grip on Dong. Dong hurriedly dragged the unconscious police officer toward the shore, and as the female water ghost attempted to pursue them, she was once again struck back by the Bodhi Branch, like a whack-a-mole, making her cover her head and flee. In the end, she simply dove into the water and disappeared in a flash. After dragging Liu onto the shore, Dong quickly tore open the police uniform, knelt beside him, placed his hands on his chest with palms together, leaned forward, and began to press down vertically with force. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. As Dong counted, Liu, with his head tilted to one side, was frantically spitting out water. Soon, with professional first aid measures, Liu was out of danger. Dong also heard a bell ringing in his ears, grand and solemn. The merit light flowed, and after being credited, it turned out to be as much as 1,500 points. Chapter 34, Anger. 1,500 points of merit? Dong was somewhat surprised, but soon had a guess in his mind. Logically speaking, just saving someone from the water shouldn't yield so much merit. Could it be because I was threatened by the female water ghost myself? After all, the difficulty of saving someone from drowning is different from that of snatching someone from a water ghost. Although both have certain life-threatening risks, the latter is clearly more dangerous than the former. In this way, I now have 1,800 points of merit. Enough to help Liu Zihao take revenge on the culprits who caused his death. Although the plan went relatively smoothly, Dong's mood was exceptionally heavy. He turned to look at the Shishan Reservoir. The calm water surface was undisturbed, and he could no longer find any trace of that female water ghost. Who would have thought that a picturesque open scenic area for leisure and entertainment would hide such a terrifying, cunning monster? After the recent experience, Dong had completely understood how the drowning victims had died. Those people indeed did not suffer any mental control and had willingly entered the water, driven by their own altruistic hearts, with a passionate desire to save the drowning person, even at the cost of their own safety. But who would have thought that this was actually a complete trap, a scheme to take lives by the monster? Anger. Dong felt a level of anger he had never felt before. How could human goodwill be so exploited by monsters? If he hadn't arrived in time, this deceived police officer would likely have drowned as well. Moreover, if it weren't for the Bodhi Branch's assistance, even he might have faced dire consequences. The Bodhi Branch circled back and forth above the water and finally returned to Dong's front. Having successfully driven away the water monster that nearly killed Dong on its first battle, the Bodhi Branch felt a bit proud, even lifting its branch tips as if waiting for Dong's gratitude and praise. Looking at the Bodhi Branch's cute appearance, Dong's mood improved a little. Well done. This time, it's really thanks to you. Dong patted the Bodhi Branch and promised, except for the part for spirit pets. All the merit left over from this operation will be for you to absorb. The Bodhi Branch was very pleased with this and happily accepted Dong's proposal, then immediately asked him, what about that monster? Do you have any way to find her specific location now? The Bodhi Branch sensed the killing intent emanating from Dong. It was the first time it had seen him like this, clearly indicating that the water monster's despicable actions had thoroughly angered him. However, the Bodhi Branch gently shook its tips. Are you saying she disappeared after diving into the water? The remaining aura was quickly washed away by the current? That's true. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to hide until now, with the investigators finding nothing. Dong wasn't disappointed upon hearing this. After all, the Bodhi Branch was not skilled in tracking. The monster's strength was indeed not strong, and it's no wonder that all the victims were ordinary people. The reason she waited until the last 2 days of the month to harm people might also be because the previous investigator had been watching for too long. When accepting the task, Dong had glanced at the records from his seniors. Most investigators chose to give up after 2 or 3 days without results. But the last guy had stayed by the reservoir for over a month and even wrote a report. Hidong had initially admired this person until he read the report, which recorded some investigation information but mostly analyzed the species of fish in the Shishan Reservoir and their catchability. After all that, it turned out to be a fishing enthusiast. Hidong seriously suspected that this person had come here under the guise of an investigation task to fish. After all, fishing had been prohibited in the Shishan Reservoir for quite some time, and the fish here hadn't eaten bait for a long time. After over a month of futile attempts, the fishing enthusiast finally left in a huff 2 days ago. Although he didn't know why the female water ghost had to kill at least one person every month, and specifically at the Shishan Reservoir, as long as he grasped this pattern, it shouldn't be difficult to catch her, especially since there wasn't much time left in the month. Just as Hidong was pondering, the sound of police sirens came from a distance. Other police officers had arrived. He glanced at the still unconscious Li Yu, thought for a moment, and decided to stay and report the situation. He wasn't sure if this police officer knew the true nature of the female water ghost, and it was better to leave the tracking and searching to the police, who were definitely more professional. As for the school, he could only send a message to ask Yishinga for help. When Li Yu woke up, he was already lying in a hospital bed, with an 4 drip in his hand and an ECG monitor attached to his chest. Seeing him awake, the officer guarding his bedside immediately reported, and soon several officers from the Transcendent unit hurried over. Comrade Li Yu, Zhang Long saluted. I am the captain of the criminal investigation team of the Transcendent unit at the Beisha District branch. We have some information we'd like to understand regarding the Shishan Reservoir. Shishan Reservoir? Li Yu was stunned for a few seconds, and only after his fragmented memories finally pieced together did he almost bounce off the bed in excitement. Captain Zhang, I have something to report. There are ghosts in the Shishan Reservoir. There's a female water ghost. Zhang Long was quick-witted and pressed Li Yu back down, signaling him not to get too excited. It's okay. Take your time and tell us everything clearly. Under Zhang Long's reassurance, Li Yu gradually calmed down and recounted the entire process from receiving the dispatch call to being pushed into the water by the female water ghost. She is not human. She is tricking people into the water to save her. By the end of his account, Li Yu's emotions became agitated again, filled with deep fear and anger. Although he had prepared himself for a heroic sacrifice at that moment, it was to save someone, not a ghost. Not to mention, the water ghost didn't need saving at all. At the moment he learned the truth, his whole being was drenched in regret. He had come with a heart full of passion to save people, only to discover that he was the prey lured into a trap. He thought, those who had been harmed by the water ghost must have felt the same way before they died. In the end, was it you who saved me? Did you catch that thing? No. Zhang Long shook his head and replied truthfully. It was a beast master named Hidong who saved you. He happened to take on the investigation task and shared some information about the female water ghost with us. Li Yu felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this and raised his hand in salute. Then, I'll leave it to my colleagues in the extraordinary team. After Zhang Long submitted the detailed information, the deputy director of the Benching Bureau in charge of extraordinary crimes immediately ordered that the female water ghost terrorizing Shishan Reservoir be brought to justice within 3 days. Meanwhile, Hidong had just returned to the student dormitory. After leaving the police station, he also went to the Beastmaster Association to submit a task. However, the task reward would take a few days to be processed because the association needed time for verification. Sigh, over $1 million. Now I can pay back a good portion of the 250,000 I borrowed from Yishinga. Hidong hummed a little tune as he pushed open the door, only to freeze in place, because Yishinga was sitting on the bed with her legs crossed. Oh, you're back? Where did you go to have fun all by yourself today? Chapter 35, Living Corpse? Zombie. Yishinga crossed her arms, pushing up her already considerable assets even more. The girl slightly swayed her long legs and black stockings back and forth, her little feet in round-toed leather shoes also swinging leisurely in the air. Her purple crystal-like eyes held an examining gaze, as if waiting for someone to kneel and explain their mistakes. What are you doing here? Hidong casually closed the door and retorted, this is the boys' dormitory, right? Is it that hard to come in? Yishinga raised an eyebrow. Also, don't change the subject. When Hidong returned to the classroom, Yishinga recognized at a glance that he was not the real person, and called him to the stairwell to corner him for questioning. But that guy refused to speak no matter what. Classmate Yishinga, I'm just a clone. It's useless to put me in a difficult position. Where's the real one? I don't know that either. I'm just a tool sitting in the classroom instead of the real one. After confirming that Hidong wasn't replaced by any ghostly entity, Yishinga temporarily let him go. She had suspected the truthfulness of his words, considering whether to use her abilities. Hidong also noticed Yishinga's intentions and spoke first. Classmate Yi, my memories are shared with the real one. If you want to know some of his secrets, it's best to do it now. I guarantee you'll succeed. No. Yishinga glanced at the clone and said proudly, I promised him I wouldn't use my mental abilities on him without permission. I'm not him. I'm just his clone. Then Hidong was pinned against the wall by Yixinga using telekinesis. Is testing me fun? Once the clone technique is undone, your memories will return, right? Since your abilities can affect me, it shouldn't be hard to erase some memories, right? Yixinga paused for a moment. She was indeed very interested in some of Hidong's secrets, and had even suspected he was also a psychic. No, or rather, someone like her who was born strong enough to be seen as a monster by others, and given Yixinga's personality. She had indeed directly asked Hidong about it, and the answer was of course negative, which had left her disappointed for quite a while. In the end, it was still Hidong who found her. What? Feeling disappointed about not finding a kindred spirit? Yixinga, you really are amusing. You don't think you're the only prodigy in this world, do you? The only one with such talent? So, how about a competition? After becoming a beast master, let us see who is stronger? Yixinga didn't know where Hidong's confidence came from, but it turned out he indeed had the qualifications. After all, Hidong was the first person she had encountered in her life who could be completely immune to her various psychic influences. This point, even those senior beast masters not specialized in the psychic field couldn't achieve, though her influence on such strong individuals was only fleeting. In the end, Yixinga's pride still overpowered her curiosity, and she left Hidong to return to the classroom. After the skill was undone, Hidong fully received the memories of the clone and learned about the situation. There's nothing to hide from you. I went to the association this afternoon to take on an investigation task. Then, Hidong told Yixinga everything that had happened at Shishan Reservoir. Upon hearing that Hidong had almost drowned due to the water ghost, Yixinga's eyes suddenly sharpened. Clearly, if she had been there at the time, she would have used telekinesis to pull the water ghost out and crush it to pieces. The police have taken over this matter, and it should be resolved in a few days. Yixinga asked, so, why did you suddenly go to the Beastmaster Association to take on a task? Hidong hadn't planned to explain, but after thinking about it, he figured that if he didn't clarify, Yixinga's personality might cause her to linger on it all night. A single man and woman in a student dormitory, what kind of situation is that? I figured out the truth behind Liu Zihao's death and want to help him seek justice. Yixinga, however, didn't understand and frowned as she asked, what is the connection between this and that? Let us put it this way. My ability needs to do good deeds to activate. Considering that Yixinga maintained her boundaries today, Hidong revealed a little secret to her. That's right. It's the ability I used last time to turn the police detector into a living being and to hatch the stone fetus. Yixinga stared at Hidong for a while, and seeing that he didn't continue, she didn't press further. So what do you want to do? Wait, you're not thinking of bringing Liu Zihao back to life, are you? To be precise, it's to temporarily bring his corpse back to life. What do you think? Yixinga's eyes lit up, and she was somewhat surprised by Hidong's plan. Impressive, being able to pull off something like this. The more Yixinga thought about it, the more she felt that Hidong's operation was indeed ingenious. Not only did he achieve his goal, but he also perfectly avoided any potential backlash. It's as if, even if he startled the snake, he still managed to hide in the dark. When are we leaving? Yixinga asked eagerly. There's just over a day until the farewell ceremony for the corpse. Liu Zihao's body has probably already been sent to the funeral home. I think we should act tonight. You're going too? Hidong was a bit dumbfounded and tentatively asked, shouldn't you go home? It's already so late. Isn't Uncle Fu worried? Don't worry. Yixinga pouted and said, I've already informed Uncle Fu, saying that I'm at your place. And he is very assured about it. Upon hearing this, Hidong not only didn't feel trusted, but also felt somewhat insulted as a young man. Though he had no evidence. Alright, having you around might actually make things more convenient. It must be admitted that Yixinga is indeed a particularly versatile tool. Thus, the two spent over an hour before arriving at the funeral home in Binhai City. With Yixinga's abilities, they easily infiltrated the place and found the storage area for the bodies. It must be said that the funeral home at night is indeed quite eerie, with the temperature feeling considerably lower than outside. However, neither Hidong nor Yixinga felt much fear. Yixinga due to his psychic abilities, and Hidong because he had Yixinga. Standing in front of the iron cabinet, Hidong raised his hand and placed it on it, quickly consuming his merit to transform Liu Zihao's body into a dead spirit temporarily. Go ahead, you have 5 hours. Inside the cabinet, the long-dead Liu Zihao suddenly opened his eyes, which were pure black with no whites, and sharp fangs grew from his mouth. His once soft body now as hard as steel. A surge of resentment erupted, making it clear at a glance that he was a fierce entity. Howl! Liu Zihao roared long and loud, tearing apart the locked iron cabinet like it was paper. Under the surveillance of the funeral home, he smashed through the wall and disappeared into the darkness. Although the soul was gone, and he had no consciousness or memory, the instinct to seek vengeance still drove him towards his target. Hidong quietly watched Liu Zihao leave and chuckled. Go ahead. I hope Wang Tsung and the others will enjoy this greeting from hell. Chapter 36. Pursuing Vengeance, 2-in-1, Xinghe Community, Lu Ziheo's home. Although it was late at night, a large crowd was gathered for a party. Besides Wang Tsung and the others, several ruffians who had caused trouble with them at the barbecue stall were also present. Under the dazzling, colorful lights, the group sang and danced wildly, and when they were in high spirits, they would make all sorts of strange noises, like a frenzy of demons. Such disturbing behavior naturally aroused dissatisfaction among the surrounding residents, and some even angrily came to confront them. The ruffians, disturbed from their revelry, would drag the intruders inside, shut the door, and beat them up, finally throwing them out like garbage, along with a few spits. They threatened that if anyone dared to call the police, they would kill their whole family. Faced with such threats, most people chose to swallow their anger. Or rather, they planned to endure a bit longer, hoping someone else would call the police to resolve the matter. As a result, the consequence of tolerance was that the ruffians grew bolder. In desperation, several nearby families either temporarily went to relatives' homes or spent money to stay in hotels. Wang Tsung indeed had plans to occupy Lu Ziheo's home, turning it into a gang gathering place. However, Wang Tsung did not know that such unclaimed properties would eventually be nationalized, and he could not hold on for long, given the efficiency of the relevant authorities. The 7th day after the death was approaching, and it wouldn't be long before they came to take possession of the property. In the midst of the chaotic atmosphere, Wang Tsung was lounging on the sofa, talking to a red-haired thug with a shoulder-length missing arm. Brother Jiguang, I truly feel sorry for you this time. Take these 50,000, consider it compensation. Wang Tsung said, slapping stacks of prepared cash on the table and pushing it towards Brother Jiguang. Brother Jiguang was somewhat taken aback. He originally thought he would be abandoned after becoming disabled, but he did not expect Wang Tsung to offer him money for comfort. Brother Tsung, you're generous. Helping you is what I should do. This time, we just ran into tough luck. Wang Tsung raised his hand to stop Brother Jiguang's thanks and smiled. We're brothers. And your arm was indeed lost because of me. I can't let others say I'm not loyal. Despite saying this, Wang Tsung's heart was actually bleeding. After losing his cheap benefactor's exclusive favor, he only had a little over 100,000 left in his bank account. Taking out this 50,000 was a result of repeated weighing and entanglement, and in the end, it was Zhang Wenyu, that fat guy, who persuaded him. Boss, we have nothing now. Those extraordinary people who originally wanted to curry favor with you have also disappeared, leaving only these ordinary people who know nothing. Although they are all useless, they are still better than being a lone commander, right? Wang Tsung thought about it and felt it made sense. Moreover, he had already gotten used to living a flashy life. Even though he was now forced to be self-reliant and work hard, he did not want to live a hard life or have to work hard for money himself. However, Wang Tsung had no idea how to get these clueless people to make money. At this moment, Zhang Wenyu offered another suggestion. Boss, if we want to make a name for ourselves in beast control, the money we need is not a small amount, so we need to do high-return jobs. Wang Tsung was still confused and asked, like what? Zhang Wenyu replied with a mischievous smile, for us. The easiest things to operate should be stage car accidents and medical disturbances. My mom used to do this. It definitely can bring in big money. Although Peng Ruhua was not the organizer, due to her domineering and shameless nature, as well as her special knack for causing trouble, she had been sought after as a background actor. Knowing various tricks inside, she naturally taught her son ways to make money, so he wouldn't miss out on opportunities when luck came. After all, earning money through hard work is not as fast as robbing others. Under Zhang Wenyu's guidance, Wang Tsung quickly grasped the essence of the matter. So it can be done like this. The most important thing is that as long as we arrange it properly, we are not even afraid of being caught. Hey, even if we get caught, that's something to consider next year or the year after. The people in this room are still a year or two away from that line. After calming down Brother Jiguang, Wang Tsung began to discuss serious matters with him, showcasing everything he had learned from Zhang Wenyu, making the latter's eyes light up. Brother Tsung, your way of making money is just too good. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. Brother Jiguang was quick to understand and even thought of how to use his current disabled identity to gain sympathy. Seeing Brother Jiguang so perceptive, Wang Tsung was even happier, as if he could already see the money rolling in and the future of lavish spending. As for how those they deceived would fare, Wang Tsung never considered that issue. Even if they went bankrupt and committed suicide, what did it have to do with him? Ha ha ha, come on, brothers. Wang Tsung stood up, raised the bottle of wine in his hand, and shouted, cheers. Here's to our future prosperous business and making big money. Just as the atmosphere was lively, a loud crash suddenly came from the door. The ruffians, caught up in their excitement, were confused and thought someone was causing trouble again. Damn it, which blind idiot is here again? Let me show him some color. The ruffian closest to the door cursed, his fierce expression grabbing a beer bottle as he swaggered towards the entrance. The others also focused on the door, poised to watch the scene, waiting for the troublemaker to be dragged in and beaten up, forced to kneel and apologize in tears. Such bullying was something they often did in school, and it continued the same way outside. The so-called bullying was merely a desire for power and control, building their happiness on the suffering of others. Wang Tsungsung lit a cigarette, tilted his head, and exhaled smoke, displaying the demeanor of a boss, not intending to take action himself. But the next moment, a shadow was suddenly thrown back violently, like a bowling ball being tossed aside. Caught off guard, the ruffians were knocked down in droves, and a cacophony of wails and curses erupted. Before anyone could react, a figure slowly approached from the entrance, dressed in a bright red funeral suit and wearing cloth shoes. Surrounded by ominous black energy, the figure emerged. In the flashing lights, the timid Li Bingwen was the first to clearly see the visitor's face. It was Lu Zihao. It's him. Lu Zihao has come back to claim lives. The heart-wrenching scream drowned out all other sounds, and Li Bingwen was so scared that he lost his courage. His legs went weak and he knelt on the ground, a puddle quickly forming between his legs, emitting the smell of urine. Back then, Li Bingwen was the unfortunate one bullied by Wang Tsungsung and Zhang Wenyu, and it was Lu Zihao who couldn't stand it and stood up for him in class, which eventually led to the two changing their targets. For this, Li Bingwen felt both grateful and fortunate, but secretly prayed that Lu Zihao could hold on a little longer, and was very disappointed when he heard about his suicide, feeling some resentment in his heart. Lu Zihao fixed his gaze on Wang Tsungsung, his pure black eyes flickering with a bloodthirsty intent, roaring as he charged forward, smashing and tearing apart everything that stood in his way. Damn! Wang Tsungsung cursed angrily, kicking Li Bingwen, who was slumped beside him. What are you dawdling for? Where's your spirit pet? Hurry up and summon it. Accustomed to following Wang Tsungsung's orders, Li Bingwen instinctively complied. After two ripples in space flashed by, a large purple scorpion and a grayish-white wolf appeared in the room. Go for it. Poison-tail scorpion. Wang Tsungsung screamed hysterically. Go take that ghost down for me. I could kill you when you were alive, and I can do it again after you die. Go. Go. Windwolf. Li Bingwen trembled as he issued the command. Aim for its neck. Use Windblade. Upon hearing this, the poison-tail scorpion waved its pincers and charged up, its barbed, poisonous tail shimmering with purple light. Although it was just a high-level extraordinary creature, its combat ability was not weak, and it could be considered a dominant force at its level. This was also why Wang Tsungsung remained calm. The scorpion he had newly contracted was much stronger than the previous useless cat. The poison-tail scorpion swung its right pincer towards Lu Zihao's waist, aiming to cut him in half, but upon collision, it only tore his funeral shroud, followed by a sharp noise and sparks from the friction between the two. The poison-tail scorpion felt as if it were facing not a person, but a high-speed train charging towards it. Its strength was simply no match for the other, and it couldn't even slow him down before being forced back. Accompanied by a wolf howl, a razor-sharp wind blade sliced through the air. It landed on Lu Zihao, but also failed to cause him any harm. However, the poison-tail scorpion seized the opportunity, swinging its tail towards Lu Zihao's eyes, but halfway through its arc, Lu Zihao's large hand grabbed it, yanking it down with force. Before the poison-tail scorpion could let out a scream, Lu Zihao stomped on its head, leaving a footprint on its incredibly hard shell, cleanly and decisively killing the poison-tail scorpion. Lu Zihao swung the severed tail towards Wang Tsungsung, the flickering purple stinger resembling an unstoppable arrow, clearly indicating that the poison-tail scorpion's skill effect had not yet dissipated. As the poisonous stinger rushed towards him, Wang Tsungsung instinctively pulled Li Bingwen in front of him, and with a scream, Li Bingwen was directly pierced through the chest by the stinger. Boss, let's run. Zhang Wenyu, seeing how fierce Lu Zihao was, immediately panicked. The North Sha substation isn't far from here. Let's go find the police. Wang Tsungsung also realized the situation was dire, but he was still extremely furious. He had been forced into this position by someone he used to bully at will. Useless. All of you are useless. Trash spirit pets, dragging me down. Just as Wang Tsungsung thought of escaping while the wind wolf was blocking, he felt someone tightly grabbing his ankle. He looked down to see Li Bingwen lying in a pool of blood, looking up at him with a madman smile. That smile even made him feel a bit afraid, as it was completely unlike Li Bingwen's usual submissiveness. Wang Tsungsung, you bastard. Today, if we die together. Wang Tsungsung snapped back to reality and kicked Li Bingwen in the head. Damn it, what are you even worth? Not even a dog. Before Wang Tsungsung could break free, Lu Zihao, who had torn the wind wolf in half, had already pounced on him, knocking him to the ground and breaking his legs, rendering him unable to escape. Amid Wang Tsungsung's wailing, Lu Zihao quickly dashed out, soon catching up with Zhang Wenyu, who had tried to flee. And after throwing him to the ground, he similarly disabled his legs. Zhang Wenyu endured the excruciating pain, rolling over to kneel on the ground, banging his head like garlic. Brother Lu. I'm sorry, Brother Lu. I was wrong before. Please spare my life. It was all Wang Tsungsung's doing. He was the one who made us do it. It was he who caused your death. I had no idea. I really didn't know anything. At this moment, Zhang Wenyu felt immense regret. If he had known this day would come, he would never have hung out with Wang Tsungsung even if it killed him. Zhang Wenyu. Wang Tsungsung's face turned pale, not knowing whether it was due to the pain or the anger of being backstabbed by his friend at a critical moment. Lu Zihao did not respond. He was unable to speak in his current state, only acting under the instinct of the undead, which told him that these two held something that belonged to him. However, after a long while of discerning, he couldn't sense where it was, as if what was originally his had merged with them. If he wanted to get it back, there was only one way. Under Wang Tsungsung's terrified gaze, Lu Zihao opened his mouth and bit down on Zhang Wenyu's neck. The flesh and blood of his enemy further ignited the ferocity of the zombie, causing him to bite and chew even faster. Help me. Wang Tsungsung struggled on the ground, tears streaming down his face, completely devoid of his previous arrogance. There's a monster here. Call the police. Come save me, I want to die. His lonely cries for help echoed in the darkness, but unfortunately, the nearby residents had temporarily left due to their disturbing behavior over the past few days. Wang Tsungsung heard the approaching footsteps behind him, a tall, dark shadow completely engulfing his own, just like when he had once cornered the other in the school men's restroom. No, don't come over. I was wrong. I isn't that enough. Lu Zihao did not bite through his throat, but slowly reclaimed everything. More than half an hour later, Lu Zihao stood up from the ground, his bright red funeral shroud now turned dark red, ignoring the remains and chaos on the ground. He staggered out of the Xinghe community, quickly arriving at the 7th hospital of Binxing. Looking at the tightly closed iron gates of the mental hospital, a bloodthirsty killing intent surged once more in Lu Zihao's black eyes. Meanwhile, in the psychiatric doctor's duty room, Li Sanjin had just finished writing today's medical record. With just one more day left in the month, it was time to deal with that crazy woman. President Wang truly had far-reaching connections. The case had really passed just like that. Indeed, in this world, the strong hold all power. The weak do not deserve to be human. Chapter 37. Dream Demon Transformation. It is said that the gap between people is greater than the gap between people and dogs. The gap between ordinary people and extraordinary beings is even more immeasurable. Even the lowest level extraordinary beings, if they went to carry bricks or deliver food, would far exceed ordinary people in work efficiency. With the assistance of extraordinary power, whether in income or other aspects, a huge gap would quickly open up between the two groups. However, currently, the number of extraordinary beings is still not large. So ordinary people can still occupy a considerable numerical advantage in various industries. Li Sanjin, after graduating as a graduate student in his 20s, entered the 7th hospital of Binxing as a psychiatrist. Now, over 40, he spent more than 10 years of effort and time to become an attending physician. Meanwhile, the doctor from the extraordinary group next door, although graduated from Beast Tamer University, became an attending physician right after starting work. The reason for this is that the efficiency and effectiveness of treating patients between the two sides are simply incomparable. An ordinary psychiatrist would need to invest a significant amount of time and energy to treat a patient, requiring cooperation from the patient and their family for treatment, long-term medication, and regular follow-ups, without any guarantee of a cure. In contrast, extraordinary doctors, whether they are psychics or beast tamers specializing in mental abilities, find it much simpler and more convenient to heal a patient, with immediate results, although the cost is not cheap. This is also why ordinary doctors still exist. Aside from the sheer number of patients, even the most efficient extraordinary doctors cannot treat everyone, and most people simply cannot afford the expenses of extraordinary treatment. The same can be said for other industries, reflecting the current state of society in various countries. When someone has something that others do not, it naturally breeds envy, jealousy, and resentment. Moreover, extraordinary talents are something that ordinary people cannot attain no matter how hard they try. Li Sanjin felt lucky. He firmly believed that the path to the extraordinary was not solely dependent on self-cultivation, but there must be alternative ways to obtain and master extraordinary powers without innate talent. And he indeed found one, or rather, it found him. Of course, this required a small price to pay. Just as Li Sanjin was secretly plotting, the sharp sound of cicadas suddenly erupted in the room. Before he could react, his shadow rippled and pulled him to the side. With a crash, the closed window was shattered by a dark figure, which also stomped down on the desk. What the heck? Li Sanjin adjusted his crooked glasses, staring in astonishment at the uninvited guest. Upon recognizing the figure, his face changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, You are Lu Zihao? Lu Zihao stared at Li Sanjin for a moment before suddenly lunging forward, reaching out to grab him. His fingers had razor-sharp nails that could easily disembowel an ordinary person. Li Sanjin's heart raced, and he hurriedly commanded, "Soul-eating cicada, block him, block him." The piercing cicada sound erupted again, making Li Sanjin dizzy. But it had no effect on Lu Zihao. After all, his soul had already been taken by Li Sanjin, so an attack targeting souls couldn't affect him. However, the soul-eating cicada did help Li Sanjin draw some of Lu Zihao's attention because he was particularly familiar with the sound. It was this very sound that had disturbed his rest, causing him to suffer from mental weakness, leading him to seek treatment from Li Sanjin. Lu Zihao had suspected that a spirit beast was behind it, but Li Sanjin had convinced him that it was just tinnitus and hallucinations. Although he had lost his memory, Lu Zihao instinctively became agitated, and the anger from the cicada sound made him even stronger. The soul-eating cicada was sent flying by Lu Zihao's punch, crashing into the wall like a painting, leaving a dent. As a type of undead, the soul-eating cicada's ethereal nature was useless against Lu Zihao, whose dense malevolent energy allowed him to inflict terrifying damage on any incorporeal spirit beast. Soul-eating cicada. Seeing the soul-eating cicada being killed in one blow, Li Sanjin was greatly shocked. Although this soul-eating cicada was not his spirit pet, but one he had taken from a deranged female beast tamer, it was still a legitimate Lord-level spirit beast. How strong could Lu Zihao be to defeat a Lord-level spirit beast with a single punch? Li Sanjin dared not think further. What baffled him even more was how Lu Zihao had become so strong. Just not long ago, he was an ordinary person, at most a quasi-beast tamer. And even if he had turned into a corpse, he shouldn't be this strong. Although such incidents had rarely occurred in psychiatric hospitals, there had been multiple reports of corpses turning into living dead in the morgues of top-tier hospitals. Generally speaking, living dead only possessed extraordinary level strength. With sufficient firepower, even ordinary police could handle them without injury. But looking at Lu Zihao, he had directly turned into a zombie, which was much more brutal than a living dead. Li Sanjin immediately realized that he might not be able to match Lu Zihao, and that if he didn't escape, he could be torn to shreds. Dream Demon Transformation. Just as Lu Zihao lunged at him, Li Sanjin's shadow suddenly enveloped him. In an instant, Li Sanjin transformed, becoming a mass of red smoke. Although his upper body still retained a humanoid outline, he had grown horns and wings, and his lower body resembled something like Aladdin's magic lamp. He seemed to have truly turned into a dream-type spirit beast, with no trace of human presence. Just as Li Sanjin was about to phase through the wall to escape, he was struck by Lu Zihao, who had caught up, causing a large part of his lower half to dissipate. Li Sanjin screamed as he fled the office. With Lu Zihao hot on his heels, the two of them turned the originally quiet psychiatric hospital upside down, even releasing many patients in the process. Go find President Wang. Yes, go find President Wang. He must have a way to deal with this guy. Meanwhile, Hidong lay in his dormitory, quietly waiting for his merit to be credited. After 800 points of merit, he had 200 points left after enlightening Lu Zihao. He wondered how much reward he would receive. With just over an hour remaining. Why did it end early? Hidong suddenly sat up in bed, filled with doubt. Lu Zihao disappeared? I didn't cancel the temporary enlightenment, which means he was taken out by someone else. But it shouldn't be Wang Tsong and the others. To ensure Lu Zihao could successfully take revenge, he had maxed out the enlightenment specifications. Given his body's physical attributes and various conditions, he could at most transform into a Lord-level zombie. Could it be that after defeating Wang Tsong and the others, he wanted to find someone else? That psychiatrist? Or Wang Tsong's father? Hidong felt relieved that he hadn't investigated too deeply. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what kind of enemies he might face. Anyway, the stone had already been thrown, so it was just a matter of how big the splash would be. As for now, he should first check the harvest from this time. Chapter 38. A Bountiful Harvest of Merit. Hidong raised his hand to summon the Bodhi Branch, carefully checking the merit entry status. The Bodhi Branch shimmered with golden light, but was divided into several light clusters, each representing an entry. So many entries. First, there were some scattered ones, followed by 2 large ones. Could it be that while seeking revenge on Wang Tsong, he also took out his underlings? Hidong was at a loss for words. Perhaps these people were just unlucky. However, thinking back to what had happened in the night market, it seemed that they indeed eliminated some harm for the people. The remaining merit was also quite scattered, indicating that Lu Zihao not only failed to catch big fish, but was also taken down. As for the specifics of what had happened, Hidong didn't know, but as long as Lu Zihao caused enough of a ruckus tonight, he would definitely see it in the news tomorrow. Just these alone had already accumulated 3,000 points of merit. But it wasn't over. This was just the reward for punishing evil, and there was another entry for promoting good that hadn't been counted yet. This largest merit must have been contributed by Lu Zihao, amounting to a full 2,000 points. It seemed that seeking justice for the victims was indeed a remarkable merit. Hidong felt very satisfied, and this plan had indeed perfectly achieved all its objectives. He gained merit, Lu Zihao took his revenge, and at the same time, they cleared out some scoundrels from society. If Wang Tsong and the others were allowed to grow, who knows what kind of bad things they might do. And Hidong truly had not wronged them. After all, it's easy to change the mountains and rivers, but hard to change one's nature, even if they ultimately apologize frantically. Even going so far as to kneel and bow, it cannot be considered a sudden realization, nor do they realize what mistakes they have made in the past. They are merely aware that they are close to death. Haha, this operation has earned me 5,000 points of merit, plus the remaining 200 points. So I now have a total of 5,200 points of merit. Compared to a while ago, Hidong has never felt so wealthy, and a desire to spend some of it quickly surges within him to satisfy his consumer urges. There's no need to rush to enlighten new skills. After all, gluttony leads to indigestion, and skill proficiency is key. I wonder how much proficiency 5,000 points of merit can bring to high-level skills. For now, Hidong can only choose from 3 spiritual beast skills to enlighten: the healing of orchid leaf from the orchid spirit, the body collision from the golden spear stone monkey, and the clone technique. Among them, healing of orchid leaf has already been enlightened to the proficiency level, while the other 2 skills are still at the beginner level. Healing of orchid leaf goes without saying. It is currently the only healing skill in my team, and its importance is unquestionable. The clone technique is also very important, as it can not only improve the training efficiency of the golden spear stone monkey, but can also be used by me. As for body collision, it is the only trump card with the power to turn the tide of battle. For a moment, Hidong is indeed in a bit of a dilemma, as he currently lacks everything. After thinking it over, the impulse to spend gradually gives way to rational thought. Forget it. I'll save it for now and adapt to future needs. The next day, Hidong indeed saw reports related to Lu Zihao on the morning news. Xinghe Community, Binhai City 7th Hospital, and Wanlong Shipping. It seems Lu Zihao really went to find Li Sanjin last night, but failed to take him down. And that Wanlong Shipping, if I'm not mistaken, should be related to Wang Tsong father. On the television, there were no images of Xinghe Community or Binhai City 7th Hospital. Only footage from the scene at Wanlong Shipping. The toppled iron gate, scattered bricks and stones, burned cars, all resembling a landscape ravaged by a storm. In short, a scene of devastation. Moreover, there are many dried bloodstains on the ground that have not been cleared away. It seems Lu Zihao, although killed, certainly caused quite a ruckus. Wanlong Shipping. This is a behemoth that is not inferior to the Yi Group. In Binhai City, Wanlong Shipping is also a prominent leading enterprise, as only their cargo ships have the ability to safely cross the sea. Due to the existence of spiritual beasts, shipping in this world is severely restricted, and very few vessels dare to undertake long-term voyages in the open ocean, in front of certain gigantic sea monsters. Even the largest cargo ships may not be enough for them to swallow whole, let alone the powers established by sovereign-level spiritual beasts in the sea. It is said that Wanlong Shipping can safely navigate because it has established deep friendships with several marine overlords, while others would be attacked. The helm of Wanlong Shipping does not seem to belong to someone named Wang. Hidong checked some information on his phone and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems Wang Tsong's father is just a high-level executive, which is good news. Even so, Hidong has no intention of provoking them right now. He is currently the one in the shadows, holding absolute initiative. Just as he walked out of the cafeteria, Hidong was called over, and when he turned around, it was Liao. Although she was wearing a police uniform, her mental state did not look good. Not only did she have 2 big dark circles under her eyes, but she was also yawning incessantly, clearly having stayed up all night last night and not having had a chance to catch up on sleep. As soon as she got close, she said something that almost scared Hidong to death. Hidong, please come with me now. Wait. Hidong raised his hand to refuse. What's the matter? Let us be clear first, and besides, I still have to go to school today. If it weren't for the fact that Liao didn't pull out her silver bracelet, Hidong would have thought she was here to arrest him. School? No problem. I'll help you ask for leave. Liao patted her chest. Her tight police uniform trembled, and the buttons seemed ready to pop off from bearing too much weight. Hidong wanted to look her in the face, but his gaze was inevitably drawn to the large object due to gravity. It was truly beyond his control. Let us go? This time I'm asking you to assist in the investigation. Liao stepped a little closer and lowered her voice. It's about the Shishan Reservoir. Shishan Reservoir? Did they catch that harmful female water ghost? If they caught her, why would I need you to understand the situation? They didn't catch her at all. That guy committed another crime last night. Speaking of this, Liao became agitated, her fists clenched tightly, clearly very angry. Moreover, this time the victim was a child under 10 years old. What? Hidong's eyes widened, unable to help but question, what were you doing last night? Didn't you send people to lay an ambush around the Shishan Reservoir overnight? There are only 2 days left in this month. Of course we were on guard. Li Yao frowned and replied with frustration. Otherwise, do you think I look like this for no reason? But that guy didn't commit the crime at the reservoir last night. He Dong pressed on. Then where was it? Sai, at Beisha River. Chapter 39. A fog of uncertainty. Beisha River? He Dong's expression changed instantly as he realized the seriousness of the problem. Which specific location? Is it far from Shishan Reservoir? Beisha River has always been an important water source for Binhai City, and Shishan Reservoir is built on the upstream section of Beisha River. Although this river is less than 20 kilometers long, it runs across the entire Binhai City from west to east, with the downstream portion located within the urban area, where the surrounding environment is complex and varied. If the female water ghost's killing range is not limited to just Shishan Reservoir, then the difficulty of ambushing and capturing her will increase dramatically, not to mention that the police may not have enough manpower. We found the body near the estuary. Li Yao answered. Well, the worst-case scenario has happened, directly running from the farthest east to the farthest west. He Dong sighed, shocked that the female water ghost was so cunning. All previous intelligence was just a smokescreen. The only thing left that is true is that she must drown at least one person every month. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a hurry to kill overnight. The reason she previously only harmed people at Shishan Reservoir, aside from the fact that it was less populated and easier to operate, was probably because she considered that her existence might be exposed, so she misled everyone by limiting her activities. But when did the undead become so smart? Although the undead spiritual beasts are indeed known for being treacherous and ruthless, and there are precedents for high IQ crimes, those are all high-level species. It is well known that the intelligence of spiritual beasts is proportional to their species level, but the female water ghost's strength is at most extraordinary. Otherwise, she wouldn't avoid the police and beast masters. Could it be that someone is manipulating her from behind? What is their purpose in causing deaths every month? Just as He Dong was pondering, Li Yao raised her hand and summoned the police department's special Sangyu Eagle. Get on the Eagle. Let's hurry back to the station. The captain is waiting to see you. Seeing this, He Dong's face turned pale, and he tentatively asked, Li Yao? Isn't it not particularly far from the school to the Beisha substation? We can just take a car. There's no need to ride the Eagle, right? Aren't we in a hurry? Li Yao replied. Moreover, it just happens to be the morning rush hour. What if we get stuck in traffic? Riding the Sangyu Eagle is more convenient. Caw, caw. The Sangyu Eagle let out a cry, clearly in agreement. To make it easier for He Dong to climb on, it even crouched down and extended one of its wings. The gentle slope made it easy to roll a wheelchair up. The service spirit was impeccable. Sorry, I get a bit dizzy on eagles. Reluctantly, He Dong had to confess the truth. Actually, I almost threw up last time you guys took me back. Is that so? Li Yao nodded in understanding. Then let's ride over. Song Yuing lowered its head in disappointment. It felt that it had been flying quite steadily. So how could anyone still get dizzy from riding it? Li Yao patted its neck and softly comforted it a few times before waving her hand to bring it back into the Beast Master space. Riding a shared bike, Li Yao and He Dong arrived at the entrance of the Beisha Sub-Bureau in less than 10 minutes. Upon entering the police station, Li Yao directly took He Dong to the office of the Extraordinary Investigation Team in the Criminal Investigation Division. At that moment, the atmosphere in the office was incredibly heavy. Almost every male police officer was smoking, and the ashtrays were stuffed full of cigarette butts, with smoke filling the entire room, making it feel like the office of some smoking demon. He Dong subtly frowned and waved his hand in front of his mouth and nose. You're here. Zhang Long noticed He Dong's action and said, let's talk somewhere else. After sitting down in the conference room, He Dong took the initiative to ask, Captain Zhang, what do you want to know by calling me here? It seems Li Yao has already told you the situation. Zhang Long nodded and said, I mainly want you to talk again about the encounter with the water ghost to see if we can find any overlooked clues. Zhang Long was under a lot of pressure. After all, the higher-ups had demanded that the female water ghost be apprehended within 3 days. Fortunately, this matter had not been disclosed to the media. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to wrap it up. However, the leaders at the City Bureau were probably too busy to care about this matter right now. After all, a zombie that suddenly came back to life caused 3 major cases last night. Moreover, it was already on the news early this morning, making it clear that those issues were more urgent. Unless something unexpected happened, the zombie case had definitely been handed over to the police in the City Bureau's Extraordinary Group. Since Zhang Long had asked, He Dong naturally wouldn't refuse. However, he had already provided enough detailed information yesterday, even cooperating to draw a portrait of the female water ghost. No new clues could be found by nitpicking the details now. Zhang Long was not particularly disappointed by this. He had experienced similar situations many times over the years. Captain Zhang, have you done a re-inspection of the Shishan Reservoir? And how do you determine that the new victim was killed by the water ghost? Did someone see it? Also, Have you clarified his identity? Yidong, these are all internal matters of the case, and I can't disclose them casually. Captain Zhang, I received a task from the Beastmaster Association. I'm not an outsider. It's quite common for Beastmasters to assist the police in investigations, and besides, you and the association share information. Zhang Long was taken aback, not expecting Yidong to use this as a breakthrough. All right, then I'll briefly talk about the current situation. First of all, the reinspection work at Shishan Reservoir is already underway, but no news has come from there yet. So it seems that the female water ghost is indeed not the earthbound spirit that drowned there. As for the victim, Zhang Long sighed deeply. We found scratch marks left by the female water ghost on him. The child was originally swimming at the seaside with his parents, but went missing midway. Scratch marks? Yidong immediately asked, how could there be scratch marks? Previous victims had no traces on them at all, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to hide for so long without being discovered. Isn't there something fishy about this? In the end, Yidong's question went unanswered. Zhang Long also had doubts about it, but he currently had no evidence. After all, suitable explanations were not limited to one. And that scratch mark was actually just a tiny trace. Considering that the female water ghost's methods had changed this time, it couldn't be ruled out that there was a possibility of negligence. After returning to school, Yidong went directly to find Yixinga and asked, are you free tonight? Of course. Yixinga nodded happily and smiled. Why? Do you want me to accompany you somewhere? Shishan Reservoir. Yidong said softly, you're better at catching ghosts. Chapter 40. Catching ghosts late at night, Shishan Reservoir. Under the streetlights, a figure was jogging on the wooden plank road. The pace was neither fast nor slow, continuously running around Shishan Reservoir for 2 or 3 laps. In the darkness, a pair of eyes closely watched the jogger, seemingly trying to determine the other's identity. Ultimately, out of caution, she did not take action against the jogger, but instead pulled out an unconscious person from behind and brought them into the water. Meanwhile, Yidong and Yixinga were hiding in the woods by the reservoir. Hasn't she come yet? Yidong stared at the jogger and muttered, it's almost midnight. Tomorrow is July. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Yidong had come to lay in wait because he felt that the boy who drowned at the estuary was likely a decoy used by the female water ghost. The female water ghost could indeed kill elsewhere, but whether that was useful for her was still debatable. Unless the scratch marks she left on the boy were not intentional, but accidental. However, given the female water ghost's cunning and treachery, Yidong felt that everything was still uncertain. Don't be anxious, Yixinga analyzed. If I were the female water ghost, knowing that someone is trying to catch me, and suddenly a jogger appears, do you think I would fall for it? That's true, but she has no choice. Yidong bit his nails and replied. Various signs indicate that she must kill someone at Shishan Reservoir at least once a month as part of her performance. Although we don't know why she has to do this or what the consequences would be if she fails, it looks serious. You also mentioned that it involves killing someone. Are there strict limitations on her methods? Yixinga speculated, since the old methods have been discovered and the time is so pressing. Do you think she might act out of desperation? Yidong was suddenly stunned, feeling enlightened. You mean she might bring someone to kill? Exactly, just like the previous case. Yixinga nodded. Normally, a body shouldn't drift from the sea to the estuary, right? So it must have been brought over by her, since she has done it once. There's no guarantee she won't do it again. Yidong turned to look at the reservoir. Although there were streetlights on the wooden plank road, they were not enough to illuminate the entire reservoir, and even with the moonlight, it was hard to see the entire water surface. As long as the female water ghost did not show herself, no one could find her. If that's the case, how can we catch her? Yidong felt a bit frustrated. This guy is really hard to deal with. Yixinga also had no good solutions. Even if she wanted to rely on her abilities to deal with her, she had to see her first. With her current strength, she couldn't expand the range of her mental induction to cover the entire Shishan Reservoir. Otherwise, as long as the female water ghost dared to appear here, she could directly control her thoughts. Just as the two were at a loss, suddenly, a huge wave 3 feet high erupted from the water. A menacing giant crab, as tall as a 3-story building, surfaced. Its entire body radiated a blue sheen, with a shell on its back like a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure just by standing there. It's a tide giant crab. Yidong recognized it at a glance and exclaimed, this is a spirit beast of a high-level lord species. Is there an elite beast master nearby? Are they sent by the police? Yidong, look over there. Yixinga was fixated on the disturbed water in front of the tide giant crab. It seems like there are 2 people. With the faint moonlight, Yidong indeed saw someone in the water, and one of them seemed to be the female water ghost. At that moment, the female water ghost was tightly holding onto the person in her grasp, struggling to evade the tide giant crab's attacks. In the distance, the shrill sound of police sirens was getting closer, and the sky was filled with the sounds of loud eagle cries. Faced with such a situation, the female water ghost remained exceptionally calm. Releasing the body she had just drowned, the deceased slowly sank to the bottom of the water. and the power within her gradually grew stronger. As the crab claws of the tide giant crab came crashing down, the female water ghost advanced instead of retreating, actually confronting it head-on like a mayfly shaking a tree. Although she was knocked back, it seemed she did not lose her combat ability. Commander level? Hidong looked at the female water ghost. Her strength had actually advanced? Was it because she had just killed someone? But that doesn't seem right. Even if she became stronger by harming others, it shouldn't be such a significant increase. After all, the strength of the tidal giant crab was previously 2 major levels above that of the female water ghost. Even if she had advanced later, their fight should have been a complete crush, not just a disadvantage. Unless, the female water ghost reached max level immediately upon her advancement. But how could that be possible? It completely defies common sense. Seeing that she couldn't defeat the tidal giant crab, the female water ghost didn't try to put on a brave front. She had only wanted to test her strength after her advancement, and now it was time to flee. After being knocked away by the tidal giant crab once again, the female water ghost immediately submerged into the water, wanting to employ the same trick again. In comparison, the tidal giant crab indeed lacked speed. But the good news was that the extraordinary police had already arrived ahead of time. In an instant, layers of spatial ripples rippled through the sky, and several spirit pets adept at underwater tracking were summoned by the beast tamers. Seeing this, Hidong let out a sigh of relief, thinking they would definitely capture the female water ghost this time. Although he hadn't been of much help and wouldn't earn any merit from it, getting rid of one harmful entity was, in any case, a great thing. However, it turned out that he was celebrating too early. The next day, when Hidong went to the police station to find out the situation, as soon as he arrived at the extraordinary group, he heard Zhang Long's furious roar. Shame. This is simply the biggest disgrace for our extraordinary group in the North Sha district since its establishment. What have you all been doing? The entire group was mobilized, and yet you still let her escape? In the conference room, Zhang Long scolded all the officers for over half an hour. Not only was he angry, but the others were also about to explode with rage. However, no one could fathom how the female water ghost had suddenly vanished from the encirclement despite the net-like capture operation. It was indeed a sudden disappearance. In an instant, all the traces vanished. It was just like the legendary ghosts, not like the so-called undead species. After listening to Li Yao's account, Hidong also fell into deep confusion. The aura suddenly vanished. Could it be spatial manipulation? That is too outrageous. Besides that, Hidong couldn't come up with a more reasonable explanation. However, the good news was that the female water ghost had also been quite injured last night and would definitely be hiding for a while. In that case, I should seize the time to enhance my strength. Otherwise, I would just be watching from the sidelines next time. Within a month, advancing to a professional level while training my spirit pets to commander level shouldn't be too difficult, right? Chapter 41. Street Fight. Hidong was a man of action. After school, he went to the street fighting venue near the school. This venue was located in a park and could simultaneously accommodate at least 10 groups of extraordinary beings for combat practice. Hidong didn't know how things were in other cities, but in Bin City, the street fighting venues were managed by the Beast Tamer Association. Extraordinary beings who wanted to spar only needed to pay a fee to the venue staff to use the space when it was vacant. However, if the battle caused too much damage to the venue, both parties would need to pay a repair fee after the fight. If necessary, the venue could also provide fair and impartial referee services and act as a witness for contracts during betting between the contestants. It is worth noting that this contract had legal validity. When Hidong arrived at the public fighting area, most of the venues were already in use. In some venues, human martial artists were sparring with martial arts spirit beasts, trading blows, with the sound of air being torn apart echoing between punches and kicks, making the scene even more thrilling than an ordinary martial arts movie. In other venues, elemental spirit energy users were battling various spirit pets, with both sides spitting fire and water, burying water and earth, and thunder and lightning flashing, which looked quite similar to spirit pet battles. This is also why spirit energy users are often teased by other extraordinary beings as human-shaped spirit beasts. Although the above battles were quite exciting, the most eye-catching were the battles between beast tamers. After all, both sides had fewer reservations and constraints during the fight, and spirit beasts were indeed more durable than humans. Outside the fighting area, many spectators had gathered, including extraordinary beings and ordinary people. For many people with free time, coming to the public fighting area to watch extraordinary beings fight was quite a good entertainment activity. Even busy workers, after a long day, would stop by the fighting area on their way home to watch a couple of matches. Some would directly buy dinner at the nearby night market and come to the fighting area to watch while eating, or call a few friends to bring beer and skewers to join in the fun. Hidong strolled around the fighting area and unexpectedly spotted an acquaintance. He saw Zheng Feng commanding his guardian serpent to fight against another beast tamer's burrowing weasel on Arena 6. In just a few days, Zheng Feng's guardian serpent had begun to show some autonomy. Even without Zheng Feng's commands, it tried to actively seek opportunities to attack the burrowing weasel. In response to the guardian serpent's attacks, the burrowing weasel had been evading by digging holes. This was indeed a particularly sneaky tactic, making it difficult for the guardian serpent to find a good countermeasure. If it kept chasing all over the place, it would undoubtedly exhaust itself. But if it stayed in one place to conserve energy, it would never be able to win. Faced with this situation, Hedong couldn't help but ponder how he would break the deadlock if it were him. There were indeed many ways. Whether it was tremor-type skills like earthquake or certain psychic skills that could ignore obstacles, they could deliver quite effective strikes against the burrowing weasel hiding underground, potentially ending the fight directly. The problem was, my spirit pets don't know these skills and can only think of some small tricks temporarily. If it were the golden stone monkey, would using rock slide have any effect? Hedong thought back and forth, feeling that this was still relatively feasible. However, if he wanted to force the burrowing weasel out from underground, the entry-level rock slide's power would definitely not be enough. He would need at least to raise the proficiency to proficient or perfect level. Just as Hedong was eagerly watching Zheng Feng, wanting to see how he would command the guardian serpent to break the deadlock, someone suddenly walked over and struck up a conversation with him. Hey buddy, are you an extraordinary being too? If you're here to fight, would you be interested in sparring with me? Hedong turned to look, and it was a young man in his 20s, raising his hand to greet him. He was wearing a black shirt and army green pants, with a red baseball cap worn backward and a friendly smile on his face, looking very amiable. I'm a trainee beast tamer. I haven't fought with others much yet, and I came here today to gain some experience. Upon hearing Hedong's words, the young man in the baseball cap's smile became even brighter, and his attitude became more enthusiastic. Isn't this a coincidence? I'm also a beast tamer. Little brother, are you interested in having a match with me? Hedong felt that the young man's friendly demeanor seemed a bit off, and he became secretly wary. But he wasn't sure if his suspicion was correct, so he pretended to look troubled. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I just became a beast tamer, and my strength isn't strong. I'd prefer to fight with someone of the same level. The young man in the baseball cap suddenly became serious, naturally adopting a senior-esque posture. How can you think like that? As beast tamers, we must not fear challenges and dare to take risks. If you shrink back, how can your spirit pets gain enough experience to become stronger? You do have a point. Hedong was taken aback and nodded, saying, if you want to become stronger, you must dare to step out of your comfort zone and challenge those who are stronger than you. Haha, little brother, it's great that you can understand that. The young man in the duckbill cap smiled as he pulled Hedong's arm, leading him toward the registration office for the battle arena. Since that's the case, let me, as your senior, guide you through your first battle in life. You don't need to be too nervous. I'm not particularly talented. I couldn't even get into Beast Tamer University, and I still haven't become a professional beast tamer. Hedong breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and thanked him. Brother, you are really a good person. My name is Lin Ran. Just call me Lin Go, Lin Ran said, turning his head with a smile, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. A high school student who just became a beast tamer is so easy to deceive. Isn't this just reeling in another one? Although we are all apprentice beast tamers, you wouldn't naively think our strengths are on the same level, would you? However, to be safe, Lin Ran decided to play along with Hedong for a while, waiting until he completely understood the other's strength before deciding whether to make a move. After paying for the registration, the two arrived at Battle Arena number 10. Lin Ran summoned his spirit pet first, which turned out to be a pitch-black rogue cat. When he saw Hedong summon the Lanya spirit, he couldn't help but laugh internally, feeling that he had this in the bag. What a rookie just entering the field. And the contracted spirit pet isn't even a strong type like the ones from the 5 families. It's only right that I make a fortune off you. Hedong, however, seemed oblivious, his eyes reflecting the unique innocence and naivety of a high school student. A sign of someone who has never been battered by society while living in an ivory tower. Lin Go, I'm going to let my spirit pet attack now. Chapter 42. Lanya spirit wants to fight too. Lon. After making its appearance, the Lanya spirit habitually hopped around a couple of times. But after realizing where it was, it became a bit dazed. What is going on? Wasn't I called out to heal the injured? Why does it look like I'm about to fight? Isn't that monkey brother's job? A series of questions flashed through the little Lanya spirit's mind. But then there was nothing more. Forget it. Since it's Hedong's decision, there's no problem. Moreover, the Lanya spirit didn't dislike fighting. It just hadn't had the chance to take the stage. After observing the battle between the golden stone monkey and the guardian snake last time, the Lanya spirit had been thinking that if one day it could also help Hedong defeat an opponent and claim victory, that would be great. But the Lanya spirit kept this small wish hidden in its heart because it knew its strength was not strong, and if it rashly insisted on fighting, the outcome would definitely not be good. However, this time, it was Hedong who actively sent it out. Lon, the Lanya spirit shouted, glaring at the big black cat opposite. Although it couldn't tell the opponent's strength, it would definitely defeat it at any cost. Lanya Spirit, use Leaf Blade. With Hedong's voice, the Lanya Spirit immediately threw out a boomerang-like flying leaf. The edges of the green leaves were sharp as blades, slicing toward the rogue cat at high speed. Ha ha ha, you didn't even sign a soul contract? You're actually giving orders like this, shouting and yelling. How foolish. Lin Ran couldn't help but scoff at Hedong's way of directing the Lanya Spirit. The skill proficiency is only at the entry level. It seems he really is a rookie pretending to be something he is not. It's better to let him think he's just a little short of winning. Making it easier for follow-up actions, Lin Ran made up his mind and began to give orders. Rogue cat, dodge quickly. Meow. The rogue cat leaped nimbly, easily avoiding the leaf blade. Due to the low skill proficiency, the leaf blade launched by the Lanya Spirit not only had a small number, but also lacked trajectory changes in the air, making it very easy to see through. Only spirit beasts with severely lacking speed might not be able to dodge. However, the problem was that such spirit beasts usually had terrifying defensive power, able to ignore the damage from the leaf blade. Seeing the rogue cat easily dodge the leaf blade, the Lanya Spirit was very unconvinced and threw out another leaf blade. Rogue cat, use provocation. Lin Ran calmly ordered, and the rogue cat immediately understood his meaning. While dodging, the rogue cat roared a few times at the Lanya Spirit, raising its paw to beckon. Provocation is a mid-level skill of the evil type, mainly used to instantly anger the opponent, prompting them to attack. In team battles, provocation is a very important aggro skill, but it has little effect on spirit beasts with high mental strength. The rogue cat's provocation effect was quite remarkable. The Lanya Spirit immediately charged in angrily. But before it could get close, the rogue cat proactively pounced forward, flashing its cold claws and using a flurry of scratches, leaving the Lanya Spirit covered in wounds. Lon Lon. The Lanya Spirit cried out in pain, but this also helped it shake off its anger. However, just as the Lanya Spirit looked up at the rogue cat, it saw the opponent raise its paw again and wave. Clearly, the combination of provocation and flurry was this rogue cat's fixed combat routine. Although the moves were very simple and the combination wasn't particularly strong, it worked time and again. Seeing the Lanya Spirit about to repeat its previous mistakes, Hedong immediately issued a new command. Lanya Spirit, use root. After all, the state of anger is not chaos. Spirit pets can hear the Beast Tamer's orders. However, getting a spirit pet that is in a furious state to listen is not an easy task for most beast tamers. Some spirit beasts, once they go berserk, won't even recognize their parents, and only force can suppress them. Fortunately, the Lanya Spirit was a good child. Even when angry, it chose to obey right away. The Lanya Spirit stopped in place, its feet turning into roots firmly embedded in the ground, losing its ability to move. Root is a low-level skill of the wood type, although it allows for slow recovery. It also has the drawback of being unable to be recalled by the beast tamer during the skill's duration. Lin Ran secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. He really didn't expect Hedong to be so bad, and the Lanya Spirit was even worse than he thought. Just a couple of rounds in, and it was almost over. Fortunately, Hedong still had some command ability, and didn't fall into a panic like some rookie beast tamers, cleverly using a low-level skill to counter the rogue cat's provocation. However, what troubled Lin Ran was how to make Hedong feel like he was just a little short of winning. After using root, the Lanya Spirit became an immobile target. With the rogue cat's strength, it would be too easy to finish it off. He couldn't just let the rogue cat crash into the opponent's leaf blade for the sake of acting, right? That would be too fake. But Lin Ran was reluctant to let go of the fat sheep right in front of him, so he could only take it one step at a time. In the arena, the rogue cat kept attacking the Lanya Spirit from various directions, and all were quick strikes. The recovery from root couldn't keep up with the damage the rogue cat was dealing. The rogue cat wasn't in a hurry at all, as if it were playing with a scratching post, gradually wearing down the Lanya Spirit's health without directly finishing it off. But just as the rogue cat was having fun, a sudden burst of healing light erupted from the Lanya Spirit. After the light faded, the battered Lanya Spirit was completely restored, leaving the rogue cat stunned. It felt like it had worked hard to bring a monster to low health, only to find that the opponent had fully healed just as it was about to reap its reward. This change not only stunned the rogue cat, but also left Lin Ran and the onlookers dumbfounded, sparking a flurry of discussions. Was that just the healing of lawn leaves? Did I see that wrong? It's the healing of lawn leaves? Holy crap. How could the Lanya Spirit have the healing of lawn leaves? Isn't that a skill only available after evolving into a lawn dancer? No wonder the beast master of Lanya Ling was quietly watching the stray cat attack. I thought he was at his wit's end, but I didn't expect he was waiting for this moment. In the crowd, Chen Duo was recording with her phone. After she returned home last time, she immediately contacted her third granduncle Chen Zuxian, but she found out that the old man was inspecting a certain spirit domain during this time. So she only managed to get in touch with one of his graduate students. To her surprise, that sister didn't believe what she said at all and insisted that Professor Chen Zuxiang had studied whether Lan Yijiyu could awaken during the Lan Yiling stage. And the conclusion after research and verification was that it was completely impossible. Chen Duoduo had been feeling very frustrated about this and was determined to find an opportunity to record the scene of Lan Yiling using its skills. She thought she would only have a chance during the summer vacation, but unexpectedly, she ran into He Dong tonight at the public battle arena. Now I have evidence. Even if my third granduncle's conclusion is not the truth. At the same time, the stray cat let out a furious howl and launched a frenzied attack on Lan Yiling. However, just when it was about to land the final blow, Lan Yiling would use Lan Yijiyu to reset its progress. For a moment, the scene seemed to be in a tug-of-war, just waiting to see who would fall first. Sigh. Chen Duoduo sighed. Although she hoped Lan Yiling could hold on until the end, the consumption of Lan Yijiyu was not small, so this seemingly undecided battle was actually just dragging on. At that moment, He Dong's voice rang out, giving an order that left everyone in the arena baffled. Lan Yiling, use photosynthesis while taking damage. Chen Duoduo instinctively looked up at the sky, confirming that it was already night. Lin Ran, who was initially pleased to see the battle dragging on, was even more amused after hearing He Dong's words. Using photosynthesis at this time? What a rookie, thinking that using a skill would be effective. Chapter 43, Bet Fight Lan Lan. Lan Yiling followed the command and began to use photosynthesis. However, there was no special phenomenon when this skill took effect, so outsiders could not determine with the naked eye whether photosynthesis was truly working. Seeing this, someone in the crowd suddenly made a guess. Could this guy be engaging in psychological warfare? Trying to make the stray cat's beast master back down? As soon as this was said, it opened up new lines of thought for those around. Some felt it was a pity, while others thought it was already impressive for a newcomer to achieve this level. Psychological warfare? Who could he deceive like this? There's no sun at night. Where would he photosynthesize? Sigh, if it were daytime, he might have won. What a pity. What does it matter if he wins with such a trash tactic? It's not impressive at all. In spirit pet battles, such situations are actually not uncommon, especially for spirit beasts with extremely high defense that love to use a shell retraction tactic. They go all out on defense as soon as they enter the arena, allowing the opponent to attack freely, and then switch from defense to offense once the opponent is exhausted to complete the harvest. The healing tactic and shell retraction tactic have similar principles, both aiming to exhaust the opponent to achieve victory. Although this type of tactic has no entertainment value, spirit pet battles are not purely entertainment matches. What beast masters prioritize is how to win, so no matter how dissatisfied the audience is, it doesn't matter. Some event broadcasters have proposed some opinions to the Beastmaster Association for ratings, but they were rejected, stating that defensive behavior of spirit pets in the arena cannot be considered passive play. On the contrary, Beastmasters who are at a loss against shell retraction tactics would be warned by judges if they command their spirit pets to give up attacking for a long time, and could even be disqualified. In short, everything in spirit pet battles speaks for strength. The winner is justice. Of course, various banned drugs and prohibited items cannot be used, and violators will not only be disqualified on the spot, but will also have all their results in the current competition cancelled, and may even face a suspension for a period of time. Psychological warfare, Lin Ran sneered. Only a fool would be fooled by such an obvious trick, right? But it's hard to say. Some rookies are quite foolish and might be intimidated by this kid. Lin Ran has always considered himself a smart person. His mind turned, and he thought this situation was also a good opportunity. However, pretending to be fooled is also good. Let this kid get a bit inflated, and then it would be easier to lure him into a betting fight. For these newbie beastmasters, Lin Ran was all too familiar. Winning just one match could make them jump for joy for a long time. As long as he offered some flattery at the right time, he could boost the confidence of these guys who cannot see their own strength, and then with a slight setup, they would voluntarily participate in a bet fight. After that, it would be a matter of how much money could be squeezed out. Kid, thank me. I kindly let you win your debut battle. Chen Duoduo observed the growth state of Lan Yiling and judged. The leaves are thick and neat. The body is straight. It's been cultivated really well. And its strength is about to upgrade to high-level extraordinary, right? It seems it could still use Lan Yijiyu 2 more times. However, soon 2 healing uses passed, followed by a 3rd and 4th, but Lan Yiling showed no signs of fatigue. Chen Duoduo looked at Lan Yiling in surprise, realizing something was off. How is this possible? Could it be that photosynthesis is working? But how did it achieve this? Skill proficiency? No, even with high skill proficiency, it cannot violate the basic principles of skill effectiveness. So Chen Duoduo suddenly looked up and noticed something that had always been present around the battle arena but had been overlooked by others. At this time, the onlookers also noticed the issue with Lan Yiling. That energized state didn't seem to be feigned. Before they could guess, Chen Duoduo suddenly exclaimed, I know what is going on. It's the big lights around the battle arena. Lanya Ling is using the light to achieve photosynthesis. Who says photosynthesis can only happen with sunlight? Huh. Little girl, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. A man rebutted on the spot. Plants can photosynthesize under lights? Never heard of it. Indeed, not all lights work. Shin Duoduo argued. But the lights around the battle arena are all fluorescent lights. As long as the light intensity is sufficient, it can work. Although it was night, the battle arena was indeed illuminated as bright as day. Excluding all impossibilities, this was the real reason why Lanya Ling could stand firm. Shen Duoduo gazed at Hidong in the battle arena. He was currently standing in the command area with his arms crossed, looking calm and collected. Utilizing the environment to this extent, did he notice it from the beginning? What strong command ability, although she had witnessed it last time. Seeing such command again was still very shocking. Lin Ran faintly heard the discussions around him, but he still didn't believe Hidong could achieve this level. However, as time passed, he had no choice but to believe it. Otherwise, the situation simply couldn't be explained. Just a lucky hit. Could a rookie have such awareness? Nonetheless, Lin Ran felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. He originally thought this victory was just something he bestowed upon the other party. He didn't expect that the other party truly won with their own strength. It's fine, I will quickly get my revenge. Just a lucky rookie. Watch me lift him up high and then use my main pet to crush and stomp on him. Lin Ran was determined in his heart. But he put on a face of regret and admiration. I admit defeat. Little brother, you are really amazing, achieving this level in your first battle. Really? Hidong first breathed a sigh of relief, then humbly replied, I feel like I was just lucky. Then, he recalled the Lanya Ling, which had been released from its rooting state, back to the Beast Master space, allowing the tired little guy to recover as soon as possible. Lanya Ling, you did great. You worked hard this time. Don't underestimate yourself. Lin Ran walked over and patted Hidong's shoulder. How many newcomers can perform as brilliantly as you just did? I think you might have the potential to become a master beast master. You're overpraising me. Hidong smiled and said, Lin Gu, if you keep saying that, I might feel embarrassed. Seeing this, Lin Ran flattered him a few more times before stating his purpose. Little brother, actually, I feel a bit unwilling about losing just now. Do you want to have another match with me? Another match? Hidong hesitated. The spirit pets also need rest, right? How about in an hour? Lin Ran suggested. And this time, how about we add some stakes? I'm willing to wager 50,000 yuan. If you win, all of it is yours. 50,000 yuan. Hidong's eyes brightened, but he hesitated again. What if I lose? Normally, the stakes should be equal. Lin Ran frowned in distress, then waved his hand grandly. Forget it. Given how well we hit it off, you can just put up a few thousand. I don't mind taking a slight loss. That won't do. Hidong immediately became unhappy and refused. How about we skip the wager? No worries, no worries. Lin Ran certainly couldn't let the opportunity slip away, explaining, after all, I'm the one who issued the challenge, so I should put up a bit more. After some back and forth, Hidong finally agreed. Then thank you, Lin Gu. You really are a good person and a great senior to everyone. Lin Ran smiled and scratched his head, deflecting a few compliments, but once he turned around, his expression immediately changed. Good person? Huh. You don't think I'm here to give you money, do you? How naive. An hour later, both sides returned to Arena No. 10 to begin their match as promised. Come out. Bully Cat. Show the enemy your power. Lin Ran summoned his spirit pet first. A completely black cat resembling a panther with an incredibly fierce gaze, which was the evolved form of the rogue cat. Hee. The contract we just signed didn't specify that I had to use the rogue cat against you. Kid, blame your lack of social experience. However, just as Lin Ran looked at Hidong, ready to enjoy the sight of his shocked expression, Hidong also began his summoning. Come out. Golden Stone Monkey. After the Golden Stone Monkey appeared, it stood quietly with its arms crossed. It slightly raised its head, looking down at the bully cat with disdain, seemingly not regarding the opponent at all. The bully cat naturally sensed the contempt from the Golden Stone Monkey, and it was not one to have a good temper, immediately adopting an aggressive stance. Meow. The bully cat licked its lips, its eyes fixed on the Golden Stone Monkey, as if it had already regarded the opponent as prey. In contrast to the bully cat, Lin Ran felt much less calm at this moment. The sudden appearance of the Golden Stone Monkey caught him off guard and made him feel the situation was slipping out of control. Damn. Could it be that I'm facing a black market deal? Lin Ran looked at Hidong, feeling that the other party's earlier demeanor had all been an act. Before Lin Ran could say anything, Hidong spoke first. Lin Gu, you don't mind if I switch to another spirit pet, do you? Lanya Ling hasn't rested well yet, and since I have more contract slots, this stone monkey is also my spirit pet. TSK, have I encountered this year's genius? Lin Ran studied the Golden Stone Monkey closely, concluding, it does seem to still be in its juvenile stage, its strength probably around high-level extraordinary, and its attributes are likely metal or rock, which don't have any advantage over me. That was a false alarm. My bully cat is definitely a commander-level spirit. Dealing with an extraordinary-level stinky monkey is a piece of cake. Besides, I have the Beast Master talent as a safety net. There's no way I can lose. After some analysis, Lin Ran felt slightly relieved and responded with a smile. Of course. I was just about to say the same thing. My rogue cat isn't in great shape either, so I'll have to send out my best old partner to battle you. Oh, is it your initial spirit pet? Hidong looked at the bully cat and praised. Its build is agile and muscular. Lin Gu, you've really raised it well. A martial arts spirit beast needs such a good physique. You're overpraising me. Lin Ran gestured. Little brother, this time you still attack first. Hidong nodded slightly and ordered. Golden Stone Monkey, use rock throw to test. Chirp. The Golden Stone Monkey raised its hand and forcefully threw several stones at the bully cat. Although the stones flew in a straight line, their speed was incredibly fast due to the immense force, like bullets being fired. Without needing Lin Ran's instruction, the bully cat dodged the flying stones, and a white glow suddenly appeared around it, instantly increasing its movement speed several times, flashing in front of the Golden Stone Monkey. High-speed movement. Hidong recognized the skill the bully cat was using at a glance, which significantly increased its movement speed for a short time. A mid-level skill commonly used by agile spirit beasts for quick attacks. After dashing in front of the Golden Stone Monkey, the bully cat's gaze suddenly sharpened, emanating a terrifying aura. Then it lunged forward with its iron claws towards the Golden Stone Monkey. High-speed movement, intimidation, and iron claw strikes, a smooth little combo. However, the bully cat miscalculated one thing. The Golden Stone Monkey was completely unafraid of its intimidation. On the contrary, the intimidation only served to enrage the Golden Stone Monkey, prompting the bloodthirsty and combative monkey to reveal its true nature. Faced with the bully cat's fierce iron claws, the Golden Stone Monkey's eyes widened, and it actually took the hit with a solid defense while simultaneously swinging its steel fist. The iron claws struck the Golden Stone Monkey, sparking as they made contact. But the bully cat, caught off guard, took the steel fist directly to the face and fell backward. The Golden Stone Monkey immediately pushed off the ground and leaped into the air, aiming to stomp down on the bully cat. Given the Golden Stone Monkey's weight, if it landed a solid hit, the bully cat, which did not excel in defense, would at least lose a good portion of its life. However, when the Golden Stone Monkey landed heavily, the bully cat's figure gradually dissipated, leaving the grinning Golden Stone Monkey momentarily stunned. Golden Stone Monkey, watch out behind you. Hearing Hidong's voice, the Golden Stone Monkey turned just in time, but it was still too late. Using the afterimage as cover, the bully cat circled around to a blind spot behind the Golden Stone Monkey and launched a sneak attack. The bully cat bit down precisely on the Golden Stone Monkey's tail, its mouth glowing with a purple-black light, using the low-level skill bite. Chirp. The Golden Stone Monkey let out a miserable howl. Its tail was indeed one of its weakest spots. More importantly, the tail helped it maintain balance. And if it was injured, all its actions would inevitably be affected. For the first time in battle, the Golden Stone Monkey panicked. Its combat experience was indeed still lacking. Golden Stone Monkey, don't panic. Hidong reassured, giving orders. Use rock collapse behind you, then use body slam. The Golden Stone Monkey stomped heavily on the ground, causing the earth beneath the bully cat to explode. Although the scattered stones hit its soft abdomen and chin, the bully cat still held on tightly to the Golden Stone Monkey's tail without letting go. However, the dust kicked up by the rock collapse forced the bully cat to close its eyes and dodge, and the Golden Stone Monkey seized that moment, using body slam to charge backward. The sturdy and hard monkey's back collided with the bully cat's forehead, instantly causing it to see stars and its head to buzz. Reacting instinctively, it loosened its grip, allowing the Golden Stone Monkey to break free from the cat's hold. Once liberated, the Golden Stone Monkey was filled with rage and immediately pounced onto the bully cat's back while it was still recovering from dizziness, gripping the cat's fur with one hand and starting to pound its head with the other. Unfortunately, the bully cat was at a much higher power level than the Golden Stone Monkey. Besides the powerful charge attack, the other skills of the Golden Stone Monkey dealt limited damage to the bully cat, and it quickly regained its senses. The bully cat then used high-speed movement again, effortlessly shaking the Golden Stone Monkey off its back. The two sides regrouped and stood opposite each other after a round of exchanges. It was clear that the Golden Stone Monkey was at a disadvantage. This monkey had quite a temper, which was good for Lin Ran. He looked at the Golden Stone Monkey and silently commanded the bully cat, use provocation, don't give it a chance to grab you, and let's slowly wear it down. Clearly, Lin Ran wanted to use the same trick again. If the rogue cat knew how to do it, the bully cat should be able to as well. The Golden Stone Monkey wound T-root itself in place, and it seemed it didn't have any recovery or healing skills, making the previous strategy ineffective. Lin Ran smiled proudly. Since it was about regaining face, one should get back up from where they fell, and switching spirit pets was the greatest blunder for the opponent. Of course, even if Hidong sent Lanya to battle again, it didn't matter. The bully cat's attack power was much stronger than the rogue cat's, capable of completely defeating Lanya in one hit. With the health bar reduced to 0, no matter how strong the recovery ability was, it would be useless. The bully cat raised its hand in provocation, and the golden stone monkey naturally exploded in anger. Facing the charging golden stone monkey, the bully cat sneered contemptuously, knowing that this foolish monkey would soon become its plaything, just like those prey that were toyed with until death, collapsing like a loser. Outside the arena, Shin Duo couldn't help but sweat for the golden stone monkey, recognizing the perilous situation. She turned to look at Hidong, her eyes filled with anxiety and expectation, murmuring, "What will you do to break the deadlock this time?" Chapter 45, Victory. Combined, Hidong observed the golden stone monkey's performance. Since its emergence, the golden stone monkey had only fought 3 battles. Among them, the one against the guardian snake was relatively formal, and its strength was actually superior to that of the golden stone monkey. The battles against the rogue cat and the earth dragon lizard could be disregarded, as the opponents were simply too weak to provide any useful experience. However, the perfect record of 3 victories had given the golden stone monkey a lot of confidence, encouraging its tendency to become excited at the prospect of battle. But when faced with a bully cat that was stronger in both power and combat experience, the golden stone monkey was completely suppressed. Apart from its commendable fighting spirit, the rest could only be described as a complete mess. However, it shouldn't be too harshly criticized, as it was still a baby that had just emerged not long ago. Was it going to use the same provocation tactic again? Hidong thought for a moment and did not give immediate commands. He decided to see how the golden stone monkey would respond on its own, especially since Lan Yi's healing ability could help in case of emergency. Moreover, like humans, spirit beasts could only unleash more of their potential when they found themselves in dire situations. Additionally, Hidong had another purpose in mind: to avoid fostering an over-reliance on him in the golden stone monkey. After all, if it came to unregulated street fighting, he might not always be able to intervene in time. Therefore, cultivating the ability of spirit pets to save themselves in dangerous situations was also very important. However, most novice beast tamers lacked this awareness, possibly placing too much emphasis on winning or not wanting their spirit pets to get hurt. But when they faced danger in the wild later, they would inevitably pay a heavier price. Hidong had seen too many similar situations at the disabled Spirit Pet Rescue Center and naturally wouldn't repeat the same mistakes. Facing the enraged steel fists of the golden stone monkey, the bully cat easily evaded all the incoming punches by merely twisting its body. With the attacks missing, the already enraged golden stone monkey became even more furious. But before it could continue its pursuit, the bully cat suddenly flashed in front of it, leaving a scratch on its chest. Then, taking advantage of its speed, the bully cat circled around the golden stone monkey, occasionally pouncing to attack, as if continuously bleeding its prey. After taking several scratches, the battered golden stone monkey regained its senses from the anger and quickly realized its precarious situation, decisively using Iron Wall to switch from offense to defense. Seeing this, the bully cat used its provocation skill again. Screech! The golden stone monkey let out a long roar, ultimately unable to suppress its violent temper. This time, it even executed a body charge, wanting to take the bully cat down with it. However, with its speed far inferior to its opponent, the hit rate of such a move was indeed quite concerning. The bully cat sneered, as if mocking the monkey's foolishness, effortlessly dodging the golden stone monkey's charge and leaving deep, bone-exposing scratches on its back, forming a crisscross pattern with the previous wounds. Witnessing the golden stone monkey being toyed with by the bully cat, while Hidong remained inactive, Shin Duo became anxious. What was he doing? Why wasn't he helping the little stone monkey turn the tide? At this rate, they were going to lose. Despite this, she also didn't know how to win, as the little stone monkey's hard power was completely inferior to that of its opponent. The onlookers began to discuss, thinking that Hidong must have run out of ideas, which was why he and T made a move. Out of tricks, huh? Lin ran. With his hands in his pockets, flashed a sneer. Spirit beast battles rely on strength, not clever tricks. A mere rookie could never be a match for an established beast tamer like me. Looking at the golden stone monkey's precarious state, Lin Ran felt that the outcome of this gamble was already decided. Since that was the case, he would gladly take your 5,000, although it was a bit low. Perhaps he would ask if he wanted to fight again later? Just bet another 5,000, and if he won, he could take away 55,000. Lin Ran couldn't help but recall the last fat sheep he had so ruthlessly slaughtered, which had ultimately contributed around 70 to 80,000 to him, causing him to lose all the pocket money he had saved for years, in addition to borrowing a lot from friends and family. Once the sunk cost was too high, a person's rationality could evaporate. At the limit now, Hidong looked at the stumbling figure of the golden stone monkey and sighed softly. There is still much to teach. Some things cannot be learned just through sudden realization. Just as Hedong was preparing to use his beast taming talent, something seemed to change in the arena. Outside the battle, a chorus of gasps erupted, as everyone was shocked by the Golden Stone Monkey's actions. Once again, the bully cat initiated provocation, and the Golden Stone Monkey surprisingly mimicked its actions, raising its own hand. Seeing that raised middle finger, the bully cat instantly erupted in anger, discarding all caution and howling as it charged at the Golden Stone Monkey. Was this provocation? Lin Ran stood frozen in place, somewhat incredulous. Although the gesture was a bit indecent, the skill S effect couldn't be faked. How on earth did it learn that? Could it have stolen it from my bully cat? The more Lin Ran thought about it, the more he felt it was possible, but it was still hard to accept. Why was Hedong's spirit pet so perceptive? Although provocation was a racial skill of the rogue cat, other spirit beasts needed to invest a significant amount of time and resources to learn it. Yet this stinky monkey casually watched for a bit and took a few scratches before mastering it on its own. What a joke. Hedong was unaware of how flustered Lin Ran was at that moment. He simply recalled the introduction from when he first identified the Golden Stone Monkey. Is this what they call high spirituality and strong comprehension? Skills that can be learned just by watching are truly a bit against the odds. Moreover, provocation is a mid-level skill of the evil and sinister type, which is not easy in terms of attributes or learning difficulty. Using provocation to counter provocation? That's a good idea. This monkey is indeed a born combat fanatic. Facing the incoming bully cat, the Golden Stone Monkey clenched its fists tightly, a glint of crimson flashing in its eyes. The humiliation accumulated in its heart when it was toyed with by the opponent transformed into fuel for its anger. Exuding a frightening aura, accompanied by a loud roar, the Golden Stone Monkey charged at the bully cat with all its might. Its body radiated dazzling white light, resembling a meteor streaking across the sky. Such a life-risking blow, even the bully cat, which had a level advantage, could not withstand it. Lin Ran immediately felt something was wrong and shouted anxiously, "Bully cat, quickly use body slam. Smash it." At the same time, his beast taming talent was cast on the bully cat, converting all its remaining stamina into explosive power. This is the effect of the beast taming talent's eruption, allowing the spirit pet to exert power far beyond its own abilities in a short time. However, this talent causes significant damage to the spirit pet's body, and after use, it would need to rest for several days at least. Body slam. Is it going for a head-on clash? Hedong immediately made a judgment. The Golden Stone Monkey's state is far inferior to the bully cat. A direct collision is very likely to lead to our defeat. Even if I use healing leaves now, I'm not sure we can win. Since that's the case, Hedong quickly came up with an idea. Raising his hand to release healing leaves while shouting, "Golden Stone Monkey," quickly used doppelganger technique. As soon as the words fell, the Golden Stone Monkey split into two, transforming into two figures, with two streams of white light colliding with the bully cat, stirring up waves of air. When the dust settled, the Golden Stone Monkey was kneeling on one knee, hunched over, supporting itself on its knee to avoid falling, while the bully cat in front of it had already fallen into a faint, completely losing its fighting ability. For a moment, the battlefield fell into an indescribable silence. The situation had reversed too quickly. Many people hadn't even reacted to what had happened. They won. That newbie and his monkey won. No way. Am I dreaming? Doppelganger technique. Just now, that seemed to be the high-level skill, doppelganger technique. This monkey can actually use doppelganger technique. How is that possible? It must be cheating. How could a juvenile spirit beast learn such a skill? Cheers, gasps, and doubts mixed together, making the scene unusually noisy, with everyone gazing fervently at the Golden Stone Monkey. This is definitely a spirit pet with extremely terrifying potential, and once it grows to its racial limit, it will have the opportunity to evolve into a dominant species, helping its beast tamer reach the pinnacle. Shin Duo breathed a sigh of relief, with a hint of envy in her eyes. But when she thought that only Hedong could hatch the stone monkey from the stone egg, she felt much better. Lin Ran, on the other hand, stared fiercely at the Golden Stone Monkey, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. He simply couldn't accept this outcome. How could he lose? Moreover, to a rookie? Not only did he earn nothing, but he also lost 50,000. Just thinking about this made Lin Ran feel heart-wrenching pain, wishing he could take it back on the spot. Hedong recalled the Golden Stone Monkey into the beast taming space and took away the corresponding reward from the venue management. "Brother Lin, I'll take this money," Hedong said, looking at the following Lin Ran. "You don't mind, right?" "A bet is a bet," Lin Ran, despite his heart bleeding, still tried to maintain his persona. "Little brother, this is what you deserve. Hey, this 50,000 isn't a small amount for you, Brother Lin, is it?" Hedong put his arm around Lin Ran's shoulders and whispered temptingly, "How about we have another match? If you win, I'll return this money in full. What do you think?" Lin Ran was immediately tempted. He was not a wealthy person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to such underhanded means to make money in a public battle arena. But the next moment, Hidong's words froze him. Brother Lin, haven't you told others similar things more than once? Lin Ran looked up at Hidong and found that the naivety he had sensed from him had completely vanished. In its place was the truth after the disguise was torn off. It turned out this guy had been acting with him the whole time. You lied to me. You saw through my intentions long ago, but pretended not to know just to pull a fast one in the end? Hey, don't say it so harshly. Hidong shook his finger. I'm not even sure I can win. You lost simply because you weren't as skilled. Not as skilled. Lin Ran stopped pretending and retorted. Exactly. Guys like you who play dumb to eat the tiger. Aren't you just relying on pretending to be weak to defeat others for fun? Pretending to be weak? Hidong took out his student ID. But I am indeed a student of Songhai Beast Taming High School, and I just recently became a rookie beast tamer. Do you think I'm stronger than you? Before Lin Ran could respond, Hidong coldly concluded. If that's the case, it just means you've been living like a dog all these years, and you haven't made any progress in 6 or 7 years. What do you know? Lin Ran exploded like a punctured balloon. How would geniuses like you understand us mediocre people? You even have the money to buy such a good initial spirit pet. But what about me? Even if my talent is poor, I shouldn't still be stuck at the apprentice level after so long. Hidong sneered, exposing Lin Ran's hidden truth. You're actually just trying to escape your responsibilities, right? Afraid of dying. You don't dare to go to the border and fight wild spirit beasts. Lin Ran instinctively wanted to refute, but under Hidong's gaze, he couldn't find the words to argue, his face turning red. For humans, spirit beasts are indeed invaders from another world, and the conflict between them is a struggle for survival, irreconcilable. Even though the overall situation is in a state of tense peace, smaller-scale frictions in some areas are still unavoidable. In battles against spirit beasts, extraordinary individuals are the absolute main force, and the higher the level, the more so. As the strongest among extraordinary individuals, beast tamers naturally bear the heaviest responsibilities in times of crisis. All professional level and above beast tamers receive national level missions from the association every few years. Hidong did not know what the high-level missions were, but the simplest task is to guard the border for several months. Of course, students who have not graduated from Beast Taming High School or Beast Taming University do not participate in this obligation. But Lin Ran didn't get into Beast Taming University. If he were to advance to professional level, he could no longer be a coward. Hidong didn't say much more. After all, there are many people like Lin Ran who are just trying to survive. The Beast Tamer Association is too lazy to manage them, allowing them to stay at the apprentice level and waste time. If these people were sent to the battlefield, they might not only be of no help, but also drag others down. Take care of yourself. Don't waste the bully cat you've trained so well. After Hidong left, Lin Ran immediately erupted, clearly not heeding the advice. So what if I'm afraid of dying? What is wrong with being afraid of death? Why should I be asked to fight for others? Lin Ran cursed for several minutes, unable to calm down, feeling even more that Hidong had no right to lecture him. Damn, a rookie dares to talk to me like this, so disrespectful. I absolutely will make you pay. And my money, I will definitely make you hand it over obediently. I'm going to call Brother Wong now and find someone to teach you how to behave. Chapter 46. Miss Joy at the Disabled Spirit Pet Rescue Center. Outside the medical examination room, Hidong sat quietly on a bench in the hallway, waiting for Lanya Ling and the Golden Stone Monkey to finish their checkups. Although they had been treated with healing leaves, both little guys were injured quite severely this time, so it was better to undergo a professional examination. Otherwise, if there are any hidden injuries left on your body, you may not notice any problems now, but sooner or later, they will accumulate and erupt all at once. By then, it will be too late to treat them. In his previous life, Hidong had seen many patients in the hospital who let minor illnesses develop into major ones, and major illnesses turn into terminal conditions. Every time doctors talked about these cases, they expressed deep regret, cursing and stomping their feet in frustration. He remembered that a certain orthopedic surgeon couldn't help but curse while operating. The patient on the operating table was the father of the head nurse in the hospital's department, and the surgery was to amputate his right leg. It's absolutely ridiculous. If this old man had come a few weeks earlier, I could have saved his leg for sure. Now that he has come at this point, what is the use? If we don't hurry up and amputate, he might not make it. From that point on, Hidong learned his lesson. Whenever he felt unwell, he would take advantage of his lunch break to visit the relevant departments and ask familiar doctors for help. Unexpectedly, he ended up facing a life-threatening situation during his time travel. Of course, routine checkups for spirit pets are supposed to be done at specialized hospitals. Although the Disabled Spirit Pet Rescue Center also has this capability, it is generally not open to the public. Hidong was allowed in purely because he was an internal employee. In a good interpersonal relationship, the doctors here didn't mind giving Hidong a bit of convenience. Half an hour later, A young female doctor in a white coat opened the door to the examination room and walked out. Hidong quickly stood up and asked, Sister Qiao Yi, how is the situation? The Lanya Ling is in great condition, but there are some issues with the golden rock monkey. I've already taken care of it for you, Qiao Yi replied. As she spoke, Lanya Ling and the golden rock monkey walked out of the examination room one after the other. Compared to before, both of them looked much more spirited and had returned to their peak state. Thank you so much, Sister Qiao Yi, Hidong said, handing over a tote bag. I didn't expect you to be on night duty today. This is a small token of my appreciation, and it's perfect for a midnight snack. Qiao Yi took a look inside the bag and saw pearl milk tea and chocolate cake. She smiled and complained, You little rascal. Don't you know I've been on a diet lately? How could you bring these things to harm me? Sister Qiao Yi, your figure is already great. Do you really need to lose weight? Hidong was a bit surprised. Being too thin isn't good either. It's healthier to be a bit more balanced. Of course, Hidong had one thing he didn't say. Qiao Yi was recognized as the most beautiful woman in the Disabled Spirit Pet Rescue Center, with countless admirers. If she was still dissatisfied with herself, the other female employees wouldn't know how to live. Qiao Yi chuckled and shook her head. Too lazy to engage with this thick-headed, straightforward guy, and turned the conversation back to the two little ones. Your Lanya Ling is well cultivated. Most Lanya Lings are quite timid and shy, but yours is very lively and cheerful, and its strength is about to reach the high extraordinary level. Qiao Yi slightly bent down and patted Lanya Ling's little head. Lanya Ling proactively raised its head and rubbed against Qiao Yi's hand. Next, you should prepare for its evolution in advance, such as purchasing methods from the association on how to evolve Lanya Ling into a lawn dancer. And then collect the necessary materials for evolution according to the requirements to help Lanya Ling adjust its condition. Evolution, huh? Hidong thought for a moment and nodded. I will get the preliminary preparations done as soon as possible. Additionally, if your conditions allow, you can buy some spirit wine, Qiao Yi suggested. But don't let Lanya Ling drink too much at once. This can not only accelerate its growth, but also help it lay a solid foundation. Spirit wine? Hidong hesitated, as his wallet was never very rich, and the bounty he earned earlier had already gone to pay off debts. As for the 50,000 he just won tonight, it was nothing compared to the investment needed for cultivation. For instance, the spirit wine mentioned earlier. Whether brewed from spirit plants or spirit materials or produced by certain spirit beasts, starts at a minimum price of 10,000. If he wanted to get a higher quality spirit wine for Lanya Ling, he would probably have to aim for hundreds of thousands. And the top-tier ones were even more unimaginable, possibly starting at 1 million. Unless you have a wealthy family. Ordinary beast tamers can only earn money through hard work to provide the best cultivation methods for their spirit pets. I'll think about it. Hidong asked, besides that, what other materials can be used for cultivating Lanya Ling? The rest are general methods for cultivating wood-type spirit beasts, which are taught in your high school textbooks. After Qiao Yi finished speaking, she looked at the golden rock monkey beside her and reached out to pat its head as well. The golden rock monkey instinctively leaned back, its gaze towards Qiao Yi holding a hint of hostility. No one besides Hidong had the right to touch its head. Not even the King of Heaven could do that. Sorry, this mischievous monkey is a bit unruly. Hidong patted the golden rock monkey. I haven't educated it well. Even when being threatened by the golden rock monkey, Qiao Yi was not annoyed at all. Throughout her years of practice, she had seen all kinds of spirit pets with various personalities and tempers. Moreover, some injured spirit pets can be extremely aggressive, and even with a beast tamer nearby to soothe them, it might not be effective. With a slight misstep, it could lead to a tragedy harming the medical staff. Compared to that, the golden rock monkey was already quite mild. During the examination and treatment in the examination room just now, it was very cooperative. It's okay. Having a personality is a good thing. Qiao Yi squatted down and looked at the golden rock monkey. It's my first time seeing a naturally dual attribute rock monkey. When you cultivate it, you can appropriately feed it some special metals and rocks. Additionally, if you want to further enhance its physical hardness, I highly recommend you buy the fire forging refinement method from the association. Just know that the process will be extremely painful. Most metal type and rock type spirit beasts can endure it. Although hesitant, Qiao Yi still finished her words. How to decide was up to Hidong and the golden rock monkey. Eek, eek. The golden rock monkey immediately patted its chest, saying that as long as it could become stronger, it could endure any pain. Hidong, however, didn't say anything. After all, the type of fire used in the fire forging refinement method is also crucial. The higher the level, the more powerful the flame, and the better the effect. But then again, money. Using exotic fire is obviously more expensive than buying spirit wine. Of course, if he chose only the lowest configuration, Hidong wouldn't have to worry, but he was unwilling to settle for that. And he believed he had the ability to provide the best cultivation conditions for his spirit pets. Ultimately, money was not the only solution. Whether it was spirit domain exploration or Bodhi enlightenment, they were all worth a try. Chapter 47. Hidong's tailored teaching after bidding farewell to Qiao Yi. Hidong did not leave the rescue center immediately. Instead, he took Lan Yiling and the Golden Rock Monkey to the Spirit Pet activity area inside the rescue center, intending to hold a post-battle review meeting with them. Of course, while it was called an activity area, it was more accurately a rehabilitation treatment room. Many injured spirit pets come here daily for rehabilitation training, so the training facilities are very well equipped. As soon as Lan Yiling and the Golden Rock Monkey entered, they were immediately attracted by the dazzling array of training equipment. However, they didn't know what these things were for. They just instinctively felt curious and playful upon seeing something new. Hidong clapped his hands to draw their attention back. Let us get down to business first. After I finish speaking, you can tell me which machine you want to try, and I'll help you start it. Naturally, Lan Yiling and the Golden Rock Monkey had no objections. Although the two little ones were playful, they could still distinguish what was more important. Once both little ones were seated, Hidong cleared his throat. Ahem. Next we will conduct our first post-battle review, starting with Lan Yiling. Upon hearing Hidong mention her name, Lan Yiling immediately tensed up, its big watery eyes fixed on Hidong without blinking. Although they achieved victory in battle as desired, after the excitement faded, Lan Yiling and others were not very satisfied with their performance on the battlefield. After all, the reason they won was entirely due to a nearly shameless healing tactic, which was not at all impressive compared to Monkey King. Throughout the fight, they were almost continuously taking hits in a rather awkward manner. Lan Yiling also felt that they might have been a bit too greedy. They initially just wanted to help Hidong secure a win. But now they were thinking how nice it would be to defeat the opponent in a graceful and cool manner. However, with their current strength and even future potential, it seemed like that was not achievable. Even if they eventually evolved into a Lord-level Tianlan Queen, their most important role would still be as a healer and support. Seeing a hint of disappointment flicker in Lan Yiling's eyes, Hidong was somewhat puzzled and immediately used his head-patting technique. Lanya, you did really great. To perform like this in your first battle and win is truly remarkable. Thank you for holding on until the end. Although plant-type spirit beasts have a somewhat dulled sense of pain compared to other races, they still feel it. So it was truly impressive that Lan Yiling could endure the pain until the very end. Don't overthink it. Just enjoy the joy of victory. Winning is winning. Whether it's due to luck, will, or strategy, these are all part of strength. Under Hidong's encouragement and praise, Lan Yiling's eyes brightened again. They raised their hands high, bouncing around happily, and shouted, Lan Lan. If one had to nitpick, Lan Yiling certainly did not perform perfectly, but after all, this was their first battle, so encouragement was the focus to build their confidence in combat. Other issues could be addressed later or improved directly in training. This is the psychology of spirit pets. Nurturing is not just about living and training, but involves all aspects of the spirit pet. Many beast tamers are overly impatient, and after their spirit pets struggle to win their first battle, instead of offering any encouragement or praise, they nitpick and scold, only pointing out where they fell short and demanding they do better next time. Little do they know, this will only make the spirit pet timid in future battles, fearing mistakes, and even develop negative emotions towards fighting, ultimately leading to a one-sided defeat, severely damaging their confidence and falling into a vicious cycle. If the beast tamer does not wake up in time, such a combination will not have a future, and even the present will be bleak. Therefore, a qualified beast tamer must pay attention not only to training and battles, but also to the psychological well-being of their spirit pets. After all, Hidong is not comfortable entrusting his life to a spirit pet with psychological issues. It would be a miracle if he wasn't backstabbed. As for the Jin Gushi Ho, Hidong had less to worry about. After all, this mischievous monkey never lacked confidence and enthusiasm for battle, even showing signs of being overly eager. How do you think you performed in this battle? Jin Gushi Ho shook its head, equally dissatisfied with its victory. If it weren't for Hidong's crucial actions at the end, its best outcome would have been to perish alongside the bully cat. Given Jin Gushi Ho's temperament, a draw would still feel like a loss, albeit a slightly more dignified one, but still a loss. Dissatisfied? What are you dissatisfied about? Just feel that your strength wasn't enough, and that you didn't win beautifully, not crushing the opponent? In response to Hidong's inquiry, Jin Gushi Ho nodded without hesitation and wanted to increase its training intensity. Of course, strengthening training is fine, but you also need to understand where you didn't perform well in battle. If the issues aren't corrected, no matter how strong you become, there will still be weaknesses, and you'll still be in a mess when facing stronger opponents. Or do you only like to bully the weak? From now on, will you only fight those weaker than you? Jin Gushi Ho was initially indifferent, but upon hearing this, it immediately became displeased. It is not a coward that only bullies the weak, but a warrior unafraid of any strong enemy. Gigi, Gigi, Gigi. Seeing Jin Gushi Ho getting anxious, Hidong knew his provocation had worked. For dealing with this mischievous monkey, gentle words were ineffective. Provoking it was much simpler and more effective. Now let me point out the mistakes you made in battle. See if you acknowledge them and can improve. First, you underestimated the opponent and charged in recklessly. I asked you to use flying stones to test the opponent first, but you rushed in without gathering any information, wanting to inflict heavy damage right away, yet you didn't see through the illusion and ended up getting caught on your weak point. Hidong raised a finger, his expression serious and stern, exuding the authority of a teacher, pressing Jin Gushir Ho down so it couldn't raise its head. Secondly, your lack of combat experience led to a failure to remain calm under pressure. The former requires time to accumulate, while the latter indicates your combat mindset isn't stable enough. Once unexpected situations arise, you panic, which is a huge flaw. Your response to provocations was quite clever. But can you guarantee that you'll learn your opponent's skills or moves every time and counter them effectively? If I hadn't been sitting still, Jin Gushir Ho would probably have curled up on the ground by now, facing Hidong's pointed critiques. It found it couldn't refute any of them and didn't bother to argue. Combat relies on brains, not just brute force. Or do you want to treat me as your external brain? What if we encounter danger in the wild and I can't direct you in time? What if we get separated? Jin Gushir Ho fell into deep thought. It was already clever, just usually too lazy to think. After putting pressure on the mischievous monkey, Hidong smiled again. We've said so much, but we won this time. So, we should reward you. Choose a skill you'd like to improve, and I'll help you enhance it. Chapter 48. The first perfect level skill. Upon hearing this, Lan Yiling and Jin Gushir Ho immediately became excited. However, they both found it difficult to decide which skill they wanted to choose and fell into contemplation. Hidong was not in a hurry to urge them. This was an opportunity for him to reflect on his performance in directing the battle. First, regarding Lan Yiling's battle, after reviewing it as a whole, Hidong felt relatively satisfied with his performance. Whether it was using root to counter provocation or immediately noticing the lighting around the area that enabled photosynthesis, he had maximized Lan Yiling's current strength, and there was nothing more he could have done. From this point on, Lan Yiling had developed a relatively mature combat routine, as long as the opponent couldn't eliminate it immediately. It could drag the opponent into an endless tug-of-war and wear them down, capable of replicating this underdog victory. However, neither root nor photosynthesis were unbeatable techniques and could be countered, so if they wanted to continue using this tactic in the future, they would need to learn new skills for improvement. Hidong was still unsure about what to do next. Although he initially did not plan to cultivate Lan Yiling into a combat pet, even as a medical tool pet accompanying the team, Lan Yiling still needed to possess a certain level of self-defense ability. He also had other thoughts regarding evolution. While growing along the current evolutionary path was indeed convenient, Lan Yiling could only evolve into a Lord-level Tianlan Queen at most. If he wanted to continue breaking through and growing later, he would need to find new evolutionary methods. If that's the case, why not try to carve out a different evolutionary path from the beginning? Moreover, after so many years, the subsequent evolutionary path for the Tianlan Queen has yet to be figured out. Even Professor Chen Zuxiang has not made any progress. After much contemplation, Hidong decided to prepare for both possibilities. On one hand, I should go to the Beastmaster Association to exchange for the evolution method and prepare the corresponding evolution materials. On the other hand, I can try to research if there are any new evolution paths, while the original evolution method can still serve as a reference. Logically speaking, the power of creation should also play a role in evolution, right? I should find time to have a good chat with Bodhi Branch. As for the battle with the Golden Stone Monkey, Hidong's command style was relatively lax, issuing orders only at critical moments. The only thing to pay attention to is the method of command. Directing through voice is indeed not as simple and efficient as having a mutual understanding. This, of course, involves the issue of contracts, which is the most cautious aspect for all Beastmasters during their growth. The soul contract. Hidong sighed lightly and looked around the rehabilitation training room. To be honest, many of the injured spirit pets taken in by the rescue center belong to Beastmasters. The main reason these Beastmasters do not terminate the contract after their spirit pets are injured is because of the soul contract. For Beastmasters, this is undoubtedly a loss of power, as the contract slot occupied by the injured spirit pet cannot be freed up for a new spirit pet. Of course, this works the other way around as well. It is not uncommon for a Beastmaster to be bedridden while their spirit pet has to go out to work to support the family. The Beastmaster Association even helps by introducing suitable jobs or employers for these spirit pets. The soul contract represents an attitude, a mutual commitment not to abandon each other. Once signed, if one wishes to terminate it peacefully, it is probably only possible at the time of death. There seems to be no hesitation. Lan Yiling is a pure and kind-hearted little one, and the Golden Stone Monkey is also gradually correcting its mischievous and overbearing nature. Since I am their Beastmaster, I should be responsible for them. Hidong felt he was ready to take on this responsibility, but he wasn't sure if Lan Yiling and the Golden Stone Monkey were psychologically prepared for it. Lan. Hearing Lan Yiling's call, Hidong came back to his senses and saw the little guy standing in front of him with a determined expression, as if it had just made a significant decision. The golden stone monkey, on the other hand, seemed calm, nodding when Hidong looked at it, indicating that it had also made up its mind. So, what skills do you want to comprehend? Flying leaf blade and clone technique. Hidong was somewhat surprised. The golden stone monkey's decision was easy to understand. The clone technique is undoubtedly the strongest and most cost-effective among its skills. However, Lan Yiling's choice was a bit intriguing. Nevertheless, Hidong did not ask Lan Yiling for the specific reason, as it was promised to be a reward, and as long as the child was happy. That was enough. Lan Yiling was initially a bit anxious, thinking that Hidong would prefer it to choose leaf healing, but after much deliberation, it ultimately chose to follow its heart. It also wanted to face opponents head-on in battle and defeat them cleanly and decisively, rather than just standing there taking hits every time. Since they were outside, Hidong did not summon Bodhi Branch, but directly used shared help to enlighten the two little ones. To ensure fairness, Hidong consumed the same amount of merit for both enlightenments, totaling 200 points of merit. There are still 4,000 points left. It's indeed easy to spend money but hard to earn it. The proficiency of the clone technique should be able to increase from entry level to proficient level, but it is hard to say how much the flying leaf blade can improve, as it is just a low-level skill. Perhaps it can reach mastery level? The waiting time was not long, and Lan Yiling and the golden stone monkey quickly woke up from their enlightenment one after the other. Hidong first used the identification hand to examine the golden stone monkey, and the results were exactly as expected. Skill, clone technique, attribute, martial arts level, high-level skill proficiency, entry proficient, enlightenment. Skill description, can create an entity clone with independent consciousness and a certain level of resistance. And after deactivation, the clone's memories and experiences will return to the main body. The higher the skill proficiency, the stronger the inherited power of the clone. Monkey, how much stronger do you think your clone is after this enlightenment? The golden stone monkey was also uncertain. So it summoned a clone on the spot and gave it a beating, then first held up one finger to Hidong, followed by 2 fingers, making a gesture of 3. So it went from 10 to 30? Not bad, if I'm not mistaken. The improvement from the peak level of the clone technique is around 20, and from the peak level to the extraordinary level is 10, totaling 100. If I really want to max it out, it would probably take tens of thousands of merit points. Hidong looked at Lan Yiling and lightly tapped its head, which it had raised voluntarily. Skill, flying leaf blade, attribute. Wood level, low-level skill, proficiency. Entry perfect, enlightenment. Skill description, launches leaves to cut the opponent. Long-term training is needed to hit moving targets. Wow, perfect level? Hidong's eyes widened. It actually leveled up 3 levels in one go? Are low-level skills really that cheap? What would it cost to max it out? Of course, the most important thing is the skill's actual effect. A perfect level flying leaf blade. What kind of lethality can it unleash? Logically speaking, its effect should not be inferior to its higher level skill, the flying leaf quick blade. Let us go. There happens to be a training device here that can test the practical effects of the flying leaf blade. Let us try it out. Chapter 49. The place where dreams begin in the rehabilitation training room. A place similar to a shooting range. Lan Yiling stood outside the white line, focusing intently on the movements in the shooting range. Suddenly, with a pop sound, a disc was unexpectedly launched from somewhere. Lan Yiling shouted, raising its hand to unleash a flying leaf blade. The crescent-shaped leaf spun rapidly in the air, moving so fast that it left a series of afterimages. And in an instant, it hit the disc, shattering it into pieces. But it wasn't over yet. With a swish-swish-swish sound, 3 discs were launched from different directions, and their shapes were thinner than the previous ones, not only increasing in speed, but also having erratic trajectories. Seeing this, Lan Yiling waved its small hand, sending out 3 streams of green light that shot out from its side, as if it had calculated the disc's movements in advance, intercepting them accurately in the air, achieving a triple hit without error. The disc machine seemed unwilling to yield, continuing to launch discs from various tricky angles, even varying the intervals and launching force, gradually raising the difficulty to a particularly high level. Lan Yiling rose to the challenge, keeping a close eye on the movements in the shooting range. Although it was occasionally tricked by false sounds, it always had time to unleash the flying leaf blade to save the situation, as if this skill had become instinctive. After knocking down the last disc that was moving erratically, the disc machine finally stopped, and the large screen on the wall began to compile and calculate the scores, ultimately displaying a full score and a perfect level. Immediately afterward, the large screen also displayed the rankings of all skill testers. Lan Yiling, with its intermediate extraordinary strength, outperformed everyone to take first place. The spirit beasts ranked below were all at least high-level leaders. This is normal, as it undoubtedly takes a lot of time and effort to raise a skill's proficiency to perfect level, which is impossible for an extraordinary level. Even leaders rarely achieve it. Lan. Lan Yiling pointed to its avatar at the top and looked back at Hidong, its face full of excitement and pride. Hidong was also thrilled. Talking about levels never gives a real sense of achievement, but watching the test made him realize how impressive the perfect level is. With this performance, the perfect level Flying Leaf Blade is essentially on par with the proficient level Flying Leaf Quick Blade. In an instant, Lan Yiling transformed from a mere medical tool pet to a ruthless flying knife launcher. The Flying Leaf Knife is considered a medium to short-range skill, which is sufficient on the battlefield since the space is limited. Even spirit pets with flying abilities cannot soar hundreds of meters into the sky, as that would be counted as forfeiting. In the wild, I can almost say I have no long-range means. If I encounter spirit beasts that attack from a distance, I can only passively defend or run away, unable to retaliate effectively. Hidong noted this down, planning to improve it later when he has the opportunity. On the other side, the Golden Stone Monkey was having a great time playing with the sandbag, its powerful steel fists and whip-like legs striking it so hard that the heavy sandbag swayed continuously, even swinging into the air at times, showcasing the ferocity of the mischievous monkey. If it weren't for Hidong's strict prohibition, it would have tried the effect of a body slam. The Golden Stone Monkey clearly hadn't considered what would happen if the sandbag were to burst from the impact. Just as it was getting into it, it suddenly heard Hidong's call and stopped its movements. Lan Yiling, Golden Stone Monkey. Hidong called the two spirit pets over, sitting on the ground at a similar height to them, and solemnly asked, I have something to consult with you. Are you willing to sign a soul contract with me? Lan. As soon as Hidong finished speaking, Lan Yiling eagerly raised its hand, bouncing with excitement, its big watery eyes fixed on Hidong, joy spilling from its eyes. The Golden Stone Monkey, initially wanting to consider for a moment, felt a surge of pressure upon seeing Lan Yiling respond so quickly. It worried that if it took too long to weigh its options, it might leave a negative impression on Hidong. Gigi. Thus, the Golden Stone Monkey quickly followed suit, raising its hand, its gaze resolute as if taking an oath. Ha. Good. Hidong laughed heartily. His eyes filled with satisfaction as he reached out to pat the heads of the two little ones, promising, since that's the case, we will be a true family from now on. Lan. Gigi. Lan Yiling and the Golden Stone Monkey nodded in response, feeling Hidong's genuine emotions, which were devoid of any falsehood or ulterior motives, simply happy to gain their recognition. Now it's time to give you names. Hidong stroked his chin and looked slightly upward. There are so many Lan Yilings in this world, but you are undoubtedly the unique one. The one that belongs to me. As for the Golden Stone Monkey, although you are currently the only one in the world, I cannot be biased. If there is one, then everyone should have one. Lan Yiling and the Golden Stone Monkey looked at Hidong with anticipation, eager to know what names he would give them. Unfortunately, Hidong was not good at naming things, and, after looking up at the sky for quite some time, could not think of a few suitable and pleasant names. However, seeing the expectant looks on their faces, he couldn't bear to simply give a perfunctory name, as a name could accompany them for a lifetime. As the saying goes, Orchid Wind, Plum Bone, Sword Gull, Lute Heart. Hidong looked at Lan Yiling and pointed to its forehead. From now on, you shall be called Lan Xin. You originated from the gentleman orchid, so I wish your integrity and character be like that of the plum and orchid, with the heart of a hibiscus and the quality of an orchid, and may you maintain your fighting spirit. While giving the name, Hidong communicated with Lan Yiling's soul, upgrading their contract from the lowest level spirit contract to a soul contract, instantly creating a connection between them. Lan Yiling was very satisfied with this name. Even its overall spirit seemed to change, as it was no longer an ordinary individual among the thousands of Lan Yilings. It was now Hidong's Lan Xin. Seeing Lan Xin receive a name, the Golden Stone Monkey eagerly shuffled forward. Hidong looked at it, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. Although this mischievous monkey also sprang from stone, it was not a true spirit-bright stone monkey and probably could not bear that name and title. To name it recklessly might even harm it. After thinking for a moment, Hidong raised his hand and pointed to the Golden Stone Monkey's forehead, filled with expectation and blessings. You may not necessarily become him, but with our efforts, there is hope. Moreover, you should just be yourself. Since that's the case, given your inherently rebellious and strong nature, daring to fight against heaven and earth, I will call you Ao Lai from now on. The Golden Stone Monkey was somewhat puzzled. It did not know who the person Hidong was referring to was, but it must be an extremely powerful figure. However, it was quite satisfied with this name, feeling it suited its temperament. Seeing the joyful expression on the Golden Stone Monkey's face, Hidong felt he should also share the origin of the name with it, in order to set a lofty goal for it. By the way, you probably haven't heard the story about him. He should be considered your predecessor, a stone monkey that also sprang from stone. Chapter 50, Bodhi Branch. Hidong was not particularly good at telling stories. However, He had read the story of Sun Wukong too many times throughout his life. From animated DVDs to complete comic books. From TV dramas during winter and summer vacations to classic literature, and even various movies later on, Hidong hardly missed any of it. Moreover, which boy didn't play with a stick in hand as a child, dreaming of becoming the Monkey King? Even now, when recounting this familiar story, Hidong still felt a surge of emotion, partly due to the storyline, and partly because it was an indelible part of his childhood and youth. Due to time constraints, Hidong only narrated from the birth of the Monkey King to the part where he wreaked havoc in heaven. But he captivated both the Golden Stone Monkey and Lan Yuling. Especially the Golden Stone Monkey. It clapped its hands in delight at times, scratched its ears and cheeks at others, and was deeply distressed when it heard that Sun Wukong was trapped under the Five-Finger Mountain, becoming furious. Ayo Lai, don't take it too seriously. Hidong gently tapped the Golden Stone Monkey's head and said, although the story is just a story, what you can learn from it depends on your own understanding. Afterward, Hidong returned the two spirited pets to the Beast Master space. Since the dormitory's curfew had passed, Hidong decided to spend the night in the rest area of the rescue center. This place was usually for staff to take a break, not only having reclining chairs, but also several single beds, which could be comfortably slept on after laying down disposable sheets. Of course, if one found it troublesome, they could also go to sleep in their clothes. Hidong was indifferent to this, as he planned to resume using meditation instead of sleep starting today. He had done this for 2 years. Although meditation was far more effective for mental recovery than sleep, it required maintaining a certain posture. So he would occasionally experience back pain and needed to intersperse a few days of normal sleep for rest and adjustment. The reason he hadn't meditated in recent days was not due to this, but because the Beast Master space needed a stabilization period of 3 to 5 days after being opened. Only after its structure was completely stabilized could Beast Masters begin to absorb spiritual energy through meditation to gradually expand their Beast Master space and advance to a higher level. There had been people who tried to be clever, thinking they could greatly widen the boundaries during the unstable period. But the result was often the collapse of the Beast Master space, causing severe mental trauma to themselves. Given that Hidong's Beast Master space was quite special, he waited a few more days for safety. Being overly cautious in matters concerning one's foundation was never too much, and it was better than regretting after an incident. Generally speaking, an ordinary Beast Master takes about 3 months to progress from the apprentice level to the professional level, while those with poorer qualifications might take half a year. Hidong sat cross-legged on the bed, his back straight and his palms facing upward. Therefore, both the 100-day newcomer competition and the school team selection were scheduled for October. Thus, the goal for everyone this summer was to practice hard and strive to advance to the professional level before the start of the new school year, while also completing the preliminary cultivation and training of their spirit pets. As for whether I can pass the professional level assessment of the Beast Master Association, that's uncertain. After all, the country has always required Beast Masters to be well-rounded. It's not just about having enough strength level, but practical combat ability is also essential. Otherwise, how can one fight against enemies and resist spirit beast invasions? With my talent and qualifications, I should be able to advance to the professional level in less than a month. Regarding this, Hidong is quite confident. Although he may have to meditate intensely every night during this period, Hidong closed his eyes and quickly entered a calm state. With his internal spiritual power circulating in accordance with the small and large circulations, causing the speed of absorbing spiritual energy to suddenly accelerate. The Beast Master space already had the ability to slowly, autonomously absorb spiritual energy, and meditation simply helps to speed it up through focused concentration. The rate at which this happens could be considered a measure of one's cultivation talent. However, as soon as Hidong started to exert himself, he immediately felt something was off. It seemed as though a wave of spiritual energy was suddenly pressing towards him. An overwhelming amount of spiritual energy surged into his body all at once, almost bursting his meridians. What the hell is going on? Hidong hurriedly stopped, frightened out of his meditative state. This was the first time he encountered such a situation, and he didn't recall hearing about it from his meditation teacher. Could it be that my absorption rate has skyrocketed? Is my body now unable to handle the speed of absorbing spiritual energy? Although it sounded a bit absurd, Hidong felt this explanation was the most reasonable. But that didn't make sense, either. Why hadn't this happened during my previous meditations? Could it be because I awakened the dual Beast Master space? After all, since the dual Beast Master spaces have merged, and I can't just cultivate one separately during meditation, this could have led to an exponential increase in the amount of spiritual energy I absorb. Hidong compared the situation and found that still didn't add up. Even so, it shouldn't have reached the overwhelming effect he just experienced. In order to find out the reason, Hidong closed his eyes again and carefully sensed his own condition, only to be surprised to discover that even without meditating, his current rate of absorbing spiritual energy was already far superior to before, as if he had maxed out the rate. The control of that rate was extremely delicate, perfectly balanced at the limit his meridians could handle, yet it was silent. If he hadn't focused on sensing, Hidong might not have noticed this subtle change. No wonder he almost burst his meridians when he exerted himself earlier. Although he wasn't meditating, Hidong was in a similar cultivation state all the time. And the culprit behind all this was with a thought. Hidong entered the Beastmaster space. There, the golden Bodhi branch was firmly rooted in the void, causing the entire Beastmaster space to pulse like a beating heart, inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy while converting it into nutrients to nourish the Beastmaster space. Having not checked in for a few days, the Bodhi branch had secretly done a great job. Seeing Hidong arrive, the Bodhi branch showed no signs of stopping, merely nodding at him with its branches. Hidong looked at the Bodhi branch speechlessly and asked directly, "What are you absorbing spiritual energy for? That stuff is of no use to your growth." The Bodhi branch lightly shook its leaves, swaying slightly. Hidong immediately understood its meaning and revealed a helpless smile. After thinking it over, he still felt he couldn't just take advantage of the merits without reason. Well, as long as you're happy. If the Bodhi branch could cultivate into a humanoid in the future, Hidong felt it would definitely become a serious and stern person. Besides that, it might occasionally have a bit of its Sundara personality, and if it had a sharp tongue too, that would be the ultimate cuteness. Unfortunately, the Bodhi branch couldn't speak yet. Otherwise, he would have to trick it into performing a classic Nagia Sanrin. Fortunately, the soul contract only allows for a mutual understanding of intentions and doesn't enable them to know what each other is thinking all the time. Otherwise, the Bodhi branch might have already struck him down or simply turned away in a cold war. "Hey, can you consult me next time you do something?" Hidong stared at the Bodhi branch and said solemnly, "Your willingness to assist me in cultivating is a good thing, but I should have the right to know, right? Don't act on your own." Luckily, the Bodhi branch had only started doing this a few days ago. If it had been doing it from the beginning, it might not have been a problem. After all, the crisis of the dual Beastmaster spaces colliding and merging was suppressed and stabilized by the Bodhi branch. The Bodhi branch remained silent for a moment, and then a faint rustling sound came from its leaves, promising not to make the same mistake again. "Since that's the case, can I go to sleep now? After all, I can't meditate right now." Just as Hidong was about to leave, the entire Beastmaster space suddenly shook violently. Amidst the shifting winds and clouds, the Beastmaster space, which was about the size of a sports field, suddenly began to expand. Chapter 51, Breakthrough. Professional level, what's going on? Hidong looked around in confusion and then turned to the Bodhi branch. If something really happened to the Beastmaster space, it was the only one that could stabilize the situation. The Bodhi branch also seemed startled by the sudden change, and the collision of its golden branches and leaves produced a chime-like sound. It was about to extend its roots to stabilize the Beastmaster space, but suddenly stopped, carefully sensing the surrounding state and returning to a calm state. Before Hidong could ask, he sensed the information conveyed by the Bodhi branch. What? The Beastmaster space isn't in any big trouble. It's just that it's about to level up and break through? Upon hearing this, Hidong first let out a sigh of relief, then swallowed it back, because this promotion was way too fast. He had originally estimated that it would take him nearly a month to cultivate to the professional level, but now, even counting from the day he officially became a Beastmaster, it had only been about a week. Not to mention, the Bodhi branch had only been acting on its own for 3 or 4 days. In such a short time, breaking through from the apprentice level to the professional level. Even considering he bore the dual Beastmaster space and had the Bodhi branch working tirelessly to assist him, was still a bit exaggerated and felt unreal. Hidong calculated roughly and found that even with the maximum effort, the amount of cultivation in 3 or 4 days couldn't compare to an entire month. So, there must be some other reason I haven't noticed. For example, the so-called expansion during an unstable period. Although school teachers strictly prohibited this, the academic community indeed has corresponding research exploring safe utilization methods. However, the results have been quite unsatisfactory. Up to now, it has only remained at the verification stage, let alone any experiments. Some high-level Beastmasters even tried to use a dominant-level mental-type spirit pet to assist, which ultimately ended in failure. Fortunately, the high-level Beastmaster was indeed powerful enough to ensure the safety of the overly bold volunteer. Bodhi Branch. Was the Beastmaster space already stabilized when you started absorbing spiritual energy? Facing Hidong's inquiry, the Bodhi Branch tilted its head and then gently shook it. Hidong immediately understood. It seemed that this leap in cultivation progress had indeed taken advantage of a loophole. However, such a thing likely could only be safely accomplished by the Bodhi Branch. The Bodhi Branch, however, seemed a bit confused. It had simply done what it wanted to do, without knowing that recklessly expanding the Beastmaster space during an unstable period would have consequences. Anyway, even if something went wrong, it could handle it. After hearing Hidong's explanation, the Bodhi Branch waved its leaves, indicating that this small matter posed no difficulty for it. But from the way its branches trembled, it seemed quite pleased with itself. After all, it had accomplished something that even a mental-type dominant could not do. Hidong felt it was only natural. How could a mental-type dominant even be a match for the Bodhi Branch? If mythical race spirit beasts really existed in the world, the Bodhi Branch would definitely be one of the top-tier ones. Sigh, while other spirit pets grow in strength too quickly and beast tamers grow too slowly. It has reversed for me. Both of my spirit pets haven't even grown to the commander level, yet I've already reached the professional level, and now they're dragging me down. Hidong looked at the Jean Gustone monkey and Lan Yiling not far away, both of whom were also seeing this scene for the first time. Taking advantage of the time when the beast taming space was stabilizing, Hidong discussed with the Bodhi Branch, should I give you a name? I already named them. Calling them Lan Xin and Ao Lai. I think you should also have a name. The Bodhi Branch initially didn't care, but upon hearing that the two little ones had names, its attitude changed instantly. It landed in Hidong's hand, asking him to write the chosen name on the ground. Hidong was slightly taken aback, suddenly feeling as if he was gently holding someone else's hand to teach them how to write. The Bodhi Branch, with its smooth and delicate touch, was probably even softer than a beautiful girl's skin. Of course, this illusion only lasted for a moment. Hidong was quite normal, unable to feel any discomfort at holding a branch. In fact, the words Bodhi were already quite nice, but if it were just that, it would seem a bit perfunctory. Let me think. Hidong lowered his brow and pondered for a moment, then began to write on the ground with the Bodhi Branch. If I remember correctly, the Bodhi Tree is also called the Awakening Tree, the Thought Tree, and the Shala Tree. Thought doesn't seem suitable as a name. Awakening is too monotonous. The name Shala seems more appropriate. So how about writing it as Sha Lu or Sa Luo? What do you think? After finishing writing, Hidong released the Bodhi Branch and handed the choice over to it to see which name it preferred. The Bodhi Branch swayed left and right, entangled for a while, and finally settled on the two characters Sa Luo. Good. Then you'll be called Sa Luo from now on. If you want to learn to write, then practice accordingly. With a loud rumble, the beast taming space completed its upgrade. Compared to before, the professional level beast taming space seemed to have increased more than twice in size. If no new spirit pets were added, its carrying capacity was more than enough for the Jean Gustone monkey and Lan Yiling to grow to the High Lord level. Of course, this was something only Hidong had the qualifications to achieve. After returning to reality, Hidong lay down on the single bed. Just before falling asleep, he suddenly remembered something. Since the beast taming space has upgraded, the effects of the beast taming talent should have also strengthened, right? It's hard to say how the identification hand will change, but sharing should be able to increase the number, allowing me to select two skills to use simultaneously. Hidong raised his hands in front of him. Healing light flickered on his left hand, while a silvery light gathered in his tightly clenched right fist. Haha, it worked. The steel fist and the healing of the lawn leaf. The flexibility of the shared talent has greatly increased. This wave could be said to be a double joy. Hidong was already very excited, and now he couldn't help but smile even more. The feeling of becoming stronger is truly wonderful. Although the process in between was fast-forwarded, it didn't matter. The of meditation was just handled by little Sa Luo. Hidong felt quite justified about this. After all, he wasn't just sitting back and enjoying the fruits of labor. Finding ways to earn merit was also quite hard work, okay? As for the professional level assessment, he could find the time to challenge it and see how it goes. Lan Xin and Ao Lai were no longer ordinary extraordinary level pets. After all, only by passing the level assessment could one qualify to take professional level tasks from the Beast Tamer Association, and their rewards were far more generous than those at the trainee level. Lost in thought, Hidong unknowingly fell asleep. He didn't know how long he had slept when he was suddenly awakened by a noisy commotion. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he walked out of the lounge to see what was happening in the middle of the night. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Joy directing her spirit pet in battle, and her opponent was surprisingly a purple ghost butterfly. Binhai deer, use water wave. As Joy commanded, a water mass immediately formed between the Binhai deer's horns. The surging water shot towards the flying purple ghost butterfly. Its impact no less than that of a high-pressure water gun, with the accompanying wave power layering upon itself. As long as it hit the target, it would continuously deal blows and damage like crashing waves. Despite the grand momentum, the Binhai deer controlled the damage range of the water wave skill very well, basically not affecting the benches and walls on both sides of the corridor, clearly having raised its skill proficiency to a very high level, which made it seem so effortless. Facing the surging water waves, the purple ghost butterfly flapped its translucent wings, and points of green ghost fire appeared around it, charging forward like a moth to a flame. Unlike regular flames, ghost fire is actually a cold fire with extremely low temperature. The damage it causes is not burning, but more akin to freezing. Therefore, when water and fire met, there was no scorching steam, but instead, large chunks of ice shattered. The Binhai deer, due to its concerns, didn't dare to use its skills with full force and fell into a disadvantage in this exchange. However, the purple ghost butterfly did not pursue the advantage. Instead, it suddenly dove down, flying close to the wall at high speed, attempting to bypass Joy to rush out of the rescue center's door. Normally, a spirit type like the purple ghost butterfly could pass through walls directly. But the rescue center had mixed various special materials into the walls during construction to prevent the spirit types they took in from running around at will. Although Joy's main job was as a doctor, she was also a qualified elite-level beast tamer. Seeing that her side's vision was obscured by frost, she immediately realized that the purple ghost butterfly might take the opportunity to escape and ordered the Binhai deer to be on guard. However, the maneuverability of the purple ghost butterfly in the air exceeded her expectations. She saw a purple streak flash in the air, and before the Binhai deer could turn around, it had dashed behind it, instantly escaping from the Binhai deer's attack range. High-speed movement. Joy recognized the skill used by the purple ghost butterfly and suddenly realized, while purple ghost butterflies wouldn't intentionally learn this skill, so it seems you really had a beast tamer before. Just as Joy was preparing to summon her other spirit pets, she suddenly saw several flying leaf blades appear out of nowhere, blocking the purple ghost butterfly, forming a net that intercepted its high-speed movement. Flying leaf blades? Did someone rush over upon hearing the commotion? Well done. Joy's eyes lit up, and the sense of pressure in her heart immediately lessened. After all, this purple ghost butterfly was sent over from the police station for treatment. It seemed to be carrying a case, and if it managed to escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, looking at the speed, quantity, and control of these flying leaf blades, the skill proficiency must be at least at the proficient level, right? Who among the people on duty tonight has such a strong wood-type spirit pet? Truly hidden talent. Then, Joy heard Hidong's voice from behind. Lan Xian, well done. Keep using the flying leaf blades to block its movements. Although the purple ghost butterfly looks like it has commander-level strength, its body is relatively fragile and it doesn't dare to charge. Lan Xian responded loudly, grumpy about being called out to fight in the middle of the night while it was sleeping peacefully. The arc-shaped flying blades zoomed out, making it difficult for the purple ghost butterfly to break through no matter how it twisted and turned in the air, successfully blocking its path. If they were outside the rescue center, the purple ghost butterfly could rely on its ghost form to ignore physical attacks. And it was evident that it indeed lacked experience in fighting under such confined conditions. Given the uncertainty of the specific situation with this purple ghost butterfly, Hidong also didn't dare to let Lan Xian recklessly harm it. So he shouted, Sister Joy, hurry and capture it now, don't let it escape. Joy was still in a daze, unable to believe that the stunning flying leaf blade she had just witnessed was actually from Hidong's Lan Yiling. Could it be that she had fallen victim to some spirit skill of the purple ghost butterfly? After all, it was simply unbelievable that a transcendent-level spirit pet had become so powerful. No, wait, that didn't seem to be a mid-level flying leaf blade, but rather a low-level flying leaf knife. Does that mean its skill proficiency is not at the proficient level, but at the perfect level? Haha, I must be dreaming. Or perhaps I'm trapped in an illusion. How could that kid Hidong become a beast master just a few days ago? Even if he didn't eat, drink, or sleep, it would be impossible for Lan Yiling to practice the flying leaf knife to such a level. Joy immediately made her judgment, a smug smile appearing on her face. Purple ghost butterfly, your illusion is too fake. You can't fool me. Fortunately, the Binhai deer didn't drop the ball at a critical moment. Seeing the purple ghost butterfly was blocked, it immediately controlled the water flow to sweep in from all directions, trapping it in a spherical water prison. In any case, it was enough to have one reliable partner among the beast master and spirit pet. Watching the purple ghost butterfly being captured, Joy, who firmly believed she was under an illusion, did not let her guard down. Everything before her was merely an illusion created by the purple ghost butterfly to escape. Anyone who believed it was a fool. This illusion was somewhat convincing, but do you think you can fool me with this? Seeing her beast master's foolish expression, the Binhai deer couldn't bear it any longer, feeling embarrassed for her. Thus, a splash of cold water was directly thrown onto Joy's face, turning her into a drenched chicken. Sister Joy, are you okay? Hidong rushed over quickly. The purple ghost butterfly has been controlled. Joy wiped the water off her face, stared at Hidong for a few seconds, then turned to look at her Binhai deer. Through their soul contract, Joy confirmed what had just happened with it, then eagerly pressed down on Hidong's shoulder. Just now, that was a perfect level flying leaf knife, right? What on earth is going on with your Lan Yiling? This is simply unbelievable. Sister Joy, don't get too excited. Just calm down. Hidong didn't expect her to react so strongly and casually made up a reason. There are all kinds of wonders in the world. Perhaps my Lan Yiling is a once-in-a-million super genius. Think about it. It awakened the healing ability of the lawn leaf before even evolving into a lawn dancer. What else could it be but a prodigy? Joy initially wanted to argue back, but was left speechless by Hidong's last sentence. But that perfect level is a bit too outrageous, right? I could believe it if it were proficient level, even the expert level, but that S perfect level. Even the Binhai Deer S water wave is only at the expert level right now, far from perfect level. You have to know. I've been urging the Binhai Deer to practice this skill since it was still a novice. Seeing that Joy was still in a quandary, Hidong immediately shifted the topic to the purple ghost butterfly. Sister Joy, what is going on with this purple ghost butterfly? Can you tell me? The purple ghost butterfly? It was sent over by the Beishao branch. Upon hearing this, Hidong immediately recalled what had happened a few days ago. Liao had mentioned that during the investigation of Lu Ziheo's murder case, they had caught an injured purple ghost butterfly and detected fragments of Lu Ziheo's soul from its mouthparts, thus considering it the culprit and closing the case. It now seemed that the purple ghost butterfly was likely wrongfully accused or merely a scapegoat. However, since the zombie incident had caused such a stir, the city bureau would definitely reopen the investigation into Lu Ziheo's case. Therefore, this purple ghost butterfly might still be able to clear its name and avoid being sent to court for sentencing and execution. By the way, this purple ghost butterfly should have had a beast master before, but it's unknown who tore up the soul contract, leading to the severe damage to its spirit and soul. We also had to put in a lot of effort just to stabilize its condition. Joy rubbed her temples, looking quite exhausted. No one expected the purple ghost butterfly to start causing trouble just as it was beginning to improve. Hidong was taken aback, knowing more of the insider information, and couldn't he help but think about destroying evidence. Then he felt it was somewhat absurd. What beast master could go to such lengths? Just as Hidong was pondering, the stable water prison suddenly trembled. He saw the purple ghost butterfly using mental impact to frantically attack the rapidly flowing water wall, ultimately even crashing headfirst into it, as if it were willing to risk everything to break through the prison and leave the rescue center. Under the tearing of the water, the purple ghost butterfly quickly became battered and bruised, falling weakly into the water, its broken wings fluttering slightly, appearing so unwilling. Joy sighed and lifted it out of the water. Why are you so determined to leave? Unfortunately, the purple ghost butterfly could not answer this question. Its past memories were fragmented, and its current actions were driven solely by instinct, the instinct to return to its beast master. Hidong gently touched the purple ghost butterfly and used the healing ability of the lawn leaf. After that, Joy quickly ran towards the emergency surgery room while Hidong browsed the information collected by the identification hand. Purple ghost butterfly, type, undead, attribute, mental, traits, none status, severely injured, body severely damaged from forcefully breaking into the water prison, soul incomplete due to the torn soul contract, spirit fragmented due to the nightmare prison, growth level, high commander level, fallen, racial level, medium lord level skills, mental drain, mental destruction, mental interference, mental impact, ghost fire, hypnotic poison mist, paralysis powder, hypnosis, dream eater, illusion ray, description. Genuine emotions may withstand infinite nightmares, but cannot endure the invasion of evil. As expected, the reason it wanted to leave was to find its beast master, wasn't he it? Hidong glanced back at the emergency surgery room at the end of the corridor, which was lit with a red light. So, where was the purple ghost butterfly's beast master now? Meanwhile, in a certain unknown yet resplendent room, Li Sanjin was half reclining on the bed, his complexion pale, and his legs were completely missing below the knees. Beside his bed, a man in a suit with a buzz cut was sitting on a stool, holding a cigar. Boss Wang, how is the case going? Is there any news from the police? How did that little bastard Lu Ziheo suddenly turn into a zombie? Wang Ziqing brushed off the ash from his cigar and shook his head lightly. It's only been a few days. Even the city police can't investigate that quickly. However, some news has come through. Lu Ziheo's body somehow turned back into an ordinary person. What? Li Sanjin was immediately dumbfounded and hurriedly asked. From a zombie back to an ordinary person? How is that possible? I'm puzzled too. Wang Ziqing took a slow drag from his cigar, exhaling smoke as he said gravely. But this also indicates that the matter is not simple. It's very likely that someone is behind the scenes. Although Wang Ziqing appeared calm on the surface, his anger had long been suppressed, wishing he could drag the troublemaker out and tear them apart. In just a few days, he had not only lost a useless son, but the other party had also taken the opportunity to create chaos at the headquarters of Wanlong Shipping, which was tantamount to giving him a resounding slap in the face. Originally, his situation within Wanlong Shipping was very good, and related businesses were thriving. But now it had become extremely passive, with everyone waiting to see how he would handle this matter. The helm had even personally criticized him, telling him not to bring family matters into the company. Hearing that someone was scheming, Li Sanjin immediately perked up. It was because of this that he had been turned into a cripple. Who is it? Which bastard is it? Boss, as long as you tell me who it is. I'll go take care of him as soon as I recover. You ask me, who should I ask? Wang Ziqing glanced at Li Sanjin. Back then, we had investigated Lu Ziheo's information thoroughly. It couldn't possibly be that his parents, who had been missing for several years in the ancient tree spirit domain, suddenly returned. Right? It's not impossible. Li Sanjin lowered his head in thought and suddenly said, Boss Wang, do you think that kid has any suspicion? The one who suddenly came to me asking questions, I think his name is Hedong. What nonsense are you talking about? Wang Ziqing reprimanded sharply, Li Sanjin. I know you are eager for revenge, but we can't just go around killing everyone involved, can we? Li Sanjin immediately shrank back. He was indeed a bit anxious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken a high school student who had just become a beast master as a suspect. However, it might be worthwhile to send someone to investigate. Wang Ziqing changed his tone. Right now, we don't even know who our enemies are. This situation is the most difficult and frightening. So we can't overlook any clues. Before leaving, Wang Ziqing suddenly remembered something and confirmed, Li Sanjin, is that person taken care of? What person? Li Sanjin was taken aback for a moment before recalling. That woman? Not yet. Seeing Wang Ziqing's face darken significantly, he hurriedly replied, Don't worry. I will handle it as soon as possible. The next day, at Shanghai Beastmaster High School, as Yishinga walked through the school gate, she saw Hedong unusually approaching her. Not only that, he had an extremely radiant smile on his face, which made her feel somewhat physically uncomfortable. Just as Yishinga was about to ask him what rare disease he had caught so early in the morning, Hedong spoke up. How did you know I advanced to the professional level last night? Arrogant classmate Yi. Yishinga frowned slightly, looking Hedong up and down, feeling that something was off. Today doesn't seem like April Fool's Day, right? Plus, this kind of joke isn't funny at all, ordinary Hedong. Chapter 53, Rainbow Light Sequence. Those who deceive others are little dogs. Hedong smiled at Yishinga, and a single sentence changed her expression. In your eyes? Am I the kind of boring person who jokes about things I haven't accomplished yet? So, you really are at the professional level? Yishinga looked at Hedong with suspicion, still somewhat doubtful. You managed to do it in just about a week? Hedong didn't say much and directly proved it with action, accompanied by a slight spatial fluctuation. A shallow red summoning array in the shape of a 5-pointed star appeared on the ground. Generally speaking, the summoning array for a trainee-level beastmaster is white. Or more accurately, should be considered colorless and transparent. After becoming a professional-level beastmaster, the summoning array turns red, with distinctions of light red, bright red, and deep red corresponding to junior, intermediate, and senior levels. If one advances from professional to elite level, the summoning array becomes orange, following the order of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, thus being referred to as the rainbow light sequence by extraordinary beings. However, the highest level currently only reaches the color cyan, known as the hall level. Theoretically, there should be higher levels above the hall level, but there has yet to be a successful breakthrough on Blue Star. Previously, experts analyzed the reasons and concluded that Blue Star's level of spiritual energy saturation is not high enough, which restricts the development of the extraordinary. Of course, all of this is still a distant issue for Hedong and Yishinga, who have just embarked on the extraordinary path. Looking at the solid evidence before her, the doubts in Yishinga's eyes were shattered, replaced by deep surprise. You really aren't joking with me? You advanced to professional level in less than 7 days. How did you do it? Hey, there's no shortcut to meditation and cultivation. I just cultivate a bit faster, Hedong sighed lightly, looking as if he was acting, with a lonely expression that seemed a bit tedious. Maybe this is what they call a beastmaster genius. Haha, you're out of breath just from being called fat. In response to Yishinga's sarcasm, Hedong suddenly changed his expression. By the way, Our Lady Yi, the proud and mighty superpowered queen, hasn't you advanced to professional level yet? Although the performance was somewhat exaggerated, Hedong had wanted to do this for a long time. After all, Yishinga used to show off in front of him quite a bit, calling it the ease of a genius in the superpowered system. Hedong usually took it as losing face, but believed that once he filled his Bodhi seed with merits, he would soar sooner or later. However, when progress got stuck later on, he inevitably felt a bit lacking in confidence. But now it was different. He had truly risen. Facing the sudden mockery, Yishinga's response was simple. She raised her foot and skillfully stepped on Hedong's instep, her eyes shining with a blue light. You continue. I'm listening. Hedong's smile froze, and he solemnly suggested, Don't get physical. It's uncivilized. If you have the ability, come fight me on the battlefield. Sorry, I haven't contracted my initial spirit pet yet. Yishinga smiled slightly. If you don't mind fighting me directly, I'm happy to oblige. Then forget it. Hedong decisively changed his mind. He hadn't seen Yishinga go all out in a long time. The last time she displayed strength, it was already comparable to a lord-level spiritual beast. Who knows how strong she is now? It's been so long, And you still haven't contracted a spirit pet. Have you not found one you're satisfied with? Or do you have other thoughts? When this topic came up, Yishinga couldn't help but look a bit gloomy. I want to contract a spirit pet that can withstand my full power of spiritual energy amplification, but I haven't encountered one that works so far. Full power? You're quite ambitious. Hidong shook his head helplessly. Even if such a spiritual beast exists, it would likely be a high-level species offspring, extremely rare among commander-level beasts, only likely to be found in top-tier spiritual domains. Yeah, so I'm already considering lowering my standards. Yishinga wasn't too fixated, saying, even if it can't withstand it now, we can slowly cultivate and train it later. Spiritual beasts have strong adaptability. Hey, take it easy. Hidong warned. Abusing spirit pets can land you in jail. Don't worry, it's just extreme training. Yishinga waved her hand. I have my limits. Tomorrow is Saturday. I'm going to the association to challenge the professional level assessment. Want to come watch? It's only been a few days. Have you forgotten what teacher you said so quickly? Not to mention the task assessment. Are you so confident in passing the battle assessment? Just because you advanced doesn't mean your spirit pet has become stronger. Facing Hidong's invitation, Yishinga didn't agree directly, but kindly reminded him. If he didn't personally participate, even Yishinga wasn't confident that she could pass the assessment just by directing her spirit pet. Generally speaking, the assessment instructor is usually the highest level individual of the corresponding rank, whose combat ability would far surpass that of the challenger. Both in terms of practical experience and the strength of spirit pets, the battle assessments are mostly time-limited. As long as one can last a certain amount of time under the examiner's hands, it counts as passing. I think I'll be fine. Hidong patted his chest confidently. If not, you're welcome to come watch me get beaten and humiliated tomorrow. Yishinga stared at Hidong for a moment, feeling that this kid was either getting overconfident or had no intention of winning from the start. This challenge might be more about experiencing the assessment process and seeing if he could prepare accordingly. After all, Yishinga had seen both of Hidong's spirit pets, and only the little stone monkey was somewhat capable, but still too weak. In Yishinga's view, Hidong would need to train specifically for at least half a month to have any chance of qualifying. Alright, if you really get beaten badly tomorrow, I'll help you keep these embarrassing moments safe. After figuring out Hidong's intentions, Yishinga changed her mindset and couldn't wait to see some fun. Thank you so much, Hidong said with a pout, replying, last time I lost, but this time I've leveled the score. It's now 1-1. However, if you keep falling behind, it might be a different story later. You don't need to worry about that, Yishinga said confidently, standing tall. I'll catch up soon and won't let you feel bored. The next morning, after meeting up, the two entered the Beast Tamer Association and arrived at the business hall on the second floor. At the window, Hidong handed over his newly obtained apprentice-level Beast Tamer qualification certificate. Hello, I would like to apply for a professional level assessment. Can you help me arrange it for today? Of course, the examiners are on a rotating schedule, the sweet-smiling clerk said as she took the document. However, after swiping it, she was stunned by the information displayed on the computer. Mr. He, are you sure you want to apply for the professional level assessment? If you fail, you won't be able to apply again for a month. I'm sure, Hidong nodded decisively. The sooner, the better. Thank you. The clerk didn't respond but slightly tilted her head to look at Yishinga standing next to Hidong, signaling her with her eyes. With Yishinga's mind-reading ability, the clerk's thoughts were laid bare to her. Quickly persuade your boyfriend, who comes to apply for a professional level assessment just 10 days after becoming a beast tamer. Are high school students nowadays so ignorant of their limits? The clerk initially thought Hidong was from last year's batch of beast tamers, so it wouldn't be a big deal for him to apply for the professional level assessment. After a year of growth, even a beast tamer who isn't good at commanding can pass by nurturing their spirit pets well. In the past, there were indeed beast tamers who waited until they were on the verge of breaking through to professional level before applying for the assessment. But she had never seen anyone like Hidong, treating the assessment so lightly. It felt quite frivolous. Luckily, the assessment was combat first and tasks later, otherwise, he might accidentally lose his life in the wilderness. Yishinga understood the clerk's good intentions and sense of responsibility, but did not take any action. After all, this was Hidong's decision, and she had already advised him yesterday. Therefore, Yishinga felt that her current role was to quietly watch the show. If Hidong really got beaten senseless in the battle and ended up losing badly, she could mock him later. Seeing that Yishinga remained indifferent, the clerk sighed helplessly in her heart. After a moment of silence, she skillfully operated the computer, and Hidong selected a fair-minded examiner. Compared to some examiners who were harsh or sarcastic, this one, while strict, was more measured in combat and willing to guide newcomers. The clerk felt this was the best she could do. At least, it would prevent this young newcomer beast tamer from having his spirit crushed after one battle, and he might learn something in the process. Mr. He, your professional level assessment has been successfully scheduled. Please take the elevator to Battle Arena number 1 on the 4th floor. When Hidong and Yixinga arrived at the assessment location, a lopsided battle was taking place in the arena. A spirit beast, about 2 meters tall and fully encased in metallic armor, was overwhelming and mercilessly beating 2 other spirit beasts. One was a fire-type fire fox, and the other was a rock-type rock crab. Both spirit pets appeared to have commanding level strength, but in front of the armored beast, they were as weak as children. On the other side of the arena, a burly man, as solid as a tower, was beating a seemingly weak beast tamer who was rolling and scrambling to escape. Spirit pet against spirit pet, beast tamer against beast tamer, the distinctions were clear. Whenever the fire fox and rock crab tried to support their beast tamer, the steel armor would suppress them forcefully. Hidong watched for a while and, somewhat doubtful, said, "This can't be a coordinated battle, can it? There's no cooperation at all." The so-called coordinated battle refers to battles where the beast tamer and spirit pets fight together. Compared to ordinary battles, coordinated battles better reflect a beast tamer's actual combat ability and are a mandatory course for them. It is indeed a coordinated battle, said a beast tamer in a white shirt. But who can blame old Joe for being too strong? This assessment just started a few minutes ago, and that poor guy was separated from his spirit pets. Old Joe is indeed ruthless, another beast tamer chimed in. I remember this kid has taken the assessment 2 or 3 times, right? He really is stubborn, opting to clash with the strongest examiner. Old Joe, Hidong asked. Is this Joe examiner the strongest in the professional level assessment? Yes, he's the best fighter among us. We've all suffered at his hands. Later, we all passed the battle assessments under other examiners. Now that it's the weekend, he comes to watch and one can learn a lot from him. By the way, Old Joe seems to be a student at the Binhai City Beast Tamer University. He might not be an examiner for long, as I heard he's about to be promoted to elite level. The surrounding people exchanged words, quickly informing Hidong of a lot of information. The strongest is great. Only the strongest is challenging, and it can also let me verify how strong Lon Xin and Ao Lai are now. Just then, the battle on the field ended. Though the stubborn beast tamer didn't want to admit defeat, he had been completely overwhelmed, while his 2 spirit pets were still holding on. The rules of coordinated battles dictate that if the beast tamer falls, it's an automatic loss. If a spirit pet falls but the beast tamer has the ability to turn the tide by themselves, that counts as a win. However, such situations are rare. Even if the beast tamer is a martial artist or a psychic, it doesn't help much. After the stubborn beast tamer was carried away, the announcement began calling names, and Hidong realized it was his turn. I'll go report to the examiner first, Hidong said as he waved goodbye to Yixinga. Yixinga crossed her arms, watching him with a teasing smile. Remember to protect your face when you're getting hit. Hidong didn't argue much. Anyway, he would soon let his strength and the facts speak for themselves. Hello, I'm Zhou Gang, the examiner said, shaking hands with Hidong, his eyes slightly hesitant. Student He, I just finished a battle and need to rest for about half an hour. If you have other things to do, you can take care of them first. To be honest, after the intensity of the previous battle, Zhou Gang actually didn't need a break. He was trying to give Hidong a way out, thinking that the other might change his mind after observing the battle. It must be said that among apprentice beast tamers, there are indeed many who are fearless and reckless. Plus, their youthful energy often leads them to challenge themselves in front of a crush. Just like this kid, looking at the beautiful girl accompanying him. He was probably one of those. While Zhou Gang didn't know if the kid would ultimately win her heart. He didn't want him to embarrass himself in front of her, but if he really stepped into the battle arena, there would be no way to avoid it. Half an hour? I have nothing to do. I'll just wait here, Hidong said, not knowing what Zhou Gang was thinking, feeling that the request was quite reasonable. Seeing that Hidong was unyielding, Zhou Gang helplessly rubbed his buzz cut. After all, he had already done his best. Then let me take this time to explain the assessment rules to you. You saw that the battle format was a coordinated battle. My steel armor has low-level lord-level strength. As long as your spirit pets do not reach or exceed this level, you can release all of them. As for the assessment criteria, as long as you can last half an hour without losing under our hands, that counts as passing. Half an hour later, the 2 stood opposite each other on the battlefield, with the steel battle armor standing beside Zhou Gang. Hidong suddenly raised his hand, and 2 light red summoning circles appeared on the ground in front of him. Come out. Lanxin, Aolai, this is our first time fighting together. Chapter 55, Professional Level Assessment. Battle. Lan. Zizizi. Lan Yiling and the Golden Stone Monkey responded loudly as soon as they appeared. Looking at the steel battle armor that was over a meter taller than them, Lan Yiling was initially amazed. Then a fighting spirit emerged in her eyes. Now, she was no longer the same as a few days ago. This time, she wanted to fight fiercely like Monkey Brother. The Golden Stone Monkey crossed its arms and slightly tilted its head to look at the steel battle armor, with a fighting fire igniting in its eyes. Stone Monkey and Lan Yiling? Zhou Gang looked at the 2 spirit pets summoned by Hidong and couldn't help but sigh. The Stone Monkey was one thing, But the still evolving Lan Yiling definitely only had extraordinary level strength. It would have been better to cultivate to the commander level before challenging. The thought flashed through his mind, and Zhou Gang decided to finish the fight quickly and go have lunch. After all, it would only take one pet and one slap for the steel battle armor to deal with these two little ones. He also had to be careful not to accidentally injure them badly. Now, the professional level battle assessment is about to begin, with examiner Zhou Gang facing challenger Hidong. With the referee's announcement, both of them focused on each other, their bodies slightly tense and ready for battle. The referee raised one hand high, then suddenly brought it down quickly, shouting loudly, "The battle begins." As soon as the words fell, Zhou Gang and the steel battle armor charged forward with all their strength, showing no signs of holding back against the weaker opponents. The sound of metal armor rubbing together resonated hauntingly, as if what was charging forward was not just one person and one pet, but thousands of troops. Typically, rookie beast tamers facing Zhou Gang and the steel battle armor for the first time would often be so frightened that they would be at a loss, easily crushed by them. However, Hidong's side remained stationary. They lacked ranged attack methods and could only wait for the opponent to approach before striking, which might appear to others as being stunned. At this moment, the beast tamers in the stands began to place bets. "Hey, how long do you think this newcomer can last under old Zhou's hands?" "I bet 3 minutes." 3 minutes? You think too highly of him. "I bet this wave." Lan Yiling has no combat power before evolving, and this newcomer clearly lacks practical experience. Even at the professional level, even if the cooperative battle experience isn't rich, there should still be some combat experience. "I think Lan Yiling might be a sacrificial position, so I bet he can last 5 minutes. Yixinga stood by and felt that these people were underestimating Hidong too much. She believed that even if he were to be beaten unilaterally, Hidong could at least last 15 minutes. Then, with Lan Yiling's unexpected leaf healing rapidly restoring her state, he could last through the remaining time. Thinking this way, there was a chance for Hidong to clear the assessment in one go, as long as he didn't get one shot by the examiner. So, not letting Lan Yiling evolve could be a form of disguise. This could also be a tactic. Just as Yixinga was analyzing this silently, several green streaks suddenly cut through her vision, startling her. Just now, that seemed to be the flying leaf blade. No, what is up with this speed and quantity? Once Zhou Gang and the steel battle armor entered range, Lan Yiling took the initiative to strike, launching blade-like leaves at high speed, transforming into a flying knife launcher. The high-speed, circularly cutting flying leaf blades traced arcs in the air, converging from all directions towards Zhou Gang and the steel battle armor, as if intent on shredding them to pieces. The sound of the slicing air was sharp and piercing, like the sinister laughter of death approaching. Zhou Gang was immediately taken aback, his body hair standing on end, his eyes reflecting the incoming flying leaf blades. Steel battle armor. Attach, Zhou Gang shouted loudly, hastily activating his beast taming talent to protect himself. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted from the steel battle armor, which, like metal armor, suddenly disassembled and rapidly adhered to Zhou Gang. The scene resembled a hero transformation from certain anime, looking incredibly cool. Now clad in armor, Zhou Gang transformed into a veritable iron tower, his imposing figure reminiscent of an ancient general reappearing in the mortal realm. Just as the transformation completed, a net woven from dozens of flying leaf blades descended, leaving white scratches on the steel battle armor. During the collision and friction, bright sparks flew out. After a series of clanging sounds, Zhou Gang finally lowered his arm that was protecting his head. Although he had reacted in time and suffered no damage, he was still shaken, panting heavily. At that moment, his mind was in a whirl, instinctively analyzing. Was that just now an expert-level flying leaf blade? Zhou Gang had encountered many wood-type spirit pets in past battles, many of which could use the flying leaf blade. But the barrage that had just come at him was the most suffocating he had ever faced. All the gaps for dodging were sealed off, forcing him to take it head-on. If it weren't for the steel battle armor's exceptional defense, he might have been one-shot just now. Before Zhou Gang could ponder more, Hidong's exuberant voice suddenly came. "Examiner Zhou, this is not the time to stand there in a daze." Zhou Gang abruptly looked up, only to see the golden stone monkey charging directly towards him. The stone monkey, with a metallic sheen all over its body, was in a state of iron wall, simultaneously emanating a bright white glow. The golden stone monkey pushed off the ground, turning the momentum of its charge into power, crashing directly into Zhou Gang's chest and abdomen. A thunderous bang erupted, causing everyone to tremble involuntarily. The impact from the sacrifice charge suddenly exploded, sending Zhou Gang, clad in the steel battle armor, staggering backward, nearly taking 10 steps before finally stopping. It was only at this moment that the spectators at the sidelines began to react, seemingly realizing what had just happened. What the hell just happened? I just looked down to pick something up, and old Zhou has already donned his entire armor. What is up with that Lan Yiling? Is it possible that it's a disguise by the Queen of Lan? That seemed like an expert-level flying leaf blade. Is this a skill that a Lan Yiling should even have? This was the first time they had seen old Zhou fall into a disadvantage from the start, right? Where did this monstrous newcomer come from? In an instant, the beast tamers completely discarded their previous bets, all emotions shifting to profound shock. Do you think he might actually defeat old Zhou? As soon as this was said, someone wanted to refute it, but after thinking about it, they couldn't bring themselves to speak. After all, the scene just now was too surreal. Who knew what other surprising feats those seemingly only extraordinary-level spirit pets could pull off? Hidong looked at Zhou Gang and felt somewhat challenged. The steel battle armor's defense was too strong. They had almost no means to break through it. And Zhou Gang's physical quality was also strong enough that even after taking the full force of Aolai's sacrifice charge, he showed no signs of going down. This time, Hidong finally experienced the frustrating aspect of the turtle shell tactic, insufficient attack power. If he had fire or ice types, he could exploit the conductivity of metal to deal indirect damage to Zhou Gang, or use martial arts techniques to strike from a distance. At this moment, Zhou Gang completely steadied his mind. He suppressed his chaotic thoughts and focused solely on the battle. As for those incomprehensible and bizarre matters, he would think about them after the fight. Hidong, I admit you are indeed a strong challenger. Now, I will give it my all. Chapter 56, Victory. With that, Zhou Gang raised his hand and made a slash in the air. An invisible force burst forth and struck the golden stone monkey. The golden stone monkey was completely unprepared and was sent flying, tumbling head over heels. Zhou Gang started off with the advanced martial arts skill, Void Split Palm. And judging by its power, the skill proficiency must be at least proficient level. Seeing this, Lan Yiling immediately shot out flying leaf knives for support. But Zhou Gang had already gauged the power of her skills and did not dodge at all. Although he had no weapon in hand, Zhou Gang charged forward like an unstoppable general. His tall figure moved swiftly, clearly aiming straight for Hidong. The golden stone monkey performed a flip and sprang up, glaring at Zhou Gang with gritted teeth, evidently infuriated by the sneak attack. As Zhou Gang rushed towards Hidong, the golden stone monkey raised its hand and gave him the middle finger. The provocation skill activated, with an impressive effect. Zhou Gang changed his target midway and swung his arm like a hammer towards the golden stone monkey. The golden stone monkey knew that it was at a disadvantage in both size and strength, so it did not engage Zhou Gang directly, instead nimbly dodging the whistling arm hammer. Seizing the opportunity while Zhou Gang's attack was still in motion, the golden stone monkey crouched and dove into his embrace, landing a steel fist on Zhou Gang's waist. While the golden stone monkey was entangled up front, Hidong quickly contemplated feasible countermeasures. TSK. This time there was a substantial gap in hard power. Without targeted skills, this was indeed going to be difficult. Fortunately, the examiner and the steel battle armor had merged into one, significantly lowering the difficulty of holding them back. Even if I just kept going in circles, that would be enough to last me 30 minutes. However, since this was a battle, I must pursue an indisputable victory until the referee raises the flag. I must view defeating the opponent as the primary objective in the fight and cannot slack off. Hidong focused intently on Zhou Gang, trying to find any flaws in his armor. Unfortunately, the steel battle armor was extremely comprehensive, essentially a fully enclosed metal can. There were some subtle gaps at the joints, but attempting to launch an attack from there was a fantasy. Only a certain range of paralysis powder and hypnotic mist could potentially seep through the armor's gaps. But Lan Yiling did not know either of those skills. Could she learn them on the spot? Hidong suddenly felt that this plan might be feasible. But there was still one problem. The new skills that the Bodhi Branch had imparted to the spirit pets during enlightenment, so far, had all been random. When Hidong internally asked the Bodhi Branch if it could provide a custom service, the answer was that it didn't know either. Hidong felt quite speechless about this. You suggest I try it now? It's best to choose a skill that the spirit pet has seen before and have it repeatedly visualize others using that skill before enlightenment. Perhaps it can learn it perfectly? I must say, the plan proposed by the Bodhi Branch does seem somewhat feasible. Hidong looked up at the battle situation ahead. The golden stone monkey was indeed struggling to hold its ground against Zhou Gang due to their vast disparity in strength. It seemed like I had to take a gamble. Hidong made a decisive resolution and instantly conveyed his request to Lan Yiling in his mind. Lan Xian, do you remember the battle against the guardian serpent that Aolai had? Now, immediately and seriously recall how the guardian serpent used the hypnotic mist. Lan Yiling was taken aback for a moment, then immediately began to act as Hidong instructed, closing her eyes and falling into memory. That was the first battle she had observed, and it was still fresh in her mind. Hidong made a sword gesture with his right hand and lightly tapped Lan Yiling's brow, causing his remaining 4,000 merit points to drop to 3,000 as he invested heavily for success. Next, it was a matter of waiting for Lan Xian's enlightenment to finish. Thus, Hidong took the initiative to rush towards Zhou Gang and provided support to the golden stone monkey. He started with a lawn leaf healing to refresh the monkey's status, while using rock collapse to blast the ground beneath Zhou Gang. Zhou Gang lost his footing and was caught off guard by the golden stone monkey, which leaped up and landed a steel fist on his head. The armor on his head was indeed thinner, and Zhou Gang felt a buzzing in his skull. However, he quickly recovered as he had endured far worse attacks. Seeing He Dong join the fray alone while Lan Yiling remained in place, Zhou Gang couldn't help but grow wary. What was going on now? Although Lan Yiling was indeed not good at close combat, she should still be using flying leaf knives for harassment from afar. Or was she afraid of hitting her teammate? Given her skill proficiency, she shouldn't make such a mistake. Despite not understanding the intricacies, Zhou Gang did not ignore it, and casually threw a void split palm at Lan Yiling, just as He Dong was about to share iron wall to block it. The golden stone monkey was faster, stepping in to take the hit for Lan Yiling due to the vast difference in their stats. He Dong did not dare engage Zhou Gang in close combat, instead circling outside, constantly using flying stones and flying leaf knives to harass. Gradually, several leaves got stuck in the gaps of Zhou Gang's armor. To avoid being discovered by Zhou Gang, He Dong specifically chose his blind spots and covered his attacks with others. The flying leaf knife was indeed amazing. It was sharp like a blade when spinning in the air, but once it stopped, its material was as soft as plant leaves, which was extraordinary. As time passed, Zhou Gang's attacks grew more ferocious and violent. If it weren't for He Dong constantly using lawn leaf healing to help the golden stone monkey, the monkey would have been taken out long ago. Moreover, the golden stone monkey's fighting spirit was indeed tenacious, even if it hurt 100 in the process. It wouldn't let Zhou Gang advance a single step. Under Zhou Gang's relentless pounding and He Dong's repeated healing, the fur on the golden stone monkey became increasingly dazzling, as if it had truly transformed into a genuine golden monkey. This caught He Dong's attention regarding the golden stone monkey's unusual changes. Before he could confirm, he saw the golden stone monkey, now back at its peak state, roar towards the sky, unexpectedly breaking through its own limits. Amidst the shining golden light, its small figure suddenly grew taller, now comparable to a teenager. Not only that, having broken through from extraordinary level to commander level, it seemed to have awakened a new racial skill as well. However, before the golden stone monkey could display its might, Lan Yiling's enlightenment ended. Once she regained consciousness, Lan Yiling immediately released hypnotic mist towards Zhou Gang. The light purple mist spread throughout the arena, while He Dong, who was already in sync with Lan Yiling, had retreated to the side, leaving only the golden stone monkey, immune to the hypnotic mist due to its flawless body, to continue entangling with Zhou Gang. Zhou Gang also realized something was off and attempted to close the gaps in his armor before quickly leaving the area covered by the mist. But the golden stone monkey would not allow him to escape. The newly minted commander-level monkey's figure swayed and split into two identical beings. One on the left and one on the right. They surrounded Zhou Gang, pinning him in place. Did they think they could drag me down with them? They were mistaken. I had specifically enhanced the sealing capability of my armor. In contrast, the stone monkey was completely exposed to the hypnotic mist, and it would undoubtedly fall first. But after just 10 seconds, Zhou Gang felt his consciousness becoming somewhat hazy. What's happening? Where did it go wrong? I lost. The tower-like giant collapsed to the ground, his head drooping at an angle. Not far away, He Dong watched calmly as Zhou Gang fell into despair during the tactical battle. The battle assessment concluded, and the victor was the challenger, He Dong. Chapter 57. Task Assessment. He Dong raised his hand to release lawn leaf healing, purifying the effects of the hypnotic mist on Zhou Gang. Although, even if left unattended, the staff would carry the unconscious Zhou Gang to the medical room outside the battle arena for treatment. However, since he had the ability to solve it himself, He Dong didn't mind lending a hand, which also showcased a certain grace. Then came the usual praise segment, and this time both Lan Yiling and Jin Gushi Ho performed particularly well. Lan Xian and Ao Lai, you've worked hard. He Dong first patted Lan Yiling's head. The little creature was as lively as ever, full of interaction. When it was Jin Gushi Ho's turn, He Dong noticed it was now only a head shorter than himself, so he smoothly switched to patting its shoulder. To be honest, while Jin Gushi Ho's fur was soft, it felt like he was twisting a few strands of metal wire when touched, but thankfully it wasn't prickly, so he could pet it without worry. He Dong looked Jin Gushi Ho up and down and felt more and more satisfied. Not only had it grown taller, but its once juvenile face had matured, becoming more imposing and powerful. If it were to roar and bare its teeth in anger now, it would definitely intimidate some people and spirit beasts, carrying a bit of a Monkey King's aura. Unexpectedly, you broke through right before the battle, He Dong said with concern. Although you were born with high-level extraordinary strength and only need to consider evolution after growing into a high-level monarch, isn't this growth rate a bit too fast? According to his estimation, Normally, it would take Jin Gushir Ho about a month to level up. But now, both becoming professional level itself and nurturing the spirit pet to commander level, these originally planned small goals that were supposed to take a month had actually been completed ahead of schedule, and not just by a little. If his rapid cultivation was aided by the Bodhi Branch, then what about Jin Gushir Ho? He-Dong felt it was necessary to understand the reasons behind this, to see if it was good or bad. If it wasn't conducive to Jin Gushir Ho's future growth, he might even have to intentionally limit its growth speed to prevent it from exhausting its potential due to rapid early growth, which would be a loss. Jin Gushir Ho scratched its head, sensing He-Dong's concern and worries. Although it wasn't very sure itself, it still conveyed its feelings to He-Dong. Ayo Lai, do you feel like you get stronger each time you recover from an injury? Is that so? Jin Gushir Ho nodded. After its last battle with the bully cat, it felt like its strength had increased significantly. This time, facing the stronger Zhou Gang and steel armor, Jin Gushir Ho risked its life to hold them off. Doing sit-ups repeatedly during treatment, like a steadfast copper pea that couldn't be steamed, boiled, flattened, or exploded. In the end, its strength naturally surged, transforming the pent-up anger into a triumphant roar that shattered the boundary line. Getting stronger after recovering from injuries sounds like some kind of trait. Could this also be the effect of being a flawless body? He-Dong was a bit uncertain and decided to explore and experiment slowly after returning to uncover the secret. If all else fails, he could wait until summer vacation to seek help from Professor Zhou Yan at the Beastmaster University in Binhai. While He-Dong was communicating with the two little ones, Yixinga had already taken the initiative to walk down from the audience stand. Congratulations on successfully passing the professional level assessment. I recorded your impressive combat performance, Yixinga said, but her eyes couldn't help but glance at Lan Yiling. The little creature was undoubtedly the most striking presence in this battle. At this moment, all the Beastmasters around the battlefield focused their attention on He-Dong and his two spirit pets. Although the previous cooperative battle lasted less than 20 minutes, it was thrilling and could be considered a classic example of the weak defeating the strong. It was unclear who started clapping, but soon the sparse applause gradually became synchronized. This was both a tribute to the victor and an expression of the Beastmaster's recognition and appreciation for the exciting battle. They witnessed the birth of a monstrous newcomer. He-Dong clasped his fists in thanks to all sides before turning to Yixinga. There is still a task assessment to pass. This isn't the time for champagne. The task assessment still needed the examiner, Zhou Gang, to select based on He-Dong's performance in the battle. Zhou Gang woke up quickly. After all, his body and spirit had long been different from ordinary people due to the long-term nurturing of spirit pets. However, he didn't immediately get up from the ground. Instead, he lay there staring blankly at the ceiling. Is this the second time I've been knocked down by the hypnotic mist? Last time was during the professional level league in the Northeast County, but since then, I've strengthened the airtightness after embodying the steel armor, and I haven't been hit by the hypnotic mist again. Zhou Gang recalled the battle just now, and scenes slowly passed through his mind, not missing any detail. This was also why Zhou Gang, despite his young age, had powerful practical abilities. He would conduct strict reviews after each battle. To be honest, there were far too many things worth pondering in this battle, and Zhou Gang even began to doubt whether he had wasted years studying Beastmaster science. After all, Lan Yiling was acknowledged as a weak spirit pet among the extraordinary level, with only one offensive skill, the Leaf Blade, among its 3 innate racial skills. Yet, what about that Lan Yiling just now? Leaf Healing, Leaf Blade, and Hypnotic Mist. With this skill setup, even a commander-level wood spirit pet would cry on the spot. The proficiency of the skills was even more ridiculous. It was absurd to the point of being outlandish. What kind of spirit pet can possess an almost universally overpowering mastery-level attack skill while still being at the extraordinary level? In comparison, the other stone monkey seemed much more normal, having only mastered the very difficult advanced skill, Clone Technique, which didn't seem particularly excessive. Besides that, it also seemed able to ignore the influence of the hypnotic mist, and somehow it felt a bit familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Zhou Gang suddenly froze and jumped up from the ground. After retracting the steel armor into the Beastmaster space, he quickly walked up to He-Dong. He-Dong, do you know Professor Zhou Yan from the Earth System at Binhai Beastmaster University? I do. He-Dong nodded, a bit puzzled about why Zhou Gang suddenly came to ask this. So, you are the one he has been thinking about. Zhou Gang then looked at Jin Gushir Ho. Since that is the case, then this stone monkey, yes. It hatched from the stone embryo that Professor Zhou Yan has been yearning for. He-Dong asked, Examiner Zhou, are you Professor Zhou's student? Zhou Gang shook his head and said, No, I am his son. So you are Brother Zhou? He-Dong immediately clasped his fists in salute and smiled. Had I known this earlier, I would have discussed with Brother Zhou beforehand to ease the pressure. I just revealed all my cards and still won so hard. Brother Zhou need not be modest. I lost this battle with full acknowledgement. Zhou Gang said with a silly smile. Whether it's command ability or spirit pet strength, you are so strong that you hardly seem like a newly promoted professional beastmaster, which has benefited me greatly. I feel the same, especially since Brother Zhou hasn't even exerted your full strength. I don't believe you only have the steel armor as your spirit pet. After a round of genuine mutual flattery, the distance between the two was immediately shortened, and Hidong also steered the conversation toward business. Brother Zhou, how should my assessment task be arranged? Upon hearing this, Zhou Gang returned to a serious demeanor, crossed his arms in thought for a moment, and then looked at Hidong solemnly. Brother He, do you know about the Blue Coral Island Spirit Domain? It's the isolated spirit domain in the Songhai Bay that requires a boat to reach. Chapter 58, Blue Coral Island Spirit Domain. In Binhai, at the sea's Melody Dock. At this moment, Hidong was sitting in the waiting hall for the boat, waiting to board. It was now 1:05 p.m., and there were about 25 minutes until boarding. After confirming the assessment task with Zhou Gang, Hidong first had a casual lunch with Yixinga. Then, he hurried alone to the ship port, intending to catch the first boat to the Lingyu of Blue Coral Island in the afternoon. Of course, this was actually the last boat of the day. If he missed it, he would have to wait until tomorrow. But tomorrow was Sunday, and the day after that would be Monday when he needed to go to school. He estimated that one day would not be enough for this task. However, waiting another week felt uncomfortable, so he decided to set off immediately, aiming to complete it within a day and a half. As for the specific content of the assessment task, Hidong felt it should be categorized under gathering. Was he going to the center of Blue Coral Island's cave to collect blue corals? He originally thought it was a simple task. However, after further understanding, he realized that while the task seemed easy, it was actually quite complicated. First of all, blue coral is a type of spiritual material that can be used in medicine. Although it is not particularly precious in the realm of the extraordinary, it still holds considerable value, even if it is not ground into powder for medicine. The aesthetic appeal of blue coral is quite high. Specimens of excellent quality can be sold as art and collectibles, having a good market among the wealthy. It is said that placing blue coral in one's home not only purifies the air, but also allows one to feel the breath of the sea. Therefore, going to the Lingyu of Blue Coral Island to find and collect blue corals has always been a favorite activity for low-level extraordinary beings. However, for some unknown reason, those who went to the Lingyu of Blue Coral Island in recent months returned empty-handed. It was not because the blue corals had been completely harvested, but because they could not approach the cave. After receiving the situation report, the Beastmaster Association sent people to investigate. The extraordinary beings who were questioned all claimed they could not remember what had happened at the time, only knowing that when they regained consciousness, they found themselves lying on the beach. To clarify this matter, the Beastmaster Association issued an investigation task in the task hall. According to the internationally recognized classification, Blue Coral Island is a primary-level spiritual domain. This means that the spiritual beasts living in Blue Coral Island will not exceed the high-ranking commander level in strength. Moreover, a characteristic of spiritual domains is that only beings whose strength does not exceed the corresponding level can enter. Consequently, a large number of ambitious professional beast masters excitedly rushed over with their commander-level spiritual pets. As for the outcome, since this matter has yet to be resolved, what could the result be? Due to the absence of large-scale casualties, the Beastmaster Association did not rush, continuing to keep the task posted. Zhou Gang was one of those many beast masters. He felt that with Hidong's intelligence and strength, he might have a chance to uncover the mystery of Blue Coral Island. As for why he was assigned a gathering task, that was Zhou Gang's little thought. In case Hidong couldn't solve the issue on Blue Coral Island, as long as he could bring back some blue coral, it would count as completing the task. Although blue corals mainly exist in the caves on the island, there was still a chance to find some on the beach if one looked carefully. However, most extraordinary beings found it a waste of time, as the return on luck-based endeavors was not very good. Hidong was not too worried about this. One of the dual characteristics of his golden spear stone monkey was attracting wealth. This characteristic had not been tested much, so it was a good opportunity to try it out this time. Time passed quickly, and Hidong followed the broadcast guidance to the ticket gate to board the ship. The ships in this world were much smaller compared to his previous life, as maritime transport was not very developed. However, the passenger cargo ship traveling between Bincheng and Jihe looked like a steel giant docked at the port, its size far exceeding that of its peers, with the logo of Wanlong Shipping painted on both sides of its hull. In Bincheng, only Wanlong Shipping had such strength. Wanlong, I wonder how Wang Tsungsong's father is doing lately. Hidong muttered to himself as he queued up to board the deck. However, he did not notice that a few suspicious individuals not far behind were keeping an eye on him. Linran, are you sure this is the guy? The one who made you lose 50,000 last time in the public arena? A frantic voice followed, sounding like a wild cat whose tail had been stepped on. I told you I didn't lose. I just got careless for a moment. How could I lose to a high school student who just became a beast master this year? Ridiculous. All right, say whatever you want. Another person replied perfunctorily, then asked, anyway, the last time you called Brother Wong was to deal with this kid, right? Isn't the opportunity here now? On the ship? That might not be good. Lin Ran hesitated a bit. Although Brother Wong's dad holds a high position in Wanlong shipping, this is not his family's company. If things get messy, it might be hard to handle. Who said we have to act on the ship? Yang Di put his arm around Lin Ran's shoulder and lowered his voice. Let's first see where he is going. Brother Wong can help inquire about this kind of thing. And then we'll see if there's an opportunity to act in between. Lin Ran thought Yang Di's idea was good, and then remembered his recent miserable life of eating plain food every day. If it weren't for Dong taking away his 55,000, he wouldn't have fallen to this state, making him even angrier. All right, let's do it this way. It would be best if we could get Brother Wong to act together. I want this kid to kneel and apologize. Yang Di secretly glanced at Lin Ran, thinking that if it weren't for the good relationship this guy had with Brother Wong, he wouldn't bother to maintain a relationship with such a useless person. If he could use him to get close to Brother Wong this time, then this fool would have no value anymore. Moreover, the fewer people around Brother Wong, the better, at that time. Yang Di's eyes darkened as he silently smoked a cigarette. More than 3 hours later, Dong arrived outside the Lingyu of Blue Coral Island. After verifying his identity, he passed through the military-guarded entrance of the spiritual domain. The spiritual domain is actually a special space that overlapped with the space on Blue Star after its arrival. In the past, countless spiritual beasts poured out from every spiritual domain that descended, bringing painful disasters to humanity 500 years ago. This is also why there are military forces stationed at the entrance of the spiritual domain. After all, this space's entrance cannot be closed. After a moment of disorientation, Dong felt as if he had taken a roller coaster ride, and he found himself on a beach. The sea breeze blew towards him. Ahead was the azure sea, and beneath his feet was fine white sand. Dong turned around and saw a rising mountain range and a primitive forest. Is this Blue Coral Island? It feels like I've drifted to a deserted island. However, there are indeed people on Blue Coral Island. Humans have long established settlements here. He saw a signpost stuck by the path, clearly indicating that following this road would lead to Blue Coral Town. Is it necessary to go to the town? I brought all the supplies with me, so I might as well head directly to the cave. Thus, Dong decisively took another small path and set off on his adventurous journey. Chapter 59. Welcome Monkey. Blue Coral Island originally had no roads. Paths formed as more people walked through. However, after a period without traffic, the once forest trails quickly became reclaimed by lush vegetation. Compared to the outside world, the concentration of spiritual energy in the spiritual domain was indeed much higher, which also gave the plants and trees on Blue Coral Island a very vigorous vitality. Before entering the jungle, Dong summoned Lan Yiling and the golden spear stone monkey. Lanqin, please use your flying leaf blade to clear the bushes and weeds blocking the way in front, and ally, stay behind me to prevent wild spiritual beasts from ambushing us from the back. Lan Yiling responded loudly and shot out several flying leaf blades. Wherever the flying blades passed, all the obstructing plants were cut down at the roots, acting like a merciless lawnmower. The golden spear stone monkey looked up at the tall trees around and suddenly had an idea, prompting it to create a clone. You want the clone to go ahead and scout? Dong received the idea from the golden spear stone monkey and thought it was indeed a good suggestion. Then let it go. It can also look for any good items and utilize its wealth-attracting abilities. After getting permission, the little stone monkey quickly leaped to the treetops, swinging from branch to branch with its hands, and soon disappeared from sight. Not bad. This adventurous little team is beginning to take shape. Just missing a laborer to help carry the bags. So, Dong also created a clone, as maintaining its existence only consumes spiritual power. For him, who was constantly in a meditative state, spiritual power was the least of his concerns. As they delved deeper into the jungle, Dong encountered more and more wild spirit beasts living there. Most of them were extraordinary level, and their first reaction upon seeing someone was to flee, with very few taking the initiative to attack. Although the journey was somewhat uneventful, Dong thought it was fine since he only had a day and a half this time, and couldn't afford to delay on the road. However, just as they were about to enter the center of the island, the scouting stone monkey clone suddenly rushed back in a panic. Before Dong could ask what had happened, he saw a large group of chattering monkeys rushing behind it. The angry monkey group relentlessly pursued them, and it was unclear what the stone monkey clone had done to provoke them so much. With a white belly and gray body, flushed face, and purple lips, it seemed to be a Wanbo monkey, the leader of the species. Wanbo monkeys are martial arts spirit beasts with a social nature, and the group of monkeys charging towards them numbered at least a dozen. Listening to the distant calls of shows, there were likely many more Wanbo monkeys coming. As if they had poked a monkey's nest, Dong immediately ordered Lanya Spirit, Lan Xian, use hypnotic poison fog. Lanya's spirit took a deep breath and forcefully exhaled a light purple poison fog forward. Soon, the poison fog spread throughout the forest, covering a large area in front of them. The little stone monkey moved freely in the poison fog, but the Wanbo monkeys had no resistance to it. In the blink of an eye, the fierce and aggressive Wanbo monkeys fell from the trees like dumplings. When facing overwhelming numbers, skills like hypnotic poison fog are indeed very useful. Otherwise, two fists can't fight four hands. Taking advantage of the fact that the monkey group hadn't arrived yet, Hidong hurriedly led his spirit pet into the jungle, not intending to continue the conflict. According to the map, they were already very close to the entrance of the Blue Coral Cave, and as long as they recognized the direction, they wouldn't get lost in the forest. Under the cover of the hypnotic poison fog, Hidong successfully avoided the pursuit of the Wanbo monkeys and made a large arc around the monkey group's habitat. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the foot of the mountain and found the Blue Coral Cave as planned. They should be safe here. Hidong stopped and looked at the little stone monkey. What did you do to provoke them? Before the little stone monkey could answer, Hidong noticed it seemed to be holding a gourd-shaped object in its arms. The little stone monkey immediately presented the gourd to Hidong, looking for praise. Hidong took the gourd, shook it in his hand, and heard the sound of liquid sloshing inside. When he pulled out the cork, a rich and intoxicating wine aroma wafted out. Could this be wine brewed by the Wanbo monkeys? It seemed to have various fruit flavors as well. Hidong sniffed carefully and couldn't help but show a satisfied expression. This wine was truly remarkable, definitely a top-notch brew. Not only Hidong, but even Lanya's spirit and the golden spearstone monkey were entranced, especially the former, whose eyes sparkled as he stared at the wine gourd, nearly drooling. Lanya's spirit loved wine, but Hidong thought it was still young and had never bought any for it. It was only after hearing Joey's suggestion that Hidong began to consider which type of spirit wine would be suitable. Wine for Wanbo, to relieve worries and bring joy. The reason they are called Wanbo monkeys instead of happy monkeys is that all members of this species are alcoholics, skilled at drinking and brewing, especially good at making fruit wines. Hidong estimated that this gourd probably contained over a liter of fruit wine, which could easily sell for hundreds of thousands in the market. If used to nurture Lanya's spirit, it would be enough for its evolution. Excellent. This saves a lot of money. No wonder those Wanbo monkeys were so anxious earlier. It's understandable for alcoholics to be upset when their wine is taken. Hidong suppressed the urge to take a sip and corked the gourd. The alcohol content was unknown, and he didn't dare to drink it recklessly. Well done. In the future, such good things should come in abundance. Hidong patted the little stone monkey on the shoulder and didn't pursue the matter of it attracting the monkey group. Meanwhile, Lanya's spirit had somehow nudged its way in front of Hidong, timidly raising a finger. No, not even a sip. Hidong decisively shook his head, patting its head reassuringly. We are out in the wilderness now, and in a drunken state. We can't use Lanya's healing to purify. It would be very unsafe if we got drunk. Let's wait until we go back. Although Lanya's spirit was very disappointed, it knew Hidong was right. Yet its eyes remained fixed on the wine gourd. Don't worry. All of this will be saved for you, Hidong promised. Anyway, I was planning to buy you spirit wine. Only then did Lanya's spirit feel completely relieved, its obsession turning into anticipation, eager to rush into the cave and complete the task immediately. In contrast, Hidong had many considerations. He hadn't heard before that there were groups of Wanbo monkeys on Blue Coral Island. Had they only recently appeared? This is also one of the characteristics of the spirit domain, which continually replenishes wild spirit beasts into the space, with varying attributes and types. And the source must be from another world. But the specific principles and operating mechanisms remain unclear to relevant experts. Fortunately, no extraordinary beings have come to this cave recently. Otherwise, this good fortune might not have come to him. Given the behavior style of some extraordinary beings, if they came, not only would the spirit wine brewed by the Wanbo monkeys be taken, but the whole monkey group could be caught and sold. Handing the backpack to his clone, Hidong turned to look at the Blue Coral Cave. The entire cave entrance was situated above the mountain, in an irregular circular shape, about 3 to 4 meters in length and width. Standing at the entrance and looking inside, he couldn't see the bottom. Nor did he know where this pitch-black cave led. Hidong put on a safety helmet, held a powerful flashlight, and stepped inside. So far, nothing particularly unusual had occurred. What did those extraordinary beings encounter here? Chapter 60. Adventure in the cave. Caves are natural cavities formed by the long-term dissolution and corrosion of limestone by water containing carbon dioxide. Hidong didn't know if the Blue Coral Cave was formed in this way. His understanding of geography and geology wasn't particularly extensive. Although he loved watching a show called Geography China in his past life, when it came to caves, he could only vaguely recall karst landforms. In this regard, the Blue Coral Cave indeed resembled the caves he had seen on television. Inside the cave, it was humid and stuffy, with erect stalagmites and hanging stalactites everywhere. along with numerous stone columns connected above and below. As he delved deeper into the cave, the powerful flashlight unsurprisingly startled a group of tuning fork bats hanging upside down on the cave walls. These are poisonous, extraordinary-level spirit beasts, not particularly strong, active at night, and feeding on insects. If taken individually, tuning fork bats are indeed no match for a fighter. But they also live in groups and can create resonance when using their tremor skills, resulting in compounded damage that can only be described as terrifying. If one were to withstand it head-on, they could be knocked senseless, leading to bleeding from the orifices and internal organ rupture. Holy crap! Could these fork-tailed bats have just appeared recently? What a misfortune! As the startled fork-tailed bats began to open their mouths and screech one after another, Hidong immediately realized that something was wrong. Lan Yiling rushed forward to release a hypnotic poison mist, but the air circulation in the cave was too poor, and the mist not only failed to disperse quickly but instead enveloped Hidong. Seeing this, Lan Yiling panicked and didn't know what to do. Aolai quickly used deterrence. At a critical moment, Jin Gushir charged towards the swarm of fork-tailed bats, a flicker of crimson light flashing in its eyes, and an invisible mental shockwave erupted from it, its power resembling that of a king's arrival. In an instant, all the fork-tailed bats fell into a deep unconsciousness without any resistance. The resonance of the tremor that had just built up was interrupted, and the terrifying energy that had gathered in the air gradually dissipated. Hidong cast a healing spell on himself. As the hypnotic poison mist did not distinguish between friend and foe, if he didn't save himself, he would soon be out cold. Aolai, quickly help me get out of here. The dizziness from deterrence doesn't last as long as the hypnotic poison mist. We can't stay here for long. Jin Gushir immediately complied, and the group quickly left the fork-tailed bat's lair. Fortunately, there were no forks in the road in the blue coral cave. Hidong and the others only had to run straight ahead and didn't have to worry about taking a wrong turn. After confirming their safety, Hidong signaled to stop and rest while reflecting on the earlier situation. Could those extraordinary beings have been stopped by the fork-tailed bats? No. Although the swarm of fork-tailed bats was highly destructive, it shouldn't be enough to defeat a group of professional beast tamers like Zhou Gang. Moreover, judging by the descriptions of those extraordinary beings, it was evident that they had encountered a mental-type spirit beast. This was something that anyone with a discerning eye could see. The key issue was what kind of spirit beast it was. Hidong wasn't particularly afraid of this. Even a high-ranking commanding-level mental-type spirit beast couldn't be stronger than Yi Xingge. Speaking of mental-type skills, he truly owed his life to Aolai this time. After being promoted to the commanding level, Jin Gushir gained 3 additional skills: deterrence, stone spear, and metal sound. The latter 2 were racial skills. One for the metal type and one for the rock type, which was a basic feature of dual attribute spirit beasts. Deterrence, however, was different. Only high-ranking spirit beasts of the king species or above could awaken it during their growth. Hidong had thought that Aolai would have to wait until it became a lord level to possess this skill. But it turned out he had underestimated Jin Gushir's talent and potential. Aolai, you did very well this time. I'll reward you when we get back. Jin Gushir clapped its hands in delight, full of joy. It knew that the reward Hidong mentioned was definitely the enlightenment of the Bodhi Branch. Lan Xian, you need to accept criticism this time. Hidong looked at Lan Yiling and said solemnly, using skills also requires considering whether the surrounding environment is suitable. Otherwise, you may not only fail to deal with the enemy, but also hurt your own people. Lan Yiling lowered its head, hands crossed in front of its body. This seemed to be the first time it had been criticized by Hidong. However, courage is commendable. Hidong smiled and patted its head. I know you wanted to protect me as soon as possible. Lan Yiling raised its head, clenched its fists, and its eyes sparkled with determination. After resting for half an hour, Hidong once again stepped deeper into the cave. Besides a hard hat and flashlight, he also took out a gas mask to wear on his face. This way, Lan Yiling could release the hypnotic poison mist without any reservations when encountering enemies. After bypassing the fork-tailed bats, it seemed they had entered a safe zone in the cave, and they didn't encounter any wild spirit beasts. Of course, it could also be that the spirit beasts hid after sensing the flashlight's light and simply didn't appear. After all, spirit beasts capable of living in a cave environment should generally be light-sensitive, so it's normal for them to avoid light. The cave generally sloped downward. Could it possibly lead to the sea? However, the standing water ahead was starting to get deeper. Hidong swept the flashlight around. The water flow in the middle of the cave was already knee-deep, and continuing to walk could likely lead to waist-deep water, with the pathways on either side becoming narrower. That makes sense. Corals generally grow underwater. However, I'm almost at the place to collect blue corals, and why hasn't anything happened yet? Or has that mysterious mental-type spirit beast already left? If I could complete the task so easily, that would be nice. After walking for about an hour, Hidong suddenly noticed a faint glimmer of light at the bend ahead. At this time, the water in the cave was already neck-deep, and the paths on either side had narrowed to allow only single-file passage. After walking for several dozen steps, Hidong suddenly turned the corner, and before him was a vast cavern. Inside this cavern was a clear and bottomless lake, resembling a sapphire embedded in the cave. The lake emitted a soft blue light, illuminating much of the cavern, making the environment here distinctly different from elsewhere. All this blue light came from the blue corals growing at the bottom of the lake, among which fish swam in abundance, full of vitality. He never expected to find such a beautiful place in the depths of the cave. I would even believe there are lake fairies here. Hidong couldn't help but exclaim, feeling as if he had been cleansed by the breathtaking scenery before him. But then he suddenly realized that something seemed amiss. However, didn't those extraordinary beings say that this environment had already been destroyed by humans 100 years ago? What am I seeing now? It can't be that it just recovered, right? Hidong felt a chill. The spirit domain may continuously refresh spirit beasts, but he had never heard of the environment refreshing as well. In this regard, the natural environment in the spirit domain is the same as in the outside world. It can only repair slowly. But that is not right. The ecological basis here is the blue coral, and blue corals can refresh. Just as Hidong felt somewhat reassured, a melodious song suddenly echoed in the cavern. The singing sounded like a heavenly melody, making it hard not to become entranced. Soon, even the calm surface of the lake rippled with layers of waves. A swirl of water gathered in midair, rhythmically like life itself. Hidong couldn't help but curse. What the heck? A water element spirit. Chapter 61, Siren's Song, combined. Please follow up. The water element spirit, also known as the water fairy. In the West, water is regarded as one of the 4 basic elements that make up the world. In the East's 5 elements, water also holds a place, representing a variety of complex meanings. Generally speaking, multi-attribute spirit beasts are certainly stronger than single-attribute spirit beasts because they can learn more skills. However, this does not apply to elemental spirits, as they are too pure, to the extent that they can be regarded as the attribute itself. Of course, if that were all, it wouldn't make Hidong feel troubled. But if you add natural immunity to physical attacks, along with a lack of advantage in attributes, and the opponent having the home field advantage, then this battle is basically unwinnable. The only good news is that the water element spirit before him absolutely would not exceed the high commanding level. This did slightly ease Hidong's mind. After all, it was impossible to discern the strength level of a water element spirit just by appearance, as they mostly all look the same. Whether it's a water element lord or a king, they can appear in the form of a small water orb in front of ordinary people. TSK. If there's a water element spirit guarding this place, unless I can find a way to establish a good relationship with it, the difficulty of going into the water to collect blue corals would increase exponentially, and given the benefits of blue corals, it seems not worth it for extraordinary beings to team up. More importantly, besides the water element spirit, there is also a mental type spirit beast lurking in this lake. Although the other party did not show up, the melodious singing was undoubtedly its work. This method of controlling the mind through song is hard not to evoke certain associations. The Siren's Song? Hidong's expression turned serious. Goodness. A sea witch and a water elemental spirit. What a divine combination. One of them is difficult enough to handle. How did you two come together? Now, Hidong finally understood why those extraordinary beings returned empty-handed before. Trying to defeat such a combination in a water-filled area is beyond what a novice professional could accomplish. Even if someone and their spirit pet had high mental resistance and were not immediately enchanted by the Siren's Song, the battle and entanglement with the water elemental spirit would eventually wear down their mental defenses. By that time, they would be at the mercy of their opponent. And even if the extraordinary beings jumped into the water to commit suicide, they would have no power to resist. It's strange. I've heard that sea witches are inherently cruel and vicious, but this one has never harmed anyone, only erased their memories of this place. I must say, this approach is quite clever. Otherwise, the station army would have sent professional combat teams in. Hidong sensed the status of his spirit pet through their soul bond. The golden stone monkey was still awake, but the Lanya spirit had already fallen under the spell. In terms of mental resistance, the golden stone monkey was outstanding both in race level and personal will, while the grassroots-born Lanya spirit clearly fell short. From the looks of it, we should be safe for now. Let's let Awaken exchange a few moves with the water elemental spirit, and then I'll pretend to be controlled by the Siren's Song and leave. I can definitely retreat unscathed. Unfortunately, I won't be able to get the blue coral this time. I can only wait until next week to call Yishinga. Hidong quickly made a decision, recalling the Lanya spirit back into the beast space while issuing an attack order to the golden stone monkey. Awaken, go. Haven't you always wanted to test your strength after your promotion? This opponent is strong enough for you to unleash your abilities. The golden stone monkey immediately perked up, a glint of red flashing in its eyes. It began with a show of intimidation to demonstrate friendliness, its invisible might sweeping over the lake, causing the swimming fish to flip over. However, this move had no effect on the water elemental spirit. After all, elemental spirits hold a very high status. To intimidate it, one must possess a power level far exceeding its own. The golden stone monkey was focused on confronting the water elemental spirit. But Hidong noticed a detail, the sea which also ignored the intimidation effect, with the enchanting song continuing unabated. This indicated that the race level of this sea, which was at least on par with the golden stone monkey, an advanced royal race, or even a dominant race sea witch. That's good news. Since its power level and race level don't match, it means it, like Aolai, is in a growth phase, making it relatively easier to deal with. Seeing that the intimidation was ineffective, the golden stone monkey threw several flying stones at the water elemental spirit with all its might. But they were accurately shattered one by the spirit's water gun, which was then followed by a water cannon as thick as a barrel. The golden stone monkey ran quickly along the shore, but the water cannon chased closely behind, forcing it to take refuge in the stone pillar forest, causing the water elemental spirit to lose its target. To search for the golden stone monkey, the water elemental spirit voluntarily left the lake's surface. This was also the golden stone monkey's intention. Although the water elemental spirit could still draw water from the lake while on land, there would always be some delay. Once the water elemental spirit ventured deep into the stone pillar forest, the hidden golden stone monkey suddenly revealed itself, having condensed a sharp stone spear in its hand at some point, and hurled it fiercely at the enemy. Unfortunately, the water elemental spirit had no blind spots in its vision and immediately sensed the threat. Several crystal-clear water balls appeared before the water elemental spirit, spinning and shooting out high-pressure water streams. The golden stone monkey did not dodge, staring intently at the water elemental spirit, first provoking it to draw its hatred, then quickly clapping its hands to produce a metallic sound. The water elemental spirit wavered slightly, clearly stimulated by the sharp and piercing metallic sound. The next moment, the water gun struck the golden stone monkey, and the immense impact sent it flying, crashing through several stone pillars in succession. Amid the thunderous sound of collapsing pillars, the real golden stone monkey suddenly leaped out from the side of the water elemental spirit, directly plunging into the massive water mass, as if throwing itself into a trap. The water elemental spirit was taken aback. It had never seen a spirit beast so eager to seek death. After all, dragging the enemy into its body to drown them was a common tactic for water elemental spirits. But the next second, the water elemental spirit realized something was off. The monkey inside it seemed completely at ease, unafraid of being submerged in water. Unless the golden stone monkey actively stopped holding its breath, the water elemental spirit truly had no way to drown it. However, that didn't matter. Even if the easiest method was unavailable, the water elemental spirit felt it had plenty of ways to deal with this monkey. For example, it could increase the water flow's rotation speed to the maximum. Whether stone or metal, nothing could withstand the erosion of flowing water. Just as the water elemental spirit began to act, the golden stone monkey also moved. From its earlier observations, it found that only its metallic sound skill had some effect on the water elemental spirit. All its other skills were practically useless. This made the golden stone monkey feel extremely frustrated, as it was the first time it encountered an enemy that countered it so effectively. However, the more it felt this way, the more determined the golden stone monkey became to win, even if it meant getting seriously injured. It wanted to bring down the stronger opponent beneath its feet. The golden stone monkey quickly rubbed its hands together in a prayer position, changing its use of metallic sound, continuously generating sharp, piercing high-frequency sounds that caused ripples to resonate through the water elemental spirit's body. The water elemental spirit, not to be outdone, let the rapidly flowing water grind against the golden stone monkey's body like a grinding wheel, causing it to grit its teeth and display a painful expression. The clear water mass gradually became murky, filled with the rock and metal fragments worn down from the golden stone monkey. For the golden stone monkey, the pain it was enduring was akin to being cut into pieces, utterly terrifying. At this moment, the two were essentially harming each other, with the outcome dependent on who could endure longer. Unexpectedly, Aolai could reach such a level. It truly showed some cleverness. Hidong gazed at the golden stone monkey curled up in the water mass. This time, he did not issue any commands. All the golden stone monkey's actions were entirely its own, and its performance had significantly improved compared to last time. If it were before, Aolai might have continuously attacked the water elemental spirit using steel fists or body charges, but cutting off the water would only let it flow more freely. Even if it punched through the water mass, it wouldn't be of any use. Seeing that Aolai truly listened to his words, Hidong couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort. However, at the same time, a look of heartache appeared in his eyes as he silently calculated the time. It's almost time. The pain's erosion of spirit and will is terrifying, and the enchanting song will definitely take advantage of the gap. Hidong could feel the pitch of the sea witch's humming suddenly rise several degrees, the ethereal singing echoing continuously in the cave, creating waves of harmony. Like a myth, the fearless hero was pierced through the heart by the soft siren song, lost in the water. The water elemental spirit was just about to strike hard, clearly furious at the stinky monkey that had caused it so much pain, when it heard the song quickly soften, as if soothing it. The rhythmic water mass hesitated for a moment and, as always, chose to comply, dropping the battered golden stone monkey onto the ground. Hidong resisted the impulse to throw a healing herb over immediately, planning to treat it once they were far from the cave. However, the sea demon, whose whereabouts were unknown, suddenly changed its tone, and its song revealed a healing intention. The injuries on the golden spear stone monkey began to heal slowly, and the scene felt incredibly sacred. A healing song? Hidong widened his eyes in surprise. Is the sea demon really hidden here? To be honest, sea demons are not commonly seen in the East. Related knowledge has mostly come from the West. Could it be a mermaid? But that doesn't make sense. Mermaids do not have the ability to control minds. Hidong grew increasingly curious about the mysterious spirit beast hidden here, but this puzzle could only be solved next time. With this thought, Hidong relaxed his gaze and pretended to be enchanted by the song. After the golden spear stone monkey recovered, the sea demon switched back to its enchanting song, preparing to send these people away. Seeing the golden spear stone monkey get up from the ground, Hidong turned and walked back the way he came. But just after taking a couple of steps, he suddenly felt a strong wind rushing from behind. Alarm bells rang in Hidong's heart, and he rolled away without hesitation. In the next moment, a powerful water jet plowed a deep trench into the ground. If that force had hit a person, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What happened? Where did I expose a flaw? Hidong quickly jumped up and turned back, only to find that the golden spear stone monkey was no longer with him. It turned out that the golden spear stone monkey did not follow him back, but instead jumped into the lake. Damn, I was careless. Hidong suddenly realized what he had overlooked. No wonder those extraordinary beings woke up on the beach. They were sent away by the sea demon through the water route. This cave was indeed connected to the sea. The melodious singing suddenly paused, as if surprised that Hidong had not been controlled by the enchanting song. Hidong looked up at the water element spirit, whose previous attack was even more vicious than when it attacked the golden spear stone monkey, clearly harboring murderous intent. TSK. This truly can't end well. Hidong glanced at the cave behind him. The narrow path was not suitable for escape. If the water element spirit launched an attack, he would have nowhere to hide and could only jump into the water in the middle. Doing so would be seeking death. Although Hidong considered himself a good swimmer, he did not have the ability to withstand flooding like the golden spear stone monkey. With this thought, a determination flashed in Hidong's eyes. In that case, to save his life, he could only risk it all. At all costs, the water element spirit hovered in the air. Several water orbs had already locked onto this cunning human, and as soon as the sea demon made a decision, it would immediately blast him into a sieve. The sea demon's song revealed a hint of hesitation, but Hidong would not entrust his fate to it. Although this mysterious sea demon was indeed very kind. To keep its existence and that of the water element spirit from being known to the outside world, it was likely to go against its usual principles. Between the two, it was clear that the sea demon was the one in charge, and Hidong had to find a way to capture it. Hidong had already observed that the sea demon's song actually came from some narrow openings above the cave. However, this cave did not lead to any other exit, so the passage to where the sea demon was located was likely in the lake, with the water element spirit guarding it. The possibility of anyone reaching there was basically eliminated. Aolai and Lanshin had no strength left to fight, but fortunately, he still had the last trump card, Shaluo. Hidong moved, first recalling the golden spear stone monkey into the beast control space. Then he threw several flying leaf blades at the water element spirit, shattering all the water orbs it had condensed, causing the water element spirit to be momentarily stunned. In its view, the weak human posed no threat after losing its spirit pet, but unexpectedly, this foolish human still wanted to struggle. Under the control of the water element spirit, a large amount of lake water surged upwards, forming a massive water ring around it, making it look like a star with a halo, incredibly dazzling. Hidong looked up at the fully powered water element spirit, reached out to grasp the suddenly appearing Bodhi Branch, and the golden light dispelled the darkness of the cave. With the power of creation swirling among the golden branches and green leaves, he raised the slender branch and pointed towards the lake. Temporary enlightenment. Where's the lake fairy? Chapter 62. The Mermaid Princess. Combined. Please continue reading. In an instant, the calm lake surface suddenly rippled with waves. A brilliant light of evolution appeared at the center of the lake, quickly spreading across the entire lake, as if it had transformed into a glowing treasure mirror. Although Hidong had already witnessed the scene of the Bodhi Branch bestowing life to beings, he still couldn't help but feel shocked and amazed. This method of granting life to inanimate objects could no longer be described as turning decay into wonder. It was a true celestial technique. It might even be higher than that, as the Bodhi Branch not only granted life, but also endowed it with a soul. This time, it consumed a full 2,000 merit points, and after being enlightened, this nameless lake would likely possess high-level commanding strength, more than enough to hold back the water element spirit. With this thought, Hidong still couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He originally had only 3,000 merit points left, and now he had used up 2,000 in one go. 2,000 merit points, if used to enlighten Lanxin and Aolai, could easily allow them to master 2 or 3 proficient mid-low level skills. However, Hidong did not feel much regret. The reason he hadn't used all his merit points at once was to prepare for emergencies. This merit is too easy to spend. After passing the professional level assessment, he would have to hurry and do good deeds again. The water element spirit stared in amazement at the shimmering lake water, sensing a powerful aura rising steadily, and it felt somewhat like its kin. As the light of evolution faded, a girl appeared at the center of the lake. Her entire being was composed of lake water, yet a clear and complete human outline could be seen, with distinct features, long limbs, and water blue hair cascading behind her. The rippling water on her body outlined a layer of Grecian-style robe. The lake fairy looked up at the water element spirit, simply pointing a finger, and the water ring surrounding the water element spirit suddenly tightened, transforming into ropes that bound the water element spirit. The water element spirit was taken aback. It was the first time it had lost control over water in a battle. Just as the water element spirit intended to scatter and flee, a torrent of water blocked its path, and even attempts to merge back into the water to regain control failed. Glug, glug. A large number of bubbles emerged from the water element spirit, as if communicating with the lake fairy. It simply could not understand why this suddenly appeared kin would obey that despicable human and attack itself. The lake fairy stood quietly on the lake surface, having understood her mission from the moment of her birth, to help Hidong block the water element spirit and buy him time to deal with the sea demon. However, how long this form could exist, the lake fairy was not quite sure. Seeing that the lake fairy remained indifferent, the water element spirit gave up on communication, and the entire water orb exploded with a loud bang. In the blink of an eye, the water element spirit seemed to transform into a hedgehog covered in spikes, with spikes shooting out in all directions. The impact of each spike was not less than a bullet being fired, directly tearing the water prison created by the lake fairy to shreds. Subsequently, the scattered water droplets in the sky quickly spiraled back together, and the freed water element spirit summoned dozens of water orbs that rained down towards the lake fairy, raising white waves on the lake surface. The lake fairy raised a hand, and the lake water beneath her surged up, transforming into a gigantic wave that served as a protective barrier. A wall of waves, over 10 meters thick, swallowed all the incoming water jets in one gulp. The mysterious sea monster seemed to notice that the water element spirit was at a disadvantage, and its song suddenly became high-pitched and passionate. Under the influence of the inspiring song, the water element spirit was immediately strengthened in all aspects, and the water jets it shot out even turned into high-pressure water blades. Unfortunately, the lake fairy was also immune to any water-based skills, and both sides were of the same origin, making it impossible to break through each other's defenses. The songs of enchantment, healing, and inspiration made Hidong unable to help but exclaim, "What a gold medal support! Could that mysterious spirit beast actually be the legendary music fairy? Or perhaps, the dreamlike songstress?" While both sides were locked in a fierce battle, Hidong quietly jumped into the water and soon, guided by the lake fairy, found an entrance large enough for a person to swim through. He hurriedly increased his speed. After all, he couldn't hold his breath for long. Before long, Hidong emerged from the cave, feeling that the water surface seemed much brighter, and immediately floated up. What came into view was a cave much smaller than the outside, but its ceiling was adorned with countless sparkling mineral crystals, like a sea of stars. Even more surprising was that among the stars, there was a round moon embedded. It was an incredibly large luminous pearl, radiating a cool and faint light, but enough to illuminate the cave. Under the moonlight, a humanoid figure sat on a coral reef that jutted out from the stream of water, lazily leaning against a nearby pearl shell, softly singing a passionate battle song. She was draped in translucent snow-white gauze, her exquisite face resembling the most proud masterpiece of the creator, her skin like ice crystals covered in fresh snow, exuding a cool and alluring whiteness. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, with soft, wavy curls gently falling on her shoulders, the strands shimmering with a silvery luster. Yet under the refraction of light, a hint of ocean blue could be faintly seen. The silver-blue fish tail stirred the water in rhythm, its scales sparkling with dreamlike brilliance, each scale resembling a meticulously carved gemstone, captivating and exuding an enchanting aura. Hidong quietly gazed at the singing mermaid, ignoring her extraordinary beauty and innate charm. She didn't look like a siren, nor did she seem like a mermaid. Could she be the legendary sea people of the East Sea? Ancient texts from Dongxian had long recorded the existence of the sea people, whether it be sea people tears, sea people oil, or sea people silk, all of which were rare treasures. However, in modern times, very few had seen a real sea person. Some fishermen and sailors might claim to have seen one, but those were just words without any evidence. In comparison, the Western sirens and mermaids had actual beastmaster contracts and had appeared in international competitions. As a result, some Dongxian people began to doubt the existence of sea people, believing that what the ancients had seen were likely sirens or mermaids that swam over from the west. Others speculated that it might be because sea people were treasures all over, so they had already been captured long ago. However, Hidong could now confirm that not only did sea people truly exist, but their abilities far surpassed those of sirens and mermaids. And there was no comparison between the three. Just then, the sea princess also looked over, her azure eyes gentle like water. She continued to sing, but a voice similar to hers echoed in Hidong's mind. Human, as long as you are willing to remove your mental defenses and let me erase your memory of this place, I promise to safely send you to the beach outside, just like your kindred did before. Hidong could sense that the other party did not use any mental induction abilities. But unfortunately, his immunity to mental and soul attacks was a passive effect that came with the Bodhi Branch. Sorry, I am naturally strong in spirit, unlike ordinary people. If you can't control me, it only shows that your abilities are lacking. The sea princess gently flicked her tail, feeling that Hidong seemed to be right. She indeed did not sense any resistance from him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have almost been fooled by him just now. This person seemed like a rock in the sea, completely unaffected no matter how much the enchanting song washed over him. It made the sea princess doubt her fish life. It was the first time she encountered such a situation since she had grown up. Even her powerful uncles couldn't do what Hidong was doing. Seeing the sea princess silent, Hidong quietly raised his guard. Should he take the initiative? The distance was still a bit far. He would first send a clone to sneak over. Just as the clone began to act, Hidong heard the hesitant, yet hopeful voice of the sea princess in his mind. Human, if you can swear not to reveal the existence of me and Xiao Shui, I can persuade Xiao Shui not to attack you anymore, allowing you to leave safely. Swear? Hidong was taken aback and asked, is it a skill with a binding force? Similar to the Western contract technique, where violating it would lead to curses or punishment. The sea princess shook her head. It's not something so cruel. It's just a vow to the heavens. As she spoke, she raised her arm and held up 3 slender fingers, leaving Hidong at a loss for words. Wait, do you trust me this much? What if I agree on the surface, but sell your information after I leave? Upon hearing this, the sea princess became conflicted. Although her mother and uncles had repeatedly warned her not to easily trust humans, as they were all deceitful liars. This was also why she had always chased away extraordinary beings who came here without any communication. Yet, here was Hidong, an anomaly who not only immunized against the enchantment song's mental control, but also broke through the water element spirit's defenses to successfully come before her. To be honest, this was her first time communicating with a human, and she was very nervous. So, let us not dwell on it, Hidong said. Let us just fight. Whoever wins gets to decide. Hidong sighed inwardly. He could indeed follow the sea princess's proposal and felt that he would not easily violate his vow. However, as long as the issues on Blue Coral Island remained unresolved, there would always be beastmasters who would take the task without believing in evil. Although water element spirits were rare, if someone was willing to spend a lot of money, they could still be contracted. But sea people were different. Especially this one before him, who seemed very naive and easy to deceive. Since that was the case, rather than leaving it for later deceivers, it would be better to fool her himself first. Fight. The sea princess thought for a moment and cautiously asked, what do you want if you win? If I win, I need you to cooperate and temporarily move away, so that the extraordinary beings can come here normally to collect blue corals. Hidong didn't hide anything and openly explained the current situation outside, making the sea princess realize that her current actions wouldn't last long. If the extraordinary beings couldn't open up a situation for a long time, the Beastmaster Association would likely personally step in to coordinate teams or send a professional combat squad from the military. Miss Sea Princess, you wouldn't want to be captured by those people, would you? Although Hidong exaggerated a bit, none of what he said was a lie. After all, the Beastmaster Association and the Dongxian military indeed took action at the end of each year to clear some old tasks. Upon hearing this, the Sea Princess was immediately frightened, recalling some ancient stories her mother had told her. Long ago, if humans captured sea people, They would lock them up and force them to weave sea silk day and night. If they dared to slack off, they would be whipped. And they would use trays to collect the tears of the sea people when they cried. Finally, when the sea people had no tears left to shed and were too exhausted to weave anymore, they would be killed to extract their oil. Such a terrifying story left a deep psychological shadow on the young sea princess at the time. Even if she ran away from home, she tried her best to avoid humans, only finding a little nest to stay in. So what should we do? Let's not fight anymore. I'll listen to you. What should we do? The mermaid princess looked timidly at Hidong, feeling that this human in front of her should be trustworthy. Although she was inexperienced, she wasn't foolish and could sense through his song that Hidong was not lying. You're a good person, right? I can feel your emotions. Your curiosity about me far exceeds any other desires. Hidong's expression darkened at her words, not because he had received a good person card, but because he felt the mermaid princess was too easy to fool. He had just started to persuade her and hadn't even put in much effort when she had already succumbed. He wondered what kind of self-persuasion she had gone through. Thank you for your trust. Then let's sign the contract. Hidong raised his hand, using spiritual power as a guide, and skillfully drew a shallow red pentagram in the air. Contract? The mermaid princess blinked and asked, do you want me to be your spirit pet? Wait, this wouldn't be your plan, would it? It's just a spiritual contract. You can cancel it any time you want, Hidong explained seriously. I'm doing this to take you out of the spirit domain. If you don't want to, then forget it. Leaving the spirit domain? That's actually not necessary. The mermaid princess breathed a sigh of relief and said, I actually came in from outside. There seems to be a new exit to this spirit domain at the bottom of the sea. A new exit? Hidong immediately took it seriously. Where does it lead to? It connects to the sea outside. The mermaid princess replied, many spirit beasts in the sea have run outside. Hidong noted this down, planning to report to the Beast Master Association immediately after he got out. The appearance of a crack in the spirit domain was not to be taken lightly. All right, let us sign the contract. After leaving the spirit domain, I still need to take you to other places. It would be inconvenient without signing. The mermaid princess hesitated for a few seconds, but finally slid down from the blue coral into the water and swam to Hidong's front. Then I will sign. But first, I want to make it clear that you can't force me to weave mermaid silk or whip me to make me cry. Otherwise, I. Don't worry. I'm not that heartless. Chapter 63. My name is Lingxi, and yours? The mermaid princess slightly raised her head and took the initiative to press her forehead against the pentagram array. When she touched the mermaid princess, Hidong took the opportunity to activate the identification hand. Soon, a luxurious panel appeared in his mind. Mermaid princess, type, exotic race, attribute, water, spirit, traits, battle rhythm. Magical appearance, water element affinity, status, healthy growth level, high commander race level, low overlord skills, enchantment song, healing song, inspiring song, doom song, soul wail, lullaby, soul requiem, tremor, water gun, water cannon, rain summoning, bubble blowing, water flow tail, wave of water, introduction. The only offspring of the mermaid queen, an innocent and kind-hearted mermaid princess. Currently in a runaway state. Her tears have many miraculous effects, and the mermaid silk she weaves can enter water without getting wet. Dual attributes, 3 traits, and over a dozen skills, many of which are high-level skills. Is this the power of a dominant race? Hidong silently gasped, somewhat surprised by the mermaid princess's strength. The attributes were nothing to say. The rarity and power of the spirit type were well known, although water type was the most common popular attribute. One of her traits was water element affinity. The effect of this trait was very straightforward. It allowed the holder to reduce mana consumption when using water skills while doubling their power and effect. If the holder was in water, they could also continuously recover health and mana. The reason the mermaid princess could make water element spirits willingly obey her was definitely due to this trait. As for the other 2 traits, he hadn't heard of battle rhythm, but from the literal meaning and the mermaid princess's earlier performance, Hidong could roughly guess some effects. As for magical appearance, it was hard to say whether it was good or bad. After all, beauty can be a disaster, due to the presence of the Bodhi Branch. Hidong was also unsure of the specific effects of the mermaid princess's magical appearance. However, it must be said that the mermaid princess was indeed quite stunning. It felt like she wasn't beautiful because of this trait. Rather, she was born beautiful enough to be described as stunning, so she naturally possessed the magical appearance trait. Finally, there was that series of skills. It could be said that there were offensive, defensive, supportive, and healing skills, even special attacks. Before this, Hidong had thought that the mermaid princess might be a character similar to the Tianlan queen, due to her racial advantage. Even if the mermaid princess was only at the commander level, she could still become a superior substitute for the Tianlan queen. He didn't expect to be too conservative. If the two had really fought earlier, he estimated that even if he used up all his merits, he might not win. Unless the fairy of the lake could completely subdue the water element spirits and come to help, there might still be a chance of victory. Fortunately, during their conversation, he somehow managed to persuade her, so it could be considered a case of winning without a fight. Hidong breathed a sigh of relief and was surprised when he looked down at the introduction. What is this runaway home nonsense? She looks so well behaved, but unexpectedly, she is a rebellious girl. Is this the script of a runaway princess? After understanding the basic information, Hidong felt somewhat reassured. But when he looked up, he found that the mermaid princess had retreated a good distance away, watching him with some wariness. What's wrong? Hidong looked at the mermaid princess in confusion. Do you think there's something wrong with the spiritual contract? If you don't believe me, you can try to break free yourself. The mermaid princess cautiously leaned forward, and seeing Hidong's calm expression and stable emotions, she showed a hint of hesitation. Are you okay? What could be wrong with me? You just seem to touch me. The mermaid princess said as she swam back again. Anyone who touches my body immediately becomes infatuated with me. Why does that effect sound like a charming body? Hidong frowned, pondering. But that trait wasn't on the panel. Did the identification hand miss it? Or was it included in the magical appearance? Hidong felt that the latter guess was more plausible, as a charming body was not an unknown trait. The mermaid princess swam to Hidong's front and saw that he had not acted out of line the whole time, so she finally let down her guard. It seems you really are fine. Then how about this? The mermaid princess hesitated for a few seconds and took the initiative to hold Hidong's hand, their fingers interlocking. Looking at the mermaid princess, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, Hidong couldn't help but feel speechless. What exactly was she testing? Still okay? The mermaid princess's eyes lit up, looking at Hidong as if she had seen a rare animal. Besides my mother, you are the first one who has touched me without being affected at all. My name is Lingxi, and yours? My name is Hidong. Nice to meet you. Hidong? What a strange name. Is it because your home is on the east side of the river? Hidong's mouth twitched as he explained. Not that river. It's Rinkihi. Forget it. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. Anyway, the pronunciation is the same, and you are still using your mental ability to communicate with me. What is Rinkihi? Lingxi blinked and complained. You humans are really strange. No wonder those uncles find it so tiring to deal with you. Uncles? Hidong took the opportunity to ask. Are your uncles also mermaids? Also, what kind of people are dealing with you? To be honest, it has been a long time since I saw a mermaid on shore. We all thought you didn't actually exist. Lingxi tilted her head and replied. Our mermaids have always only been female. How could those uncles and brothers possibly be mermaids? We have never shown ourselves in interactions with humans. It's always been Prime Minister Turtle who is responsible for that. Hidong nodded. This explanation seemed reasonable. However, he then heard Lingxi say, it seems there are 3 types of people, those from the association, the church, and the companies. Prime Minister Turtle said he dislikes the church people the most. Church. Hidong took note. Could they be from the west? Although Dongxian also has religions, it doesn't have a church. Hidong asked a few more questions, but unfortunately, Lingxi didn't have more information. As for the other 2, there wasn't much to say. They were just the Beastmaster Association and various shipping companies. Let's go out, Hidong said, releasing Lingxi's hand. The water element spirit is still waiting for you to calm it down. After saying this, Hidong took a deep breath and submerged into the water, while Lingxi had already swished her tail and darted ahead. Hidong had no intention of competing with the merfolk in this regard. After all, even if a world champion came, it would be of no use. As Hidong swam back to the lake, he just broke the surface when he heard Lingxi's voice. Xiao Shui, are you okay? To his surprise, the lake fairy had imprisoned the water element spirit within herself. The water element spirit was thrashing inside the lake fairy's body, unable to break free from her confinement. Lake fairy, let it go. Upon hearing Hidong's command, the lake fairy ceased her obstruction. As soon as the water element spirit regained its freedom, it turned its anger towards Hidong, but was stopped by Lingxi. Xiao Shui, no need to fight anymore. I can confirm that Hidong is a good person, and I have even signed a contract with him. The water element spirit nearly dissipated on the spot. It had been trapped for a while, and how did their main base get stolen in the blink of an eye? Just then, as Lingxi was gently calming the water spirit, a loud booming sound suddenly echoed from deep within the cave, like rolling thunder. Hidong looked outside and made a judgment. Is this the resonance of the tuning fork bats? Are there more people coming? Chapter 64, Ding. Your merit gift package has been credited. Please check. Lingxi, you and the water element spirit stay here and wait for me. Hidong quickly climbed ashore, preparing to rush over to see the situation. If anyone was still alive, they could be rescued. Taking a direct hit from the tuning fork bats like this, if no defensive measures were taken in time, it was likely to result in a total wipeout. Without waiting for Lingxi to respond, Hidong grabbed a flashlight and dashed away. Watching Hidong's departing figure, Lingxi hesitated for a moment, then submerged into the water and secretly followed the small river in the cave. On the other side, Outside the tuning forkbat's nest, Lin Ran was lying on the ground, coughing up blood, surrounded by 3 or 4 others. Their conditions were equally bad, blood flowing from their mouths and noses. Their faces as pale as death. One person, while coughing up blood, accused, Lin Ran, "It's all your fault. I said we should just wait for that kid to come back in Blue Coral Town, but you kept jumping around in a panic. Now look at the mess you've caused. Heh, causing us trouble is nothing." Another person replied sarcastically, "But you also dragged Brother Wong into this." Although Yang Di was also filled with resentment, he did not take the opportunity to blame Lin Ran. After all, whether it was helping Lin Ran teach Hidong a lesson or coming to the Blue Coral Cave, it was ultimately Brother Wong's decision. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Brother Wong spoke up. "Everyone, stop talking. Is this the time for mutual accusations? Does anyone have a spirit pet with healing or recovery skills? Hurry up and summon them to help treat our wounds." As soon as he said this, the surroundings fell into silence. Neither Lin Ran nor the previously speaking Wang Chuang and Yin San came from wealthy families, so naturally, they couldn't afford spirit pets with healing skills. Otherwise, they wouldn't be hanging out with Brother Wong. Brother Wong quickly realized this issue. None of his brothers were particularly capable. Of course, he used to be the same. But recently things had changed for the better after finding his long-lost father. "How about we head back quickly?" Wang Chuang suggested. "Back to Blue Coral Town, where there's an official healing point." Lin Ran and Yin San were immediately tempted, thinking it was better than waiting here to die. "Fools, don't move," Brother Wong suddenly shouted. "We have serious internal injuries. Are you trying to die faster by moving around?" "Brother Wong, what should we do?" Lin Ran's face showed fear, his voice trembling. I don't want to die." Lin Ran regretted it immensely. He had always been hesitant to break through to a higher level due to his fear of death. He never imagined that just casually coming to the spirit domain would lead him to death. Although he didn't dare to say it out loud, Lin Ran felt that his current predicament was all Brother Wong's fault for not being strong enough. Before coming, wasn't he confidently promising to help him regain his dignity? Yet now, he hadn't even seen the person and was about to die first. Of course, that foolish high school student bore full responsibility. If he had just honestly lost or returned the money, there wouldn't be so much trouble now. In short, Lin Ran was filled with hatred for this person and cursed others, never thinking he had done anything wrong. Just as the few of them fell into despair, the silent Yang Di suddenly spoke up. "Brother Wong, I brought a bottle of basic healing potion with me just in case something happened. Although it can't fully heal our wounds, it should be enough for one person to go back for help." Lin Ran's eyes lit up immediately, and before Brother Wong could say anything, he shouted, "Quick, give me the potion, and I'll go back to Blue Coral Town to find someone to save you. Don't waste time, hurry." Yang Di naturally ignored Lin Ran. He knew all too well what kind of person Lin Ran was, and didn't trust him to handle his life. In Yang Di's view, it would be best for Brother Wong to take the potion and go for help. Not only would that make Brother Wong indebted to him, but Brother Wong was indeed loyal enough. Seeing Yang Di ignoring him, Lin Ran became furious, as he was used to Yang Di catering to him. "Yang Di, are you deaf? I'm talking to you, can't you hear?" In order to survive, Lin Ran had fallen into a frenzy. "Enough." Brother Wong shouted to stop Lin Ran and looked at Yang Di. "You are Lin Ran's friend, right? What's your name? Since you brought this basic healing potion, you should drink it." Yang Di was taken aback. He hadn't expected Brother Wong to do this. He immediately took out the potion, tilted his head back, and drank it down, standing up before the effects could fully take hold. "Brother Wong, my name is Yang Di. Since you trust me, I will not let you down. Wait for me to come back." Lin Ran stared daggers at Yang Di's back, his eyes filled with resentment, and he mentally replayed countless scenarios of killing him. The few of them leaned against the rock wall to conserve energy, falling into silence. After an unknown amount of time, a bright light suddenly appeared from deep inside the cave, catching Brother Wong and the others' attention. However, due to prolonged internal bleeding, they were all starting to feel a bit disoriented. Hidong arrived nearby, tossing several healing leaves to bring everyone back to safety. The healing effect of high-level skills was not something a mere basic healing potion could compare to. Of course, after this, they would still need a professional doctor to check their conditions. As Hidong extended his hand, the corresponding merits were credited as well. Save 4 people. Earned 4,000 merit points. Hidong's face lit up with joy. His previously not-so-wealthy family immediately began to rise out of poverty, regaining 5,000 merit points. Indeed, saving lives is the quickest way to earn merit. Now there's no need to rush to do good deeds. Looking at the 4 people on the ground, Hidong thought to save them completely and bent down. "Hey, how are you feeling now? Can you all stand up?" Lin Ran, who was less injured, recovered first. After all, he was the first to escape when danger struck earlier, retreating behind his teammates to let them take the damage. Upon hearing Hidong's voice, Lin Ran immediately recognized who he was. Taking advantage of Hidong's turn back, Lin Ran summoned the Bully Cat. "Bully Cat, use Iron Claw on that guy." Don't hold back, just kill him. The bully cat hesitated for a moment upon receiving the command. It was its first time being asked to kill, but it still sprang into action. In the cave, the pitch-black bully cat blended effortlessly into the environment, like an assassin lurking in the shadows. The cat moved silently. And since Lin Ran's commands were conveyed through their soul bond, no one noticed anything unusual. The bully cat landed lightly, and then leapt toward Hedong's back. Its sharp iron claws springing out from its paws, aimed at the target. Just one hit would be enough to disembowel him. Chapter 65, Bloodied, Combined. Please continue reading. Lin Ran clenched his fists, his eyes filled with the joy of revenge about to be served. He focused on Hedong's back, eagerly anticipating the sound of his screams and pleas for mercy. I want to see if you're afraid of dying. It's easy to talk tough. But how many really want to live when death is imminent? Clearly, Hedong had hit a nerve with Lin Ran last time, or else he wouldn't still remember it now. Just as the bully cat swung its claws down, a huge bubble suddenly flew out of the river and silently enveloped Hedong, transforming into a transparent barrier. A crisp metallic sound erupted in the cave, followed by a sharp sizzling noise, more piercing than chalk scraping against a blackboard. It was the noise generated by the intense friction between the iron claws and the bubble barrier, and amidst the sparks, the seemingly fragile bubble withstood the full force of the bully cat's attack. It was as smooth as new, leaving not even a scratch. This bubble? Could it be Ling Shi's doing? How did she sneak over here? Hedong had sensed something was off when the bubble came flying, and as he heard the commotion behind him, he immediately jumped aside. When he shone his flashlight, he saw the recently landed bully cat and Lin Ran, who was struggling to stand up. At that moment, Lin Ran's expression was quite strange, a mix of satisfaction, disbelief, and frustration. His face contorted like a spilled palette of paint. Under the white light, he looked even more like a ghost than an actual ghost. Meow? The bully cat arched its back, staring intently at Hedong, letting out a threatening growl. Hedong didn't even remember who Lin Ran was until he saw the bully cat and recalled this coward. However, he didn't immediately confront Lin Ran. Instead, he looked at Lin Ran's companions beside him. What does this mean? I came to help you, and your guy is attacking me from behind? At that moment, Brother Wong didn't know what to say. He couldn't understand why Lin Ran would do such a thing. Now, they were all injured, and it was not the right time to have any conflict. Even if they wanted to trouble Hedong, they should wait until they recovered before making plans. Moreover, the other party had saved them this time. Even if there was enmity, it should have been put aside. Not only Brother Wong, but even Wang Chuang and Yin Sen thought Lin Ran was crazy. Before Brother Wong could explain, Lin Ran started yelling. What's wrong with ambushing you? Did I ask you to come save me? If it weren't for you, would I have come to this godforsaken place and ended up injured, lying there waiting to die? It's all because of you, you pathetic loser. Lin Ran's hysterical demeanor made it impossible for others to comprehend where his intense resentment was coming from. Brother Wong, what are you waiting for? Didn't we agree that you would help me teach this brat a lesson, make him kneel, and apologize to me? Brother Wong was stunned. He never expected Lin Ran to be foolish enough to reveal this, feeling like he was forced into a corner. He had originally wanted to mediate and help both sides move past their grievances, but Lin Ran's words pinned him to a stance. Brother Wong felt that if he were in Hedong's position, he wouldn't trust the other party no matter what they said now. And Lin Ran was indeed very skilled at dragging others down with him, leaving Brother Wong little time to hesitate. Bully cat, use intimidation, high-speed movement, and random scratching. Don't mess this up again. Hearing this, the bully cat's eyes widened, and it quickly darted toward Hedong. Though the cave was relatively spacious, there was hardly any room to dodge since Hedong was right next to the underground river. Meow. In the blink of an eye, the bully cat closed in on Hedong, raising its claws to strike, tearing through the air. Hedong checked the situation in his beast control space, sharing the iron wall defense while also using leaf blade. Lon Xin and Ao Lai hadn't yet awakened from the mental influence, so it seemed he would have to rely on himself for now. Due to differences in physique, Hedong's defense with iron wall couldn't match that of the golden stone monkey. When he raised his arm to block, the bully cat's claws left him bloodied, but fortunately, no bones were injured and Lan Ye's healing would soon take care of it. The leaf blade he threw was not aimed at the bully cat, but directly at Lin Ran. Wild battles, to put it simply, were unregulated cooperative fights, and their combat logic and strategies were interconnected. In the early stages, once a conflict arose, the Beastmaster should be prioritized for resolution because humans are smarter and more cunning than spirit pets. In the advanced stages, however, taking out the ace spirit pet takes precedence over the Beastmaster, and the reasons need not be elaborated further. Hedong showed no mercy, aiming the leaf blade straight for Lin Ran's carotid artery, intent on taking his life. Unfortunately, Lin Ran didn't rely solely on the bully cat and wasn't foolish enough to send all his pets out. The rogue cat, which was guarding Lin Ran, leapt up without hesitation to intercept the incoming leaf blades. However, Perfect-grade leaf blades weren't so easily resisted. The rogue cat suddenly let out a tragic cry as its small body erupted with blood, directly suffering a heavy blow that rendered it unable to fight. Yet due to the rogue cat's interference, the leaf blades ultimately veered off course, not slicing through Lin Rant's throat as planned. Instead, they grazed Lin Rant's face and arm. Leaving behind streaks of blood, Lin Rant's eyes widened, seemingly stunned by the sudden arrival of the leaf blades. He touched his face and looked down to see a large area of red, only then realizing the cutting pain of the wounds. "Ah, it hurts. My face, my face." Lin Rant began to wail, his disheveled appearance resembling that of a clown seeking attention. In an instant, he shed his earlier madness, crawling and rolling toward Brother Wong and the others, seeking refuge. "Brother Wong, help. He actually wants to kill me. I almost died just now." Lin Rant's posture of clinging to their legs was quite practiced. This wasn't the first time he had done so. Although Lin Rant smeared blood all over his pants, Brother Wong still didn't kick him away directly. "Brother Wong, what do we do now?" Wang Chuang asked. "Lin Rant has already attacked. It seems there's no way to settle this peacefully. What are we afraid of?" Yin San chimed in. "There are 4 of us here. It's not difficult to deal with just him. Besides, it's been so long, and that brat hasn't summoned his spirit pet yet. It seems it's not safe to move forward. His spirit pet must be injured." Brother Wong looked down at Lin Rant, who was sobbing and trembling, and after a moment of silence, he comfortingly raised his hand to pat his head. He was an abandoned orphan since childhood. After growing up, in order to avoid being bullied, he learned to form cliques. Ultimately, he became a leader thanks to his loyalty and brotherhood. In other words, he helps his own people regardless of the situation, standing firm for his own. Even now that he has become successful, he has never looked down on the brothers he used to hang out with. Compared to the suddenly appearing biological father, Brother Wong feels that his brothers are more like family. "Let's get to it, and do it clean and decisively." Brother Wong made a resolution. He wanted to finish everything before Yang Di returned with the rescue. After saying that, Brother Wong was the first to summon his spirit pet. 2 deep red summoning circles appeared before him, revealing a wind demon wolf and a dumpling bear. The pure white wind demon wolf looked very cool, while the clumsy dumpling bear stood there like a wall. Both were of low-level lord species, but their power had already reached high-level commander. Carefully cultivated, and just 1 step away from breaking through to lord level. Seeing Brother Wong take action, Wang Chuang and Yin Sen no longer hesitated. A light red summoning circle quickly appeared, summoning a double-tailed scorpion and a fat ball sea cucumber. Although they were only commander species, their strength had also reached medium commander level, making them quite formidable in combat. Brother Wong immediately went all out, a habit formed from years of fighting. Once he decided to strike, he never hesitated and went all out. Wind Demon Wolf, use Wind Blade. Dumpling Bear, use Ground Spike. The Wind Demon Wolf howled instinctively, and the air around it quickly condensed into invisible blades of wind. The Dumpling Bear was much quieter, but when it lifted its foot to stomp down, the ground of the cave seemed to tremble slightly. In an instant, several wind blades whistled toward Hidong, while sharp ground spikes erupted from the ground, resembling a newly formed forest of stone pillars. Wang Chuang and Yin Sen also gave orders for the double-tailed scorpion to use poison sting and the fat ball sea cucumber to use corrosive liquid. Although Hidong had been entangled with the bully cat, he was always aware of the situation around him. Seeing Brother Wong and the others join the battle, his heart sank. Those 2 double-tailed scorpions and the fat ball sea cucumber were nothing to worry about. As long as he could stall until Lan Yiling and Jingu Stone Monkey woke up, he could easily deal with them. But the Wind Demon Wolf and Dumpling Bear were different. The pressure they brought was not inferior to the steel battle armor of Zhou Gang. Even with the shared talent supporting him, he probably couldn't hold on for long, not to mention the opponent's beast mastery talent. Brother Wong's first move was a brutal killing strike, using wind blades to block escape routes and ground spikes to secure the kill. The poison sting and corrosive liquid were equally vicious. The former was for finishing off, while the latter was for destroying evidence. Had these guys not killed before? They were so familiar with each other's moves. But Hidong soon felt relieved. After all, what good people would mix with Lin Rant? The fact that he encountered them here was no coincidence. They were here to cause trouble. Luckily, he had just gained a large amount of merit. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what to do. However, spending golden merit in such a place was truly a serious waste. Even so, Hidong never thought of asking Lingxi for help. After all, this was a conflict between humans, and there was no need to involve her. Facing the incoming murderous intent, Hidong decisively retreated, planning to jump into the underground river. Then, he would take the opportunity to enlighten the river water or the surrounding rocks, prioritizing killing the weaker ones. The bully cat sensed Hidong's intention and immediately used high-speed movement to try to bypass him and block his escape route. However, since Hidong had been standing by the shore, even though he was not as fast as the bully cat, it couldn't stop him. Not good. This kid wants to jump into the water to escape. Yin San kicked his fat ball sea cucumber into the underground river, trying to intercept him. Just as the fat ball sea cucumber was about to plunge into the water, a gorgeous silver-blue flash suddenly appeared on the water's surface, forcefully knocking the round. Plump fat ball sea cucumber back like a dragon's tail. The fat ball sea cucumber smashed against the rock wall, completely losing its combat ability. Meanwhile, Hidong noticed that he had not fallen into the river, but was being supported by something. When he looked down, he saw a platform made of flowing water, clearly crafted by a water element spirit. What is that? Yin Sen stared at the water surface in shock, exclaiming, Brother Wang. It seems like there's something in the water. I see it. Brother Wang's expression grew serious. Is it his spirit pet? Why hasn't it been used until now? Wang Chuang snorted coldly. Anyway, it's at most high-level commander, definitely not our opponent. Seeing Hidong falling at a disadvantage, Lin Ran also gained confidence and got up from the ground. Right. We 6 spirit pets can't be taken down by one person, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a celestial melody suddenly echoed through the cave. In an instant, the siren song controlled the minds of Lin Ran, Wang Chuang, and Yin San. Except for Brother Wang and his spirit pets, the other double-tailed scorpions and the bully cat also succumbed. This is the siren? Brother Wang stared in shock at the beautiful figure emerging from the water, suddenly realizing, damn, this is the mysterious psychic spirit beast hidden deep in the cave? It can't be that this kid has subdued it, right? Hidong looked at Ling Shi, who was being held up by the water element spirit, and couldn't help but ask, why are you out? Because you were in danger just now. Ling Shi replied straightforwardly, then asked, why are you fighting? This caught Hidong off guard. He wasn't sure why Lin Ran brought people to kill him. The only reason he could think of was that Lin Ran couldn't handle losing. Some people are indeed like that. They feel justified when they win, but throw tantrums when they lose. Of course, it could also be that he hit a nerve, but none of that mattered. They're not just fighting. They're bad people, have a grudge against me, and came to kill me. Ling Shi nodded and asked, do you need me to help you deal with them? No, this is enough for now. Hidong shook his head and said seriously, this is a matter between humans. I really don't want to involve you, let alone make you kill. Even if Lan Yaling and Jean Gustone Monkey were here, Hidong wouldn't let them kill. Spirit pets are not tools for killing. If blood of their kind must be shed, it should be him who does it. This is not some boring moral bottom line. He simply does not want his spirit pets to be exposed to unnecessary bloodshed too early. Ling Shi didn't understand what Hidong was thinking, but she could sense that he was acting out of goodwill. Just as the two reached an agreement, Brother Wang, realizing the situation was dire, decisively launched a desperate counterattack. Wind Demon Wolf. Dumpling Bear. He shouted, his body glowing with white light. Beast Master Fusion. Seeing this, Hidong clicked his tongue. Before he could say anything, Ling Shi stepped forward. We agreed. I'll help you defeat these bad guys first, right? Chapter 66. Kill. Combined. Please follow up. Fusion is a very powerful combat-type beast mastery talent. To some extent, the fusion talent can be considered a superior version of the possession talent. Because possession requires the spirit pet to have the conditions to attach to the beast master, otherwise, the talent cannot be activated. Therefore, beast masters with possession talent usually prioritize contracting spirit beasts that can transform, like the steel battle armor, or choose to contract non-physical undead types. However, fusion does not have this restriction and can be initiated with any spirit pet. The only limitation is how many of their own spirit pets a beast master can fuse simultaneously, but this is a matter of strength. Generally speaking, the higher the level and the stronger the physical quality of the beast master, the more terrifying pressure they can withstand during fusion, allowing them to incorporate more spirit pets into their own. At this moment, Wanga felt like he was about to crack open. This was not his first attempt to merge with both Wind Demon Wolf and Dun Dun Bear at the same time, but he had failed in the past. The pain during the fusion felt like his body was forcibly disassembled, stuffed into a pile of things, and then reassembled. It was truly unbearable for an ordinary person. Ah! Wang Gu roared ferociously, his face turning red like a boiled shrimp. He stood with his legs apart, as if his feet were rooted to the ground, his tense body leaning forward slightly. The intense pain made him clench his fists tightly, even rolling his eyes back, but he gritted his teeth and persevered, not giving up as he had in the past. At the critical moment of life and death, Wanga successfully broke through his limits and merged with both Wind Demon Wolf and Dun Dun Bear at the same time. In the white light, his body underwent a tremendous transformation, suddenly towering in height, sprouting wolf ears and a tail, while also possessing the body and limbs of a bear. Although he looked somewhat bizarre, like a synthetic beast created by a mad scientist, Wang Ji's current strength was enough to rival a mid-level lord, exuding a chilling aura. This was his first successful fusion, and he wasn't yet skilled. Otherwise, his actual combat power could have been even higher. Seeing Wang Gu in this half-human, half-beast form, Ling Shi who had just bravely stepped forward, suddenly became scared and shrank behind Hidong. What happened to him? Why did he suddenly turn into this? So ugly. Don't be afraid. This is just a result of a Beastmaster's talent. Hidong looked at Wang Gu, who was howling at the sky, with his strength. He won't be able to maintain this state for long. After hearing Hidong's explanation, Lingxi's fear diminished significantly. Having spent years in the underwater palace, this was her first time seeing a Beastmaster merge with their spirit pet. Aside from those who intentionally designed and adjusted their appearance, most Beastmasters' fused forms were all peculiar, even more monstrous than actual monsters. You provide support for me, and I'll deal with him. After saying this, Hidong jumped onto the shore, his figure swaying as he split into two. Then, the two Hidongs ran towards Wang Gu from both sides, casting flying stones and flying leaf knives respectively. Wang Gu twitched his nose, trying to distinguish which Hidong was real by smell, but he detected the exact same scent and couldn't tell them apart. This isn't a shadow clone, it's a body-splitting technique? Wang Gu immediately reacted and swung his arm to unleash several wind blades. Under the overwhelming pressure of power, the flying stones and flying leaf knives were ruthlessly shredded by the chaotic wind blades, turning into debris. Just as Hidong intended to dodge, he suddenly found himself enveloped in a layer of bubbles, clearly a support from Lingxi. The passionate and high-pitched chanting rang out, and Hidong immediately felt a significant boost to his strength and speed, as if he had entered a personal background music. Unfortunately, Lingxi could only sing one song at a time. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine how strong she could be. Seeing that the wind blades were blocked by the bubbles, Wang Gu immediately leaped towards the nearest Hidong, wanting to end the battle quickly. Looking at the bare paw coming down on him, Hidong dared not take such a heavy hit that could send him flying. Even with Iron Wall, it would be hard to withstand. And using healing with orchid leaves afterward might not even bring him back. Hidong crouched down just in time to dodge Wang Ji's strike, then seized the opportunity to release a pale purple hypnotic poison mist. To avoid being affected himself, Hidong had already donned a gas mask. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to use it casually. Under the cover of the poison mist, Hidong escaped Wang Ji's pursuit, while his clone charged in from another side. Just as Wang Gu blew away the hypnotic poison mist, he was tackled head-on by the reckless Hidong. Unfortunately, Dun Dun Bear's body was too tough, and the body slam hardly caused any effective damage. It seemed that a mere body slam was no longer enough. If he could learn to self-destruct or something, that would pack a punch. While thinking this, Hidong used the body-splitting technique again, and after splitting, both clones raised their middle fingers in provocation towards Wang Gu. After merging, the spirit pet's consciousness does not fall into slumber. Instead, it shares the pressure with the Beastmaster. So when provoked, Wang Gu, who had been charging forward, suddenly halted in place, with the Wind Demon Wolf and Dun Dun Bear instinctively vying for control of the body. Fortunately, Wang Gu had established enough authority during their training, and a few scoldings made both spirit pets obedient again. Taking advantage of Wang Ji's momentary lapse, Hidong condensed a hard and sharp stone spear in his hand. The main body attracted attention while the clones circled around from the side, gripping the stone spear tightly and launching another body slam, delivering a powerful 1,000-year kill to Wang Gu. Just as Wang Gu regained control of his body, he let out a miserable howl. Big body, weak spots. Lots of fur, weak fire, wide body, weak. Sometimes the experience learned from gaming comes in handy. Seeing his attack was effective, Hidong threw the stone spear at Wang Gu while swiftly retreating. Generally, when monsters suffer a heavy blow, they fall into a frenzy, launching indiscriminate attacks around them. The next moment, Wang Gu suddenly slammed his palms down, causing countless sharp rock spikes to rapidly spread outwards from him. Although Hidong had anticipated this, he underestimated Wang Ji's level of madness, being forced into a corner by the widespread stone spikes with no way to retreat. Tisk, it's actually a high-level Earth-type skill. Forest of Sharp Stones. He immediately crouched down to protect his abdomen, crossing his arms in front of him after using Iron Wall. Compared to lightning or fire-type attacks, Earth-type attack skills seem less lethal, but this is only true for mid to low-level skills, unless one has flying capabilities. Creatures grounded on the Earth can never ignore the threats from the ground and underground. Just as the sharp stone spikes were about to reach Hidong, a stream of water suddenly transformed into a water wall in front of him. The water element spirit stirred the water flow, breaking and shattering the approaching sharp stones, clearing a large safe zone. Hidong couldn't help but be surprised. He hadn't expected the water element spirit to come to his aid. After all, this creature had wanted to kill him not long ago, and even though he later reached some understanding with Lingxi, Hidong felt that the water element spirit still didn't trust him and was deeply wary of him. To have the water element spirit, known for its poor communication, be so obedient, Lingxi must be quite skilled. Meanwhile, Dong sensed that both Lan Yiling and Jin Gu Stone Monkey in the Beastmaster space had finally shaken off the lingering effects of the Song of Enchantment. Haha, now it's my turn. Dong laughed heartily, and 2 shallow red summoning circles appeared in front of him. Lan Xin Ao Lai. This is a life and death battle. Use all your strength, no holding back. As soon as the 2 spirit pets landed, they unleashed their strongest skills and charged towards Wang Ge. The flying leaf knives wove through the forest of sharp stones, circling around Wang Ge from above and below, cutting in from all directions with erratic trajectories. Jin Gu Stone Monkey first used a deterrent to shake his mind, and then took advantage of the moment Wang Ge was stunned to launch a 2-pronged assault using the body-splitting technique. Even though Wang Ji's massive form after merging was large, he was still knocked to the ground by Jin Gu Stone Monkey, smashing countless stone spikes and pillars. Due to the pain, Wang Ge quickly regained his senses and realized he had gone from being the side with numbers to fighting alone. The opponent is too cunning, always denying me the chance to get close. How can his speed be so fast? Wang Ge assessed his situation and realized he couldn't maintain his merged state for much longer. My time is running out, and I can only use that one move. Brother Wang glanced at where his underlings were, manipulating the earth and stone to protect them all. Then, he stood tall again, raised his foot, and stomped hard on the ground, sending invisible waves spreading out. In an instant, the ground within dozens of meters shook violently, and the cave was affected too, with countless stalactites swaying precariously. Earthquake wave. Dong immediately realized, not good. This guy wants to create a cave-in and take everyone here down with him. If it were in an open area, the effect of the earthquake wave skill would be quite limited in terms of lethality, only having unexpected effects against earth-based tactics or digging tactics. But in a closed environment, the earthquake wave is a deadly move. Dong turned to Ling Shi and shouted, Ling Shi, quickly use Soul Scream. Ling Shi, who was singing loudly, paused for a moment. Then a high pitch that far surpassed dolphin sounds erupted. Dong instantly recalled Lan Yiling and Jin Gu Stone Monkey into the Beastmaster space, while also covering his ears with both hands. Although he could ignore damage to the soul, he couldn't ignore the sharp and piercing ultra-high pitch. The invisible sound waves quickly echoed upon hitting the rock wall, and the combined damage was terrifying, directly stunning Brother Wang and his spirit pet into unconsciousness. After falling, they reverted to their original forms, foaming at the mouth as if their souls had already left their bodies. Even the water element spirit fell weakly to the ground, turning into a puddle of water that could not rise again. Dong stared blankly at the scene before him, unsure if Brother Wang was already at his limit or if Ling Shi truly had the power to kill him instantly. My goodness, what does it mean when a woman sings and a man dies? Unfortunately, such a large-scale attack is generally indiscriminate and can take teammates along as well. If it were another attribute, perhaps he could have prepared some defensive measures in advance, but mental-type attacks can only be defended against with mental-type means. Perhaps Ling Shi and Yixinga could combine their powers? One could unleash the attack while the other protected their own. Dong had a thought in his mind, feeling that he could just sit back and watch them wreak havoc ahead. However, the pressing matter still needed to be addressed. He had to deal with the people in front of him quickly and clean up the aftermath. Dong quickly approached Brother Wang, raised his hand to conjure a stone spear that pierced his heart, followed by a flying leaf knife to slit his throat. Then, he did the same to Wang Chuang and Yin San, immediately earning 3,000 merit points. Although it was his first time shedding blood, Dong remained unusually calm, his heart not wavering. One reason was that he had seen a lot, and the other was that he felt no psychological burden in killing bad people. When they decided to take action here, they were already on the path to death. Not just the people, Dong did not spare their spirit pets either, stabbing hearts and slitting throats all around. After all, spirit pets are much smarter than ordinary animals and can understand what is happening clearly. Therefore, the roots must be eradicated, and Dong felt no mercy for these spirit pets that aided the wicked. If it weren't for the bottom line of being a beastmaster, he would have wanted to skin the wolf and chop off the bear paw to sell. In this world, there isn't much taboo about eating spirit beasts. After all, wild spirit beasts still eat people to this day. Thus, Dong Xian only stipulated that contracted spirit pets cannot be consumed, but in reality, there are always spirit beast ingredients of unknown origin in the black market. Finally, Dong kicked open the stone shell protecting Lin Ran, only to find that this guy had already woken up. Lin Ran originally thought the person coming was Brother Wang, but upon seeing that it was Dong, and that he was holding a bloodied stone spear, he immediately screamed, "Don't come over! Don't come over! I tell you, if you dare to touch me, Brother Wang won't let you go." Brother Wang? Dong stepped forward slowly, whispering, "That beast master of the wind demon wolf and the Dun Dun bear? Sorry, he's dead. I killed him." "Brother Wang is dead? You killed Brother Wang?" This Lin Ran suddenly froze, his face pale as paper, frantically kicking his legs backward to retreat. Killing people is illegal. A friend of mine went out to seek help. Don't do anything reckless. Now you realize that killing is illegal? How did you forget when you ambushed me earlier? Thanks for reminding me to speed things up. Hidong promptly thrust the stone spear down, and Lin Ran, who initially wanted to beg for mercy, found the words stuck in his throat and couldn't say anything. 2,000 merit points? It seems you are the worst here. Who knows how many terrible things you've done before, truly ridding the world of harm. Before dying, Lin Ran stared wide-eyed at Hidong, filled with resentment and hatred, and a deep sense of unwillingness. If given a chance to become a necromancer, Lin Ran would undoubtedly run to find Hidong for revenge overnight. And Hidong certainly wouldn't give him that chance. How could he let someone use the same tricks he had used on them? Ling Shi, sing a soul song. Hidong leaned on the stone spear, looking at the pile of corpses. There is too much resentment here, and the space is dark and closed. If not dealt with, these guys might give rise to some new changes. How do you know I can sing a soul song? Ling Shi tilted her head. I haven't told you. But she did not refuse Hidong's request and immediately began to chant softly. Just as Hidong was pondering how to deal with the corpses, a strange black mist quietly emerged from the body slumped behind him, an unknown evil force quickly eroding Lin Ran's still warm body. He quietly sat up, his eyes reflecting Hidong's back. Chapter 67. Evil parasite Lin Ran quietly observed Hidong, with ominous black smoke seeping from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The black smoke twisted in the air as if it had life, rhythmically moving, silently drifting toward Hidong as if wanting to attach itself to him. Hidong was completely unaware and had no defenses. Meanwhile, Ling Shi was focused on singing the soul song, also oblivious to the abnormality behind Hidong. To avoid alerting the prey, the black smoke thinned itself out, completely merging into the darkness of the cave. As long as it could touch Hidong's body, it could instantly drill into him and complete the initial parasitism. When it was just an arm's length away from Hidong, a wisp of black smoke suddenly accelerated and crashed into Hidong's back, with the rest of the black smoke following closely behind. When the black smoke touched Hidong, he suddenly radiated golden light, resembling a blazing midday sun. Under the illumination of the merit golden light, the sinister and strange black smoke emitted a sizzling sound, burning violently as if afraid of the sun. In the blink of an eye, most of the evil aura dissipated. The remaining black smoke quickly retreated back into Lin Ran's body, but it was also severely weakened. Hidong turned around just in time to see this scene, but he did not recognize what that factory-like waste gas was. What the hell is this? Could it be that this kid Lin Ran has turned into a corpse? But that doesn't make sense. Corpses don't transform that quickly. Although Lin Ran was indeed filled with resentment before dying, no one has the ability to turn into a ghost immediately after death. At the very least, the body would need to cool down completely and become stiff before it could possibly turn into a zombie. Moreover, Ling Shi is still singing the soul song. The soul song is a high-level skill of the sacred type, with a strong special effect against necromancers. Unless there is a huge power gap between both parties, he has never heard of any necromancer able to withstand the awakening of a soul song. This means that the strange black gas likely didn't just form. It probably existed in Lin Ran's body while he was still alive. Hidong stared intently at Lin Ran's corpse, cautiously moving closer. This is the first time I've seen the merit golden light being actively triggered. In the past, even the undead species never achieved such a thing. Just as the merit golden light was about to shower down on him, Lin Ran suddenly sprang up from the ground, swiftly retreating on all fours like a strange creature. Hidong immediately picked up the stone spear in his hand, stepping forward and twisting his waist to throw it with force. Facing the spear flying towards him, Lin Ran suddenly twisted his body to dodge, causing his bones to crack. Seeing Lin Ran about to escape his line of sight, Hidong raised his hand and set his summoning array behind him, summoning the Bodhi Branch from it. In an instant, the dim cave was filled with the brilliance of merit. Caught between Hidong and the Bodhi Branch, Lin Ran found himself in a desperate situation with no way forward or backward. Hidong pressed on. Since he was unsure what that black mist was and what condition Lin Ran was in, he decided to let the hand of identification give it a touch. Lin Ran glanced at the Bodhi Branch floating in the air, then quickly turned 180 degrees to look at Hidong, who was approaching. He stood frozen in place for a few seconds, his flesh becoming sticky, dripping to the ground like melted candle wax, and his body instantaneously transformed into a puddle of black-red muck. Centered around him, several elongated, ghostly shadows suddenly shot out along the ground, connecting with all the surrounding corpses. Hidong paused, seeing that the corpses of Wang Gu and the others instantly crumbled into mud. Even the dead spirit pets did not escape the same fate. Subsequently, those ghostly shadows seemed to transform into a transportation channel, absorbing all the corpse mud from all directions, merging into a large, grotesque meatball that looked blood-soaked and disgusting. On it, several disoriented eyeballs spun around, and numerous limbs flailed aimlessly. It was as if all the corpses had been haphazardly stitched together, exceeding the grotesque level of Wang Ji's combined form. Dong frowned tightly. Just looking at this large mass of ghostly matter made him feel physically uncomfortable, let alone getting closer to use the hand of identification on it. Although he didn't have a cleanliness obsession, even a worldly hero would definitely avoid something like a mop covered in excrement. If he were to touch this thing, Dong felt he would need to wash his hands with the 7-step hand-washing method repeatedly for 7 or 8 times to completely rid himself of the discomfort of having touched something filthy. At that moment, the giant corpse monster opened 7 or 8 mouths simultaneously, mumbling incoherently. The noisy sounds were enough to give one a headache. Seemingly a kind of brainwashing attack targeting the mind. After being covered in layers of flesh and blood, the mysterious black smoke finally had the confidence to withstand the merit golden light, wobbling as it plunged into the area illuminated by the Bodhi Branch. And then its tumor-like body suddenly exploded in flames. The Bodhi Branch disdainfully flew higher, looking down at the corpse monster that had fallen to the ground, struggling and howling. Soon, the corpse monster, covered in greasy fat, was burned to a pile of charcoal by the merit golden light, collapsing to the ground and becoming silent. Just like that, it died. Dong walked up with a strange expression, gently poking the corpse monster with his stone spear. Just as he hesitated whether to handle it, a series of information suddenly flooded into his mind. The hand of identification actually worked? Is this the enhancement I received after leveling up the hand of identification? Sown corpse monster, type, demon species, attribute, evil, characteristics, corpse devouring regeneration, status, dead, burned to death by merit golden light, growth level, high-level commander, race level, high-level lord skills, windblade, wolf howl, poison needle, poison spike, eruption, iron claw, random scratches, provocation, corrosive liquid, earthquake wave, high-speed movement. Thorny stone forest, description. When evil thoughts grow in a person's heart, the ever-increasing negative emotions will eventually attract a glance from the abyss. Thus, the evil parasitically resides in the dark side of humanity, waiting to hatch and be sacrificed. Dong, I have to say, the amount of information in this seems a bit overwhelming. But Dong felt like he didn't understand anything, as if he were reading a long riddle shrouded in clouds and fog. So, Lin Ran turned into this because he was parasitized by evil? And the reason for the parasitism was that his evil thoughts attracted the attention of some entity? Also, what is this demon species? Currently, it seems like there is no such type among the spirit beasts discovered by humans, right? Although evil attribute spirit beasts are generally not good things. This bizarre entity was indeed the first he encountered. Dong repeatedly reviewed the information on the sown corpse monster, ensuring he remembered all the key points. Then, he used the stone spear to smash the charred corpse monster into pieces and swept them all into the underground river. He was originally pondering how to deal with the bodies, but unexpectedly, they resolved the issue themselves. Afterwards, Dong called Lingxi to use the water cannon to wash the area, clearing away all traces. Lingxi had long noticed the unusual activity here and was nearly made sick by the later appearance of the sown corpse monster. She stayed at a distance, feeling for the first time that the outside world wasn't as wonderful as depicted in storybooks. All right, we should leave. Dong looked at Lingxi and asked, "Can you take me out through the path to the sea?" Lingxi nodded, cradling the water elemental spirit in one hand and taking Dong's hand with the other, slightly pouting to blow out a large bubble. The huge bubble enveloped the two of them, sinking into the underground river and flowing downstream. This will work. The current will carry us into the embrace of the sea. Meanwhile, Yang Di had also returned to the Blue Coral Cave with the rescue team. Chapter 68, Grand Harvest of Merit. Hurry, hurry, hurry. We are almost there. Yang Di led the way, running ahead to guide the rescue personnel. Behind him followed 4 fully armed soldiers, each possessing 2 commander-level spirit pets. In Blue Coral Town, there is usually a squad stationed, and the one leading the rescue this time was a deputy squad leader. Under Yang Di's lead, the group quickly arrived at the lair of the tuning fork bat. One soldier's spirit pet rushed forward to release a hypnotic poisonous mist, while another soldier's spirit pet followed closely, stirring up a gust of wind that blew the hypnotic mist into the lair. The two worked in perfect harmony, with no obvious communication, as if they had rehearsed it 1,000 times. After passing through the lair, Yang Di ran a few hundred meters further before stopping based on his instinct. He remembered that he and the others had escaped to this area, but now there was no one here. Seeing Yang Di stop, the deputy squad leader and the 3 soldiers also halted. "Sorry, I remember they were right here, but now they are nowhere to be found." Upon hearing this, the deputy squad leader gestured, and the 3 soldiers immediately spread out. Then, the deputy squad leader turned to Yang Di and reassured him, "Don't worry. I've sent people to search the surroundings. There are many wild spirit beasts in the cave, which is not safe for the injured." Implicitly, This meant that Wang Gu and the others might have hidden. Yang Di breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, feeling it was quite reasonable. However, soon the scattered soldiers returned with bad news. Report. Deputy Squad Leader, there are remnants of battle traces here. It seems to be recent. Report. Deputy Squad Leader. The ground here has abnormal cracks, suspected to be caused by spirit beast skills. The Deputy Squad Leader immediately rushed over to examine the various traces discovered by the soldiers, and his expression gradually became serious. Besides these, are there any blood traces found nearby, or any other significant discoveries? Although the Deputy Squad Leader did not explicitly state it, the soldiers all knew what he was referring to. Report. No other abnormalities have been found for now. After hearing this, the Deputy Squad Leader had a guess in his heart. If these injured individuals were attacked by wild spirit beasts, they wouldn't be able to leave too far even if they commanded their spirit pets to fight back, as they are still heavily injured. The fact that there are only battle traces left and nothing else clearly indicates that someone has cleaned the battlefield, even disposing of the bodies. However, the Vice Squad Leader then thought of another issue. But there is only one exit to the cave, and we didn't encounter anyone on our way here. With this in mind, the Vice Squad Leader felt there was only one possibility. The perpetrator might still be deep inside the cave and hasn't returned. However, the Blue Coral Cave has been quite unusual lately, and it is unknown what kind of danger lies deep within. Weighing the pros and cons, the Vice Squad Leader thought that since they were already here, they might as well take a look. Yang Di also came to a similar conclusion, but he knew a bit more than the Vice Squad Leader. Could it be that high school student? Could Wang Gu and the others' disappearance be related to him? Thus, the group continued on their way, but there were no new discoveries along the way, until they reached the cave where the deepest lake was located. Wow, why are there so many blue corals here? A soldier couldn't help but exclaim. But the Vice Squad Leader scanned the entire cave cautiously and raised his hand to stop the soldier who intended to approach the lake, raising his alertness to the highest level. Yang Di was also surveying the surroundings, but did not find Hedong's whereabouts. No one. How could there be no one? Could it be that the kid ran out before we arrived? The Vice Squad Leader waited for a long time without seeing any signs of danger. But he still didn't let his guard down and ordered everyone to enter in a tactical formation. Yang Di ran straight to the lakeside, wanting to see if Hedong might be hiding in the water. But as soon as he got close, the calm lake suddenly rippled with layers of waves. The lake fairy appeared in the center of the lake and looked at these outsiders. The Vice Squad Leader's face instantly turned very ugly upon seeing this. It's a water element spirit. Prepare for battle. The lake fairy tilted its head, seemingly puzzled by these people wanting to fight. Meanwhile, Hedong and Ling, she had already reached the sea by riding bubbles from the underground river. This experience of underwater drifting was quite novel, and they also witnessed many unique, beautiful sights along the way. At one point, Ling Shi took Hedong to see the spirit domain rift in the sea, and the ruptured area had become even larger now. This phenomenon represented two possibilities. Either the spirit domain of Blue Coral Island was about to collapse due to spatial instability, or it would soon undergo an upgrade in the next spatial quake. That's right, spirit domains can also upgrade, and they are not static. Therefore, this matter must be reported to the Beast Master Association as soon as possible, so that the relevant departments can prepare in advance. Hopefully, it will be a spirit domain upgrade. Otherwise, there will be no relatively easy places to obtain blue corals near Bin City. Hedong played with the blue coral in his hand, which he had just picked up while passing by the lake. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to complete this assessment task. At the same time, he also threw 500 merit points at the lake fairy, turning the temporary enlightenment into permanent enlightenment. After graciously accepting the merit gift package sent by Lin Ran and the others, Hedong's merit points finally broke through 10,000 for the first time, now totaling 15,000 points. Among them, 4,000 points were earned from saving people, 5,000 from eliminating evil, and finally, 5,500 points from exterminating the stitched corpse monster, adding the remaining 1,000 points from before. Hedong could be said to be wealthier than ever, even feeling a bit more confident. When he returns, he can let Lon Xin and Ao Lai comprehend continuously again. He had mentioned rewarding Ao Lai last time. Also, Lon Xion's evolution should be put on the agenda soon, and he could exchange for the evolution path upon returning. While thinking about this, the bubble had already drifted to the beach, breaking apart and placing Hedong and Ling Shi on the sand. Hedong looked at Ling Shi and proposed, "I need to leave by boat in a while, and it's not convenient for you to stay outside temporarily. So can you stay in my Beast Master space for a while? The water element spirit can too. It won't be for long." "No problem." Ling Shi nodded understandingly and went to persuade the water element spirit. The water element spirit finally signed the spirit contract with Hedong reluctantly, looking quite exhausted. It simply couldn't understand how Ling Shi was captivated by Hedong, obediently following this human without fear of being deceived. "So, Miss Ling Shi, see you in a few hours." Dong waved and stored both into the Beast Master space, then turned and walked briskly towards the port. Meanwhile, deep in the sea, the area around the spatial rift gradually spread out with spiderweb-like cracks, until a faint cracking sound echoed. The shaky spatial structure was on the verge of vibrating at any moment. Chapter 69, Spirit Domain Management Department. When Dong arrived at the harbor, the ship from Jifu to Bin City was just docking outside the Blue Coral Island Spirit Domain. To rest better, Dong directly bought a sleeper ticket, planning to take advantage of the next few hours for a good sleep. He had arrived on the island around 4 or 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and after entering the Spirit Domain, he went straight to the Blue Coral Cave. Now it was already 5:30 the next morning. In order to save time, Dong had essentially gone without sleep for a night. Although given his current physique, staying up for 2 or 3 nights would be no problem. However, Dong was someone who maintained a very regular lifestyle, and without a nap, he felt an unshakable sense of fatigue. Fortunately, his luck was quite good. There weren't many people in the cabin he was in, so he didn't have to worry about too much noise. Unlike trains, the bunks on boats are generally double-decker, which are much more comfortable than train bunks. He had slept on the upper bunk of a train a few times, and just lying flat made him feel like the ceiling was right in front of him. The space was so cramped that it was difficult to even turn over, making the experience comparable to that of medieval slave transport. Of course, this is just an exaggerated statement. It's better not to sleep on the upper bunk if possible. Soon, he would be able to obtain his professional Beast Master qualification certificate. How exciting. Dong lay on the lower bunk's single bed and quickly fell asleep. When he woke up, the ship had already arrived at Bin City Port. After disembarking, Dong hurried to the Beast Master Association. When he arrived at Battle Arena No. 1, Zhou Gang was still examining novice candidates like last time, with just a few punches and kicks. The Beast Master, who had just been promoted to professional level, was carried away for treatment. Zhou Gang hardly broke a sweat. Ever since he fought Dong yesterday, he felt that all the subsequent candidates seemed less skilled. Since that was the case, there was no need to take a break today. Zhou Gang muttered to himself. This is my last week as a professional examiner. The more people I can awaken, the better. Just as Zhou Gang was about to call the next candidate into the arena, Dong suddenly called out to him. Hey, brother Zhou. Dong waved his hand while holding up the blue coral. I came to confirm during the break whether my assessment task is passed. What do you think? Dong? Zhou Gang raised an eyebrow, surprised, and asked, You returned from the Blue Coral Island Spirit Domain so quickly? Wait. That blue coral in your hand wasn't picked up from the beach, was it? How could such a large blue coral be found on the beach? Dong felt speechless and explained. The round trip by boat took over 8 hours. I went straight to the Blue Coral Cave after entering the Spirit Domain and didn't even go to town. Hearing this, Zhou Gang felt Dong made a valid point, especially since the blue coral in his hand was indeed large enough. It looked nothing like fragments washed ashore by waves, but rather like proper blue coral collected from deep within the cave. Let's go to the office. Zhou Gang nodded and then asked, What about the mysterious spirit beast lurking deep in the cave? Did you defeat it? What exactly is it? This has always been a knot in Zhou Gang's heart. He has investigated 4 times, but has woken up on the beach each time. I'm not sure. Dong shook his head. I was fully awake the whole time and didn't suffer any mental attacks. I only encountered a water elemental spirit deep in the cave. A water elemental spirit? Zhou Gang frowned. That shouldn't be the case. You really didn't encounter any other spirit beasts? No. Dong's expression remained unchanged. Maybe I was lucky, and the other party just happened to not be there, or perhaps they had already left. That's also why I want to report this to the Beastmaster Association as soon as possible. Dong's expression was serious, and he lowered his voice. I found a spatial rift in the sea within the spirit domain of Blue Coral Island, and the scale of that rift is considerable. Quite a few spirit beasts must have escaped. A spatial rift? Zhou Gang's expression suddenly changed, and he quickened his pace. This is significant news. The people in the Spirit Domain Management Department must know as soon as possible. By then, everyone in the spirit domain of Blue Coral Island will have to evacuate, and navigation restrictions will need to be implemented within a radius of several thousand meters. When Zhou Gang brought Dong to the Spirit Domain Management Department, the Beastmasters, who had been leisurely drinking tea and playing on their phones, immediately erupted in chaos. What? A large spatial rift has appeared in the sea of Blue Coral Island? Wait, where did this news come from? Who discovered it? How was it found? Was there any evidence like photos or videos brought back? No. We conducted a thorough inspection of the spirit domain of Blue Coral Island just a few months ago. Even if a spatial rift has really appeared recently, it couldn't possibly have developed to such a large scale. Amidst the noise, it was Director Wu Haoran who finally quieted everyone down. Silence. He then turned to Zhou Gang. You're too hasty. Next time, if there's something to report, don't rush in shouting. Understood, Uncle Wu. Zhou Gang shrank his neck. He was just too anxious earlier. Wu Haoran nodded. Now, tell us specifically what happened. Zhou Gang looked at Hidong, who immediately took over the conversation. The situation is that I discovered the spatial rift located in the southwest direction of Blue Coral Island, about 5,000 meters underwater from the shore. As for how deep it is, I'm not sure. I couldn't dive down due to the circumstances at the time. Immediately send someone to contact the station troops on Blue Coral Island to verify the specific situation. Wu Haoran ordered his staff to act immediately and then turned his gaze back to Hidong. Thank you for bringing this information back in a timely manner. But how did you discover it? 5,000 meters from the shore isn't close. It was an accident. Hidong sighed. Looking somewhat shaken, the underground river in the Blue Coral Cave is connected to the sea. I encountered a water elemental spirit while collecting blue coral and entered that passage to shake it off. On the way back, Hidong had already thought out his excuse, conveniently omitting the existence of Lingxi. Wu Haoran didn't pick up on any issues. After all, 9/10 of what Hidong said was true. You've worked hard. Wu Haoran patted Hidong's shoulder and promised, once we verify the relevant situation, if all your reports are accurate, the association will definitely reward you generously. Although Wu Haoran didn't explicitly say it, Hidong wouldn't dare to ask how generous it would be on the spot. In this regard, the Beastmaster Association is quite trustworthy. They never skimp on rewards for those who achieve. Brother Zhou, shouldn't you take me to handle the promotion procedures now? If we delay any longer, you'll all be heading for lunch break soon. Right. Zhou Gang slapped his forehead and realized. Sorry, I got so anxious earlier that I forgot about this. He then directly took Hidong to the business hall on the second floor, intending to personally help him with the procedures. Chapter 70 Professional Level Assessment, passed. Benching Beastmaster Association, Business Hall. Wang Qian sat at the counter, humming a tune while counting down the time. There were still about 2 minutes until the lunch break, and she wondered what good food the cafeteria would have today. With only 60 seconds left, Wang Qian sighed. Today's luck is good. No one came in during this last bit of time. If the lunch break arrives, and there are still pending tasks, she would have to finish processing them before leaving, especially when she saw her colleagues leaving while she remained at her desk. That feeling was like when the teacher in her class was dragging on the lesson while the students in the next class were rushing to the cafeteria. But just in the last 30 seconds, a towering figure suddenly appeared at Wang Qian's window. Instructor Zhou? Wang Qian looked at the newcomer in surprise, unsure of his purpose. Among the staff, this Instructor Zhou was quite popular. Not only was he powerful, but he also had a solid character. And it was said that his father was a professor at Benching Beastmaster University. He was definitely a top-notch boyfriend candidate. Many young and beautiful staff members had tried to get close to him, but Zhou Gang lived up to his name, being as tough as titanium alloy and a straight man. Seeing Zhou Gang rush over so anxiously, Wang Qian was curious but didn't think too much about it. She then saw him quickly hand over a document, instructing rapidly, his assessment task has been passed. Now proceed with the promotion confirmation, update the records, and issue the professional level Beastmaster qualification certificate. Sorry, Instructor Zhou. Wang Qian replied helplessly. It's already lunch break. How about you come back in the afternoon? No. There's only 10 seconds left until we finish. Zhou Gang raised his hand, pointing at the clock in the hall, and said with righteous indignation, I've already handed you the document, and the specific requirements have been stated. Now we are in the state of business acceptance. Wang Qian silently stared at Zhou Gang and finally conceded. You win. Hidong followed Zhou Gang, initially wanting to suggest they come back in the afternoon. But he didn't expect the staff member to actually agree. Indeed, it's easier to get things done with someone from your own side. This damn society relies on connections. Wang Qian took the document, swiped it, and was a bit surprised to see Hidong's photo and information. She remembered this person. Hey, isn't this the high school student I arranged to take the assessment with Instructor Zhou yesterday? He actually passed on his first assessment? How is that possible? Wang Qian widened her eyes, staring at the information on the screen. Wait, why does this say victory for the battle assessment? Shouldn't it be passed? Then Wang Qian suddenly realized that this situation only occurs when the challenger defeats the examiner in battle. However, most Beastmasters find it hard to even pass. And a genius who can defeat an examiner might only appear once every few years. If I remember correctly, he has only been a Beastmaster for less than half a month, right? Not only has he been promoted to professional level, but he also defeated Instructor Zhou? This kid. For a moment, Wang Qian's slight dissatisfaction vanished. Being able to personally handle the promotion procedures for such a talented individual would be quite a talking point in the future. However, it seems that this Hidong already has a girlfriend. Otherwise, I could have tried to set him up with colleagues who have daughters of suitable age. Just thinking of Yixinga's appearance made Wang Qian immediately dismiss that unrealistic thought. While Wang Qian was processing the business, Hidong and Zhou Gang chatted to pass the time. Hidong curiously asked, Brother Zhou, why did you become an examiner? Shouldn't schoolwork keep you quite busy? Not much. Zhou Gang replied. I just want to do my part so that the newcomers don't go astray. Hidong was puzzled by this and asked, "What do you mean? Is there a problem with the current Beastmaster education?" Zhou Gang crossed his arms and sighed. "Sigh, the candidates coming for assessments recently are really becoming less and less qualified. They all only excel in academic-style standoff battles, lacking proper training and research in cooperative combat. Are they in such a hurry to get themselves killed in the spirit domain? The reason is that many students feel that war is very distant from them. After all, beast tamers are exempt from military obligations during their student years, leading many to think that this is something they will only face in 4 or 5 years, and that they can catch up with training when the time comes." Once, Zhou Gang also held the same lazy thought. Coordinated combat requires beast tamers to train together, which is certainly not as easy as just assigning training tasks to their spirit pets. Moreover, spirit pets are the foundation of a beast tamer's strength. As long as they have enough powerful spirit pets, they believe they can protect themselves on the battlefield, so why bother exhausting themselves? Then, Zhou Gang was thrown into the wilderness survival training in the spirit domain by Professor Zhou Yan, his father. According to relevant regulations, trainee beast tamers are not allowed to enter any domains unless accompanied by someone of professional rank or higher. At that time, Zhou Gang actually already possessed professional level strength, but he had not yet passed the corresponding assessment. He had also contracted 2 spirit pets, with the initial spirit pet already trained to a medium commander level. However, even so, Zhou Gang found himself in perilous situations in the spirit domain, struggling to move an inch. Whenever he encountered wild spirit beasts, he panicked and realized that the reality was completely different from what he had imagined, let alone being able to wreak havoc. A day later, Zhou Yan appeared before Zhou Gang, looking at his disheveled son. "Is this the strength you are proud of? If I hadn't been secretly protecting you, you wouldn't even know how many times you would have died in these 24 hours. Now, do you still tell me that coordinated combat is important?" Zhou Gang had no reply. It took him a long time to realize one thing. His father was a senior beast tamer, and the spirit domain he was allowed to enter must be a high-level domain. This meant that a newly promoted professional-level rookie like him had actually run into a training area exclusive to big shots, and dying there was not surprising at all. However, Zhou Gang had already compensated for his shortcomings through intense training. "If that were the only reason, I wouldn't be here as an examiner, but during my university military training, an accident happened. We encountered a small-scale sudden spatial quake during field training, and many students were pulled into the newly arrived spirit domain, and I was one of them." Zhou Gang lowered his head, his expression sorrowful, with an unshakable sadness in his eyes. "In the end, I was the first to find the exit of the spirit domain and successfully escaped with some of my classmates who encountered me. The rest all died. Even now, their bodies are still in the spirit domain, and we can't retrieve them." Chapter 71. The possibility of enlightening beast taming talent. So, it turned out to be like this. Hidong looked at Zhou Gang and finally understood why this man was so strict during the combat assessments. For various reasons, the state does not implement military management in the training of beast tamers, although there are corresponding courses and exams for coordinated combat. Whether students put in effort and take it seriously is a personal matter. Currently, the world is in a relatively peaceful and stable period, and the new generation of beast tamers has not even seen a major beast tide on the border, let alone war. Hidong recalled his recently concluded trip to Blue Coral Island, realizing that whether it was encountering the cheerful ape in the forest or the tuning fork bat in the cave, it was extremely dangerous. If it had been another beast tamer, they might have been killed on the first encounter, not to mention the water element spirit that guarded the last line. The reason he was able to pass without danger was not only because the strength of his Lan Yiling and Jin Gushi Ho far exceeded that of the same level, but also largely due to the benefit of shared talent. This allowed him to directly utilize the nurturing of spirit pets, making himself less vulnerable. Moreover, the dangers in the wild do not only come from wild spirit beasts. The encounter in the cave this time is a good example. Many desperate, extraordinary fugitives choose to hide in spirit domains, and their means of obtaining resources need not be elaborated. For beast tamers, having a sufficiently practical beast taming talent is indeed very important. By the way, can the enlightenment of the Bodhi Branch affect beast taming talent? It should be possible. A thought suddenly popped into Hidong's mind. He had only focused on enlightening spirit pets before and had not tried to enlighten himself. This was indeed a blind spot in his thinking. If he could learn some skills through enlightenment, his combat ability would greatly increase. No longer limited by the effect of shared talent. Just as Hidong was deep in thought, Wang Qian had already completed the related promotion certification. The data had been uploaded to the database, but verification and approval would take time, and the qualification certificate would probably not be available until the afternoon. "Thank you for your trouble." Zhou Gang nodded in thanks and then looked at Hidong, saying, "Let's go to the cafeteria for a meal together first." "Okay." Hidong nodded and then asked, "By the way, where should I go to purchase the evolution path?" "Third floor will do." Zhou Gang replied, why? Is your Lan Ling going to evolve? It's time to prepare in advance, but to be honest, I'm not very satisfied with the Lan Dancer. Hidong sighed lightly. Or rather, I'm not very satisfied with the entire evolution path of Lan Ling at the moment. Upon hearing this, Zhou Gang couldn't help but recall the shock that the Lan Ling had brought him when it first appeared. For such a long time, Hidong's Lan Ling was the first to pose a lethal threat to him right from the start of the fight. I think you're a bit off in your nurturing direction for Lan Ling. Its upper limit is set there, and it won't be able to become the main attacker in the future. Zhou Gang kindly reminded him. No, that's the child's own choice. It's different from other Lan Lings. Hidong explained. Moreover, blindly following the rules may be safe, but it's also difficult to innovate and break through. Zhou Gang was silent for a moment, looking seriously at Hidong. Be careful. Evolution is not a child's play. If it were someone else, I would never agree to this, but you are not the kind of person who is unaware of the situation. Hidong was somewhat surprised and nodded in response. Of course, my contract with Lan Ling has already been upgraded to a soul contract. At the same time, the Spirit Domain Management Department also received a call back from the Blue Coral Island Station troops, confirming that Hidong's information was true. After receiving the report, Wu Haoran immediately reported it urgently to the higher-ups of the Beast Tamer Association and the government of Bin City. Whether it was personnel evacuation or navigation control, it was beyond what a single Spirit Domain Management Department could handle. As a result, a large wave of civil servants who had just started their lunch break were called back by their leaders before they could even eat. Hidong was unaware of the small impact he had caused. After simply eating with Zhou Gang in the cafeteria, he followed him back to the #1 combat field. Zhou Gang continued to assess the challengers, while he sat in the stands to rest. Since the combat was not particularly interesting, Hidong closed his eyes and transferred his consciousness to the beast taming space. As soon as he entered, Hidong saw a water gun swiftly pass by in front of him, and when he looked over, he found that it was Jin Gushir Ho and the water element spirit fighting. At this moment, both sides were fiercely engaged in battle, unable to gain the upper hand. After leaving the lake, the water element spirit lost some home field advantage, but its strength level was still higher than that of Jin Gushir Ho, and it could fly at low altitudes, so it was still dominating the fight. After the last lesson, it was even more vigilant, not giving Jin Gushir Ho a chance to get close and use its metal sound ability. Even so, Jin Gushir Ho was unwilling to give up. After all, it had initiated this battle and was determined to fight until it exhausted its last bit of energy. Meanwhile, Ling Shi and Lan Ling were watching the battle attentively, cheering for their respective sides. The Bodhi Branch floated in the distance, observing coldly, feeling that the monkey's attacking power was somewhat outdated and needed a significant boost during the next enlightenment. When at a lower power level, fighting above one's rank wasn't particularly difficult. If tactics were applied correctly, there were chances for the weak to overcome the strong, as the power gap between both sides was not large. However, as one ascended in rank, the gap in power became greater. Even if low-level dominant spirit beasts went berserk, they could never defeat high-level dominant spirit beasts. This is the significance of the existence of race and bloodline among spirit beasts. The existence of beast tamers and the cultivation of spirit pets can break this shackling. Seeing the golden stone monkey picking up the stone spear again, and the water elemental spirit preparing to use the wave of water, Hidong hurriedly stood between the two, raising his hand to stop them. Stop, stop, stop. Give me some face. Let us settle the winner between you later, okay? The golden stone monkey glared angrily at the water elemental spirit, but was the first to put down the stone spear. The water elemental spirit didn't take the opportunity to strike, but instead aimed its skills at Hidong, sulking and splashing water all over him. Previously, it had been protected by Lingxi and hadn't found the chance to take revenge, but now it could finally vent the anger from being beaten by the lake fairy. Squeak. Seeing this, the golden stone monkey immediately raised the stone spear again, but before it could throw it, it saw the water elemental spirit, floating in the air, suddenly crashed down hard onto the ground. The water elemental spirit lay on the ground, trying to escape the invisible pressure by flowing. But it was of no use at all. While wiping his face, Hidong casually said, "It seems you forgot one thing. This is my territory." Chapter 72. Sarah. Enlighten me, oh no. Little water, are you okay? Lingxi exclaimed, wanting to go check on the water elemental spirit. However, due to her lower half being a fishtail, she didn't move well on land and lacked experience moving on solid ground. Therefore, her posture was quite ungraceful, similar to how ordinary fish flopped around when out of water. However, Lingxi was simply too beautiful. Even so, it gave off a clumsy and cute feel. Hidong couldn't bear to watch and reminded her, "Lingxi, why not blow a bubble to wrap yourself up? Then fill the bubble with water, and you can control it to roll in whatever direction you want. It'll be much easier." Upon hearing this, Lingxi's eyes lit up, and she immediately followed his advice. quickly restoring the beauty and elegance expected of a mermaid princess. Wherever she swam in the water, the bubble would roll in that direction, making movement effortless. This method is really good. Hidong, you're so smart. How come I didn't think of using skills like this? However, bubbles ultimately have a time limit. Hidong suggested again. There's an even simpler way. Just let the water elemental spirit carry you. As soon as the water elemental spirit was mentioned, Lingxi snapped back to reality. Right, is little water okay? Hidong, please let it off this time. I'll apologize for it. Hidong looked at Lingxi, who had her hands together, blinking her big, blue watery eyes in a pleading manner. Even though he was immune to the allure of magic beauty, facing such a Lingxi almost got him. Don't worry, it's just a little punishment. It won't hurt it. Hidong naturally averted his gaze. Looking at the puddle of water on the ground, the personality of the water elemental spirit is as changeable as water. It needs proper training. Does it? Lingxi quietly argued. I think little water is very obedient. It usually listens to me. Hidong didn't respond. Wasn't it natural for someone with an innate affinity for water elements like her to get along well with the water elemental spirit? Thus, Hidong ultimately killed the topic with one sentence. Just listening to you work. I can't always have to communicate with it through you, right? Meanwhile, the golden stone monkey stood in front of the water elemental spirit, ruthlessly mocking it, even making a silly face despite usually liking to act cool. The water elemental spirit was so angry that ripples appeared, but it was powerless to counterattack, eventually transforming into a quiet puddle, remaining unresponsive to the golden stone monkey's provocations. Seeing this, the golden stone monkey had an idea. It took a couple of steps forward, pretending to relieve itself, which immediately activated the water elemental spirit. Then, before the water elemental spirit could explode, the golden stone monkey quickly ran away, leaving the water elemental spirit to thrash about alone. When the golden stone monkey returned to Hidong's side, the orchid spirit had closed its eyes and entered a state of enlightenment. Due to his ample resources, Hidong decided to try to max out the skills commonly used by the orchid spirit and the golden stone monkey. If he had surplus merits later, he would consider further advancements. Ally, I promised to reward you last time. It's time to fulfill that now. The golden stone monkey excitedly stepped forward, deliberately lifting its head to have Hidong point at its forehead. Hidong didn't hold back, directly investing 2,000 points of merit, hoping that the golden stone monkey would seize the opportunity to comprehend a powerful high-level skill. Seeing the golden stone monkey also sitting cross-legged with its eyes closed, Lingxi could finally no longer suppress her curiosity. Hidong, what are you doing? Is this your beast taming talent? What effect does it have? Sort of. Hidong raised his sword finger and smiled. Do you want to give it a try? Lingxi had helped him quite a bit during the battle against Wang Gu and the others. Although they had signed a spiritual contract, Lingxi couldn't strictly be considered his spirit pet yet. Their relationship was still just that of ordinary friends. Moreover, she had run away from home and might return to the sea in the future. However, Hidong didn't mind spending merit on her. It was both a repayment and an investment in the future. All right, Lingxi didn't hesitate, actively leaning in. Is it enough for you to just touch my forehead? Hidong's hand slipped into the bubble, passing through the flowing water, and gently landed on Lingxi's forehead. The mermaid princess lowered her eyelids, feeling as if a new melody began to play near her ears. After arranging things on this side, Hidong approached the water elemental spirit. He didn't waste words and directly pointed his finger at the water surface. You saved me in the cave. I'm a person who distinguishes between kindness and grudges. This is your reward. The water elemental spirit initially looked down on it, but when the power of creation spread across the water surface, it froze in shock, almost rigid. Gurgle? Gurgle. The water elemental spirit trembled violently, unsure whether it was excited or scared. Hidong didn't pay much attention to the water elemental spirit's reaction. The usual method of hitting with a stick and giving a sweet date wouldn't show effect so quickly. Alright, now we just have to wait for everyone to wake up and see what they've gained. This round cost a total of 4,000 points. Seeing that the others had fallen into enlightenment, the Bodhi Branch finally flew over and landed in Hidong's hand. Hidong was somewhat surprised. This proud Bodhi Branch was voluntarily coming to him today. Then, he saw the Bodhi Branch swaying left and right in his hand, as if showing off something to him. Hidong scrutinized the Bodhi Branch closely, but didn't notice anything different. For a moment, he felt a cold sweat break out and decisively used the identification hand. Bodhi Branch, type, plant seed attribute. Characteristic, merit becomes holy, creating all things, dispelling all evils, status, growing racial level. Growth path, nourished by merit. It will transform from Bodhi Branch into Bodhi Tree after reaching a certain growth stage. Introduction. Let me tell you a secret. After multiple enlightenments and absorbing merits, new branches have sprouted from the upper middle section on the left side of the trunk. taking a small step towards growing into a Bodhi Tree. Hidong, this ghost can really tell. Although he was internally rolling his eyes, Hidong showed a look of surprise on his face. Huh, new branches have sprouted? Not bad. It seems that Sarah, you are indeed working hard to grow strong. The Bodhi branch straightened its trunk, and the leaves rustled as if responding to Hidong's praise. Sarah, I happen to have something to ask of you, Hidong said as he held the Bodhi branch to his forehead, gently touching its tip. Although I can do it myself, I still think it's better if you do it personally. So enlighten me. Chapter 73. Interspecies Attribute Compatibility. Golden flowing light revolved around the Bodhi branch, transforming into the power of creation at its tip. Hidong closed his eyes, only to feel his consciousness entering a mysterious clarity, discarding all complicated thoughts. His mind suddenly merged and comprehended, as if he had been enlightened and understood many questions left over from his previous studies. In an instant, numerous ingenious ideas burst forth, as if the origin of the world had opened the door to its mysteries, allowing him to select what he wished and needed. Hidong found it hard to describe this feeling. It was not the so-called omniscience, but more like a subtle resonance with all things in heaven and earth, learning and questioning the world, thus gaining insights and answers. The so-called creation is about creation and evolution, naturally inseparable from the evolution of all things. So, what potential and possibilities does shared talent have? Let's explore this further. In an instant, countless thoughts flowed by, and numerous ideas and attempts spread out like a tree diagram, extending to the limits of his vision. Subsequently, routes were continuously eliminated due to infeasibility or blockage, and the lush tree diagram gradually became sparse, leaving behind some possibilities. Hidong looked up, examining the remaining results one by one, carefully selecting from them. Increasing shared positions? It feels a bit too ordinary. This can be achieved through systematic cultivation and upgrades. Skill intensity enhancement? This is somewhat interesting, but it seems that this effect has already been explored by predecessors, and corresponding methods can be purchased or exchanged from the association. Skill fusion and customization? It can fuse new composite skills based on the skills of spiritual pets and fix them in a manner similar to combination skills. But the skill effects would be much stronger. Hidong looked at several options and felt that although they were useful, they were not stunning enough. Gaining skills in advance can save time for learning and cultivation, but the improvement in strength is very limited. However, there were still many results available for review, so Hidong was not in a hurry and planned to make a decision after looking through everything. Perception sharing? Energy consumption optimization? Both belong to the somewhat useful but not particularly significant type. The former can be achieved through other skills, while the latter might be very useful for others. But I currently do not lack spiritual power. During battles, the speed of spiritual power consumption might not even be faster than the recovery speed. Passive gains and resonance effects? Hidong raised an eyebrow, feeling that this effect was worth considering. When in a shared state, additional resonance effects would occur between the Beast Master and the spiritual pet, granting both parties a certain degree of all-around enhancement and the ability to autonomously decide whether to share physical or mental damage for each other. Of course, Hidong valued the so-called all-around enhancement more and was not particularly interested in the damage-sharing aspect. Generally speaking, damage sharing means that spiritual pets bear damage for the Beast Master, as spiritual pets generally have much stronger physical qualities. Therefore, many injuries that would be fatal to the Beast Master might only be minor injuries when placed on the spiritual pet. Especially for those big guys with high defense and thick blood, helping to share a fatal injury might not even be felt. And Hidong currently did not have such high-toughness spiritual pets, not to mention he did not lack high-level healing skills. He would consider it later. If there were really no better options, this could be listed as my first choice. Hidong thought this way and checked the next potential he derived, then quickly moved on. Wow, group sharing? Just looking at the name, it sounds amazing, a definite team battle divine skill. The specific effect is just as the name suggests. It allows teammates within a certain range to use all the skills of the spiritual pets being shared. The higher the individual's strength level, the larger the range. And the more people can engage in group sharing. Whether in competitions or actual battles, this effect is genuinely powerful, especially during team operations. Its strategic and tactical significance is immense. But after calming down, Hidong turned his attention back to the resonance effect. Although group sharing is indeed powerful, I currently don't have much use for it. Whether in team battles or legion battles, those are forms of combat that can only be conducted after university, not to mention teaming up with others. Hidong felt that with his current strength, if he were to recruit people from school, it could hardly be called teaming up. It should be called babysitting newbies, and probably only Yishinga could keep up. And Miss Yi, she doesn't lack her own skills. Let us leave it for later. After all, the Beast Master talent can be enlightened more than once. Hidong continued to look at the strengthening directions behind. not knowing how long it had been until he finally reached the last one. Sigh, these later options are not as good as the first two. This one looks quite difficult too. It should be time to end this round of enlightenment. Hidong sighed, not holding out much hope as he opened it. And then he froze. Wait, what is this? Interspecies attribute compatibility? It allows the beast master and spiritual pet, as well as between spiritual pets, to share attributes. And as the beast master's strength level increases, they can share even more aspects and communicate mutually. Hidong stood there in a daze. If the previous things could still make sense, then this was definitely a fantasy. Just like, can a water element spirit possess fire attributes? It seems impossible, right? Wouldn't that mean it would have to turn into a boiling water spirit or a steam spirit? What would happen if humans shared attributes? Would they breathe fire or generate electricity? Wait, isn't this just an elemental energy user? Hidong fell into deep thought, feeling that many unresolved issues in the extraordinary academic world seem to have an unreliable explanation. For instance, why can some humans become martial artists through self-cultivation, while others cannot? It now seems that those martial artists might actually be humans with martial arts attributes. In simple terms, they are essentially no different from energy users. What about other extraordinary professions? Upon closer inspection, although the names are varied, their specific forms of expression seem to be quite similar. The Taoist priest's palm lightning is just electricity. On the contrary, the beast master seems to lack a corresponding existence and attributes. If that is the case, then I'll choose interspecies attribute compatibility. It can definitely lead to many interesting tricks. Hidong had already thought it through. In future battles, he would send in counter attribute ones and then unexpectedly use the restrained attributes to take down opponents. For example, letting a Lanya spirit use a water gun against a fire-type spiritual pet, or having a Jean Gustone monkey use thunder against a water-type spiritual pet. That scene would definitely be spectacular. Who isn't a master of counter attributes? Hidong smiled proudly, and, after making his choice, fell into comprehension. He did not know how long it had been until he woke up again, having come out of his enlightenment. He felt refreshed, his mind clear, and he had gained a lot of new knowledge in his mind. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the Bodhi Branch quietly floating beside him, probably guarding him during his enlightenment. Turning around, Hidong saw that the spirit pets had already woken up and were excitedly trying out the new things they had comprehended from their enlightenment. Sorrow, you've worked hard. Hidong chuckled as he patted the Bodhi Branch and stood up from the ground. It was time to see what they had gained and to experiment with the new effects of the shared talent. Chapter 74 Lingxi. Aren't you going to pat my head? Lan. At this moment, the Lanya spirit was happily holding up a large ball of shining healing light. Unfortunately, there were no seriously injured members in the beast space for it to demonstrate its skill effects. However, just from the large and bright appearance of the luminous ball, Hidong could already make a preliminary judgment. Compared to before, the skill proficiency of Lanya's healing had significantly improved, but it hadn't yet reached perfect level. Seeing Hidong approaching, Lanya Ling skipped over as usual, waving to show off the large light ball in its hands. Hidong smiled and ordered, Lan Xian, use Lanya's healing on me. Lanya Ling immediately threw the light ball at Hidong, bathing him in the cleansing light of healing. Hidong sniffed, but did not smell any obvious floral fragrance, thinking to himself, there's no fragrant healing effect. Good, proficiency has improved again. He reached out and patted Lanya Ling. Using the identification hand. Skill, Lanya's healing level. High-level skill, proficiency, skilled mastery, enlightenment. Skill introduction. A healing skill exclusive to the genus of the gentleman orchid. Capable of not only healing wounds, but also possessing a slight purifying effect. When the skill proficiency is trained to perfection, it will include a fragrant healing effect. Slowly healing entities within the range of floral fragrance. Lan. Lanya Ling smiled and tiptoed, opening its arms wanting a hug. Hidong naturally obliged. The little one was as adorable and endearing as ever, and its cheerful and lively demeanor brought joy to those who saw it. In Hidong's teasing, Lanya Ling giggled, looking even happier than when it had become stronger. It feels like you've gained some weight, and you've grown a bit taller. Looks like you're growing well. Hidong held Lanya Ling and weighed it in his hands, feeling an indescribable sense of comfort, like a proud father. After some interaction, just as he was about to put the little one down, it suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Lan. Hidong looked down and saw Lanya Ling gazing up at him. Its little hand clenched into a fist, mimicking a drinking motion. Hidong instantly understood what it meant and reassured, the fruit wine is in the bag outside. I can't bring it in now. We'll drink it when we get home. Lanya Ling obediently nodded and jumped from Hidong's arms to the ground. After Lanya Ling left, Hidong initially planned to check on the results of the Jean Gustone monkey, but unexpectedly, Lingxi approached first. Hidong, come listen to the new song I just learned. Your ability is amazing. It actually let me learn a new song out of thin air. And I mastered it right away. Then, Hidong watched as Lingxi directed bubbles to roll quickly past him and then back again. Why aren't the bubbles listening? Stop. Quickly stop. In an instant, her excited voice turned frantic, like a female driver who didn't know how to handle a crisis. Clearly, this silly girl hadn't learned how to brake yet. Once she picked up speed, she couldn't control it anymore. In the end, it was Hidong who reached out to stop her, allowing the bubbles to settle steadily in front of him. Before you're proficient, I don't recommend high-speed driving, understood? Miss Lingxi. He could only say that luckily the ground in the beast space was still flat. Otherwise, if there were a slope, Lingxi might have driven the bubbles all the way down, experiencing what it feels like to be in a tumble dryer. Lingxi patted her chest in relief. But the scare came quickly and left just as fast. Her expression quickly returned to its previous look, eagerly wanting to share her new song with Hidong. Hidong, you have to listen to this. The effect is really interesting. Without waiting for Hidong to respond, Lingxi began to sing loudly. To be honest, Hidong actually couldn't understand what Lingxi was singing. It might be a special language, unique to the culture of the merfolk. However, that didn't hinder Hidong's appreciation. After all, he had heard foreign songs before. At this moment, the song Lingxi was chanting was clearly different from the previous enchanting or healing songs. It wasn't as beguiling as mental skills, nor as gentle and loving as healing skills. Instead, it had a dark, profound feel, but it wasn't eerie or terrifying. Rather, it carried a sense of free and joyous exhilaration. In Hidong's mind, a picture suddenly appeared, a little witch who had just successfully sneaked out of her house, riding her magical broom through the dark forest, enjoying the thrill of speeding towards the vast world. However, the real situation should be that a runaway mermaid princess was leisurely swimming in the sea, leaping fish and soaring kites. Hidong never expected that the emotions Lingxi conveyed through the song were like this. It seemed she was having a lot of fun. What was this? A runaway song? Or a theme song for the runaway princess? What about the skill effect? Just as Hidong was puzzled, Lingxi's figure suddenly began to fade slowly, eventually disappearing into nothingness. Is this invisibility? No, invisibility just means being unseen, but the entity still exists. Yet now, Lingxi's presence can't be seen in the water, as if she has vanished into thin air. Wait, could this be phasing? But phasing is a racial skill unique to incorporeal undead beings. For a moment, Hidong felt a bit confused. Could it be a skill with effects similar to phasing? But so far, no skills had this effect. Hidong focused on the empty bubbles in front of him, carefully observing, not letting any detail slip by. Eventually, he noticed a shadow at the bottom of the bubbles, which seemed to be a bit darker. Before Hidong could point it out, a shadow emerged from it, transforming back into Lingxi's form. Hey, you didn't miss me? I thought I was hiding well enough. No, just a little suspicious, Hidong explained. Normally, the shadows cast by light passing through bubbles would be particularly uneven and would keep changing, but your presence covered that up. Upon hearing this, Lingxi pouted slightly. Is there such a flaw? It's already quite good. Ordinary people wouldn't notice it. Moreover, if you were in a place with large shadows and darkness, if you hid in there, it would be very hard to spot you with the naked eye. After hearing Hidong's analysis, Lingxi's dissatisfaction lessened a lot. So, what is this skill? No, what is this song called? Shadow Song, Lingxi replied. How about it? Very fitting, right? Hidong nodded. Shadow is a mid-level dark skill, and its effect is to allow spirit beasts to hide in shadows. But as soon as light shines on them, even a flashlight can expose them. However, the Shadow Song is a bit different. From Lingxi's earlier performance, she clearly transformed into a shadow and merged into the darkness, unafraid of light. It is said that if the proficiency of the shadow skill can be trained to perfection, it will have a similar effect. Thus, Hidong understood that the Shadow Song Lingxi comprehended was actually a high-level dark skill. Of course, the reason she could have such an understanding was due to her experience of sneaking away from home. But whether it was for convenience and sneaking away in the future was hard to say. Good, as long as you like this song. Of course I like it. I love singing, and the more songs I know, the better, Lingxi said with a smile, actively bending down and leaning her little head forward, leaving Hidong a bit puzzled. Seeing that Hidong didn't move, the mermaid princess slightly raised her head, her eyes also showing confusion. Aren't you going to pat my head? I just saw you doing that with that plant. Chapter 75, the super order skill revealed. Hidong, for a moment, he really didn't know how to respond. Faced with Lingxi's eager expectation, Hidong ultimately reached out his hand as she wished. It must be said that the hair of the merfolk is indeed unique, just like the mermaid's silk they weave, having the characteristic of not getting wet when submerged. Therefore, when Hidong's hand landed on Lingxi's head and rubbed it, he did not feel the slippery dampness of wet hair. Instead, he experienced the smoothness of silk. Cool and delightful, it made one reluctant to let go after touching it. For Lingxi, Hidong's warm palm was just right. Merfolk have a lower body temperature and prefer things that are warm but not scorching hot. This is also why they often run to the rocks, just to find a place to bask in the sun. Besides, summer nights are nice too, able to sing freely under the moonlight while enjoying the cool sea breeze. However, for the past few hundred years, merfolk have intentionally avoided humans, so not many people understand these habits anymore. Hidong is a person with strong self-control. Although helping Lingxi smooth her hair was very pleasant, he still stopped in time. Alright, are you satisfied now? But then again, you don't have to compare everything to that child, Lanxin. Then, Hidong saw Lingxi cutely tilt her head and open her arms, posing as if she wanted a hug. If emotions could materialize, Hidong felt there must be a long line of ellipses behind his head at that moment. For a moment, he even had the illusion that this girl was a white lotus, or perhaps a so-called natural black. What do they call it? High-end hunters often appear as prey and hit the vital parts. However, Hidong, being experienced, could distinguish whether Lingxi was pretending or genuine. The reason she contracted with him might be due to some small thoughts, but there was no malice. Hidong later thought about why Lingxi was so easily fooled by him at that time. The surface reason she herself had mentioned was that she judged him to be a good person based on his abilities. Another reason was that she was frightened by the situation he described and did not want to wait idly. The third speculation was that the person coming to take her home might be arriving soon. And since Lingxi did not want to go home, she simply followed him to land. From a certain perspective, he was now the kind person who picked up a runaway girl and provided her with food and shelter. Of course, if Lingxi were a human girl, that wouldn't be acceptable. The correct action would be to call the police. The corresponding risk is that if the other party really comes to the door and misunderstands that he kidnapped Lingxi, what should he do? He can't bear such an unjust accusation, which would damage his image as a good citizen. Clearly, Lingxi came with him voluntarily. However, there's no need to think about that too much. The seafood would need the ability to come ashore to find their princess. So, back to the question. What should he do now? Should he hug her? Or politely refuse? Strictly speaking, he had known Lingxi for less than a day, and they were far from familiar. The reason their relationship appeared relatively close was largely due to Lingxi's innocent personality. Hidong had many reasons to persuade himself, the simplest being, what modesty is there to discuss with a fish? But in the end, he still did not do so. And the reason was simple. He genuinely regarded Lingxi as a friend. Therefore, out of respect for a friend, he should treat her like an ordinary person, even though she might not care. For humans, hugs have many meanings, the most common being during reunions and farewells. Hidong looked at Lingxi, who was opening her arms, and joked, "Or are you like Lanxin, still a child, trying to act cute?" Upon hearing this, Lingxi immediately withdrew her arms and crossed them over her chest, lightly huffing to emphasize, "I'm not a child." Seeing this, Hidong couldn't help but think that this trick was indeed effective. It really worked wonders on a rebellious girl who had run away. Go practice the new song you just learned. If you want to follow me and see the other spirit pets gains, that's fine too. Lingxi turned in the bubble twice, but ultimately felt that being next to Hidong was more interesting than singing alone. The golden stone monkey had been standing with its arms crossed, quietly waiting for Hidong to come check its newfound insights. When Hidong approached, the golden stone monkey suddenly radiated golden light, as if it had donned a layer of armor. What is this? Hidong was taken aback, but did not dare to confirm whether his guess was correct. He saw the golden stone monkey dissipate the golden light and raise its fist, with spiritual energy condensing on its fist, emitting a hazy white light. This was a clear sign of using the steel fist, but then, within the white light, specks of dazzling golden light began to flicker. It looked as if there were thin gold inlaid in white jade, perfectly blending together. When the steel fist swung, even standing nearby, one could feel a sharp aura sweeping past, and the sound of the air being torn was small and short, as if it were not a heavy fist, but a sharp dagger. The golden stone monkey was quite pleased and wanted to show more moves. But Hidong temporarily called a halt. "Ally, is the skill you comprehended revealed sharpness? Come, let me confirm." "Gigi." The golden stone monkey nodded, allowing Hidong to place his hand on its shoulder. A series of information floated in Hidong's mind, confirming his guess. Skill, revealed sharpness, attribute, gold level, super order skill, proficiency, beginner level, skill introduction, a super order gold skill that can condense and release sharpness alone, and can also add sharpness and counterattack effects to other attack and defense skills. If used in conjunction with the super order skill concealed sharpness, its power will be even greater. Super order skill. Hidong's eyes sharpened, clenching his fist. It really is the super order skill revealed sharpness. If the low, medium, and high tier skills can be learned by all spirit beasts, then super order skills can only be mastered by king level races and above. As for higher tier forbidden skills, there's no need to mention them. Those are terrors that even low level overlords cannot possess. Only top tier high level overlords might master. It can be said that this is the substantial embodiment of the differences in race, bloodline, and upper limits among spirit beasts. If the golden stone monkey's attack power was somewhat weak before, then with revealed sharpness, it was as if its attack had exploded. Even Zhou Gang's Lord-level steel armor, it would be like paper folded in front of it. Just thinking about it made Hidong feel terrified. But the actual effect would need to be tested to know. Hey, is it a bit unfair to ask Zhou Gang to help test the move? It wouldn't be appropriate to let our own people do it either. No one would probably withstand Ally's punch. After thinking about it, Hidong could only wait until they went out to discuss it. Zhou Gang might not even agree. Alright, the spirit pets have finished their turn. Now it's my turn. Hidong was eager to try the new effect of sharing talents, wanting to see how it would be if the Lanya's spirit possessed the golden stone monkey's attributes, and how the two would interact, including himself. He felt like he was forgetting something, but it didn't seem important. Not far away. That inconspicuous puddle of water. Chapter 76. Attribute Sharing. Activate. After Hidong finished explaining, both Lanya's spirit and golden stone monkey agreed to cooperate for the test. However, they actually didn't understand what Hidong was trying to experiment with or what effects the test would have. Let's start with the Lanya spirit. Lan. The Lanya spirit stepped forward, raising its little hand high. Then, Hidong used his beast master talent to allow the Lanya spirit to share the golden stone monkey's gold attribute. The crowd stared at Lan Yaling for over 10 seconds, but nothing changed, and even Lan Yaling herself was confused. Lan Yaling raised her head, her little face drooping with a hint of sadness, wondering if it was because she did something wrong that led to the failure of the experiment. It's okay. There must be some effect, just maybe not obvious. Hidong comforted her. How about you try using a skill? As he spoke, he reached out to gently pat Lan Yaling's head. However, as soon as his hand moved, he felt a sharp pain and looked down to see that his entire palm was cut open, blood gushing out. Lan Yaling immediately screamed, quickly conjuring a large healing light orb. Under the effect of the healing from Lan Yi, Hidong's injured hand restored to its original state, as if time had reversed. Despite this, Lan Yaling still looked guilty and couldn't help but start to sob. Tears like beans fell to the ground as her petite body shook uncontrollably. Hidong squatted down and gently wiped away her tears. It's okay, my hand is fine now, right? Besides, this isn't your fault. It's my own oversight for not noticing your change. As Hidong spoke, he raised his hand again, wanting to carefully pat Lan Yaling's head. But the little one immediately stepped back to avoid him. So, Hidong simply canceled his ability, pulled her in front of him, and firmly rubbed her head. See, it's okay now. You're not a blood-sucking thorn or a poisonous rose. How could you hurt me? With the evidence at hand, Lan Yaling's emotions finally stabilized, and she no longer resisted Hidong's pats. After comforting her, Hidong resumed using his beast master talent to observe Lan Yaling's changes. The main change was in the leaves on her head, which had transformed into a soft sword-like form. Hidong pinched the leaves and scratched them with his nails. Finding that he couldn't leave any marks at all, Ally, create a bigger stone. Lanshin, use flying leaf knives to attack the stone. The golden stone monkey immediately formed a large stone about the height of a person with both hands. Lan Yaling followed suit and unleashed her flying leaf knives at the stone with all her might. Several streams of green light flashed by, cutting the stone into 7 or 8 pieces. Even the golden stone monkey was a bit surprised, knowing that it was a dual attribute of gold and rock. And the stones it created were not the same as those made by ordinary rock-type spirit beasts. They were much harder. Although Lan Yaling's flying leaf knives had perfect level proficiency, the improvements were mostly in speed, quantity, precision, and control. Otherwise, she wouldn't be at a loss against high-defense opponents. Hidong stepped forward to pick up the flying leaf knives and found that the leaves still maintained a metallic feel, being overall thin and sharp-edged. If an enemy had no defense, they would definitely get hurt just by brushing against them. These were indeed formidable weapons. The actual power was enough to rival the high-level skill of the gold type, the willow leaf flying knife, and due to the level of proficiency, the effect might even be stronger than the lower-level willow leaf flying knife. After that, Hidong had Lan Yaling use all her skills in turn, but the results were not satisfactory. Apart from the flying leaf knives, Lan Yaling's other skills had poor compatibility with the gold type, and one could even say they had no substantial effect. The gold type was indeed better at offense and defense, with almost no contribution in support and healing aspects. Therefore, it was also necessary to consider the corresponding compatibility. Otherwise, even if the attributes were shared, they would be of little use. Unless, while sharing attributes, skills could also be shared, but that would have to wait until I level up. Next, the golden stone monkey was a typical representative of this. Both wood and water types had limited utility for the golden stone monkey. On the contrary, the psychic type added a certain mental attack effect to the metal sound skill. Perhaps the thunder or fire types could have a greater effect. The earth type might also have some effect. However, corresponding experiments could only be conducted later, as the spirit pets Hidong currently had contracted did not possess these attributes. It's my turn. It's my turn. Lingxi eagerly raised her hand, looking at Hidong with anticipation. Looks so interesting, I want to play too. Hidong had no objection and asked, which attribute do you want to try? Lingxi thought for a moment and finally pointed at the golden stone monkey, gold type. My psychic type helped it just now, right? After getting her wish, Lingxi immediately began using her skills, and her vast skill library left both Lan Yaling and the golden stone monkey in awe, filled with envy. After a flurry of intense output, they came to one bad news and one good news. The bad news was that the gold type and Lingxi's most commonly used combat method, singing, were completely incompatible, with no enhancements to various tunes. Of course, this could also be related to the fact that Lingxi currently didn't have any songs in her repertoire that could mobilize the power of the gold attribute. The good news was that the gold type was compatible with many water type skills, and their power was quite considerable. When using water gun and water cannon, the originally clear currents were infused with a large number of metal particles. If the pressure of the water gun and water cannon was high enough, the water flow could transform into a highly lethal high-pressure water knife. Among the water type skills, there indeed existed mid-level high-pressure water guns, as well as high-level high-pressure water cannons and super high-pressure water guns. Mixing sand into water, isn't that a bit too brutal? One encounter could easily leave the enemy bloodied and mangled. Hidong imagined that scene, and it wasn't just water guns and water cannons. Even skills like water vortex and water tornado could be infused. Additionally, the water flow tail skill also received a significant boost after gaining the gold attribute. The scales on Lingxi's tail underwent changes similar to Lan Yaling's leaves. Water flow tail is a high-level water type skill where the spirit beast wraps high-speed, high-pressure water around its tail for a tail whip attack against enemies. It's akin to creating a water tornado on the tail and using it as a whip to strike the enemy. Although it was incredibly powerful, the user's tail must also withstand the immense pressure brought by the water tornado, and the tail is relatively weak for most spirit beasts. If the enemy excels in direct confrontation, the tail is likely to be injured first during a clash. To address this, most Beastmaster's solution is to find a way for their spirit pets to learn a water-type healing skill, especially a high-level skill like Water Flow Ring that allows for continuous healing during battle. Lingxi had previously used this combination, but the Water Flow Ring was replaced with Healing Song. However, now her tail seemed to have put on indestructible iron armor, not only able to almost ignore the crushing pressure of the water flow, but also unafraid of direct confrontation with enemies. She could even mix some sand into the water to enhance lethality. When her tail slammed down, it directly plowed a deep trench into the ground. Even the golden stone monkey shook its head, thinking it couldn't withstand this thing. Hidong had another idea. Could this also learn Iron Tail and become a combination skill?